Who could have imagined that this no-nonsense Special Forces soldier, known for his decisiveness in the military, would turn into an eager wolf when faced with his wife? Qin Lang sat quietly on the steps of the Qin family villa, his combat uniform still smudged with camouflage paint from the recent drill. A thin trail of smoke curled up from the cigarette in his hand. His sharp, glowing eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, making it impossible to look away. When he saw Lin You returning with her mentor, Professor Song, his gaze intensified. A faint smile appeared as he stood and walked toward them. "Son, you're back. Why didn't you let us know in advance?" Professor Song asked, pleasantly surprised. Qin Lang took the bag from Lin Yu's hand, his eyes lingering on her outfit for the day. He frowned slightly and replied, "I was training nearby. The drill just ended, so I thought I'd stop by to see you. I'll leave early tomorrow morning." Professor Song's eyes flickered with anticipation. "Have you seen your father? When will he be back?" "In about a week. He'll be home on leave," Qin Lang replied after a brief pause. Then he added, "I'm starving. Is there anything to eat?" Professor Song looked slightly apologetic. "Oh, we already had something at the hospital. How about I make you some noodles?" Qin Lang walked closer to his mother, blinking playfully. "Sure. I'll head upstairs for a shower, it's too hot. You can prepare in the meantime." Lin Yu, still stunned by his sudden return, hadn't uttered a word. Professor Song tugged at Lin Yu's hand and teased, "You, snap out of it. Are you so happy you're speechless?" Lin Yu shook her head silently. He said he'd leave tomorrow morning, which meant he'd only stay for the night. How was she supposed to get through tonight? She sat at the dining table, resting her chin on her hands, lost in anxious thoughts. To Professor Song, however, it looked like anticipation. With a knowing smile, she turned and headed to the kitchen. Upstairs, Qin Lang scanned the spotless and organized room. It seemed she had been managing well in his absence. He sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze falling on a folded piece of blue fabric on the nightstand. When he picked it up and unfolded it, he realized it was a silk camisole. His eyes darkened as he imagined her wearing it, and his body reacted instinctively. He brought the fabric to his nose, inhaling the faint trace of her scent, his blood rushing through him. Snapping out of it, he quickly placed the camisole back where it belonged and stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower. Just as he emerged from the bathroom, Professor Song's voice called from downstairs. "Qin Lang, are you done? The noodles are ready any later, and they'll get soggy." Qin Lang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he headed to the wardrobe to find some clothes. But after searching every corner, he couldn't find his belongings. He distinctly remembered leaving his clothes in this section during his last visit. Determined, he kept looking until he finally found his neatly folded clothes in a corner. Alongside them, he discovered their wedding photo and a few group pictures tucked away, which left him puzzled. Downstairs, Professor Song noticed the delay and urged Lin You, "Go check on him upstairs." Lin Yu chuckled softly. "Mom, he's probably still in the shower. Don't worry." Just as she finished speaking, Qin Lang appeared at the top of the stairs, his eyes slightly narrowed. The camouflage paint had been washed off, revealing his sun-kissed complexion. Though his features weren't the classic sharp and angular type, he was undeniably handsome. His build wasn't overly imposing, but it exuded strength and discipline, evident from the way his short-sleeved t-shirt highlighted his well-tanned arms. Years of intense training and real-world missions had endowed him with an aura of quiet power that commanded attention. Qin Lang withdrew his assessing gaze, descended the stairs, and sat at the dining table to eat. Professor Song bombarded him with questions about his recent activities, while Lin Yu remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Only when Professor Song nudged her did she snap back to reality. "Mom, what is it?" Professor Song hesitated, unsure how to respond, before awkwardly reminding her, "Qin Lang was talking to you." Lin Yu turned to look at him, only to find his intense gaze fixed on her, his expression serious, his lips pressed into a thin line. She hadn't heard a word he'd said, and her embarrassment made her lower her head, avoiding his eyes. Seeing her nearly bury her face in the table, Qin Lang shifted his focus back to his meal. Professor Song sighed at their awkward interaction. They were supposed to be a married couple, yet they hadn't exchanged more than a few words since Qin Lang walked in the door. The tense atmosphere was interrupted by a phone call for Professor Song. It was an emergency at the hospital requiring her immediate attention. As she prepared to leave, Lin Yu instinctively followed, only to be stopped by Professor Song. You stay here and keep Qin Lang company. I'll be back soon." Reluctantly, Lin Yu turned back, only to meet Qin Lang's smoldering gaze. She quickly averted her eyes, staring at the floor instead. Qin Lang, however, took in her appearance in full, the pink, sleeveless fitted dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her fair complexion glowing against the soft hue of her outfit. Her slender waist, shapely curves, and long, straight legs were complemented by a pair of dainty flats. Her elegant demeanor was further highlighted by her cascading black hair, loosely pinned back with a simple clip. Her delicate brows framed her bright eyes, while her small, upturned nose and rosy lips adorned her petite face, making her beauty nearly otherworldly. Yet to Qin Lang, her appearance only made her more enticing. Pulling his gaze away, Qin Lang continued eating. After finishing, he washed his dishes and returned to the kitchen, only to find Lin You still staring at the floor. A mischievous smile curled his lips as he strode toward her, suddenly scooping her up in his arms and heading upstairs. Caught off guard, Lin You let out a startled cry. Qin Lang, what are you doing? It was their first verbal exchange of the day. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, the sensation of being lifted making her shrink closer to him. Pleased with her reaction, Qin Lang quickened his pace toward the bedroom. He sat down on the sofa across from the bed, placing her on his lap and wrapping his arms securely around her slender waist. His deep, penetrating gaze locked onto hers, as if trying to unravel her every thought. Lin Yu couldn't bring herself to meet his wolf-like eyes. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, but Qin Lang wasn't about to let her off the hook. His breath tickled her ear, his lips brushing against her cheek as he whispered, Are you not happy to see me? Lin Yu squirmed, trying to break free, but she was no match for his strength. His scent surrounded her, and she could feel the heat radiating from his body. His lips roamed over her face and ear, leaving her skin tingling. She wanted to push him away, but her hands were pinned, leaving her no choice but to press her face against his chest, avoiding his touch. Dissatisfied with her silence, Qin Lang demanded, You answer me. Slowly, Lin Yu lifted her head, meeting his gaze with a small, shy smile. Welcome home. Qin Lang, already powerless against her charms, couldn't resist any longer. He captured her lips in a passionate kiss, his tongue exploring hers with fervent longing. Only when Lin Yu was on the verge of breathlessness did he reluctantly release her, holding her close as they both panted for air. When Lin Yu tried to escape again, Qin Lang swiftly laid her down on the bed, leaning over her as he kissed her once more. His hands expertly unzipped her dress, tracing her soft, smooth skin. Lin Yu realized there was no escaping him tonight. As their intimacy deepened, Qin Lang suddenly paused, gazing down at his wife. In a low voice he asked, Why did you put away the photos? Do you not want to see them? Lin Yu was caught off guard by his question, staring at him in confusion. Dad said, because of your job, it's better not to display your photos at home, she replied softly. A bitter smile tugged at Qin Lang's lips. She was always so obedient. But he didn't say anything about not displaying them in our room, he pressed. Lin Yu knew that was true, but she didn't want to admit the real reason. To cover her unease, she boldly met his eyes, her expression firm. Qin Lang could hardly withstand her straightforward gaze. Shaking his head in surrender, he kissed her deeply once more. The night wore on, filled with the sound of hushed whispers and muffled breaths. When Professor Song returned and saw no sign of the couple, she headed upstairs to check, only to hear the unmistakable sounds coming from their room. As an experienced woman, she quickly understood and retreated downstairs with a knowing smile. Back in her room, she couldn't help but muse to herself, seems like all my worries were unnecessary. At dawn, sunlight filtered through the curtains, waking Qin Lang. He looked at the sleeping figure in his arms, a satisfied smile on his face. The clock on the wall showed it was nearly 5:15 a.m. time for him to leave. He gently kissed her forehead, carefully got out of bed, and quietly gathered his clothes. Downstairs, he knocked softly on his mother's door. Mom, I'm heading back to the base now. The door opened, and Professor Song stepped out, her face filled with concern. Take care of yourself, son, and watch out on the road. When will you be back next time? She asked. Then, noticing Lin Yu's absence, she asked, Is Yu still asleep? Recalling her exhaustion from the previous night, Qin Lang chuckled. She's completely worn out. Please take care of her for me, Mom. Professor Song gave him a knowing look, lightly scolding, You need to be more considerate with her. But seeing her son about to leave, she held back her words and reassured him, Don't worry about us. Go on and stay safe. Qin Lang nodded, giving his mother a quick hug. He glanced upstairs one last time before heading out to his car. As he started the engine, he rolled down the window and called out, Mom, go back inside and rest. Take care of yourself and you. Professor Song smiled, waving him off. Qin Lang raised a hand in a final farewell toward the upstairs window before driving away. In the bedroom, Lin Yu had been awake since the moment Qin Lang stirred. Unsure of what to say, she pretended to sleep. Memories of the night flooded her mind. He had held her close even in his dreams, his lips brushing over her skin. Though his touch had been gentle, she had felt every moment vividly. When the door closed behind him, when Lin Yu woke up again, sunlight was streaming through the curtains, filling the room. She turned her head to glance at the clock on the wall. The hands were pointing squarely at 12 o'clock. Realizing she had overslept, she hurriedly reached for her phone. The screen lit up, revealing a message from Professor Song. She stared at it for a few seconds before flopping back onto the bed. Her stomach, however, chose that moment to grumble loudly. Resigned, She got up, changed into fresh clothes, tossed the bedsheets into the washing machine, and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Sitting at the dining table, Lin Yu ate her simple meal while her gaze drifted to the empty chair opposite her. Her thoughts wandered, and Qin Lang's image surfaced in her mind. He must have returned to his base by now, she thought. If it weren't for the faint marks on her body, she might have believed that their time together last night was just a dream. Most days, this home was occupied only by Lin Yu, and her mother-in-law Ho was also her mentor, Professor Song. Their relationship was not only that of in-laws but also one of teacher and student, as well as close friends. In the afternoon, Professor Song called, as she always did, to ask if Lin Yu had eaten and if she was feeling well. Her voice carried a tone of concern, but soon she shifted to lightly criticizing her son. Before hanging up, she reminded Lin Yu not to wait for her for dinner, as she would be busy with surgery and might not come home if it got too late. She also urged her to double-check that the doors and windows were locked. The next morning, Lin Yu arrived at the hospital for work. Dr. Zhang from their department had just returned from her honeymoon, bringing a large bag of wedding candies to share with her colleagues in the office. Lin Yu had some impression of Dr. Zhang's husband, a tall, handsome man. The two seemed well matched, coming from similar family backgrounds. When it was Lin Yu's turn to receive the candies, Dr. Zhang teased her with a smile. "Dr. Lin, I heard you got married at a young age, but we've never met your husband. Someone as beautiful as you must have an equally handsome husband. When will you bring him over to meet us?" Before Lin Yu could respond, the entire office chimed in enthusiastically. "Yes, Dr. Lin, bring him over so we can see for ourselves." Caught off guard, Lin Yu hesitated, her mind flashing to her husband, a man perpetually busy and rarely at home. She forced a faint smile and replied, "He's too busy to drop by." Her simple explanation did little to quell their curiosity. One colleague pressed further, "Dr. Lin, you're about to finish your Ph.D., yet we've never even caught a glimpse of your husband. When you graduate, you have to bring him along, or we'll start suspecting you faked your marriage just to fend off suitors at the hospital." Lin Yu was about to explain again when Professor Song walked in. She cast a cool glance around the room and said in a firm tone, "If Dr. Lin says she's married, then she's married. Do you think she'd lie about something like that? Is all your work done, or do you just have too much time to gossip?" Sensing her displeasure, everyone immediately fell silent and busied themselves with their tasks, not daring to say another word. As one of the country's top cardiac surgeons, Professor Song commanded immense respect in the hospital. Her meticulousness extended not only to her work but also to her expectations of students and colleagues. However, many noticed that she treated Lin Yu with particular leniency, rarely reprimanding her and often showing her extra care. Most assumed it was because Lin Yu was well-mannered and diligent, but no one knew that Lin Yu was actually her daughter-in-law. At lunchtime, Lin Yu and Professor Song happened to run into Dr. Zhang and her husband in the cafeteria. The couple walked side by side, their demeanor and appearance perfectly complementing each other. Lin Yu couldn't help but watch them, a trace of envy flickering in her eyes. Noticing this, Professor Song picked up a piece of spare rib and placed it in Lin Yu's bowl. Her voice was calm but carried a deeper meaning as she asked, "You, seeing other couples together like that, does it make you feel envious?" Lin Yu was startled by the question and quickly looked away, murmuring, "Not really. I just think they look well-matched, like a perfect couple." Professor Song sighed softly, her tone tinged with guilt. "Yu, I've often wondered if you agreed to marry Qin Lang out of a sense of obligation. From the way you act, it seems like you're not that invested in him, and sometimes you even appear to avoid him." Lin Yu froze, lowering her head to avoid meeting Professor Song's gaze. Her silence only confirmed the professor's suspicions. Professor Song continued, "I shouldn't have let you marry Qin Lang when you were still so young. You hadn't even had the chance to experience love, and your wedding was so simple because of his special circumstances. But Qin Lang does care about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked disciplinary action to rush back and see you right after finishing his drills." Suppressing her emotions, Lin Yu lifted her head and clung to Professor Song's arm, her voice soft and playful. "I know, and I'm not complaining. I'm happy like this. I get to stay with you all the time. You know I can't bear to be apart from you." Professor Song felt a warm glow in her heart. Looking at Lin Yu's endearing expression and delicate beauty, she couldn't help but think to herself that it was no wonder her son had been so eager to marry her. A woman like Lin Yu was a treasure anyone would want to cherish, even her mother-in-law. "You should try being this affectionate with Qin Lang too," Professor Song teased, tapping Lin Yu's nose lightly. Lin Yu's face turned bright red. She buried her head in her bowl, pretending to focus on eating, and said nothing more. Professor Song chuckled at her reaction, secretly vowing to protect this precious daughter-in-law of hers for as long as she could. Professor Song had always taken meticulous care of Lin Yu, and Lin Yu, in turn, was a considerate and understanding young woman who never caused her undue worry. Except for the years spent studying out of town during her undergraduate degree, Lin Yu chose to pursue her graduate studies at the very university where Professor Song worked, staying by her side for both her studies and daily life. To shield Lin You from unwanted attention, Professor Song even publicly declared herself married while Lin Yu was in graduate school. Despite this, there were still audacious individuals who attempted to approach her, only to be discreetly turned away by Professor Song without Lin Yu ever knowing. Lin Yu's engagement to Qin Lang had, in fact, been decided long before she was born, during a casual, alcohol-fueled conversation between two war heroes. At the time, it was nothing more than a passing remark, and no one took it seriously. However, when Lin Yu was in middle school, a sudden tragedy changed everything. Her father was killed in a military exercise, her mother succumbed to grief and took her own life, and shortly after, her grandfather passed away, unable to bear the blow. With no contact from her maternal relatives, Lin Yu became an orphan. It was then that Qin Lang's grandfather, Qin Zheng, remembered the old promise and brought Lin Yu into the Qin family to raise her. The first time Professor Song met Lin Yu, she was immediately taken by the little girl's delicate features and gentle, well-mannered nature. She instantly accepted her as a future daughter-in-law. At that time, Qin Lang's father, Qin Ninghai, was serving in the military and was rarely home, while Qin Lang himself had just started high school and had already been sent to military training in preparation for his future studies at a military academy. In this unique environment, Lin Yu and Professor Song formed a deep bond. Lin Yu treated Professor Song with the love and respect of a daughter, while Professor Song cherished Lin Yu like her own child. When Qin Lang's career became more stable and Lin Yu had just graduated from university, Qin Lang proposed marriage. After gaining Lin Yu's consent, the two quietly tied the knot. However, their interactions before marriage had been minimal. When Lin Yu was in high school, Qin Lang was already at the military academy. When she attended university, he was studying abroad, and by the time she began her master's degree, he had achieved the rank of major. One late afternoon, near the end of work hours, Professor Song took Lin Yu with her to a consultation in the obstetrics department. A new mother, whose husband had been stationed at a remote border post for years, was struggling with postpartum depression exacerbated by a strained relationship with her mother-in-law. She had even overlooked her baby's congenital heart condition. Now that her husband had returned, they planned to arrange surgery for the child. However, after examining the case, Professor Song concluded that the surgery would need to be delayed by at least 3 months. This verdict triggered an emotional outburst from the mother, who broke down, talked about divorce, and even expressed suicidal thoughts. Since neither Professor Song nor Lin Yu specialized in obstetrics, they could only offer some brief words of comfort before leaving the room and retreating to the doctor's office. The obstetrics department, known for its lively gossip, was abuzz with opinions. Older doctors argued that anyone marrying a soldier should anticipate such a lifestyle, and that seeking a divorce now would be irresponsible to the child. Young people were simply too impulsive. Meanwhile, younger doctors sympathized with the mother, suggesting that her extreme emotional state reflected a lack of support from her husband. They noted that military marriages were far more complicated than ordinary ones, making divorce a challenging process. Some even lamented that marriage itself had become a high-risk endeavor. Lin Yu found herself agreeing with the younger doctors. She believed that under immense pressure and without proper emotional support, people could indeed act out of character. However, she also felt that both parents were crucial for a child's upbringing and that the couple should work through this difficult period together. The mother's reaction, in her view, was likely a temporary inability to cope with reality rather than a genuine desire for divorce. Still, the situation made Lin Yu reflect on her own marriage to Qin Lang. The two were often separated for long periods, sometimes going months without contact. While she was confident she wouldn't crumble like that mother, she couldn't deny her longing for her husband's care and companionship. Once this thought surfaced, it took root and grew rapidly, becoming impossible to ignore. In the days that followed, Lin Yu was visibly preoccupied, her mind consumed by these thoughts. Professor Song noticed her distraction and assumed it was because Lin Yu was still adjusting to Qin Lang's recent departure. One evening, Professor Song brought a plate of fruit upstairs to Lin Yu's room. She knocked gently but received no response, so she pushed the door open slightly. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, she realized Lin Yu was taking a shower. She decided to leave the fruit on the desk, but as she glanced down, her eyes caught sight of a piece of paper filled with the word divorce written over and over. Her heart sank. Shocked and concerned, she realized that Lin Yu and Qin Lang's marriage was reaching a critical point. Thinking back to the distressed mother from a few days ago, Professor Song suddenly understood the source of Lin Yu's recent unease. Quietly picking up the fruit plate, she left the room and closed the door softly behind her. Her mind raced as she began contemplating how to help Lin Yu navigate this challenging period in her life. The next day, Professor Song appeared as composed as ever, showing no sign that she was aware of Lin Yu's inner thoughts. As usual, she enthusiastically picked out a few new outfits, accessories, and shoes for Lin Yu. Nearly all of Lin Yu's daily attire was chosen by Professor Song, even down to her undergarments. Whenever Lin Yu offered to shop for herself, Professor Song would always respond with a warm smile. "Of course you can. It's just that every time I come across these clothes, I can't help but think of you and pick something out." You're young and beautiful now, it's the perfect time to dress up. As for me, I'm getting older, and my figure isn't what it used to be, so these aren't for me anymore. Because of this, whenever Professor Song handed over her carefully selected purchases to Lin Yu, it never seemed out of the ordinary, it was simply her way of doing things. Coming from a well-off family, Professor Song had a privileged upbringing. Her ancestors were entrepreneurs during the early years of the People's Republic of China, and after generations of hard work, they had amassed considerable wealth. As a result, Professor Song never concerned herself with the price or quantity of what she bought. Her thoughtfulness and care for Lin Yu had long since become a part of everyday life. About a week after Qin Lang left, his father, Qin Ninghai, returned home. Qin Ninghai shared a similar temperament with Qin Lang, shaped by years in the military that gave them both a calm, composed demeanor and an authoritative presence. However, unlike Qin Lang, Qin Ninghai was completely devoted to his wife, Professor Song, and followed her lead in all matters. Despite their frequent separations due to his career, their bond remained strong. Whenever Qin Ninghai was home on leave, Professor Song and Lin Yu could relax completely, as he managed everything with efficiency and precision. The day Qin Ninghai returned, Lin Yu and Professor Song had just walked through the door when the delightful aroma of home-cooked food greeted them. Before Lin Yu could react, Professor Song had already rushed excitedly toward the kitchen, calling out, "Old Qin, is that you? Are you back?" A deep voice answered from the kitchen, "Yes, dear, I'm home." As soon as the words were spoken, he emerged to catch Professor Song in his arms as she threw herself at him, and the two embraced tightly. Standing at the entrance, Lin Yu felt a little awkward and averted her gaze. Soon, the couple walked out of the kitchen, and Lin Yu greeted him politely, "Dad, you're back." Qin Ninghai looked at her with affection and asked, "You just got off work? How's everything going? Is your job treating you well? No one's giving you a hard time, right?" Before Lin Yu could respond, Professor Song interjected with a playful tone, "Don't worry, dear. With me around, who'd dare bully our daughter-in-law? Besides, Yu is doing great all on her own." Hearing this, Qin Ninghai smiled warmly and gently reminded, "Still, let's not be too partial. It's always better to keep a low profile." Professor Song waved her hand dismissively as she led Lin Yu toward the bathroom, muttering, "Got it. You say the same thing every time you're home, just like your infuriating son. We're already plenty low-key." Qin Ninghai shook his head helplessly and headed back to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. During dinner, as Lin Yu quietly focused on her meal, Professor Song casually asked, "How's our son doing? Did he get back to his post safely? It's so frustrating how secretive his work is, it's hard to even get in touch with him." Lin Yu's chopsticks paused briefly, but she quickly resumed eating as if nothing had happened. However, this subtle reaction did not escape the notice of the couple. Qin Ninghai glanced at Lin Yu and said in a measured tone, "He's back." But because he left without authorization, his commander assigned him a week of physical training as punishment. Professor Song sighed and remarked, "Serves him right. How could he be so undisciplined?" Lin Yu remained silent, keeping her head down as she continued eating. But her thoughts were cold and detached. So what if he left without permission? And what if he was punished? He did it to satisfy his own desires, and she felt no sympathy for him. Noticing Lin Yu's indifferent demeanor, the couple exchanged a look and tacitly changed the subject. After a brief pause, Qin Ninghai took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and spoke with a hint of excitement, "Dear Yu, I have some good news to share with you." Both women looked up with anticipation. Seeing their eager expressions, he smiled and announced, "After my leave ends, I'll be transferring back to Sea City. From now on, I'll be home for a few days every month." Professor Song's face lit up with joy as she grasped his hand in excitement. Lin Yu, seeing how happy she was, couldn't help but feel a twinge of gladness for her. However, when she thought about her own situation, her mood darkened, and her gaze dropped. Though her change in expression was subtle, it didn't escape the couple's notice. Qin Ninghai gave Professor Song a questioning look, and she gently squeezed his hand, signaling for him to wait. After dinner, Lin Yu retreated to her room, leaving the reunited couple to themselves. As they sat on the sofa, Qin Ninghai couldn't help but ask, "Does Yu have something on her mind? I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't care about Qin Lang at all. Is something wrong between them?" Professor Song sighed, leaning back against the sofa in exhaustion. "Yu wants a divorce. I'm afraid there's little hope for their future together." Shocked, Qin Ninghai frowned deeply. To him, Qin Lang and Lin Yu seemed like a perfect match. "Why?" he asked, his voice heavy with confusion. Sitting up straight, Professor Song's tone turned somber. "I'm not entirely sure, but I've noticed some things here and there. It's just a hunch." She proceeded to share her observations with him in detail. When she finished, Qin Ninghai's face was clouded with concern. He was at a loss, unsure of how to approach the situation. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "This isn't something we can rush. I'll try to find an opportunity to talk to Yu." Professor Song nodded, leaning back with a weary sigh. The room grew quiet, heavy tension settling between them. Professor Song's voice remained calm, yet it carried a hint of worry. He and Qin's father sat in the study, the atmosphere heavy with tension. During their discussion, Professor Song mentioned that Lin You and Qin Lang had spent too little time together since their marriage, and now it seemed Lin You was starting to feel resistant to the relationship. Qin's father analyzed the situation rationally, saying, "Yes, we need to figure something out quickly. If one day Lin Yu asks for a divorce, we'll be stuck. Agreeing would feel wrong, and disagreeing would feel worse. She's as much a part of this family as Qin Lang is." His brows furrowed deeply, clearly troubled by the situation. "Is Yu about to finish her Ph.D.? Qin's father suddenly paused, turning to Professor Song as if a solution had just occurred to him. Professor Song was slightly taken aback but nodded, even though he didn't quite understand Qin's father's intentions. Qin's father continued, "Then let her work at the city hospital near Qin Lang Station after she graduates. That way, they'll at least be closer and have more chances to see each other." To his surprise, Professor Song immediately rejected the idea. "No, that won't work. Even then, they'd only see each other during leave, which isn't much different from now, just a few extra weekends. Besides, if I'm not around to look after Yu, what if she starts liking someone else? She's never been short of admirers." The worry in his tone was unmistakable. Hearing this, Qin's father nodded in agreement, letting out a heavy sigh as he crouched down and sat beside Professor Song. In a low voice he said, "Yu is like a daughter to me. I can't bear the thought of her leaving our family. When she married Qin Lang, I already felt she was making a sacrifice. If it weren't my own son, I'd never have agreed to it back then." He paused, his tone filled with helplessness. "Yu is strong and courageous, never afraid of hardship, but even she needs Qin Lang's companionship." Professor Song nodded in agreement and added, "She has indeed endured a lot over these years. She's never complained, but I can tell she's such a considerate and sensitive girl." Qin's father patted Professor Song on the shoulder and quietly suggested, "We need to let Qin Lang know about this. If he truly cares for Yu, he'll find a way. If not, then we'll need to support whatever decision Yu makes." Professor Song fell silent for a long time, then gave a reluctant nod, his face filled with melancholy. "Qin Lang does care about Yu. Otherwise, why would he have rushed back so anxiously last time? But Yu, she's so thoughtful, while Qin Lang is too committed to his responsibilities. If they could spend more time together, their bond would surely deepen." Qin's father listened, his brows still tightly furrowed. In a low voice he asked, "There's one thing I've always wondered, why haven't they had a child after all these years? If they had a child, things wouldn't be like this. Back when my wife and I were apart most of the time, Qin Lang was born just a year after we got married. What's going on with them?" Professor Song sighed and replied, "Qin Lang said Yu hasn't graduated yet, so there's no rush." His tone carried a trace of resignation. Meanwhile, at his station, Qin Lang sat alone in his office, arms crossed tightly against his chest, his cold gaze fixed on his computer screen. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his brows were slightly furrowed, clearly indicating he was in a bad mood. A knock on the door broke the silence, and he stood up to answer it. Standing outside was Li Yang, who immediately saluted him sharply before cautiously asking, "Captain, the team is assembled. Should we head out now?" Qin Lang lifted his gaze, shooting Li Yang a cold glance, his expression displeased. Internally he thought, after all this time working with me, he still doesn't understand how I operate. When Qin Lang didn't respond, Li Yang hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. "Captain, it's almost dinner time. If we head to the range now, it'll be dark and visibility will be poor." A faint mocking smile tugged at the corner of Qin Lang's mouth as he replied in a cold, sharp tone, "Do you think the enemy will wait for the right time to attack when war breaks out?" With that, he turned and strode off without saying another word. Li Yang stood frozen in place, watching Qin Lang's retreating figure with a growing sense of unease. He sensed something unusual in the captain's demeanor but didn't dare press further. After all, Qin Lang was notorious in the unit for being strict and unyielding. Even when he was punished by the battalion commander last week for a mission failure, he had taken it in stride, maintaining his usual composed and aloof demeanor. At the shooting range, just as Li Yang had predicted, the dim light made visibility extremely poor, and the team's performance was dismal. Nearly everyone missed their targets. Qin Lang walked up to them, his icy gaze sweeping over the group. His voice dripped with disdain as he said, "Is this what passes for the skill level of so-called elite soldiers? Pathetic." Low murmurs of complaint rippled through the group. "How can anyone shoot accurately under these conditions? We don't even have time to assemble the rifles and adjust the sights properly." Qin Lang let out a derisive snort and barked an order at Li Yang. "Li Yang, show them how it's done." Without hesitation, Li Yang stepped forward, swiftly assembling, loading, and firing the rifle with practiced ease, not even bothering to adjust the scope. After a series of gunshots, a report came back from the other end of the range. "Captain, all 10 shots hit the target." The group fell silent, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Qin Lang slowly approached, his voice cold and unyielding. This is merely a passing grade. Tomorrow morning at 4 a.m., everyone reports to the range for more training. His tone left no room for argument, and the soldiers lowered their heads in silence, not daring to voice any further objections. On the way back, Liang stole a glance at Qin Lang, who was seated in the passenger seat. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the captain's behavior today. Normally, Qin Lang would have continued to push them harder, using sharp remarks to ignite their fighting spirit. He would never have ended the session so abruptly, let alone personally demonstrate his skills. Liang pondered to himself, what's bothering the captain? He's always been so focused and unshakable. His life seems perfect: an outstanding military academy graduate, a national representative in international competitions, a mid-level officer at just 30, with an impressive family background and even an early marriage. What could possibly be troubling someone like him? By the time they reached the mess hall, dinner service was long over, and the soldiers wolfed down their meals in silence, famished. Just then, Captain Song from the medical team hurried in. Liang stopped him, curious. "Captain Song, you're just now getting dinner?" Captain Song wiped the sweat from his brow, looking exhausted. "I've been busy. There were several cases of heat stroke today. The weather's just too hot. Is your team short-staffed? Why are you personally handling cases?" Liang asked. Captain Song nodded and explained. "Dr. Li went home to visit family, and we're definitely short-handed. It's hard to recruit personnel for our specialized medical unit. Security and confidentiality are strict requirements, and most of our staff are temporarily assigned from the military hospital." Liang nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Qin Lang, overhearing the conversation, suddenly seemed to brighten, though he said nothing. Rising quietly, he left the mess hall without a word. Ever since Qin's father returned to his hometown for work, even though he wasn't home often, he always reserved his weekends for the family. Occasionally, Lin You would notice his close interactions with Professor Song, and a faint sense of alienation would rise within her, as if she were an outsider. Tonight, Professor Song was called away to the hospital, leaving Lin You to head home alone. After dinner, Qin's father went out to pick her up from work. Lin You sat alone in the downstairs living room, staring at a surgical demonstration playing on the TV, her thoughts drifting. Before long, Qin's father and Professor Song returned, quicker than Lin You had expected. She quickly stood up and asked with concern, "Mom, did something happen at the hospital?" Professor Song walked over to her, but instead of answering directly, she held Lin Yu's hand and guided her to sit back down. Her tone was gentle yet serious. "You, now that your Ph.D. defense is over and graduation is near, have you thought about where you'll work next?" Lin Yu froze for a moment, caught off guard by the question. She had always assumed she would stay at her current hospital and continue working alongside Professor Song. Instinctively, she replied, "Isn't it staying with you, Mom?" Qin's father, as if anticipating her response, chimed in at the right moment. You're now in the military. You'll need to follow their assignments. Of course, if you want to stay at the hospital, we can try to work something out." Lin Yu was puzzled, unsure why her father would say such a thing. Professor Song had clearly told her before that she could stay by her side after graduation. Her colleagues at the hospital were already familiar with her work, and the hospital offered abundant case resources, making it an ideal environment for her learning and growth. She turned to Professor Song, her eyes full of confusion. Professor Song avoided her gaze and said softly, "You've been reassigned to a grassroots medical unit." The words left Lin Yu completely stunned. She knew that assigning graduates to grassroots medical units was standard military policy, but only a small number of people were selected each year. The odds of it happening to her should have been slim. She lowered her head, lost in thought, her mind in chaos. Based on Professor Song's usual approach, this kind of matter would have been quietly resolved long before it reached her ears. Yet now, both of them were unusually calm, almost unnervingly so. Lin Yu raised her head to observe them carefully. She noticed Professor Song's hands were clammy with sweat, betraying her nervousness, even as she avoided eye contact. Qin's father, while looking directly at her, had a noticeable flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Lin Yu's heart sank abruptly, as if she had grasped the truth. She sat up straight, her voice calm but tinged with sorrow. "Dad, Mom, why did you agree to send me to the grassroots? Do you think I'm unnecessary?" Her voice trembled slightly as tears welled up in her eyes, though she fought to keep them from falling. "You don't have to do this. If you feel like I'm in the way, just tell me. I'll leave on my own. I shouldn't keep enjoying your care without realizing it." By the time she finished, her voice had cracked, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. Professor Song's expression changed dramatically. She quickly cupped Lin Yu's face and gently wiped away her tears, her tone filled with urgency. "No, you. Mom only found out about this afternoon, and I was just as shocked. You're our family, our daughter-in-law. How could we ever think you're unnecessary? Hearing you say that breaks my heart." But despite her explanation, Lin Yu seemed unconvinced, and her tears continued to fall. Seeing this, Qin's father clenched his teeth and spoke directly. You, it was Qin Lang. He made the decision to transfer you to the medical unit at his base. Lin Yu's head shot up, her face full of disbelief. The news was so sudden that she couldn't process it. Qin Lang? The husband who rarely reached out to her had made such a decision? She couldn't understand and could only ask, Dad, why would he do that? Qin's father sighed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. You and Qin Lang have been married for 6 years. That's not a short time, but the time you've actually spent together is minimal. Qin Lang's duties are demanding, and his training is intense. Every time he comes home, it's only for a fleeting moment. He probably doesn't want to continue living this way with the two of you separated. Lin Yu lowered her head and said nothing. She knew Qin's father had a point, but even so, her relationship with Qin Lang still left her feeling lost. Aside from understanding each other in a few respects, their communication was sparse, to the point of feeling like strangers. This sudden decision left her unsure of how to face her future. Professor Song, seeing her troubled expression, spoke gently to comfort her. Yu, there's nothing Mom could have done to stop this. But I've always told you, Qin Lang cares about you. Lin Yu kept her head down, remaining silent. Her face, hidden behind her curtain of hair, concealed her emotions, leaving her feelings unreadable. Professor Song spoke earnestly. Yu, I think you should give it a try and spend some time with Qin Lang. The two of you have become too distant. A marriage requires effort and care to nurture. Give each other a chance, okay? Her voice was gentle, filled with expectation. Lin Yu raised her head, her tearful eyes looking at Professor Song. She lightly grasped her wrist, her voice soft but tinged with quiet grievance. Did Dad and Mom know about Qin Lang's decision beforehand? A trace of unease flickered in her gaze. Professor Song exchanged a glance with Qin Lang's father, who then spoke up, We just found out recently. His tone was calm, carrying his usual air of authority. Lin Yu nodded slightly, but a bittersweet emotion swirled in her heart. Why was it that every time Qin Lang made a decision, he always acted so unilaterally, never consulting her? He always seemed to stand on a pedestal, as if denying others the right to say no. Tears once again rolled down her cheeks. Professor Song quickly took out a handkerchief, gently wiping away her tears, trying to comfort her, but for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Lang's father appeared to grow impatient. He had always cherished Lin Yu, but at this moment, he couldn't understand why she was so emotional. Raising his voice slightly with a commanding tone, he said, You, stop crying. Wipe those tears away. Startled by his sudden tone, Lin Yu trembled slightly and hastily wiped her tears with her hands, trying her best to regain composure. Professor Song, caught off guard by his attitude, shot him a sharp look of disapproval. Qin Lang's father ignored the reproachful glance and spoke with a serious yet heartfelt tone, Yu, ever since you were little and came to the Qin family, you've always been by Qin Lang's mother's side. It's natural to feel deeply attached and reluctant to leave. But remember, you are Qin Lang's wife. He is the one who will walk through life with you. Now that this opportunity has come, why not seize it to get to know each other better? Lin Yu gradually calmed down, her head lowered in thought. After a moment, she nodded gently. Seeing this, Qin Lang's father softened his tone. Yu, I'm not blaming you. It's just that you've been raised in such a sheltered way. He shifted his gaze to Professor Song as he spoke. A flicker of guilt crossed her face, and she lowered her head without saying another word. He continued, This is also a chance for you to grow stronger. Qin Lang will take good care of you. Besides, as the child of a military family, you should face challenges head-on. Your father and grandfather would not want you to let this opportunity slip by. Lin Yu raised her head, her eyes gradually showing a glimmer of determination. She looked at Qin Lang's father and promised, You're right, Dad. I was just caught off guard by the news. I should be strong like you, not fragile like Mom. Qin Lang's father nodded in satisfaction. Lin Yu then asked, If after some time I make a decision about my future, will you and Mom respect it without objection? Without hesitation, Qin Lang's father agreed with a nod. Professor Song took the opportunity to gently console Lin Yu, suggesting that she skip her visit to the hospital tomorrow and start preparing for her visa and other arrangements instead. Lin Yu nodded, then stood up and headed upstairs. As her figure disappeared up the staircase, Professor Song couldn't help but quietly ask Qin Lang's father, What did you mean by that last question? Do you think this might still end in divorce? Qin Lang's father let out a faint, resigned smile, his tone tinged with a trace of reflection. Sometimes, I can't quite understand the way women think either. Lin Yu is a lot like you, she doesn't see things clearly enough. And Qin Lang, well, he's as stubborn as I am, which can be frustrating. But no matter what, those two care about each other. They just don't realize it yet. He paused briefly, patting Professor Song's shoulder, then said bluntly, knowing Qin Lang's personality, he cares deeply for Yu, even if he doesn't express it well. Trust me, they will stay together. As parents, we should let them handle their own relationship. Professor Song nodded, seemingly in agreement. She murmured softly, Yu does care for Qin Lang. Otherwise, she wouldn't allow him to leave such deep marks on her life. A small smile crept onto her face as she spoke. Noticing her expression, Qin Lang's father looked at her curiously, but Professor Song said nothing further. She simply turned and walked toward the kitchen, her thoughts to herself. How could I possibly tell you I overheard something private about our son? Otherwise, you'd lecture me again. Ever since Qin Lang learned that Lin You had agreed to come to the base, he seemed like a completely different person. His joy was almost palpable, and even his usual composed demeanor now carried a buoyant energy. The change was so noticeable that Li Yang couldn't help but wonder if the Qin Lang in front of him had been swapped with someone else. To welcome Lin You, Qin Lang specifically applied for a family apartment. Over the past few days, he had spent his free time carefully selecting furniture, appliances, and everyday essentials, striving to create a cozy living space for her. Today was the day all these items were being delivered. Li Yong and Shan Yi volunteered to help move the furniture, sofas, dining tables, and the like into the apartment. But just as they were about to assist with unpacking and arranging, Qin Lang unceremoniously ushered them out. Standing outside the door with a puzzled expression, Li Yong muttered, I've heard for a while now that the captain is married, but I've never even seen his wife. I used to think their relationship wasn't great, but judging by how the captain's acting now, he's clearly head over heels for her. He's doing everything himself and won't even let us help. Shan Yi, nodding in agreement, added in a teasing tone, I really wonder what kind of person his wife is to have the captain so smitten. You can tell how excited he's been these past few days. She thinks he's hiding it well, but it's obvious to everyone. When she gets here, I've got to meet her. Li Yong smacked Shan Yi on the head with a laugh. You wish. With how possessive the captain is, you think you can just meet his wife whenever you want. Dream on. Qin Lang's new home was located in the family housing building at the base, a facility constructed only 2 years ago. Fully equipped with amenities, many military families had already moved in. The apartment Qin Lang was assigned was a modest 3-bedroom unit, about 90 square meters in size, small but more than spacious enough for 2 people. He planned to convert one of the rooms into a study and had specifically bought a bookshelf for it. Although the apartment had never been occupied, a thin layer of dust had settled inside. Armed with a mop, Qin Lang meticulously cleaned every room, ensuring the floors were spotless. Then, he carefully unpacked the furniture and appliances, arranging each item according to his preferences. From curtains and hangers to chairs, tables, and even basic kitchen utensils, he had prepared everything down to the smallest detail. While he wasn't an expert in selecting some items, he opted for familiar, practical designs, hoping Lin You would feel at home and comfortable. Once everything was in place, Qin Lang carried the packaging materials and cardboard boxes downstairs to dispose of them. Back inside, he wiped down the newly bought items one by one and gave the floors another mop for good measure. Standing at the doorway, he surveyed the clean, inviting apartment, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The layout of the space bore a striking resemblance to their home, as if it had been tailored just for Lin You. It was ready for her arrival. The thought of seeing her more often in the future made Qin Lang's lips curve upwards, his heart brimming with anticipation for the days ahead. The base was nestled in a secluded valley, surrounded by towering mountains. This was a highly classified location, with poor signal reception and almost no connection to the outside world. In the past, the need to cut off external distractions during training had made it increasingly difficult for Qin Lang to stay in touch with Lin You. Reflecting on this, his brows furrowed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. Lin You had been the person he knew from a young age he would marry. He had always believed that, even if they were separated by distance after marriage, she would understand his feelings. However, some of her reactions had made him realize that she might not fully comprehend his intentions. Now that she was willing to come here, he was determined to use his actions to dispel any doubts or insecurities she might have. After tidying up the apartment, Qin Lang returned to his dormitory, gathered his casual clothes, and hung them in the closet of the new home. He also set up a new set of toiletries in the bathroom. Afterward, he took a shower, planning to spend the night in the apartment and wait for Lin Yu's arrival. Meanwhile, Lin You had also finished all her preparations and was ready to set off. Over the past few days, Professor Song, her mother, had taken time off work to fully dedicate herself to helping her daughter pack. The room was now piled with brand new mattresses, blankets, and bedding sets. Lin You couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Mom, do you really think they don't have these things there? Maybe we shouldn't bring so much. Professor Song, busy organizing, replied earnestly, You. The beds at the base are probably really hard. You won't get used to it. Just take them, it's not like we don't have the car to transport everything. Lin You turned to her father with a hint of concern. Dad, are you sure this is okay? Won't it seem like I'm asking for special treatment? Her father waved her worries away. Don't worry you. The captain used to be one of my soldiers, he'll understand. Besides, I have other business to discuss with him while I'm there. Bringing a bit more won't be an issue. Professor Song, now sorting Lin Yu's clothes and jewelry, was interrupted by Lin Yu, who quickly stopped her. Mom, let's pack fewer clothes. He'll be wearing a uniform most of the time while working, and there's no need for jewelry at all. Her father chimed in with agreement. Leave the jewelry behind. Keep things simple. You can bring it during your leave. Instead, pack more food in case you don't get used to the meals there. Professor Song nodded, finding his suggestion reasonable. She removed most of the jewelry from the suitcase and replaced it with snacks and fresh fruit. Seeing what was happening, Lin Yu and Qin's father refrained from saying more and silently cooperated in preparing for departure. Professor Song retrieved a jade pendant engraved with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams from her luggage. The translucent jade glimmered softly under the sunlight. She carefully placed it around Lin Yu's neck, her voice tinged with unconcealed concern. I recently bought this. It has been blessed at a temple and should bring you safety. You, the medical team in Special Forces, often has to go on field missions. Please be extra careful and stay away from dangerous places. Listening to her mother's heartfelt advice, Lin Yu felt a wave of sadness well up in her chest. She realized that this time, she was truly leaving her mother behind. She stepped forward and hugged Professor Song tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Mom, you must take care of yourself too. Don't overwork, don't skip meals, and try not to stay up late. Turning to Qin's father, her tone carried a hint of pleading. Dad, please spend more time with Mom when you can. Professor Song's eyes were already brimming with tears as she embraced Lin Yu in return. Her voice was soft but filled with reluctance. Take care of yourself and Qin Lang. The signal there isn't great, so we might not be able to talk often. Promise me you'll call me from the city at least once a month to let me know how you're doing. If something's troubling you, don't keep it to yourself.
Tell me, okay?
Lin Yu obediently nodded. At that moment, the car arrived at the door, and the driver quickly began loading the luggage. Qin's father glanced at his watch and reminded them, it's time to go. He headed toward the car. Before getting in, Lin Yu hugged Professor Song one last time, unable to hold back her tears. Mom, please come visit me when you have time. Professor Song looked at her daughter with a heartache that was impossible to hide. Her eyes reddened, and tears finally fell. She patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, forcing a faint smile. All right, I promise. You stay in touch often and come home during long leaves. If you're upset, make sure to tell Qin Lang. Lin Yu's overwhelming sadness reached its peak, and she couldn't stop crying. She nodded firmly. Worried that the mother and daughter would prolong their emotional farewell, Qin's father decisively instructed the driver, let's go. As the car slowly pulled away, Lin Yu saw Professor Song wiping her tears through the rearview mirror, and her heart ached. This was the first time in 6 years that she had been separated from her mother. Qin's father seemed to notice her emotions and half-jokingly remarked to the driver, Xiaolu, the women in our family are always so emotional. Don't mind them. The driver smiled politely and replied, General, it just shows how close your family is. Lin Yu picked up on Qin's father's teasing tone and quickly wiped her tears, trying to compose herself. She turned her gaze to the window, forcing herself to focus on the scenery outside to distract her thoughts. Seeing her reaction, Qin's father nodded in approval and then advised, we won't reach our destination until tomorrow night. You've been tired these past few days, try to get some rest. Lin Yu obediently closed her eyes, attempting to sleep, but her mind was flooded with thoughts. She realized how long this journey would be, departing at 10 a.m. and arriving in the early hours of the following day. The nearly 24-hour trip made her understand why Qin Lang seldom came home. She began to reflect on her future life, feeling the lingering sadness of leaving home. She even felt a twinge of apprehension about her relationship with Qin Lang. Would their frequent interactions in the future change their feelings for each other? What kind of dynamic would they develop? As these thoughts swirled, Professor Song's parting words echoed in her mind. She silently reminded herself that this time together might be an opportunity. Giving up without even trying would only let down Qin Lang's parents, who had cared for her all these years. These reflections gradually calmed her emotions, and she drifted into a light sleep. When she opened her eyes again, the sky was completely dark, and the vehicles on the road had all turned on their headlights. Looking out at the unfamiliar scenery, she still couldn't tell where they were. Qin's father's voice broke the silence at just the right moment. You're awake? We're in Qihua City, Jing Province now. There are still about 10 hours to go before we reach Qin Lang's base. We'll switch drivers at a camp up ahead. Lin Yu responded softly with signaling her understanding. Over the course of the journey, the car switched drivers about 3 times. Finally, by the afternoon of the following day, they entered a region dominated by winding mountain roads. Outside the window, lush green trees stretched endlessly, and the fresh, cool air was invigorating. By evening, Lin Yu noticed that there were almost no private cars on the road, only the occasional military vehicle passing by. Under the car's headlights, she saw the surrounding landscape was still filled with rolling mountains. If Qin's father weren't accompanying her, she might have doubted whether she was being taken to some remote, isolated area. When the car reached a stretch of flat road, Qin's father opened his eyes, and Lin Yu realized they must be close. Sure enough, about an hour later, a military gate came into view through the car window. Two sharply dressed guards stood watch at the entrance. After a brief exchange with the driver, the car was allowed to pass and eventually stopped in front of an office building. Outside the building, two soldiers in rugged field uniforms stood at attention. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and the other appeared to be in his mid-20s. However, Qin Lang was nowhere in sight, which puzzled Lin Yu. Where could he have gone? Qin's father instructed Lin Yu to get out of the car. The two soldiers quickly stepped forward to open the door for him, while Lin Yu opened her own door and got out. As soon as she steadied herself, she heard the two soldiers' crisp voices. "Good evening, sir. Thank you for your hard work." Qin's father nodded slightly, his tone calm. "Xiao Zhou Liang, it's late. Thank you for the trouble." "Not at all, sir. The captain received an assignment yesterday afternoon, so he arranged for us to greet you and madam here," the younger soldier replied respectfully. After responding to Qin's father's words, Liang quickly walked over to Lin Yu, greeting her with a cheerful smile. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Yu returned a polite smile and replied, "Hello." She had already understood the reason for Qin Lang's absence but showed no sign of discomfort. Lin Yu then approached Qin's father, who warmly introduced her to the two people beside him. "This is Lin Yu, Qin Lang's wife. She'll be working with the medical team from now on. I hope you can look after her." Lin Yu nodded politely with a smile. Qin's father continued, "Yu, this is Captain Zhou, and this is Liang. They're Qin Lang's colleagues. If you need anything while Qin Lang is away, you can ask them for help." Lin Yu stepped forward graciously and said with ease, "Captain Zhou, nice to meet you. I'll be counting on your guidance in the future." Captain Zhou extended his hand with a friendly smile. "Welcome to our team. We'll call you Dr. Lin from now on." Lin Yu nodded respectfully, signaling her acceptance. Standing to the side, Liang took this moment to carefully observe Lin Yu. Her delicate features and natural elegance shone through, even in her simple outfit of a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. He couldn't help but think to himself that she was the most beautiful sister-in-law he had ever seen. No wonder she and their captain made such a perfect pair. Suddenly, everything clicked. Qin Lang's recent unusual behavior now made complete sense. With such a gentle and charming wife coming to join him, who wouldn't be excited? For a brief moment, Liang found himself staring in a daze. Noticing Liang's gaze, Lin Yu shifted slightly closer to Qin's father, feeling a bit uneasy. Sensing the situation, Captain Zhou let out an awkward laugh and promptly gave Liang a swift kick. Snapping out of his trance, Liang quickly apologized with an embarrassed smile. "I'm so sorry, sister-in-law. It's just that I've never seen someone so beautiful before, and I got a bit lost for a moment." Qin's father ignored Liang's apology and turned to Captain Zhou with a serious tone. "Our Yu is indeed a beauty. Make sure you keep your men in line." Captain Zhou nodded earnestly, casting a sharp glare at Liang before turning back with a sheepish grin. "Don't worry, sir. I'll take care of it." Qin's father then instructed the driver, "Take Yu to the family quarters, move her luggage in, and then come back to me." Turning to Lin Yu, he added, "Yu, Qin Lang should have already prepared the house for you. Go and rest. I won't bother you tonight. I'll come by to see you tomorrow." Liang quickly chimed in, "The captain got everything ready a few days ago, sister-in-law. You can settle in right away." As he spoke, he pulled out the key Qin Lang had entrusted to him, offering to help personally. However, Lin Yu's slight frown revealed her cautiousness toward Liang's enthusiasm. Seeing this, Captain Zhou immediately intervened. "Liang, come with me to the mess hall to join the commander for dinner." Realizing his earlier behavior had made Lin Yu uncomfortable, Liang quickly handed the key to the driver and followed Captain Zhou, keeping his head down. The driver carried Lin Yu's luggage into the house one by one and handed her the key before leaving. Lin Yu stepped into the family quarters and inspected each room, finding the place spotlessly clean and well-equipped. The kitchen utensils were neatly arranged, and even the smallest details had been thoughtfully taken care of. She couldn't help but feel a newfound sense of admiration for Qin Lang. Since meeting him, she had never seen him handle household chores, yet he had managed to organize everything so perfectly. A faint smile appeared on her face as she began to look forward to their future life together and the moment they would reunite. Turning her attention to the luggage piled by the door, Lin Yu decided to take the opportunity to unpack and stretch her stiff muscles after the long journey. It took her considerable effort to spread out the mattress and put on fresh sheets and a quilt cover. She then carefully placed her clothes into the wardrobe, noticing that Qin Lang's clothes were already neatly arranged inside. With a soft sigh, she added the clothes she had brought for him alongside the others. After organizing her wardrobe, Lin Yu continued to sort everything else into its proper place. By the time she finished and sat down to catch her breath, it was already late at night. Looking around the tidy and cozy room, she nodded in satisfaction. Covered in sweat, she headed to the bathroom for a quick shower, washing away the exhaustion of the day. Before going to bed, she made sure to lock the door securely, only then feeling at ease as she slipped under the covers and closed her eyes. When Lin Yu woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. She blinked a few times, trying to clear her thoughts. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noticed the hour hand pointing to 12. Suddenly remembering that her father was supposed to visit today, she quickly got out of bed, changed her clothes, and hurriedly began her day's chores. After breakfast, she did the laundry and tidied up the room until it was spotless. Only after finishing everything did she realize that Chin's father hadn't arrived yet. She picked up her phone to call him but was surprised to find there was no signal. Walking to the window, she pulled back the heavy curtains, and the sight outside left her momentarily stunned. In the distance were rolling mountains, their lush green peaks standing out vividly under the sunlight. From the training ground came the resounding calls of soldiers, their synchronized movements exuding strength and discipline. Downstairs, a few military wives were walking into the building with their children, whose laughter could faintly be heard. Lin Yu opened the window, letting the cool mountain breeze sweep in, carrying with it the fresh scent of earth. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. The climate here was entirely different from that of Sea City. While Sea City had already entered the sweltering summer, this place was cool and pleasant, with air so fresh it was invigorating. As Lin Yu savored this rare comfort, her mood gradually calmed. Just then a knock came at the door. Startled, she quickly realized it must be Chin's father and ran to open it. Standing outside wasn't just Chin's father, but also Captain Zhou. Chin's father was holding a bag of groceries, a slightly apologetic smile on his face. Lin Yu greeted Captain Zhou politely. Hello, Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou gave a slight nod in response. Turning to her father, Lin Yu spoke with a hint of reproach in her tone. Dad, why are you so late? I thought you weren't coming. And why are you carrying groceries? Chin's father chuckled and explained, I had a bit too much to drink with Captain Zhou last night and woke up late today. These groceries are from the mess hall. Cook something for yourself. Lin Yu took the groceries to the kitchen, grumbling, Dad, didn't Mom tell you not to drink? You never listen. Waving his hand with a helpless smile, Chin's father replied, you know your mom isn't here. A little drink now and then won't hurt. Seeing that Lin Yu was still a bit upset, he softened his tone. Alright, you, Dad has to leave soon. Don't be mad, okay? Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a pang of sadness and couldn't help but complain, Dad, why are you leaving so soon? Can't you at least stay for a meal? Seeing his daughter's disappointed expression, Chin's father felt a twinge of guilt. Gently patting her shoulder, he said earnestly, Captain Zhou mentioned that when Chin Lang returns, he'll take you to the medical team. For now, just rest and adjust here. When Chin Lang is back, you two should take care of each other. If anything comes up, contact me through Captain Zhou. Lin Yu nodded and managed a small smile. Alright, Dad. Let me walk you out. But Chin's father stopped her with a wave of his hand. This place is secluded and heavily guarded. You're not familiar with the area, and it'd be hard for you to find your way back. Wait for Chin Lang to show you around a few times. No need to see me off. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. Lin Yu stood there, holding back tears as she watched his figure disappear into the distance. After closing the door, Lin Yu returned to the window and watched as her father's car drove farther and farther away. Her eyes grew misty. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she turned to the bookshelf, pulled out a novel, and tried to distract herself. The entire afternoon passed with Lin Yu immersed in her book. It wasn't until her stomach started growling that she put the book down and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She simply cooked a packet of instant noodles, but just as she set it on the table, there was another knock at the door. Her heart skipped a beat. Was Chin Lang back? She quickly walked to the door and opened it, only to find an elegant middle-aged woman standing there. The woman was holding a plate of steaming dumplings and a small dish of vinegar, her face adorned with a warm smile. Are you Dr. Lin, Chin Lang's wife? The woman asked. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded. Yes, that's me. And you are? The woman smiled. I'm Captain Zhou's wife. You can just call me sister-in-law. My last name is also Lin, so we're practically family. My husband mentioned you just arrived here alone and asked me to come keep you company. Lin Yu quickly invited her in. Please, sister-in-law, come in. Sister-in-law Zhou entered and placed the dumplings on the table. Noticing the instant noodles, she frowned slightly. With your husband off and away, you need to take good care of yourself. You can't just eat this. Come have some dumplings. Lin Yu gratefully thanked her, set the noodles aside, and sat down to eat with her. As sister-in-law Zhou looked around the room, taking in its tidy arrangement and well-equipped furnishings, she teased with a smile. Chin Lang must have prepared all this, right? He really put in a lot of effort, coming in almost every evening to organize everything and not letting anyone else help. Now that I've met you, I can see why. With such a beautiful wife, how could he not spoil you? Lin Yu blushed slightly at the compliment and smiled shyly. Sister-in-law, you're so kind. You're beautiful too, and you have such a graceful demeanor. Plus, your cooking is amazing. These dumplings are delicious. Amused by Lin Yu's sincerity, sister-in-law Zhou chuckled. She had expected someone as beautiful as Lin Yu to be a bit aloof, but her genuine nature made her all the more likable. As they chatted, sister-in-law Zhou suddenly asked, "I heard you've been married for a while. Why haven't you come to visit before?" Lin Yu was caught off guard by the question and felt a bit puzzled herself. Qin Lang had never mentioned her visiting, nor had Professor Song or Qin father. She could only give a vague reply. "I've been busy with school and work at the hospital. I just couldn't find the time." Sister-in-law Zhou nodded in understanding, and Lin Yu quickly changed the subject. "What about you, sister-in-law? You and Captain Zhou seem like a great match." Sister-in-law Zhou smiled warmly. "We've been married for over 20 years. I used to teach at a university in our hometown. Now that both our son and daughter are in college away from home, life there felt too quiet. So I applied to join him here, and my job was transferred to a nearby university." The two women continued their conversation, growing increasingly at ease with each other. After listening to her, Lin Yu gave a faint smile and nodded to show her understanding. Mrs. Zhou then reminded her, "If you ever need to buy something or are running low on anything, just let me know in advance, and I'll bring it back for you." Warmth filled Lin Yu's heart, and she thanked her repeatedly for the kind gesture. Before leaving, Lin Yu made it a point to take out some specialty products she had brought from Sea City and gave them to Mrs. Zhou, explaining in detail how to use them. Mrs. Zhou accepted them with great delight. Over the next few days, Mrs. Zhou would visit Lin Yu almost every evening. The two would cook, drink tea, and chat together, sometimes losing track of time as they got carried away in their conversations. Lin Yu gradually realized that she and Mrs. Zhou had become close friends who could talk about anything. However, Lin Yu spent most of her time indoors. Occasionally, when she went downstairs to take out the trash, she would often be stopped by neighbors eager to ask her countless questions, their enthusiasm leaving her a bit overwhelmed. Eventually, she decided to stay home more often. As the food in her fridge dwindled, Lin Yu thought to herself that she should join Mrs. Zhou on her next trip to the city for grocery shopping. It would also be a good chance to explore and get familiar with the area. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat of a military Dongfeng warrior, Qin Lang held a cigarette in one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. He took occasional drags, his expression calm, but his thoughts were anything but settled. Questions swirled in his mind. She should have arrived several days ago, right? How has she been? Is she eating well? Has that beautiful face of hers caused any unnecessary trouble? Did she report to the medical team yet? These thoughts replayed in his head, making him wish he could fly to her side right that moment to find out. As the vehicle finally pulled into the base's parking lot, Qin Lang's sharp eyes scanned ahead. Liang was waiting there and immediately approached to salute and report, "Captain, your wife has been here for several days." Qin Lang's eyes darkened slightly at the news. Without a word, he walked past Liang, removing his hat and tucking it under his arm as he headed straight for the dormitory. Liang froze, puzzled. Isn't the captain supposed to head to the family quarters? Why is he going to the dormitory instead? As he was lost in thought, Shani slung an arm around his shoulders, teasing him with a grin. "You've been slacking off, huh? Do you even know how dangerous our last mission was?" Liang glanced around cautiously at the team members, relieved to see everyone safe and sound. He gave Shani a light punch and retorted, "Don't joke about things like that." Shani just laughed it off and hugged him in good spirits. The other team members gathered around, peppering Liang with questions. "Have you seen the captain's wife? What's she like?" Liang's face turned red as he lowered his head and reluctantly recounted everything that had happened that night, including Qin Lang's stern order forbidding him from appearing in front of Lin Yu for the next 3 months. The group burst into laughter, teasing Liang for not knowing when to hold back. As the laughter subsided, Shani asked with curiosity, "Is she really that beautiful?" Liang nodded seriously. Shani pressed further, "So where is she now? Why haven't we seen her?" Liang replied, "She seems to be staying in the family quarters and doesn't come out much. I heard she'll start working at the medical team in a few days, so you'll see her then. But I'd advise against hanging around the medical team too much. Even if the captain doesn't mind, the squad leader definitely won't, judging by how hurried he looked just now." As they spoke, Qin Lang emerged from the dormitory building, wearing a short-sleeved training shirt with his hair still damp, clearly fresh from a shower. His expression was cold, and his stride purposeful, ignoring the group entirely. The team members straightened up instinctively, deciding it was best to heed Liang's advice and not let their curiosity get them into trouble. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had just finished serving herself a bowl of rice. On the table sat a plate of stir-fried greens and a heaping dish of braised pork. Worried that the meat might spoil if left too long, she had decided to cook all of it at once. Looking at the large portion, Lin Yu realized she couldn't possibly finish it all and planned to set aside some to give to Mrs. Zhou when she got off work. The weather was quite warm today, so Lin Yu had tied her hair into a simple bun and wore a beige halter-knit top paired with light blue skinny jeans and canvas shoes. The outfit was fresh and playful, highlighting her fair skin and well-proportioned figure. Just as she finished dividing the braised pork, she heard a knock at the door. Who could it be? Mrs. Zhou isn't off work yet, Lin Yu wondered, glancing down at her casual outfit. Feeling it wasn't quite appropriate for visitors, she quickly went to her bedroom and changed into a short shirt that matched the color of her top. Only then did she walk to the door and open it. Standing outside was none other than Qin Lang. Lin Yu opened the door and was instantly frozen in place when she saw Qin Lang standing outside. Her mind went blank. Despite their deep connection and the countless intimate moments they had shared, she still couldn't help but feel an inexplicable nervousness and shyness every time she faced him. This time was no different. She stood there, stiff and speechless, unable to react. Qin Lang, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected by her awkwardness. His expression was relaxed and cheerful, with a warm smile playing at the corners of his lips and eyes. He reached out naturally, intertwining his fingers with hers in one smooth motion, as if this gesture was second nature to them. The moment Qin Lang held her hand, a tingling sensation spread from her fingertips throughout her body, causing her to tremble slightly. It was a feeling she'd never experienced before. Though they had been closer in other ways, holding hands like this was a first, leaving her momentarily flustered. Qin Lang appeared oblivious to her reaction. He gently pulled her inside and closed the door behind them with a soft click. His gaze swept around the room, taking in the subtle change, an elegant new hook by the door holding a set of keys, a fresh tablecloth spread neatly over the dining table, and the inviting aroma of home-cooked food lingering in the air. These small details made the space feel especially cozy. "What smells so good? What did you make?" Qin Lang asked, glancing at Lin Yu with a hint of anticipation in his tone. "Braised pork," she replied softly, then led him to the dining table. She slipped her hand out of his grasp and headed to the kitchen, returning moments later with a steaming bowl of rice. Qin Lang accepted the bowl, his eyes scanning the dishes on the table. With a playful smile he asked, "Why are there 2 portions? Planning to share with someone?" "I made extra. I was going to take some over to my sister-in-law," Lin Yu explained as she set the rice down in front of him and handed him a pair of chopsticks before sitting down across from him. "Your sister-in-law? Which one?" Qin Lang asked, popping a piece of braised pork into his mouth and looking up at her. "The captain's wife. She's been stopping by in the evenings these past few days," Lin Yu replied, briefly mentioning how her sister-in-law had been taking care of her recently. Should we get her something to show our thanks?" Qin Lang suggested between bites. "Sure, tomorrow," he added, nodding as he continued eating. Despite his quick pace, his movements weren't rough but rather gave the impression that the food was exceptionally delicious. Watching him devour the meal, Lin Yu couldn't help but think he looked like he hadn't eaten in days. Before long, Qin Lang finished his first bowl of rice. He got up and headed to the kitchen to serve himself another, calling back as he went, "Is this all the rice you made?" Lin Yu nodded and explained, "I didn't know you'd be back today. 2 bowls of rice are usually too much for just me." Qin Lang paused to think, then shook his head. "No need to save any. There's plenty of food, isn't there? You were going to bring some to your sister-in-law, but on second thought, let me finish it all." After the meal, Qin Lang took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes in the kitchen, while Lin Yu tidied up the dining area and stepped onto the balcony to wash her hands at the sink. When she came back inside, she bumped into Qin Lang as he emerged from the kitchen, drying his hands. Their eyes met, and Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Her mind went blank again, leaving her at a loss for words. Qin Lang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He strode over to her in a few quick steps and pulled her into his arms without hesitation. His arms wrapped firmly around her waist, holding her securely against him. His hands rested on her slender waist for a moment before he lightly traced his fingers along her sides, frowning in concern. "You've gotten thinner again. Women need to have a bit more weight to stay healthy." Lin Yu tried to wriggle free, but his grip was too strong, leaving her unable to move. She sighed in defeat and muttered softly, "Qin Lang, you're holding me too tightly. I can't breathe." Hearing this, Qin Lang loosened his hold slightly but didn't let go. Instead, he rested his head on her shoulder, inhaling deeply as if savoring her unique scent. After a moment, he leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her earlobe in a teasing manner. "Qin Lang," Lin Yu exclaimed, startled. Her reaction seemed to ignite something within him. His movements became bolder as he scooped her up in his arms and carried her straight to the bedroom. He laid her gently on the bed and leaned over her, closing the distance between them. Their proximity was so close that they could feel each other's heartbeats. Qin Lang's gaze lingered on her flushed cheeks, the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and the glimmer in her eyes. His breathing grew heavier as he lowered his head to kiss her lips. The kiss was assertive yet tender, carrying an undeniable passion. At first, Lin Yu resisted, but she soon found herself surrendering to his fervor, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck as she responded to his kiss. Sensing her growing intensity, Qin Lang deepened the kiss, trailing his lips down to her neck. His hand brushed against the buttons of her shirt and, finding them in the way, tugged them open with a swift motion. The buttons scattered onto the floor with a soft clink, momentarily breaking the spell. Their eyes met, and the charged atmosphere between them grew even thicker. Qin Lang's gaze dropped to the halter top she wore beneath her shirt, its delicate fabric accentuating her curves. Her fair skin seemed to glow under the light, captivating him further. His eyes darkened with desire as he leaned down once more, capturing her lips in another fervent kiss. Qin Lang looked at Lin You with relief, silently grateful that she had thrown on a shirt over her outfit. Otherwise, he doubted he would have had the patience to even sit through a meal. Her innocent, slightly bewildered gaze tugged at his heart, and he could no longer resist. He leaned down and kissed her lips. This was the side of her he loved most, eyes filled only with him, as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist. The two of them quickly became lost in each other again, the atmosphere growing more heated by the second. However, just as things were spiraling out of control, a sharp knock sounded from the door. Out of the corner of her eye, Lin You glanced at the clock, her heart tightening as she guessed it might be her sister-in-law. Panicked, she tried to push Qin Lang away, but he seemed completely oblivious to the knocking, continuing to ignite the fire between them with no intention of stopping. The knocking persisted, unrelenting. Finally, Qin Lang had no choice but to reluctantly get up. He ruffled his hair absent-mindedly, threw on his shirt, and wore an expression of slight annoyance. Before walking to the door, his gaze lingered on Lin Yu's face. Noticing the faint mark on her lips and the slight moisture in her eyes, he seemed quite pleased. With that, he strode toward the door. As Lin Yu had expected, standing outside was indeed her sister-in-law. Qin Lang's eyes still carried traces of unrestrained emotion, but Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen in the room. The sister-in-law's eyes darted around briefly, and she seemed to immediately understand the situation. A faint, awkward smile appeared on her face as she tried to appear casual. "Qin Lang, you're finally back," she said lightly. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. "Yeah, is something the matter, sis?" The sister-in-law smiled slightly, masking her discomfort. "Oh, it's nothing important. I was just a little worried, so I came to check in. I thought you weren't back yet. That Lao Zhou didn't even bother to let me know." Her words carried a hint of implication that Qin Lang caught on to, and his earlier irritation began to fade. He nodded, his tone carrying a touch of gratitude. "Thanks for taking care of you these past few days. I'll make sure to properly thank you another time. As for the captain, he hasn't seen me yet, so don't hold it against him." The sister-in-law waved her hand quickly, laughing. "No need for thanks, no need at all." With that, she made a hasty goodbye and left. Qin Lang closed the door and turned back toward the room. There, he saw Lin Yu staring blankly at her ruined shirt, her expression now calm and composed, with no trace of the earlier mood. He sighed inwardly, realizing that whatever had started earlier was unlikely to continue. It was always the same, only when she was dazed and not fully aware could he get close to her. The moment she regained her clarity, she would push him away without hesitation. He sat on the edge of the bed, a faint bitterness settling in his heart. Lately, he had been wondering if Lin Yu was considering divorce. Her distant attitude left him uneasy, and the only reason he could think of was his own inability to control himself around her, always consumed by desire. Yet every time, she seemed to respond in kind, which only deepened his confusion. Reaching out, he pulled the shirt from her hands and tossed it into the trash can without a second thought. Lin Yu glanced at the discarded shirt. Though she felt it was a pity, she knew it was beyond repair. Avoiding his gaze, she fixed her eyes on the shirt, as if lost in thought. Qin Lang let out a bitter laugh in his mind. He placed an arm around her shoulders and gently pulled her to sit beside him. In a soft voice, he said, "It's just a shirt. I'll buy you a new one later." Lin Yu listened to his words, but a faint bitterness rose in her heart. She thought about how, ever since she had known him, he had never gone out of his way to buy her anything. But she kept her thoughts to herself, lowering her head silently and avoiding his gaze altogether. As Qin Lang took off his jacket, he asked Lin Yu a string of concerned questions. "Have you reported to the medical team these past few days? Are you getting used to the environment here? Have you been cooking for yourself every time? Have you met anyone? Is there anything missing at home? Do you need to buy anything else?" His tone was full of seriousness, his gaze fixed on her, as if he wanted to confirm through her answers that everything was as he had hoped. Lin Yu answered each question truthfully and added at the end, "We're running low on groceries." Her voice carried a hint of softness, making her seem especially endearing. Qin Lang felt quite satisfied upon hearing this, and was filled with gratitude toward the team leader and his wife for taking care of her over the past few days. He couldn't help but reflect that Lin Yu was still as obedient and sensible as ever, making his earlier worries seem unnecessary. She had never been the type to wander around. Even back home, she rarely went out or attended gatherings. As his eyes swept over the dress she was wearing, he smiled slightly and complimented. "It looks great. Just wear it at home for me, but make sure to put on a jacket when you go out." Lin Yu immediately pouted and retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. "What jacket? Didn't you just ruin it earlier?" Her tone carried a trace of playful reproach, while her expression inadvertently revealed a hint of mischievousness. Seeing her puffed-up expression, Qin Lang was reminded of how she looked when she first came to his family and got upset with him. His heart stirred, and he couldn't resist the urge to tease her. Suddenly, he leaned down and planted a quick peck on her lips before pulling back swiftly. Lin Yu froze in place, her cheeks instantly flushing red as she covered her mouth and stared at him, unable to speak for a moment. With a mischievous grin, Qin Lang leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Weren't you enjoying it just now? Why act shy now?" His teasing tone only made Lin Yu more flustered, the blush on her cheeks spreading until it almost reached her ears. She bit her lip in frustration and cursed inwardly, "This man is so shameless. Then just don't touch me from now on." Lin Yu shot back, glaring at him defiantly. Qin Lang, seeing the anger on her face, quickly realized he might have gone too far with his joke. He softened his tone and said with a hint of playfulness, "How could that be? You're my wife. If I don't touch you, who else would I touch?" His words carried a hint of roguish charm. Lin Yu's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she glared at him fiercely and snapped, "Just shut up, will you?" Sensing that she was genuinely upset, Qin Lang immediately dropped his teasing tone and said earnestly, "Get some rest early. Tomorrow we'll head into the city to buy whatever we need. You only have 2 more days of free time before you report to the medical team on Monday." With that, he lay back on the bed and closed his eyes, his demeanor suddenly serious. Lin Yu, caught off guard by his sudden change in attitude, felt a bit uneasy but chose not to say anything further. She got up and walked toward the bathroom. When she returned after her shower, she found that he seemed to have already fallen asleep. She quietly climbed into bed on the other side, trying to avoid waking him. However, as soon as she lay down, Qin Lang's arm reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Startled, Lin Yu instinctively tried to push him away. "Darling, I'm really tired. Let's just sleep," he murmured, his eyes still closed, his voice low and tinged with exhaustion. "Let me hold you tonight, I missed you." Hearing his words, Lin Yu stopped struggling. She noticed the dark circles under his eyes and remembered that he had just returned from a mission. He truly seemed worn out. Relenting, she stayed still and let him hold her, quietly lying in his arms. As his breathing gradually steadied, Lin Yu realized he had fallen asleep, yet her own mind refused to calm down. His sudden, tender words had left her in a daze. Was that really him speaking? She could hardly believe it. He had always been reserved with his emotions, and such gentle words seemed entirely out of character for him. Her thoughts drifted to what Professor Song had once told her, that Qin Lang truly cared about her. From the neatly arranged house and familiar tableware she had found upon arriving here, to the small hints casually revealed by the team leader's wife, and now to his murmured words in his sleep, everything seemed to quietly confirm his feelings. Lin Yu felt a warmth spreading through her chest, her heart swelling with a quiet sense of gratitude. She found herself recalling moments from their university days. Back then, whenever Qin Lang returned, he would often take her on outings, especially hiking trips. He used to say that her physical fitness was poor and would prepare everything for her, leaving her with nothing to worry about except following along. Although she hadn't been particularly fond of hiking at the time and often deliberately slowed her pace, he never got upset and would always patiently wait for her. After they got married and her work became more demanding, such moments seemed to become a thing of the past. Whenever they met, he seemed eager to be close to her, as if everything else had lost significance. Yet tonight, he had surprised her by holding back and stopping on his own. Strangely, Lin Yu felt a faint sense of disappointment. She couldn't help but lightly tap her own forehead, chastising herself for having such thoughts. Trying to distract herself, she reached out to pat Qin Lang's arm, only to find it so firm that it hurt her hand. Sensing her movement, Qin Lang murmured with his eyes still closed, "What's wrong?" Lin Yu quickly shut her eyes and whispered, "There's a mosquito." Qin Lang chuckled softly above her head, then shifted slightly, pulling her closer. Listening to his steady breathing, Lin Yu felt a newfound sense of peace. She made a quiet resolution to get along better with Qin Lang and take good care of him. With that thought, she finally let go of her restless thoughts and drifted off to sleep in his embrace. At dawn, the familiar sound of the military wake-up bugle echoed through the barracks, crisp and powerful, piercing the tranquil morning light. On the bed, 2 people opened their eyes almost simultaneously, their gazes locking instantly. The proximity was so close that their breaths intertwined. Lin Yu froze for a moment before realizing that she could see her own reflection in Qin Lang's bright eyes. The decision she had made last night surfaced in her mind, and she couldn't help but smile softly as she greeted him in a gentle voice, "Good morning." A radiant smile spread across Qin Lang's face, as if sunlight had illuminated it. In a swift motion, he flipped over, pinning Lin Yu beneath him with a commanding yet fluid movement. His eyes burned with an intense light as he leaned down without hesitation, capturing her lips in a passionate, fervent kiss. His hands, restless and assertive, slid under her pajama top, his fingertips brushing against her smooth skin, sending a wave of shivers through her. Lin You was completely overwhelmed by his passion, her mind blank as she passively received his advances. Yet deep down, she knew that the man before her was still the same Qin Lang who always acted unpredictably, unchanged in the slightest. His kiss was fiery and lingering, and it wasn't until he finally released her lips that she was able to gasp for air. But Qin Lang didn't stop there. He lowered his head and lightly nibbled on her earlobe, whispering in a low voice, "Now that's a proper good morning." Lin Yu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She hastily pulled the blanket over her head, burying her face in an attempt to hide her embarrassment, too flustered to meet Qin Lang's smoldering gaze. Seeing her reaction, Qin Lang seemed to decide against pushing further. Instead, his tone softened as he said, "I'm heading out for morning drills. You can sleep a bit longer, no need to cook. I'll bring breakfast back from the cafeteria. Come out soon, or you'll suffocate yourself." With that, he mischievously reached for her pajama top again. Lin Yu reacted quickly, grabbing his hand at once. However, Qin Lang took the opportunity to tug the blanket away from her, leaning down to plant a light kiss on her forehead. His voice carried a teasing note as he added, "Later today, I'll take you to the city to buy some things. Tonight, you can make it up to me properly." Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't help but inwardly complain so this was his true nature after all. As the thought crossed her mind, she swiftly turned her back to him, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket and hiding her entire body, leaving Qin Lang no chance to strike again. Qin Lang, seeing this, burst into hearty laughter. His laughter echoed in the room for a few seconds before he turned and walked out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, Qin Lang ran into a fellow soldier coming down the stairs. The soldier, noticing his relaxed demeanor, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, what's got you in such a good mood?" Qin Lang, clearly caught off guard by the encounter, quickly composed himself, his smile fading into his usual serious expression. "Nothing. Let's get moving," he replied coolly before striding off toward the training grounds. Inside the room, Lin Yu cautiously peeked out from under the blanket after hearing the door close, revealing her flushed face. Recalling Qin Lang's earlier behavior, she let out a helpless sigh. In the past, when Qin Lang got up in the morning, she always slept soundly and was rarely disturbed. He never deliberately woke her either. But lately, with the bugle sounding at the same time every morning, her internal clock seemed to have adjusted, and she had grown accustomed to waking up early. Still, she thought with some frustration, if she'd known what kind of good morning this would be, she might as well have pretended to stay asleep. Since Qin Lang had promised to bring breakfast back, Lin Yu initially planned to go back to sleep. However, no matter how much she tossed and turned, her mind kept replaying Qin Lang's smile and actions from earlier, leaving her unable to calm down. In the end, she gave up, sat up in bed, ran her fingers through her hair, and decided to get up and start her day. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Lin Yu gazed out at the rising sun, feeling that the weather today was particularly pleasant. She picked out a light yellow long-sleeved dress from the wardrobe, its hem falling just below her calves, fresh and elegant. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, secured at the back with a delicate hair clip. With no extra adornments, she exuded a gentle and graceful charm. When Qin Lang pushed the door open and entered, his gaze lingered on her for a moment, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. "Come eat," he called. Lin Yu walked over to the dining table, where a feast of breakfast items awaited: fried dough sticks, soy milk, pickled vegetables, millet porridge, boiled eggs, and a few meat patties. It was an impressive spread, almost too much for two people. "This is way too much. We can't possibly finish all of it," Lin Yu muttered under her breath. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow and glanced at her, his tone calm. "I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I got a bit of everything. If it's not to your taste, we can buy more groceries later, and you can take over breakfast from now on." Lin Yu nodded and sat down to eat. She only managed to finish a boiled egg, a meat patty, and a bowl of soy milk before feeling full. Under Qin Lang's watchful eyes, however, she forced herself to down another bowl of millet porridge. Worried he might insist she eat more, she quickly wiped her mouth, stood up, and slipped away from the table. Qin Lang didn't say anything further. Instead, he finished off the remaining food himself and efficiently cleared the table. Afterward, he returned to the bedroom to change. When he came back, he was holding a beige sun hat, which he promptly placed on Lin Yu's head. "The UV rays are strong here. Don't get sunburned," he said with a hint of concern in his voice, clearly remembering the time when, as a child, she had gotten sunburned during a hike due to insufficient sun protection. "Let's go." He took her hand and led her outside. Qin Lang showed Lin Yu around the entire base, patiently introducing her to the various locations: the medical unit behind the training field, the cafeteria to the right, the soldiers' dormitories, his office, the training area, and the combat zone. He pointed out each place to ensure she could find him if needed. Along the way, they encountered some of his comrades, who greeted them warmly. Lin Yu responded with poise and composure, while Qin Lang kept a protective arm around her, his demeanor possessive, as though he feared someone might try to take his wife away. When they reached the area near the medical unit, Lin You noticed it was a considerable distance from the family quarters. The medical unit is so far from the family quarters. Do people have to walk all the way there? She asked, frowning. Qin Lang glanced at her and lightly tapped her head. Yes, everyone walks to work. It's only about 2 kilometers, not far. Walking is good for your health, and the tree-lined paths provide plenty of shade, so it's not too hot. But isn't it really cold in the winter? Lin You pressed. You get used to it after a while, Qin Lang replied patiently. What about injured soldiers who are far away from the medical unit? Do they walk there too? She asked again. Of course not. The medical unit has military vehicles for emergencies to transport the wounded, Qin Lang explained. Hearing this, Lin You breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at her delicate demeanor. His mother had clearly raised her with great care, too much care, perhaps. To him, this short distance hardly even counted as a walk. Next, Qin Lang took her to the parking lot behind the family quarters, where several private cars were parked. Leading her to a black SUV, he opened the door. Is this our car? Lin You asked curiously. Yes, I bought it 3 years ago for convenience. Since you know how to drive, you can use it when I'm not around, but don't go out alone. It's better to go with one of the nurses from the medical unit, Qin Lang advised. Got it, Lin You agreed readily. Qin Lang drove her around the base, exiting through a side gate. Private vehicles aren't allowed to use the main gate. They can only enter and exit through this side gate, he explained. As they drove toward the city, Qin Lang thoughtfully pointed out the route and mentioned the towns they passed along the way. He suggested that Lin You could shop for groceries or fruits in the nearby towns after work with her colleagues. Once they reached the city, their first stop was a supermarket. Qin Lang pushed the shopping cart as they picked out fresh vegetables, beef, lamb, chicken, and pork belly. Lin You initially wanted to stop him from buying so much meat, but, remembering his appetite, decided against it. She then selected some spices and dried goods before heading to the checkout. Qin Lang stopped her. Aren't you going to buy some fruit or snacks? There are plenty of fruit stalls along the way, and they seem fresher, Lin You replied. What about snacks? Let's check out the snack shop next door, Qin Lang suggested, carrying the shopping bags as he followed her. Watching him carry everything, Lin You couldn't help but feel that having a soldier as a husband was quite a blessing. She didn't even have to lift a finger. By the end of the morning, most of their purchases were daily necessities. Though Qin Lang was thorough, he inevitably missed a few things. Lin You seized the opportunity to fill in the gaps, meticulously picking out everything they might need. Seeing her so focused and earnest, Qin Lang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He knew she was serious about building a life with him, and her lack of complaints about his earlier decisions only made him more grateful for his choices. For lunch, they chose a restaurant and dined in a private room. Lin You thought it was a bit extravagant for just the two of them, but Qin Lang didn't explain. The truth was, he had noticed throughout the morning that wherever Lin You went, she seemed to draw attention. He wasn't keen on others admiring his wife. As they sat down, Qin Lang pulled out 2 bank cards from his wallet and handed them to Lin You. This one has my bonus and the other is my salary. Keep them both and use them however you like. Lin You quickly shook her head. That's not necessary. My mom already gave me plenty of money before I came here. I won't be able to spend it all. Take them. It doesn't make sense to spend your mom's money and not your husband's, Qin Lang said firmly, slipping the cards into her bag without giving her a chance to refuse. Do you want to buy anything else this afternoon? He asked. I'd like to get a few long-sleeved or short-sleeved t-shirts. For some reason, my mom packed only tank tops and dresses this time, Lin You said, puzzled. Qin Lang immediately understood her mother's intentions. Seeing her innocent and oblivious expression, he sighed inwardly, blaming himself for not spending enough time at home. It wasn't fair to expect her mother to teach her such things. Leaning in close, he whispered in her ear, "Give me a kiss and I'll tell you why." Lin You was caught off guard by his sudden intimacy. Her whole body tingled, and her cheeks, neck, and even ears flushed red. She quickly moved away to put some distance between them. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and a female server entered with their food, thankfully, saving her from further embarrassment. In the afternoon, Qin Lang and Lin You went out together to buy her a few new outfits and picked up some fruit along the way, before heading back to their base. On the way, Qin Lang received an order from the team leader, instructing him to report to the training ground immediately. He carried everything upstairs and before leaving reminded her, "Take a rest for now. I'll help organize everything when I get back." Standing at the kitchen doorway, Lin You noticed the newly bought groceries piled on the floor. She looked up and asked, "What would you like to eat tonight?" Qin Lang turned back with a smile and replied casually, "Anything's fine. I love whatever you make." Before he could finish speaking, Lin You had already shyly turned around and closed the door, shutting him out. Lin You was the kind of person who couldn't sit still for long. Any unfinished tasks or clutter at home would leave her feeling uneasy. So, she began organizing the newly purchased items, putting everything in its place. Afterward, She took a quick shower and only then allowed herself to lie down on the bed for a short rest. By the time she woke up, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. She changed her clothes and got ready to prepare dinner. Many people find cooking to be a troublesome task. It involves prepping, washing, chopping, stir-frying, and then cleaning up afterward. But Lin Yu found great joy in it. To her, cooking wasn't just a life skill but also a process that honed her patience and hand-eye abilities, much like the focus and fulfillment she felt while standing at the operating table. With practiced precision, she sliced the beef and lamb into evenly sized, perfectly thin pieces, with just the right balance of lean meat and fat. Her knife skills were so refined that it was almost like performing a surgical procedure. She then prepared onions, peppers, chopped scallions, and julienne ginger to accompany the pan-fried meat. After that, she stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes, and soon, dinner was ready. Just as Lin Yu finished serving the last bowl of rice, Qin Lang walked through the door. The enticing aroma hit him immediately, quickening his steps. Entering the kitchen, he saw her busy figure and couldn't resist hugging her gently from behind. In a low voice, he asked, "It smells amazing. What delicious food did you make?" Lin Yu didn't answer. Instead, she picked up a piece of freshly cooked lamb with her chopsticks and turned to feed it to him. Qin Lang savored the flavorful bite, holding his beloved wife in his arms. A satisfied smile spread across his face, and he thought to himself that this moment of happiness surpassed even the grandeur of an ancient emperor's life. However, Qin Lang's contentment didn't last long. As Lin Yu placed the bowl of rice on the counter, he couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He turned her to face him, and before she could react, he kissed her deeply. But this time, Lin Yu's response was unexpected. Instead of reciprocating his affection as she usually did, she resisted, pushing him away and trying to break free from his embrace. Qin Lang quickly released her, bewildered. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Did you smoke?" Lin Yu frowned, her tone tinged with disapproval. Qin Lang nodded, still unsure why she was asking. "The smell of smoke mixed with lamb and garlic is just unbearable," she said, turning to head into the bathroom to rinse her mouth. Qin Lang followed her and stood at the doorway, watching her with confusion. "Is it really that bad?" he asked, feeling a little hurt and beginning to wonder if she was rejecting him. After rinsing her mouth, Lin Yu still felt uncomfortable. She grabbed her toothbrush and started brushing her teeth. Catching a glimpse of Qin Lang's hurt expression in the mirror, she sighed, put down her toothbrush, and turned to him. "Qin Lang, it really doesn't smell good. Please try to smoke less, okay? It's not good for your health either." "Do you hate that I smoke?" Qin Lang asked tentatively. "I don't think any doctor would like the smell of smoke, but I understand why you do it." "Just try to cut back," Lin Yu said gently. She then picked up his toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste onto it, and handed it to him. Qin Lang accepted the toothbrush without protest and began brushing his teeth. During dinner, Qin Lang suddenly made a serious promise. "You, I won't smoke in front of you anymore. But I might not be able to quit completely. It's the best way for me to relax after a mission." Lin Yu nodded and placed a piece of meat in his bowl. "I understand. How's the food?" "It's delicious," Qin Lang replied with a smile, placing a piece of meat in her bowl as well. "You should eat more too." After dinner, Qin Lang took it upon himself to wash the dishes. It seemed this had become their unspoken routine. She would cook, and he would clean. Watching him go about his task so naturally, Lin Yu felt that her earlier worries might have been unnecessary. Perhaps they hadn't spent enough time together before to truly understand each other, but now it was clear that he was far more considerate than she had imagined. Once he finished cleaning up, Qin Lang even went to rinse his mouth again, worried she might catch an unpleasant smell. When he came out, he saw Lin Yu deep in thought, her head lowered. Without hesitation, he walked over, scooped her up in his arms, and carried her to the bedroom like a princess. He didn't put her down immediately. Instead, he sat her on his lap, one arm securely around her waist to keep her from slipping, while his other hand gently lifted her face. His tone carried a playful hint. "Yu, it seems like someone forgot something." "Forgot what?" Lin Yu blinked at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Something you promised me during lunch," Qin Lang said with a mischievous grin. "I didn't promise anything, and I don't want to know now," Lin Yu replied, feigning calmness and avoiding his gaze. Not getting the reaction he wanted, Qin Lang reached out to pinch her soft cheeks, his grin growing wider. "So soft and adorable. The feel is just amazing." Her dark eyes were filled with confusion as she looked up at him, her gaze reflecting only his face. This scene deeply satisfied Qin Lang's possessive nature. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he murmured in a low voice, "Then let me kiss you this time." Before Lin Yu could react, his arm tightened around her waist, pulling her closer to him. With a faint tearing sound, Lin Yu winced at a sudden pain, but Qin Lang silenced her with a domineering kiss, stealing her breath away. Gradually, he pressed her beneath him, and the room filled with a palpable tension, the night quietly unfolding. The next morning, when Lin Yu woke up, Qin Lang was already gone. She glanced at the clock and saw it was past 9. Remembering the events of the previous night, she sighed inwardly and he started. He just couldn't stop. He had kept her up almost the entire night. Her throat felt dry, and as she tried to get out of bed for some water, her whole body ached, as if she had been taken apart and put back together again. Thankfully, she didn't have work today, otherwise she wouldn't have had the strength to get up. Turning over, she buried herself back into the soft blanket and closed her eyes to catch up on sleep. By noon, Qin Lang, feeling uneasy, brought food home from the cafeteria. When he opened the bedroom door, he saw Lin You still asleep. Softly, he called out, "You, time to eat." "It's already 12:30. Lin You groggily opened her eyes and moved slightly, realizing the pain had eased a bit. She grabbed the blanket, trying to sit up. Qin Lang quickly grabbed a pillow, placing it behind her back to help her sit comfortably. "Are you hungry?" Qin Lang asked. "Water," Lin You croaked, her voice hoarse as if scorched by fire. Qin Lang's brow furrowed in concern, and he quickly poured her a glass of warm water, handing it to her. Watching her struggle to drink, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it always like this?" Lin You didn't reply. Instead, she shot him a cold glance before turning her head away, her frustration evident. Qin Lang froze for a moment, a faint realization dawning on him about why she had once wanted a divorce. Every time he saw her, he couldn't control himself, spending entire nights with her, yet he had never truly considered her physical well-being. His memories were filled with images of her swollen lips, but he had ignored the exhaustion and discomfort she faced the next morning. As Qin Lang's gaze fell on the faint marks on her neck, his frown deepened. Lin Yu's fair, delicate skin made it nearly impossible to avoid leaving traces, no matter how careful he tried to be. Unable to resist, he reached out to pull down the blanket covering her. Realizing his intention, Lin Yu clutched the blanket tightly, but her strength was no match for his. As the blanket was pulled away, she curled up at the head of the bed, wrapping her arms around her knees, tears streaming down her face. Seeing the bruises on her body, Qin Lang's heart sank. Her tears felt like knives cutting into him. He quickly put the blanket back, his tone filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to. Please don't cry. I promise I'll be more careful next time and try not to leave any marks. I swear it won't happen again. It's just your skin is so fair." His voice was low and filled with regret as he tried to comfort her, clumsily helping her put on her clothes. Despite her resistance, he finally managed to dress her, then gently picked her up, his tone full of guilt. "Please don't cry anymore, okay? I really know I was wrong." Lin Yu's tears eventually stopped, but she remained silent, refusing to look at him. Qin Lang carried her to the living room and placed her on the sofa, patiently feeding her bites of food. As he looked at her, he noticed her eyes bright and expressive, with a hint of stubbornness. Even though she glared at him, it lacked any real intimidation, making her even more captivating in his eyes. Suppressing the urge rising within him, Qin Lang said softly, "I was planning to take you to the clinic this afternoon, but it seems like we can wait until tomorrow morning. Don't cry. I promise I won't do anything tonight. From now on, before you have to work, I'll make sure to let you rest." His tone was serious, with a touch of pleading, as he tried to win back her trust. Lin Yu lowered her head, eating in silence, though her face still showed displeasure. Qin Lang, on the other hand, stayed by her side, careful and attentive, like a child who had made a mistake and was desperate to make amends. Today was the day Lin Yu was to report to the medical team. After a day of rest yesterday, her body had mostly recovered. Early in the morning, before heading out for training, Qin Lang teased her with a grin. Why not take another day off? It wouldn't hurt to go tomorrow. Lin Yu shot him a glare and immediately grabbed a pillow, tossing it at him. "If you don't leave now, you'll be late. Watch out, or the team leader might punish you." Qin Lang caught the pillow effortlessly, his smile calm and composed. He wouldn't dare. The team leader's been especially understanding with me lately. He placed the pillow back on the bed, leaned down to gently kiss her on the lips, and before she could react, her cheeks tinged with red, he turned and walked out the door. Later, Qin Lang accompanied Lin Yu to Captain Song's office. Once inside, the two of them stood still as Qin Lang introduced her. "Captain Song, this is Dr. Lin, a Ph.D. in cardiothoracic surgery from the Military Medical University. She's been assigned to work with our medical team here. She's also my wife, so there's no need to feel pressured or to give her any special treatment." Turning to Lin Yu, he said warmly, "This is Captain Song." Captain Song's gaze fell on Lin Yu, and for a fleeting moment, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. The woman before him had porcelain-like skin, delicate features, and a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. However, he quickly composed himself, a trace of apprehension surfacing in his mind. Lin Yu stepped forward with a friendly smile. "Captain Song, it's a pleasure to meet you. Qin Lang mentioned how professional and dedicated you are. I look forward to learning from you." Captain Song quickly responded, "Dr. Lin, it's an honor to have someone of your caliber join us here. Your expertise is exactly what we need at this space. The company commander is truly fortunate both of you are outstanding individuals and make a perfect match. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his words. Her instincts told her that Captain Song was a shrewd and worldly man, able to effortlessly heap praise on both her and Qin Lang in just a few sentences. It was no wonder he had risen to his position. His talent for flattery was indeed impressive. Qin Lang glanced at Lin Yu and said, You'll be in Captain Song's capable hands from now on. Work hard, learn from your colleagues, and stay united with the team. It'll be off now. With that, he turned and left, his footsteps brisk and decisive. Captain Song smiled and gestured to Lin Yu. Dr. Lin, come with me. I'll introduce you to the team. The two of them walked toward the main hall, where Captain Song clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone, gather around for a moment. While we're in between shifts, I'd like to introduce our new colleague. This is Dr. Lin, a Ph.D. graduate. Let's give her a warm welcome. The people in the hall looked up, and Lin Yu glanced around, noticing that apart from Captain Song and 3 male doctors, the rest were female doctors and nurses. She smiled and said, Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Yu, and I look forward to working with all of you. However, Lin Yu's striking appearance clearly caused quite a stir. The staff began whispering among themselves, their eyes scanning her from head to toe. Wow, how is she so beautiful? Her skin is so fair, her eyes are so big, her lashes are so long, and her figure is amazing. If only I had half her figure, I'd be happy. And her clothes are so stylish. She looks so young, yet she's already a PhD graduate. How does one person have all the luck? Their chatter grew so lively that they forgot to applaud. Captain Song had to clear his throat to remind them, but even then, the murmuring continued, clearly indicating their curiosity about Lin Yu. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile secretly, thinking Captain Song must indeed be lenient with his subordinates. She didn't feel offended by their comments. In fact, she found the group to be quite approachable. Seeing Lin Yu's relaxed smile, Captain Song added with a hint of awkwardness, Dr. Lin is also the company commander's wife. Let's give her a round of applause. This remark had the intended effect, and the room quickly erupted into enthusiastic clapping. Lin Yu responded with a warm smile. Thank you, everyone. Please don't feel any pressure because of Qin Lang. He told me the team here is wonderful, and I hope we can all get along well. Her gentle tone helped bridge the gap between her and her new colleagues. At that moment, an older nurse stepped forward and said, Dr. Lin, welcome. I'm Head Nurse Deng. Let me introduce you to everyone. Lin Yu replied politely, Thank you, Head Nurse Deng. Head Nurse Deng began the introductions. This is Dr. Su, Dr. Liu, and Dr. and Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Nice to meet you all. Then, pointing to a few nurses, Head Nurse Deng continued. This is Nurse Zhang, Nurse Jiang, Nurse Nan, and Nurse Bei. Nurse Wang, Nurse Dong, and Nurse Yin are not here today. Lin Yu's eyes landed on Nurse Nan and Nurse Bei, and she asked with a smile, Are you two twins? The two nurses exchanged a glance and laughed. Dr. Lin, you're too kind. We don't look alike at all. Lin Yu quickly explained, I'm sorry, it was just an instinctive reaction. Nurse Bei playfully held up her name tag and said, I'm Nan Xiao, and she's Bei Jia. Lin Yu nodded, got it. I'll remember. Captain Song observed Lin Yu's interactions with the team, nodding to himself. This young doctor was entirely different from Qin Lang. Qin Lang was reserved and sharp, with a knack for reading people, while Lin Yu was straightforward and kind-hearted, exuding warmth and approachability. Despite her impressive credentials and unique background, she carried herself with humility and grace. It seemed his earlier worries were unnecessary. The two of them, though opposite in personality, complemented each other remarkably well. Snapping out of his thoughts, Captain Song began assigning tasks. Head Nurse Deng, please get Dr. Lin a set of military uniforms and a white coat. Dr. Lin, things here are different from a large hospital. Most of the procedures we handle are minor. With your expertise, you'll adapt in no time. For now, you can follow me in the clinic. Nurses Nan and Bei are part of the surgical team, and you'll gradually get to know everyone else. Head Nurse Deng quickly brought over the work attire and handed it to Lin Yu. Dr. Lin, hey, race your uniform. Let me know if it doesn't fit. Captain Song then instructed nurses Nan and Bei, take Dr. Lin to change. After changing into her uniform, Lin Yu tied her hair into a low bun, giving her a neat and professional appearance. Nurse Ning couldn't help but exclaim, Dr. Lin, how are you so beautiful? What's your secret? Nurse Bei also chimed in with a grin, Dr. Lin, how long have you been married to the company commander? You two seem so different. Lin Yu smiled and replied, we've been married for 6 years. Nurse Nin gasped, wow, I wouldn't have guessed. I thought you were newlyweds. How old are you, Dr. Lin? Lin Yu replied softly, I'm 26. Nurse Bei's eyes widened, you got married at 20? You were younger than I am now. Did the company commander trick you into it? Lin Yu chuckled, not really. We've known each other since we were kids. Nurse Nin suddenly realized, oh, so you're childhood sweethearts. That explains it. Before she could say more, Nurse Bay nudged her, signaling her to stop. Lin Yu didn't mind and continued familiarizing herself with the environment. She knew that while Qin Lang had said no special treatment was needed, his open acknowledgement of their relationship meant Captain Song wouldn't treat her exactly like everyone else. Similarly, her colleagues might have reservations because of her background. But Lin Yu didn't concern herself with that. She was here to work and grow, not to make friends. That said, she genuinely liked nurses Nan and Beatty's sisters were straightforward and easy to get along with, making her feel at ease. The entire morning's work consisted of routine tasks like dressing wounds, removing stitches, applying splints, or assisting patients with physical therapy and rehabilitation. Compared to the hospital, where perhaps 2 surgeries had already been completed by now, the pace here seemed particularly relaxed. Captain Song clearly noticed Lin Yu's discomfort with this slower rhythm, but showed no sign of dissatisfaction. He sat quietly in the corner, flipping through medical records and reading a book. His calm demeanor was strikingly similar to that of the squad leader. According to the soldiers, the squad leader was famous for his extraordinary ability to remain silent for extended periods during missions, making him a role model for others to emulate. Meanwhile, the nurses' station outside had become lively. A group of nurses gathered, whispering among themselves. Xiao Zhang, is she really 26? Xiao Bei asked in a hushed voice. She only looks a year or 2 older than us. She is. She said so herself just now, Xiao Bei replied confidently. I noticed earlier her eyelashes are so long. Dr. Lu sighed in admiration. The squad leader is so rugged. How did he end up with such a stunning wife? They've known each other since they were kids, Xiaonan chimed in. No wonder the squad leader never accepted Lieutenant Xionghua's advances, Dr. Lu added. But Xionghua refuses to believe he's already married. Exactly, Xiao Zhang muttered disdainfully. Every time Xionghua comes here, she acts so arrogant. No one in the squad likes her. Well, she is capable, and the squad leader values her, Xiaobei said helplessly. But now the real deal is here, Xiaonan said with a smile. Let's see how long Xionghua can keep up her attitude. The real deal isn't just beautiful, she's highly educated and incredibly kind. No airs about her at all. Her voice is lovely too. Dr. Lu recalled how Lin Yu had called her earlier. It gave me chills. I can't imagine how the squad leader feels listening to her every day. The nurses' station erupted into laughter, but it was short-lived. Head nurse Deng's cough rang out from behind them. Standing with her hands on her hips, she glared at her slacking subordinates. Why are you all chatting here? Don't you have work to do? Dr. Lu, however, boldly called her out. Head nurse, don't pretend. You're the most curious one here. Caught red-handed, head nurse Deng joined the group and lowered her voice. So what have you all found out? Not telling you, Dr. Lu teased, then added playfully, do you think the captain feels like he's sitting on pins and needles in the consultation room? Xiaonan laughed and joined in. The captain's already stepped out several times this morning. When I went in earlier, I saw him sweating, probably too nervous to be around someone so beautiful. Just then, Captain Song opened the door and stepped out. Seeing the group huddled together, he feigned annoyance. Why are you all gathered here again? Gossiping behind someone's back isn't nice. Be careful, or the squad leader might come looking for trouble. Dr. Lu cheekily asked, Captain, how does it feel to share a room with a beautiful doctor? Captain Song rolled his eyes and waved dismissively. Dr. Lu, you can take the afternoon shift and sit with her. I'll leave this blessing to you. I'm off to lunch now. Oh, and don't forget to invite her along. As Captain Song walked away with a somewhat defeated air, the group couldn't hold back their laughter. Dr. Lin, it's lunchtime. Are you heading home or joining us in the cafeteria? Dr. Lu asked. I'll go to the cafeteria, Lin Yu nodded and followed the group. When the cafeteria supervisor, Chang, saw Lin Yu, he couldn't help but ask, is there a new doctor in the medical team? That's right, Supervisor Chang, someone eagerly answered. And she's the squad leader's wife. Hearing this, Supervisor Chang immediately fell silent, wary of saying anything that might make a bad impression on the squad leader. Lin Yu and the others found a spot to sit down and began eating. She glanced around the nearly empty cafeteria and couldn't help but voice her curiosity. We stagger our meal times with theirs, Dr. Lu explained. By the time we're done, they'll just be arriving. Sure enough, as they were about to leave, a neatly lined up group of soldiers marched in. Among them were Qin Lang and Liang. Standing at the door, Lin Yu instantly became the center of attention as curious and surprised eyes turned toward her. Feeling self-conscious, she quickly turned back to her seat and lowered her head. Before long, Supervisor Chang approached and whispered, Dr. Lin, follow me. We'll take the back door to return to the medical team. As they passed by Qin Lang, he didn't even glance at her, but Lin Yu could sense his displeasure. She felt innocent yet helpless. If she'd known there would be so many people, she would have stayed home and cooked. In the afternoon, the medical team saw a noticeable increase in patients, though most seemed to have only minor ailments. Lin Yu soon realized they were likely coming just to catch a glimpse of her. Annoyed by this, she decided to step out and head to the nurse's station. "Dr. Lin, come sit here." There's no one around, head nurse Dang warmly invited her over, and Xiaonan and Xiaobei joined in to chat with her. Through their conversation, Lin Yu learned that Xiaonan and Xiaobei came from ordinary families and had worked hard to become medics. Head nurse Dang, on the other hand, was a mature and composed woman, slightly older than Lin Yu and about the same age as Qin Lang. Lin Yu was surprised to learn that the head nurse was still unmarried. Xiaonan leaned in and whispered to Lin Yu, "The head nurse has a crush on Dan Yi, but he doesn't seem interested." "Who's Dan Yi?" Lin Yu asked curiously. "The lieutenant who works closely with the squad leader," Xiaonan said, her voice a little louder than intended, causing the head nurse to blush. "Is he married?" Lin Yu pressed. "No." "Then there's still a chance." Lin Yu encouraged with a smile. "Head nurse, go for it. We're rooting for you." "Go for it, head nurse. You can do it." Xiaonan and Xiaobei joined in, cheering her on. Lin Yu felt her mood lift. Seeing no more soldiers coming in, she returned to the consultation room to continue her work. She struck up a conversation with Dr. Liu, and to her surprise, they got along quite well. It was refreshing to enjoy the easy rapport between two women. Near the end of the day, Captain Song suddenly announced, "From now on, the medical team doesn't need to go to the cafeteria for lunch. The kitchen staff will deliver meals directly." The news thrilled everyone, who nearly jumped for joy. Eating in the cafeteria had always been a hassle, especially after the soldiers finished their meals, leaving the place reeking of sweat. The group gratefully turned to Lin Yu, vowing to treat her well and secure more benefits for the medical team in the future. As they were about to clock out, Dr. Su's voice came from outside. "Squad leader, are you here to pick up Dr. Lin?" "Yes," Qin Lang replied curtly. Lin Yu was surprised to hear this. She hadn't expected Qin Lang to come for her personally. Quickly, she said goodbye to her colleagues, removed her isolation gown, and grabbed her belongings to head home. The squad leader must really love Dr. Lin to personally pick her up after work. Who would have thought? The squad leader is actually so thoughtful. They do seem like a good match. I wonder how Chionghua would react if she saw Dr. Lin? When Qin Lang saw Lin Yu in her military uniform for the first time, she lacked the commanding presence of a soldier, yet exuded a gentle elegance. He couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. "How was work today? Are the doctors and nurses easy to get along with?" Qin Lang asked with concern as Lin Yu stepped through the door. She nodded with a relaxed tone. "Everyone's quite nice." But as soon as the words left her lips, a piece of gossip from Xiaobei flashed through her mind. Apparently, the head nurse had a crush on Dan Yi, who worked alongside Qin Lang. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she casually asked, "Is Dan Yi good-looking?" Qin Lang paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow at her. "Asking about another man's looks in front of your husband? That's a little impolite, don't you think?" His tone was teasing, but Lin Yu wasn't about to back down. She shot him a playful glare before filling him in on the conversation she'd had earlier with Xiaobei and Xiaonan. Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh after hearing the story. The medical team sure loves their gossip. Only your first day, and you're already in on such juicy secrets. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way home. Once inside, Lin Yu went to the bedroom to change. When she returned to the living room in a different outfit, Qin Lang immediately noticed. "Why the outfit change again?" "Honestly, you look great in your uniform," he commented earnestly, recalling her appearance in it. "It's too stiff. Wearing it feels like I'm still at work," Lin Yu replied as she walked toward the kitchen. "And those military shoes. They're so hard and uncomfortable. I barely dared to walk today. If only I could wear flats instead." "Lin Yu," Qin Lang suddenly called out to her in a serious tone. "What's wrong?" She turned back, puzzled by his expression. Standing tall, he said with authority, "Everyone wears the same uniform, and it hasn't changed for years. It's meant to remind you to always maintain military discipline. No matter how uncomfortable it is, you can't complain about it in front of others." For a moment, Lin Yu was taken aback, but a wave of irritation rose within her. She responded quietly, "Got it?" But inwardly she couldn't help but fume. "I didn't even complain in front of others. Does he really think I don't understand something so basic? He's seriously underestimating me." Her frustration deepened as she recalled his slightly awkward reaction earlier in the cafeteria when he saw her. Was he embarrassed by her? It wasn't like she'd done anything wrong. Sure, the afternoon announcement to the medical team clearly issued by Qin Lang had been for her benefit, but his tone just now made her not want to engage with him further. Instead, she busied herself in the kitchen. Qin Lang, oblivious to her mood, noticed she was preparing chicken. Seeing that she didn't need any help, he casually settled by the computer to play a military strategy game. It wasn't until dinner that he sensed something was off. "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" he asked, puzzled. Then, almost to himself, he muttered, "That can't be, I didn't even cook tonight." As he spoke, he placed a chicken drumstick into her bowl. Lin Yu stared at the drumstick, tempted to roll her eyes, but decided against saying anything. However, when her gaze met his earnest expression and those bright, dark eyes, her annoyance softened. She shifted the conversation instead. Why did you tell Captain Song about us being married this morning? Didn't Dad say we should keep a low profile? Qin Lang's mood lifted instantly when she finally spoke. Putting down his chopsticks, he explained, with so many people in the residential compound, it's only a matter of time before everyone knows. It's a fact, and it has nothing to do with keeping a low profile. Seeing her confused expression, he couldn't resist using the back of his chopstick to gently tap her forehead. Her startled ow made him grin in satisfaction. Also, try not to eat in the cafeteria anymore. It doesn't look good, Qin Lang added seriously, his mind drifting back to the events of the day. Lin Yu's irritation flared again. Hadn't he already addressed this? Didn't you issue that notice to the medical team this afternoon? That we'd stop eating in the cafeteria at lunch, she asked bluntly. Qin Lang nodded, his gaze steady on her. Lin Yu let out a cold huff. Well, thank you for that. I didn't want to go there anyway. It's getting hotter, and there's no shade on the path from the medical team to the cafeteria. Qin Lang chuckled, intrigued. So, how are you planning to thank me? Isn't cooking chicken for you enough? She replied, a little exasperated. But Qin Lang's smile turned sly. Well, I don't really want chicken. What I want is you. His eyes burned with intensity, the faint red tint in them making Lin Yu's cheeks flush. Embarrassed, she buried her head in her food, pretending not to hear. Seeing her retreat into her usual shy demeanor, Qin Lang backed off with a smile, returning to his meal. But in his mind, he was already scheming for the evening. After dinner, Lin Yu returned to the bedroom to pick out her sleepwear. Qin Lang quietly approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her. He took the sleepwear from her hands and selected a blue silk slip dress instead. No, Lin Yu refused firmly. Why not? Didn't you always wear this at home before? Qin Lang asked, confused. The weather in Sea City is hot, but here it's more comfortable. This isn't practical, she said flatly, taking the slip dress from him and tucking it back into the wardrobe. Lin Yu. Qin Lang's voice dropped. She turned, only to see his face filled with an exaggeratedly hurt expression. She froze. What's wrong? She asked cautiously. Instead of answering, Qin Lang sat on the edge of the bed, looking up at her with his wounded puppy eyes. Lin Yu, are you starting to dislike me? We're nearing the 7-year edge after all. Lin Yu had never seen him like this, so lacking in confidence. She couldn't help but sit beside him, turning his face toward her. No, of course not. Besides, we've only spent a fraction of that time truly together, she said seriously. His eyes immediately lit up, excitement written all over his face. Then, can I kiss you, Lin Yu? He asked suddenly. His request caught her off guard. It was so unlike him. She hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile, and the tired look from earlier was long gone. He secretly laughed in his heart. Lin Yu was really good at coaxing. With a stretch of his arm, he swept her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her sweet, soft lips. Although he intended to take his time, as soon as he touched her warmth and softness, he lost all self-control. Following the trend, he played out his usual dominant stance, nimbly prying open her lips and teeth, exploring deeper, wantonly savoring her sweetness, as if he wanted to completely carve her taste into his heart. When his lips slid to her neck, gently nibbling, Lin Yu snapped out, a slight panic in her voice. Don't. It'll leave a mark. The summer uniform won't be able to block it at all. Qin Lang sniffed and stopped. A hint of cunning flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Then he shifted his attention and started exploring downwards. Qin Lang, I haven't bathed yet. Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of shyness and helplessness. However, Qin Lang paid no attention to it and directly picked her up, striding towards the bathroom. He turned on the shower and warm water instantly sprinkled down, drenching the two of them. He skillfully stripped off her clothes while lowering his head and kissing her lips, without the slightest pause between his movements. Water droplets slid down their skin, and an ambiguous atmosphere soon filled the bathroom, accompanied by their intertwined whispers and gasps. Qin Lang, you have to go to work tomorrow, you said? Lin Yu tried to remind him, but her voice seemed weak. I said to do less, I didn't say not to. Qin Lang laughed lowly, a hint of cunning in his tone. I promise, I'll only do it once. But, Qin Lang, you lighten up. My waist, can't hold it up. Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly, and with some pleading. Good. His voice was low and magnetic, but he did not give in the slightest. When Qin Lang finally carried Lin Yu back to the bed from the bathroom, she was already too weak to move. She glared at him grudgingly, deciding in her heart that he had clearly done it on purpose just now. Qin Lang, however, had a satisfied look on his face, completely ignoring her eyes as he moved gently to put on that halter dress for her. Lin Yu didn't want to look at his eyes that mesmerized her anymore, and directly pulled the quilt over herself, closing her eyes in an attempt to hide her inner shyness and helplessness. Seeing this, Qin Lang did not say anything more. He took out a hairdryer and gently dried her long, wet hair. The soft and smooth hair slid around his fingertips like a willow branch brushing lightly, and with her unique light fragrance, making him unable to help but be mesmerized by it. After waiting for her hair to blow dry, he sensed that Lin You had begun to drift off to sleep, so he gently lifted the quilt and began to massage her shoulders and her waist that she had just complained about in the bathroom. Under his gentle and skillful massage, Lin You eventually let go of all her shyness and fell into a deep sleep. Qin Lang, on the other hand, sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze falling on her sleeping face, his eyes full of doting. His line of sight slowly moved downwards, admiring her slender and marvelous figure. The corner of his mouth raised a smile of satisfaction. Lin You sat at the desk in the infirmary, holding a book in her hands. Her eyes were fixed on the pages, but her gaze was vacant, her mind clearly wandering far away. The events of last night kept replaying in her head, leaving her both embarrassed and annoyed. She had actually thought for a moment that rejecting Qin Lang would leave him heartbroken. But on second thought, someone like Qin Lang, how could he possibly give up so easily just because she said no? He was nothing more than a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, setting a trap for her to fall into step by step. Lin Yu silently vowed to be more vigilant next time and never let him succeed so easily again. What she didn't realize was that Qin Lang, an experienced and perceptive Special Forces soldier, had far more tricks up his sleeve. When it came to dealing with someone as naive as Lin Yu, he always had a way to make her surrender without a fight. Dr. Liu, who had been standing nearby, noticed that Lin Yu had been staring at the same page for nearly 15 minutes without moving. Unable to hold back, she cleared her throat, walked over, and teased with a grin, "Dr. Lin, what's on your mind? You've been staring at that page so long you might burn a hole through it. Thinking about the captain, are we?" Startled, Lin Yu snapped out of her daze. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily turned the page and retorted defensively, "Of course not. Why would I be thinking about him?" Dr. Liu, amused by her flustered reaction, couldn't resist teasing further. "Oh, then you must be thinking about another sweetheart, right? Otherwise, why are you blushing so much?" Panicking, Lin Yu grabbed a face mask and put it on, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Dr. Liu, stop saying nonsense." Seeing how desperate Lin Yu was to deny it, Dr. Liu laughed even harder and pressed on. "Then why are you so nervous?" "I didn't even say anything wrong." "I'm not nervous," Lin Yu protested, her voice rising slightly in frustration. Her eyes darted around, unsure where to look, as if she wanted nothing more than to disappear. Dr. Liu doubled over with laughter at her expense, while Lin Yu looked at her with a mix of helplessness and grievance, like a wounded little rabbit unable to fight back. Realizing she might have gone too far, Dr. Liu quickly composed herself and said in a more serious tone, all right, I'll stop teasing you. But honestly, the captain really does care about you. I've been here a few years less than him, and I've never seen him act this way with any other female soldier. It's clear you've always been the one in his heart." Lin Yu lowered her head slightly and nodded, saying nothing. While she often doubted her own feelings, other people's observations often revealed more about someone's true character. Thinking back to Qin Lang's deliberate trickery the night before, she found herself less angry than she had been. Dr. Liu, watching Lin Yu bury herself back in her book, couldn't help but think to herself, Lin Yu is so easy to cheer up just a few words and she's no longer upset. I really need to stop teasing her so much. If I ever make her cry, Qin Lang would surely make me pay for it with some grueling punishment. And how did Qin Lang even manage to meet such a pure-hearted girl and marry her so young? The more Dr. Liu thought about it, the more curious she became. She resolved to find a chance to chat with Lin Yu about her love story with Qin Lang. Maybe she could pick up some tips and finally find her own partner before turning 30. Though Dr. Liu's teasing was light-hearted, Lin Yu was particularly sensitive. Growing up, she was deeply cherished and protected by her parents, who never spoke harshly to her. After marrying into the Qin family, Qin Lang's parents treated her like a treasure. Even during her university years in a city, Professor Song frequently visited her, and later she decided to study under him directly. Over 6 years, Professor Song cared for her as if she were his own daughter, even feeling that marrying Qin Lang was somewhat beneath her. These experiences shaped Lin Yu into a gentle and kind-hearted person. However, Lin Yu was not entirely an innocent rabbit unaware of the world. She knew how to navigate situations and discern right from wrong. As long as something didn't cross her bottom line, she wouldn't make a fuss. The one thing she could never let go of, though, was her mother's decision to leave her as a child to follow her father. She could neither understand nor forgive her, and every year during memorials, she only brought flowers for her grandfather and father. Despite Professor Song's repeated attempts to persuade her otherwise, she remained unmoved. What Lin Yu didn't know was that one day in the future, she too would experience a love like her parents and face a similar choice. Only then would she truly understand and forgive her mother. That afternoon, the infirmary remained quiet. Suddenly, Xiaonan and Xiao Bei burst in, whispering something urgently into Dr. Liu's ear. Dr. Liu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked in a low voice, "Qianghua is here?" Then the three of them simultaneously turned to look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, puzzled by their reaction, asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Bei leaned in and whispered, "Dr. Lin, Lieutenant Qianghua is here. She's infamous for being a tiger. No matter what she says, don't engage with her." Lin Yu frowned. "I just got here and haven't done anything to her. Why would she say anything to me? Isn't she here for a consultation?" Xiaonan quickly explained, "Oh, Dr. Lin, you don't understand. Just trust me on this." Before she could respond, a woman with a sharp short haircut and dressed in outdoor gear strode into the room with confidence. She sat down across from Lin Yu, her piercing gaze like a blade, scrutinizing her. Lin Yu looked up and noticed the woman's fair skin, striking features, and resolute eyes that carried a hint of Qin Lang's intensity. But unlike Qin Lang's dominating presence, she exuded a sharp and haughty aura. Turning to glance at the trio behind her, Lin Yu saw them holding their breath, their faces full of concern. Cautiously, Lin Yu asked, "What seems to be the issue?" Qianghua didn't answer. Instead, she cast Lin Yu a cold, dismissive look and scoffed, "Just as I thought. Fragile and weak, hardly worth mentioning." With that, she stood up and left without so much as a backward glance. The entire exchange lasted mere minutes, leaving Lin Yu bewildered. If not for the others speaking up, she might have thought she'd just imagined it. Xiaonan tried to comfort her. "Don't take it personally, Dr. Lin. She's always like that." Xiao Bei chimed in, "Exactly. She thinks the whole world revolves around her just because she's pale and has some looks." Lin Yu wasn't angry, just curious. "Who is she? Why is she so arrogant?" "She's Lieutenant Qianghua," Xiaonan explained. "Her parents are both high-ranking military officers. She's talented, too, got promoted to lieutenant at 25. And she's good-looking, so she's super conceited. Nobody likes her." Lin Yu mused, "She is quite pretty, but I find her a bit annoying." Xiao Bei immediately agreed. "We all think she's annoying. You're way prettier than her, Dr. Lin. We all like you better." Lin Yu smiled warmly. "I like you all too." The four of them shared a laugh, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Lin Yu was still filled with questions. If everyone disliked Qianghua so much, why didn't the captain simply request her transfer? She voiced her doubts to Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu shook his head helplessly, his tone carrying a sense of resignation. "Rank matters. The captain and the deputy captain are both frustrated with her, but there's not much they can do. If she were willing to leave, they'd probably be the happiest ones here." Xiaonan chimed in quickly, speaking a little faster than usual. "But she just won't leave. Plus, she's actually very capable, so the captain has no choice but to turn a blind eye." Lin Yu thought for a moment, her gaze narrowing slightly as she softly speculated, "If she's staying here, there must be something or someone she cares about. Could it be someone she likes?" Xiaonan and Xiao Bei exchanged glances, clearly caught off guard by Lin Yu's sudden shift in topic. They both instinctively turned to Dr. Liu for help. Dr. Liu, with his wealth of experience, reacted faster than the two younger women. Clearing his throat, he responded calmly, "Dan Yi likes her." Xiaonan and Xiao Bei were instantly in awe of Dr. Liu's quick thinking. Internally, they cheered for his smooth answer, almost breaking into applause. Dr. Liu, however, subtly motioned for them to stay composed to avoid raising Lin Yu's suspicions. Lin Yu didn't overthink it. She blurted out almost instinctively, "Dan Yi? The same Dan Yi that the head nurse likes? She likes him, and he likes her, but what about her?" Her voice trailed off, as if she were speaking to herself. A slight frown appeared on her face as she seemed to get lost in thought. This time, Xiaonan was quick to react. She sighed and shook her head. Love triangles are the worst. After that, she stopped talking, as if she didn't want to continue the conversation. However, both Xiaonan and Xiao Bei silently lamented. "This isn't just a love triangle, it's a love pentagon, and it even includes you and the deputy captain. You just don't know it yet." Seeing that Lin Yu hadn't caught on, they both let out a small sigh of relief. But Lin Yu spoke again, her tone tinged with doubt. "What did she mean by what she said to me earlier? I get the feeling the person she likes isn't Dan Yi." The three froze, their hearts skipping a beat. Xiaonan couldn't hold back her frustration and muttered, "Dan Yi has terrible taste, it's infuriating." Xiao Bei added, "She's just jealous of your beauty. Ignore her." Dr. Liu, however, concluded coolly, "She can like whoever she wants. It has nothing to do with us. We don't like her anyway." Having shared their respective opinions, the three quickly found excuses to leave. Lin Yu nodded in agreement with Dr. Liu's stance. "Who she likes is her business. It really has nothing to do with me. But her attitude is just so unpleasant." She muttered under her breath with a hint of discontent, "How am I frail and delicate? I'm perfectly healthy and rarely get sick." As she replayed the trio's earlier reactions in her mind, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were hiding something. But no matter how sharp Lin Yu was, she couldn't possibly guess the truth that the person Qianghua liked was actually Qin Lang. Meanwhile, the three who had hidden themselves in the treatment room heaved a collective sigh of relief. Xiaonan whispered, "That was nerve-wracking. I was so scared Lin You would figure it out. They began to discuss quietly. Do you think Dr. Lin will blame us for not telling her when she eventually finds out? Xiaobei asked, a little worried. The deputy captain doesn't like Qianghua. It's all one-sided on her part, Xiaonan sighed. Dr. Lin will definitely be upset when she finds out, right? Dr. Liu shook his head helplessly. But for now, we can't worry about that. Let them sort out their own mess. After their shift, Lin Yu and Xiaonan walked toward the residential building together. Xiaonan's cheerful and outgoing personality made her a joy to be around, and Lin Yu enjoyed her company. Since neither of them was on duty that night, they decided to head back to the residential area together. Halfway there, Xiaonan suddenly stopped and lowered her voice. Dr. Lin, do you see that tall guy over there on the training field? The one who's speaking? Lin Yu followed her gaze and nodded. I see him. Xiaonan whispered, that's Dan Yi. Lin Yu looked at him more closely. From a distance, she could tell he was at least 6 feet tall. Though it was hard to make out his features clearly, her intuition told her he was handsome and had a commanding presence. She blurted out, he and Qianghua do seem like a good match. Xiaonan immediately protested. Dr. Lin, how could you say that? The head nurse is no less than Qianghua. Lin Yu chuckled, realizing her slip, and quickly corrected herself. You're right. I misspoke. Feigning indignation, Xiaonan said, if you keep saying things like that, I won't care that your husband is a senior officer, I'll get mad. She then playfully reached out to tickle Lin Yu. Lin Yu, who was extremely ticklish, burst into laughter, begging for mercy. I won't do it again. I promise. As they were joking around, someone approached from the other side. The two immediately straightened up, no longer daring to fool around. But Lin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that someone's eyes were fixed on her, making her a little uneasy. Meanwhile, from the office building's windows, Qin Lang and the captain observed the scene below. The captain remarked, I didn't expect Dr. Lin to adapt so quickly. She's already gotten along so well with the medical team. Qin Lang smiled faintly. I think my wife might be stealing everyone's hearts. She's been wondering why she hasn't seen Dr. Lin these days. Turns out, Dr. Lin was busy making new friends. The captain laughed heartily. Don't say that. Tell your wife to go see her tonight. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his smile carrying a hint of teasing. Are you sure you're okay with that? The two shared a laugh before continuing their conversation. For the first time, Qin Lang saw Lin Yu laughing so freely, and it softened something in his heart. Knowing that everyone liked her gave him a sense of comfort. When he had to leave for missions in the future, she wouldn't be alone in the residential area. Remembering her ticklish reaction, he made a mental note to try it himself later that evening. At home, Lin Yu had just set the table when Qin Lang walked in. After dinner, he couldn't resist teasing her, tickling her until she was laughing uncontrollably and had to surrender. Watching her laugh so brightly filled him with satisfaction. This little trick would become his go-to in the days to come. Late at night, Lin Yu lay in bed, her thoughts drifting back to the tangled relationships between Qianghua, Dan Yi, and the head nurse. She wanted to ask Qin Lang about it but fell asleep before she could. Life at the medical team was peaceful and relaxed. Occasionally, there were minor surgeries to perform, but nothing too complicated. Lin Yu got along well with her colleagues, enjoying the calm and camaraderie so much that she nearly forgot Professor Song's instructions. It wasn't until one afternoon, when Qin Lang asked her to visit the operations room, that she remembered she hadn't called Professor Song. On the phone, she excitedly recounted her relationship with Qin Lang, her recent experiences, and her new colleagues. Professor Song's voice was filled with joy and relief as he listened. Qin Lang sat nearby, a faint smile on his face. Occasionally, he would interject with a playful comment, making Lin Yu want to swat him, but she stopped when he teasingly raised his hand as if to tickle her again. After hanging up, Qin Lang patiently explained, we can't keep the phone line tied up for too long here, it might disrupt the entire base. It'll take you to the city next week to make calls. Lin Yu nodded, eagerly reminding him not to forget. As they walked out of the office building, a tall, imposing man approached them, standing at attention and saluting. Captain, good evening, ma'am. Lin Yu found him vaguely familiar but couldn't place him, so she looked at Qin Lang for help. Qin Lang said casually, this is Dan Yi. Lin Yu stopped in her tracks, studying Dan Yi closely. His sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and strong, tall frame made him undeniably attractive. Though his skin was tanned, his features were striking. However, he lacked the commanding aura that Qin Lang exuded effortlessly. After a moment, she spoke softly, hello. You're very handsome. Dan Yi froze, utterly taken aback by the unexpected compliment. Qin Lang's expression also stiffened slightly as he silently wondered, does she think I'm not good-looking? Dan Yi, meanwhile, was completely bewildered. What kind of compliment is that? Who uses handsome to describe a man like this? As the two men stood there in stunned silence, Lin Yu remained completely unbothered. She turned and walked away, oblivious to the complex emotions she had left behind. That night, Qin Lang held Lin Yu tightly in his arms, falling asleep with a contented smile, entirely forgetting about the task he had promised the captain. The soundproofing in the residential building was excellent otherwise, his enthusiasm might have sparked complaints long ago. Before falling asleep, Lin Yu had wanted to ask Qin Lang more about Xianghua, Dan Yi, and the head nurse, but exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted off into a deep sleep. During her time with the medical team, Lin Yu gradually became an integral part of the group. Her days were filled with laughter and fulfillment, so much so that she almost forgot Professor Song's parting advice until Qin Lang's casual reminder brought it all back. On her way back to the medical unit, Lin Yu couldn't help but picture Dan Yi in her mind. He was undeniably handsome, but she could never quite understand his feelings for Xianghua. Perhaps that was the strange thing about love, it blinds people to each other's flaws. As for herself, she seemed to prefer those who were humble and understated, the kind of people who didn't flaunt their talents but worked quietly and diligently to excel. Such individuals naturally earned respect and admiration. No matter how capable or well-connected someone was, if they didn't know how to restrain their ego and get along with others, they would eventually be replaced by someone with better emotional intelligence. When it came to matters of the heart, outsiders could never truly judge. Although Lin Yu didn't particularly like Xianghua, she had to admit that there might be something unique about her that captivated Dan Yi, making him willingly overlook her shortcomings. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's own feelings for Qin Lang were quietly evolving. At some point, he had already taken root in her heart. Perhaps this feeling had been there all along, even before she arrived at the base, she just hadn't realized it yet. Upon reaching the medical unit, Lin Yu didn't mention her encounter with Dan Yi to anyone. She knew it would only fuel gossip. In the blink of an eye, she had been living at the base for 2 months. The days were simple and routine, mostly revolving around the medical unit and the residential quarters. Over time, she and Qin Lang had developed a quiet understanding in their shared life. They usually had breakfast and dinner together at home, and on the rare occasions when Qin Lang came back late, she would leave food out for him. This ordinary life carried a hint of warmth and intimacy. One night, just as Lin Yu had fallen asleep, Qin Lang returned. Unlike his usual routine of heading to the kitchen first, he went straight to the bathroom. After a brief shower, he approached the bed. Lin Yu was sound asleep but was startled awake by his sudden kiss. She opened her eyes to see him, her expression slightly puzzled. Normally, even if he came back late, he would quietly slip into bed without disturbing her. Why was he acting so differently tonight? When Qin Lang's lips moved to her chest, the intensity of his touch caused her to tremble involuntarily. She gasped softly and asked, "What's going on? Don't you have work tomorrow?" But he didn't answer. Instead, he continued exploring her, drawing her into a passion she couldn't resist. Afterward, Qin Lang's hand lingered on her skin, gently caressing her. Finally, he spoke, addressing the question she had asked earlier. "I'm leaving at midnight tonight. There's a training exercise, and I'll also be selecting new recruits for the special forces. It might take 3 months." Lin Yu froze for a moment, recalling that Qin Lang had mentioned this task 2 weeks ago. At the time, she had assumed it would only last 10 days or so. She hadn't expected it to stretch out for months. Her chest tightened as if something was about to break free, and her eyes became misty. She stared at him, unable to hide her emotions. Qin Lang looked at her, trying to suppress his own feelings of reluctance and sadness. He spoke in a calm, rational tone to comfort her. 3 months will pass quickly. I'll try to finish the task as soon as I can and come back to you." Lin Yu understood that this was his duty, but the ache in her heart was impossible to conceal. She moved closer, wrapping her arms around him and burying her face in his neck to hide the tears streaming down her cheeks. It was the first time Lin Yu had initiated such intimacy. Their bare skin against each other's sent a wave of heat through Qin Lang, and he couldn't resist the moment. After a long time, Qin Lang's voice broke the silence in the dimly lit bedroom. "While I'm away, make sure you eat well. You can cook with Xiaonan and the others or join them on trips to the city on weekends, but don't go anywhere alone. Dan Yi will remain here, so if anything comes up, you can reach out to him or the company commander. If I get the chance, I'll contact you. I'm leaving now, get some rest." The days after Qin Lang's departure passed one by one, and soon a month had gone by. Lin Yu had become more accustomed to her work at the medical unit and had started taking solo shifts, including one night shift each week. The mornings and evenings grew colder, and the spring-autumn uniforms had been issued. On the tree-lined path between the medical unit and the residential quarters, occasional leaves drifted to the ground. Though not yet fully yellow, their solitary descent carried a sense of desolation. Standing on that path, Lin Yu felt as lonely as the fallen leaves. Autumn has always been a season of melancholy. Although those around her were kind and often showed concern for her, Lin Yu couldn't shake the emptiness in her heart. From time to time, her thoughts wandered to Qin Lang. What was he doing now? When would he come back? In the past, Qin Lang had been away for much longer, sometimes 6 months to a year, but she had never felt this way before. Now that he occupied a special place in her heart, she couldn't help but feel anxious and uncertain. Not far away, Xiaonan and Dr. Lu watched Lin Yu's solitary figure. Xiaonan sighed. The company commander has been gone for quite a while. Dr. Lin must really miss him. Being a military spouse is so tough. If even Dr. Lin feels this way, it must be even harder for others. We should be extra kind to her from now on. During this time, Qianghua had come to the medical unit a few times for physical therapy on an old injury. She insisted on being treated by Captain Song, even if it meant calling him back after a night shift. On one occasion, the deputy commander couldn't help but complain, "These women are like goddesses, each one more demanding than the last. Does it really matter who treats her? It's exhausting." Lin Yu and Dr. Lu couldn't help but sympathize with the deputy commander whenever they overheard such remarks. Over time, Lin Yu discovered that Captain Song was actually a personable and approachable individual. He was open to suggestions and had a good sense of humor, though he sometimes seemed overly cautious. For instance, when it came to Qianghua, he could have refused her unreasonable demands outright, but he chose to comply out of fear of her family background. Whenever Qianghua visited, she would deliberately snub Lin Yu, walking past her with a cold huff. Lin Yu couldn't understand why. She didn't recall ever offending Qianghua, yet the hostility was undeniable. One day, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked Dr. Lu, "Why does she have such an issue with me?" Dr. Lu chuckled. "Dr. Lin, you're overthinking it. She's like that with everyone." Lin Yu frowned. "But I feel like she's specifically targeting me. The way she looks at might's different." Dr. Lu fell silent, hesitating to respond. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning. Piecing together past interactions and the way others had reacted, she blurted out, "Does Qianghua like Qin Lang?" Dr. Liu's eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape as she struggled to find the right words. Lin Yu's suspicion was now confirmed. She looked at Dr. Lu, who sighed helplessly and admitted in a low voice, "Yes, Dr. Lin. She likes the company commander. But he doesn't feel the same way about her." The three pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Lin Yu, who was quietly eating her meal with her usual calm demeanor. They had anticipated an uproar once the matter was exposed, but the tranquility before them caught them off guard. Finally, Xiaonan couldn't hold back and cautiously spoke, "Dr. Lin, are you okay?" Lin Yu looked up briefly, glanced at Xiaonan indifferently, and then resumed eating. "I'm fine. Why do you ask?" Xiaonan grew more anxious seeing her so composed. "Aren't you angry?" Lin Yu put down her chopsticks and looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Why would I be angry?" Xiaonan stomped her foot, her tone urgent. "Qianghua has feelings for the captain, your husband." Lin Yu, however, remained unbothered and spoke in a calm tone. "Didn't Dr. Lu already say that Qin Lang doesn't like her? So, what's there for me to be angry about?" Xiaonan's eyes widened as she pressed on. "Aren't you even a little worried?" Lin Yu smiled faintly, a trace of confidence in her voice. "Worried about what? Plenty of people like him. If I got upset every time, I'd have been consumed by anger long ago. Besides," she paused, as if there were more she wanted to say but chose not to. Xiaonan quickly leaned in. "Besides what?" "Besides, I trust him," Lin Yu replied, her smile soft but resolute. Her gaze was firm. "He won't betray our marriage." Xiaonan nodded thoughtfully, though a sense of unease lingered. She hesitated but ultimately decided not to press further. "But Qianghua, she—" "No need to worry," Lin Yu interrupted, her tone steady. "Ida'll be fine." With that, Lin Yu stood up, tidied her dishes, and said, "I'm done. You all take your time." She then turned and left the table, leaving Xiaonan and the other two women exchanging uneasy glances. Xiaonan sighed and shook her head after exchanging looks with the others. They had intended to console Lin Yu, but her unwavering trust in Qin Lang left them speechless. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Xiaonan couldn't help but marvel at the power of love. It was astonishing that someone could believe in another person so wholeheartedly. After leaving the dining area, Lin Yu sat alone at her desk, replaying the earlier conversation in her mind. She was well aware that Qin Lang had no feelings for Qianghua. It was merely a one-sided infatuation. There was no reason for her to be upset over it. Her thoughts drifted back to the time when Qin Lang was in military school, and she was still in high school. She had once overheard Qin Lang's parents admonishing him, "Qin Lang, Yu will be your partner in the future. You must reject any advances from those girls at the academy." Although she hadn't heard Qin Lang's response back then, his actions in the years that followed made it clear he had agreed. Otherwise, their marriage today wouldn't exist. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Qin Lang was fully immersed in the dense jungle, his mind entirely focused on the Red's Blue military exercise. Day after day, he strategized tirelessly, devising plans to dismantle the Blue Army's command center. Little did he expect to be captured by an ordinary soldier. Li Yunfeng, the Blue Army's company commander, approached with deliberate strides. When he realized the captured individual was Qin Lang, a smirk of mockery played on his lips. He scrutinized Qin Lang and said with a hint of derision, "Major Qin, the renowned invincible general who knew you'd fall into our hands today?" Qin Lang, however, showed no sign of irritation. Instead, he smiled faintly and raised his hands in mock surrender. There's no such thing as a truly invincible general. With a modest tone he added, Captain Li, you flatter me. Li Yunfeng stepped closer and spoke in a low voice. I know this exercise was your idea, aimed at selecting outstanding soldiers to join your unit. But I won't let you have your way. Qin Lang maintained his composed smile, seemingly unfazed. As he turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and asked the soldier who had captured him, What's your name? The soldier immediately stood to attention and replied loudly, reporting, Sir. My name is Yang Pan. Qin Lang chuckled, a playful tone in his voice. Yang Pan? You must be great at climbing then. Ever thought about transferring to another unit? Li Yunfeng's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Lang with suspicion, silently cursing him for being so cunning. Before he could intervene, Yang Pan responded firmly, Thank you, sir. But I was born a blue army soldier, and I'll die a blue army soul. A glimmer of approval flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered to Yang Pan, Your choice might change someday. With that, he turned and left. The exercise ultimately concluded with the Red Army's victory. When Qin Lang found Captain Li afterward, he instructed, Send the 2 sheep on the truck to the Blue Army. Still frustrated over the defeat, Captain Li rejected the gesture without hesitation. I don't eat lamb. Unperturbed, Qin Lang replied calmly, You don't eat it, but does that mean no one else does? Think of it as a token of goodwill for your team. The Blue Army soldiers initially assumed they were receiving raw lamb meat but were pleasantly surprised to find it was fully cooked, steaming roasted lamb. Qin Lang approached Yang Pan, patted him on the shoulder without saying a word, and walked away, lighting a cigarette. On the ride back, Qin Lang leaned against the window, cigarette in hand, his gaze fixed on the rolling hills and clouds outside. His thoughts wandered back to the base, to the land where passions ran high, and to her, the one he missed most. A smile crept onto his lips as he realized how much more he missed her this time, even though their separation had been brief. He silently resolved to find a moment to call her before reaching their next training site, just to hear her voice and check on her. Sitting beside him, Liang noticed the smile on Qin Lang's face and couldn't contain his curiosity. Captain, what's making you so happy? Are you thinking about that soldier from earlier? Qin Lang glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, Yeah, he's pretty interesting. Scratching his head, Liang asked, Why are you so interested in him? Wasn't he just lucky to have caught you? Like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Qin Lang nearly threw his cigarette out in exasperation. He raised his hand as if to knock Liang on the head. Who are you calling a dead mouse? Liang quickly pleaded, Captain, we're driving. Be careful. Qin Lang rolled his eyes at him and warned, Say something like that again, and I'll make sure you regret it. Liang shrank back, cautiously asking, But seriously, why are you so interested in him? A faint smile played on Qin Lang's lips as he replied enigmatically, Because he stays true to himself. Liang muttered under his breath, Staying true to himself? More like he just got lucky but he didn't dare speak louder, fearing another scolding. Qin Lang heard the muttering and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. To him, Yang Pan's unwavering determination and sincerity had left a lasting impression. Perhaps their paths would cross again, with more stories waiting to unfold. After receiving Qin Lang's call, Lin You felt as if she were basking in sunlight, her eyes sparkling with uncontrollable joy. When she thought about how Qin Lang said he would be back in just half a month, her lips curled into an involuntary smile. Her good mood over the following days was so evident that even those around her could feel it. Captain Song noticed and couldn't help teasing her, Dr. Lin, what's making you so happy? Why not share it with us so we can all celebrate? Lin Yu blushed slightly at the question and looked down, replying softly, Oh, it's nothing. But Captain Song wasn't one to let it go so easily and grinned as he revealed the truth. Isn't it because the deputy captain is coming back soon? As he spoke, he glanced toward the temporary dormitories. A lot of new recruits have moved in recently. The next round of training is about to start, and the deputy captain will be leading the rookies again. Hearing the word rookies, Lin Yu turned to Xiaonan and Xiaobei beside her, looking puzzled. Who are the rookies? She asked. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh before patiently explaining, It's what we call the new recruits. They have to undergo rigorous training before they can officially join the team. Xiaobei added, Not many make it through. There have even been instances where none of them passed. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, gaining a deeper understanding of the high standards of the special forces. Dr. Liu chimed in as well, Dr. Lin, soon you'll see the overconfident instructors alongside the dejected recruits. Lin Yu couldn't help but think that even those who were considered the best of the best in regular units might feel immense pressure under someone like Qin Lang. After all, Qin Lang and his team were truly exceptional. Time flew by, and the half-month wait was over in the blink of an eye. One evening at dusk, Qin Lang returned to the base, accompanied by a new recruit named Yang Pan. As they walked along the main road, Qin Lang calmly explained the basics of the area to Yang Pan. When they reached the dormitory building, Qin Lang stopped and called out loudly, Dan Yi, All personnel are accounted for. Mission accomplished. Before the words had fully settled, he turned and ran off in another direction. Yang Pan stood frozen in place, staring after Qin Lang's retreating figure. Confused, he asked, "Where's Major Qin going?" Dan Yi stepped out from the dormitory, his tone cold and slightly impatient. "It's none of your business. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking." Meanwhile, Lin Yu was still busy at the medical unit. She had just finished a surgery for a fracture and returned to the family quarters late in the evening, by which time it was already dark. Qin Lang had been home for a while but hadn't seen her. Assuming she might have gone out for dinner, he decided to take a quick shower. When he came out and still didn't see her, he prepared to head to the medical unit to look for her. As he reached the intersection, he spotted Lin Yu walking toward him alone in the distance. Joy surged through him, and he quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a run. He called out loudly, "Honey, I'm back." Lin Yu stopped in her tracks at the familiar voice and turned to see Qin Lang. The corners of her mouth lifted instantly, her excitement impossible to hide. Before she could react, Qin Lang had already reached her, sweeping her into his arms and spinning her around several times in sheer delight. His hearty laughter echoed around them, drawing the attention of nearby soldiers in training, who began clapping and cheering. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She gently pounded his shoulder, whispering, "Qin Lang, put me down. There are so many people watching." Seeing her reaction, Qin Lang laughed and set her down, but he kept his arm around her shoulders, affectionately guiding her back toward the family quarters. Not far away, Qianghua and instructor Yiqing happened to witness the scene. Qianghua's expression was complex, a trace of sadness flickering in her eyes. Yiqing sighed and spoke earnestly, "Qianghua, you need to let this go. The deputy captain's heart belongs to Dr. Lin." Qianghua bit her lips stubbornly and retorted, "So what if he likes her? She's just a little prettier than average. In the one who truly understands him." Yiqing shook his head, choosing not to say more. Back at home, the moment they stepped inside, Qin Lang couldn't wait any longer. He pressed Lin Yu against the door, his lips capturing hers in an urgent, passionate kiss, as though he wanted to pour all the longing of their time apart into this single moment. His movements were intense, almost desperate, as if only this could reassure him that Lin Yu was truly there with him. Lin Yu was swept up in his fervor, her hands naturally wrapping around his neck as she returned his kiss with equal passion. Her response only fueled Qin Lang's desire. His hands quickly unfastened their uniforms as he lifted her onto the bed, pressing her gently beneath him. The warmth of their skin against each other sent a shiver through him, and he let out a quiet, breathless sigh. Cradling her face tenderly in his hands, he kissed her forehead, the tip of her nose and her lips, his actions as gentle as if he were handling something precious. He nibbled lightly on her earlobe and whispered in a deep, magnetic voice, "You, did you miss me?" His tone carried a hint of playful coaxing. Lin Yu, overwhelmed by his touch, felt her body go weak and her mind blur, unable to form a coherent answer. When she didn't respond, Qin Lang mistook her silence for hesitation. He tightened his embrace slightly and coaxed her again, his voice even softer, "You, tell me, did you miss me?" Lin Yu murmured faintly, her thoughts a jumbled mess. Qin Lang leaned closer to her ear, his voice filled with deep affection as he confessed, "I missed you more than I ever have before." His low, resonant words shattered the last of Lin Yu's composure. She gazed back at him with a mixture of shyness and deep emotion, her feelings too profound for words. Her hands rose involuntarily, gently caressing Qin Lang's face, feeling the warmth of his skin and the solidity of his features. Her gaze locked onto his deep dark eyes, as if she could glimpse the intense yearning and anticipation hidden within him. Those eyes seemed like whirlpools, drawing her in and making her forget everything around her. Her lips lightly brushed against his, the softness of the touch combined with his fiery warmth, quickening her breath and racing her heartbeat. Then she moved her lips to his ear and responded in a shy yet tender voice, "I do, very much." These simple words ignited a fire within Qin Lang, as if a spark had fallen into a barrel of gunpowder, setting his entire being ablaze with uncontrollable desire and passion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Pan was assigned by Dan Yi to a 3-person dormitory. As soon as he stepped in, he was informed that he had no name here, only the code number 56. The dormitory housed 2 other teammates, number 52, Lu Li, and number 48, Yang Zhishang. Lu Li immediately stood up to warmly welcome Yang Pan and introduced himself with enthusiasm. In contrast, Yang Zhishang remained seated in the corner, not even sparing Yang Pan a glance. Lu Li, at just 25, was a double Ph.D. in defense mechanics and already held the rank of major. Yet, despite his impressive credentials, he showed no trace of superiority over Yang Pan, a mere soldier, and instead came across as genuinely friendly. As for Yang Zhishang's cold demeanor, Yang Pan paid it no mind. He quietly unpacked his belongings, keeping in mind Captain Li's instructions. Focus on completing the task, and don't concern yourself with anything else. Elsewhere, Qin Lang, having somewhat satisfied his desires, held Lin Yu tightly in his arms and began to softly discuss the plans for the next 3 months. The new recruits will undergo intense training, he explained. Sometimes, we'll even have to train late at night, with almost no weekends. Lin Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression, unsure why he was suddenly bringing this up. Qin Lang tenderly kissed her passion-clouded eyes and continued, so there will be times when I'll have to stay in the dorms, and you might not see me for days. Hearing this, Lin Yu didn't feel uneasy. As long as he remained at the base, she felt at peace. She nodded obediently, signaling her understanding. Qin Lang gazed at her intently, his tone becoming more serious. You might hear complaints about me from others during this time, but don't let it bother you. And whatever you do, don't argue with them. Do you hear me? Lin Yu nodded compliantly. At that moment, all she wanted was to close her eyes and rest for a while. However, Qin Lang clearly had no intention of letting her fall asleep so quickly. His lips found hers again, igniting a fresh wave of passion. After a moment, he pulled back slightly, looking at her with concern. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Lin Yu shook her head gently and answered in a faint voice. No, I'm not hungry. I just want to sleep. Are you hungry? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as his fingers subtly slid to her waist-sensitive spot. Startled, Lin Yu quickly grabbed his wrist to stop his playful antics. But Qin Lang's teasing voice came from above her, laced with amusement. Once I'm full, you can sleep. Then I'll cook. Lin Yu didn't immediately catch the double meaning behind his words, but her cheeks instantly flushed with warmth, and she felt a wave of heat rising within her. Before she could respond, Qin Lang suddenly leaned down, pulling her tightly into his embrace and capturing her lips in another fervent kiss. Lin Yu's eyes widened as her body stiffened, but she soon melted into Qin Lang's fiery passion. As his tongue gently parted her lips, their breaths intertwined, and it felt as though the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. In that moment of unrestrained passion, Lin Yu forgot all her exhaustion and weariness, surrendering herself completely to Qin Lang's embrace. She let him guide her into an unstoppable tide of emotions, one impossible to resist. As Qin Lang had predicted, he had indeed been overwhelmingly busy over the past month. Lin Yu only managed to see him once every few days. During this time, Lin Yu overheard many discussions about Qin Lang, some of which were outright malicious. People claimed he had no compassion for his team members, accused him of suppressing others without reason, deliberately making things difficult, and even called him a smiling tiger. Lin Yu, however, paid no mind to these rumors. She knew Qin Lang wasn't that kind of person. If he had implemented strict measures, there was surely a valid reason. After all, Qin Lang had never been one to belittle his comrades. His dedication to the military profession was evident. Why else would he remain stationed far from home all these years? Lin Yu firmly believed that only through rigorous training and trials could truly outstanding soldiers be forged. Thus, no matter what gossip swirled around him, she chose to trust Qin Lang unconditionally. After another long day of training, Yang Zhishang collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted, and couldn't help but complain. What kind of nonsense is this? Points deducted for no reason, and we can't even question it. His tone was filled with indignation. Yang Pan ignored him, remaining seated at the desk and engrossed in the newly issued regulations. He firmly believed that obedience to orders was a soldier's duty. Besides, Qin Lang's performance during the last drill had already proven him to be a competent officer. As for the apparent change in Qin Lang's demeanor, Yang Pan hadn't yet figured out the reason. Meanwhile, Lu Li silently continued his plank exercises in the corner, his movements precise and focused. Seeing that neither of them responded, Yang Zhishang turned to glance at them, puzzled. I really don't get you two. Aren't you the least bit dissatisfied? Are you really that eager to stay here? Lu Li finished his set, stood up, and replied calmly. What's the point of being dissatisfied? We're on their turf now. Whether we stay or not isn't up to us. Lights out soon, number 52. Stop reading and get some sleep. In the darkness, Yang Zhishang's voice sounded again, this time tinged with curiosity. I heard Qin Lang's wife works in the medical unit here. I caught a glimpse of her from behind nice figure, and they say she's really pretty. His comment failed to elicit any interest from the others, and the room remained silent. Undeterred, Yang Zhishang continued. Qin Lang's got issues, doesn't he? Using his position to get his wife transferred here. One of these days I'll go meet her. If I can't humiliate him directly, I can at least vent my anger on her, right? Lu Li frowned and immediately objected. That's not right. She hasn't done anything to you. Yang Zhishang retorted dismissively. Her husband has. She should have picked a better one then. Yang Pan finally spoke, his tone laced with disdain. If you actually do that, I'll lose all respect for you. Picking on a woman isn't something a real man does. Lu Li chimed in, trying to reason with him. I heard she's a medical Ph.D. from a military academy, assigned here as part of the Army's talent program. There's nothing shady about it. I suggest you drop the idea, or I'll lose respect for you too. Yang Jishang waved them off impatiently. Alright, number 52. We get it. You know everything. Besides, it's not like you haven't argued with Qin Lang yourself. Seeing that he was unmoved, the other two decided to leave him be and stopped engaging. The next day, a light rain began to fall. Though it wasn't heavy, the coolness of early autumn seeped into the air, and the dampness made everything feel colder and more uncomfortable. Already in a foul mood, Yang Jishang became even more sluggish in the dreary weather. He made frequent mistakes during training, causing his points to be deducted repeatedly. Dan Yi noticed his poor performance and shouted sharply, "Number 48, what's wrong with you? You've been out of it all day." Yang Jishang didn't back down. He sat on the ground, rolled up his pant leg to reveal a noticeable scar, and replied defiantly, "My ankle's been injured before. It hurts like hell whenever it rains." Hearing the commotion, Qin Lang approached, his gaze briefly landing on the scar. He immediately recognized it as a superficial injury that hadn't affected the bone. His tone was cold as he ordered, "Keep training. It's not going to kill you." When the day's training finally ended, everyone rushed to the cafeteria, eager to fill their stomachs. Yang Jishang was the first to finish eating and quickly headed toward the medical unit. Lu Li and Yang Pan noticed his direction, exchanged a glance, and hurriedly finished their meals to follow him. At that moment, Lin You was on duty at the medical unit, sorting through patient records. The sound of hurried footsteps caught her attention, and she looked up to see a tall figure entering the room. It was Yang Jishang. Ignoring Xiao Nan's inquiries nearby, he walked straight up to Lin You and stared at her coldly. Lin Yu frowned slightly puzzled and asked, "What's wrong, Lieutenant? Are you feeling unwell?" Yang Jishang seemed momentarily stunned when he saw her face, but he quickly recovered and replied curtly, "Can't you see? My foot hurts." His tone was laced with rudeness. Lin Yu couldn't help but think to herself how impolite he was. However, as a doctor, she maintained her professionalism and said gently, "Please take off your shoe so I can examine it." Instead of complying, Yang Zhishang stood still and coldly retorted, "My hands hurt. You take it off for me." Yang Zishang's tone carried an air of command, his voice laced with a touch of mockery. Fixing his gaze on Lin Yu, he curled his lips into a malicious smirk. "Take off my shoelaces. My hands are inconvenient." Disgust flashed across Lin Yu's face in an instant. Despite her effort to maintain a polite smile, the displeasure in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Her voice was calm yet firm as she replied, "Lieutenant, your hands seem perfectly fine. I believe you can manage it yourself." Hearing the commotion inside, Xiaonan hurriedly stepped into the room. She crouched down, attempting to help. "Let me do it," she offered. Yang Zishang's face darkened at the sight, his tone growing sharper and more venomous. "Who do you think you are? You're not worthy." Xiaonan froze in place, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Lin Yu quickly bent down to help her up, whispering a few words of comfort. She then took Xiaonan's hand, preparing to leave the suffocating room. At that moment, Lu Li and Yang Pan entered from outside, walking straight to Yang Zishang's side. Lu Li spoke in a low voice, "Let it go. This behavior is unbecoming of a soldier." However, Yang Zishang seemed to have lost all sense of reason. He suddenly stood up, reaching out in an attempt to grab Lin Yu. With a swift turn of her body, Lin Yu evaded his grasp with ease. Enraged, Yang Zishang spat out even harsher words. "Why did you marry Qin Lang? With that seductive face of yours, you must have used some dirty tricks. Were you kept by someone? How much a month? And how did you even end up in the military?" Lin Yu stopped in her tracks. Slowly, she turned around, her once gentle features now radiating a sharp intensity, like an unsheathed blade. She released Xiaonan's hand and stepped forward, closing the distance between herself and Yang Zishang. Her gaze, cold and piercing, was like ice cutting straight to the soul. Her pupils contracted slightly, and the air around her seemed to thicken with an overwhelming pressure, like a predator ready to strike. Even Lu Li and Yang Pan, seasoned men accustomed to high-stakes situations, found themselves momentarily stunned by her commanding presence. Yet Yang Zishang, oblivious to the danger, continued his taunts with reckless abandon. "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll..." Before he could finish, a gleaming surgical scalpel had appeared in Lin Yu's hand, as if out of nowhere. In a flash, she closed the gap between them, the razor-sharp blade pressed firmly against the artery in his neck. Her movements were so swift and precise that they left no room for reaction. Her voice, icy and measured, cut through the air like a blade. "Do you believe I won't kill you?" For a moment, the room fell into utter silence, as if time itself had frozen. Yang Zishang's breath hitched, his face turning ghostly pale. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the glint of the scalpel, realizing with chilling clarity that with just a flick of her wrist, his life could end in an instant. The sudden and shocking turn of events left Lu Li and Yang Pan rooted to the spot, stunned into silence. Even Qin Lang, Shan Yi, and Captain Song, who had just arrived at the doorway, were rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. None of them could have imagined that the usually gentle and composed Lin You could display such a ruthless and lethal side. The room was steeped in a suffocating tension, and no one dared to speak. Yet amidst the shock, Lu Li's eyes held a glimmer of admiration. The corner of his lips curved into a faint smile, as if he were genuinely impressed and delighted by Lin Yu's actions. However, in the chaos of the moment, this subtle emotion went unnoticed by everyone else. Qin Lang was the first to react. He quickly stepped over to Lin Yu and gently patted her shoulder. In that instant, the scalpel in Lin Yu's hand was swiftly withdrawn, her movements clean, precise, and resolute. Her sharp eyes, upon recognizing Qin Lang, immediately softened, letting down their guard. What replaced her defensive stance was a deep sense of grievance and helplessness, as tears blurred her vision. Qin Lang didn't say much. He simply pulled Lin Yu behind him, shielding her with a firm stance. His face contorted slightly with anger, muscles trembling, and his dark eyes burned with fury, like a provoked beast ready to tear apart its prey. Suppressing his emotions with great effort, he turned coldly to Captain Song and demanded, a Ph.D. graduate from a military medical academy, meeting all the proper transfer protocols, and yet not qualified for the medical unit. A master's degree is enough, is it? The moment Lin Yu withdrew the scalpel, Yang Zhishang collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained. His face turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The chilling proximity of the blade had, for the first time, brought him face-to-face with the specter of death. He didn't catch a word of Qin Lang and Captain Song's exchange. His mind was consumed by the terrifying replay of the scene. Qin Lang shifted his gaze to Captain Song, his tone commanding and indisputable. Bring me all of Lin Yu's employment records. Yang Zhishang, trembling, forced himself to hand over the documents and nervously flipped through them. It didn't take long for him to realize that Lin Yu's hiring process was entirely legitimate, and her credentials were nothing short of outstanding, so exceptional, in fact, that her assignment here seemed like a waste of her talents. Qin Lang spoke coldly, now apologized to Dr. Lin. Regret and shame were etched across Yang Zhishang's face. With his head lowered, he looked like a drenched, defeated stray, stripped of his earlier arrogance. He shuffled over to Lin Yu, his voice low and trembling. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry. Lin Yu didn't even glance at him, keeping her head down as if addressing a complete stranger. Her indifference only deepened Yang Zhishang's regret, making him acutely aware of the heavy price his rashness would exact. Clenching his teeth, he straightened his back and walked to Qin Lang, his voice firmer this time, reporting, I choose to resign. The onlookers remained indifferent, their cold stares devoid of sympathy. Yang Zhishang's behavior had already disgusted everyone. A soldier and officer, no less, uttering such degrading remarks was truly shocking and infuriating. Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Resign? I'm afraid it's not that simple. His voice was icy, sending chills down the spine. Yang Zhishang's face instantly paled, realizing the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Struggling to maintain his composure, he stammered, What do you plan to do? Qin Lang cast him a disdainful glance before turning to Dan Yi with a decisive command. Escort him to the military court and investigate his past conduct thoroughly. With that, Qin Lang no longer spared Yang Zhishang a second thought. He wrapped an arm around Lin Yu, leading her away from the scene. His movements were gentle, his eyes filled with concern. He wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and held her tightly, whispering softly, I'm sorry, my love. This is my fault. I should never have let you endure such humiliation and injustice in a place where discipline is supposed to prevail. Lin Yu didn't respond. She simply rested her head on Qin Lang's shoulder, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist as though clinging to her only source of support. Qin Lang lifted his gaze, a mix of anger and remorse flickering in his eyes. I thought, since he was recommended by the Corps, his character would at least be decent. Arrogance and defiance, those can be corrected over time, but I never expected him to be an utter disgrace. I've always believed in the inherent goodness of people, but I underestimated the ugliness that can lurk within. In over a decade of military service, this is the first time I've encountered such a despicable soldier. Lin Yu remained silent, her body trembling slightly as she leaned against Qin Lang's shoulder. He sighed heavily, his tone laden with gravity. When kindness clashes with evil, it's often kindness that bears the wounds. Seeing her continued silence, Qin Lang grew more concerned. He gently lifted her chin, gazing deeply into her eyes with tenderness and worry. Lowering his head, he placed a light kiss on her forehead and made a solemn promise. I swear to you, this will never happen again. Lin Yu looked at him, her expression complex, but still said nothing. Qin Lang hesitated, then cautiously asked, You're not blaming me for transferring you here, are you? Lin Yu shook her head lightly, indicating she held no resentment, and once again buried her face in his neck, as if trying to compose herself. Sensing her mood, Qin Lang attempted to change the subject. Where did you learn that close combat killing technique? Your moves were so fast and precise. Lin Yu looked up and replied calmly, 3 years ago. My father taught me when he came home on leave. Your father? Qin Lang frowned slightly. Why would he teach you something like that? Lin Yu lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with nostalgia. He said it was to protect me. He also said he didn't want you to ever be endangered because of Methat at the very least. I should be able to defend myself. Qin Lang silently thanked his father-in-law's foresight. Without Lin Yu's skills, today's situation might have ended far worse. He asked softly, was this your first time putting it into practice? Yes, Lin Yu replied. Were you scared? Qin Lang asked gently. A little now that it's over, Lin Yu admitted honestly. Qin Lang watched her regain a somewhat dazed demeanor, feeling both heartache and amusement. He adjusted her clothing and stroked her hair lightly, his voice tender. Try not to use it again unless absolutely necessary. It's too dangerous and could frighten others. Lin Yu nodded slightly, a hint of regret flashing across her face. I lost my temper earlier. If I had accidentally killed him, wouldn't that have caused trouble for you? Qin Lang sighed softly, pulling her into another embrace. It's okay. I'm here. It's all over now. Qin Lang looked at Lin Yu and saw that she had regained her composure. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently tapped the tip of her nose. In a warm tone, he reassured her, it's all over now. No one will ever underestimate you again. When there's a chance, I'll teach you a few moves. Hearing this, Lin Yu rolled her eyes and shot him a glare, her expression playfully annoyed. Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who would have thought that the quick and decisive person from earlier could now appear so adorably endearing? Everything's fine now, but I need to go find the team leader and take care of the follow-up. Can you manage the rest of your shift? Qin Lang asked, his tone tinged with concern as he looked at her. Lin Yu nodded, her response calm and understanding. I'm fine, go ahead. I can handle it. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the team leader's office was heavy. Captain Zhou's face was dark with anger as he fixed his icy gaze on Yang Zhishang, who stood before him. His voice was low but laden with disappointment. A soldier of the new era, and yet you can say such vile things and commit acts that disgrace the honor of a soldier. You have truly let me down. With that, he turned away, his back to Yang Zhishang, clearly unwilling to look at him any longer. Instead, he addressed Shan Yi, who stood to the side, issuing a firm order. Deal with him according to the squad leader's instructions. Also, thoroughly investigate the superior who recommended him. Not long after, Qin Lang entered the office. His footsteps were steady and forceful, but there was a faint undercurrent of restrained anger, reflecting his foul mood. Captain Zhou noticed his arrival and moved to stand by the window, joining him in watching Yang Zhishang being escorted away downstairs. After a moment of silence, the captain let out a sigh, then turned back to his desk and sat down. He broke the silence, saying, I heard your wife has quite the quick reflexes. I never would have guessed. She has impressive skills and great potential. She might be suited for the women's special forces. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's expression sharpened, his gaze turning as cold and piercing as a blade. He stared directly at the captain, his tone firm and resolute. She's not interested in that, nor does she have the capability. Captain Zhou, however, wasn't offended by Qin Lang's response. Instead, he chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. You never know. In a few days, we're holding the selection for the women's special forces. You could let her give it a try. Qin Lang's eyes softened slightly, but a faint smirk of disdain curled his lips. Then you're bound to be disappointed. She won't make it past the first round. He knew Lin Yu's physical condition better than anyone and had already made up his mind about her chances. Elsewhere, in another room, Luli sat on the edge of a bed, his hands clasped together on his knees, his gaze lowered in deep thought. Images of Lin Yu's swift and decisive actions from earlier replayed in his mind, her sharp and agile figure leaving him restless. His thoughts spiraled, caught in a vortex of emotions he couldn't seem to escape. In the days that followed, Lin Yu quickly realized she had overestimated her mental resilience. Every time she closed her eyes, the terrified gaze of Yang Zhishang would surface in her mind, staring at her unrelentingly, like a haunting nightmare she couldn't escape. The relentless fear drained her both mentally and physically, leaving her utterly exhausted. Each day felt like a desperate struggle in an abyss. Despite her efforts to break free from this state, she found herself powerless. Qin Lang remained busy with his training. Though he noticed Lin Yu's poor condition, he failed to detect the storm brewing within her. The prolonged psychological pressure left Lin Yu sleepless, and her body eventually gave out. One evening, after finishing his training, Qin Lang returned home to find Lin Yu lying alone on the bed, her face pale as a sheet and her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. He rushed to her side, gently shaking her shoulder, his voice filled with unconcealed worry. You, what's wrong? Lin Yu trembled slightly, slowly opening her eyes. Her lips were dry, and her voice was hoarse. I have a fever. I've taken some medicine. I just need to sleep it off. Qin Lang frowned, reaching out to feel her forehead, which was burning to the touch. He immediately got up, soaked a towel in cool water, and gently placed it on her forehead. He then carefully wiped the sweat from her body. As he tended to her, he noticed the deep dark circles under her eyes, and his frown deepened. This was not the Lin Yu he knew. Perhaps it was Qin Lang's presence that allowed Lin Yu to finally get a restful sleep. When she woke up, it was already afternoon. Qin Lang heard her stirring and walked over to check her forehead. Relieved to find her fever had subsided, he let out a small sigh of relief. Feeling any better? I made some porridge and a few dishes. Would you like to eat something? Lin Yu nodded weakly. Qin Lang carefully helped her to the dining table. Lin Yu slowly ate the food he had prepared, her appetite surprisingly better than usual. She even managed to eat more than she typically would. Watching her gradually regain her strength, Qin Lang felt a weight lift off his chest. Once she had nearly finished, Qin Lang looked at her with concern in his eyes. You've seemed so exhausted lately. Did something happen? Lin Yu lowered her head and stayed silent for a moment before finally pouring out the troubles she had been carrying in her heart. Qin Lang listened intently to every word, never interrupting. When she was done, he held her hand and led her to the sofa. Sitting down, he wrapped her in his arms, finding a comfortable position before speaking in a low voice about his own experiences. The first time my team captain took me on a mission to the border, I had to take a life. It was a long-distance shot, but the terrain was steep, and the suspect fell straight off a cliff, landing just 5 meters away from me. It was the first time I saw a dead body covered in blood, disfigured beyond recognition. But what stuck with me most were his eyes, filled with rage and resentment, as if accusing me. For a long time, I couldn't shake that image. Every time I thought about it, I felt sick, even nauseous. Lin Yu rested quietly against Qin Lang's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. She could almost feel the fear and helplessness he had experienced. Gently, she patted his back, as if trying to soothe the pain in his heart. Qin Lang held her hand tightly, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead to reassure her that he was fine. He continued later. The captain took me to an underground room. Though it had been cleaned up, the air still carried the stench of blood and violence. It was a place where fugitives had held young girls captive. Although those girls were rescued, the prolonged abuse had left them unable to live normal lives. Many eventually chose to end their own suffering. If we had been able to apprehend the criminals before they caused harm, we could have saved so many lives. That's the belief I've held onto ever since. Save as many people as possible. It's my duty, my mission. As Lin Yu listened, a look of deep emotion appeared in her eyes. She understood why Qin Lang was sharing this with her and nodded firmly. I understand. Her tone carried a newfound resolve, and Qin Lang smiled faintly, his expression softening. It's a good thing Yang Zisheng's true character was revealed early on. Otherwise, if he had made it to the battlefield, he wouldn't just abandon his comrade. She could become a threat to them. He paused, his voice growing more serious. Special forces operations are always about teamwork. Trust is everything. Someone like Yang Zisheng is a ticking time bomb on the battlefield, emotionally unstable, lacking the basic qualities of a soldier, and disrespectful to his teammates. His departure has nothing to do with you. Even without your involvement, he would have been eliminated for accumulating too many demerits. As for his fear, perhaps it's a lesson for him, a reminder that there's always someone stronger. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, her gaze steady as she looked at Qin Lang. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, So, was Yang Zisheng really sent to a military court? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Qin Lang's lips. The court's reply indicated there wasn't much of an issue. This was just part of the standard procedure. He's very capable, but his lack of respect for his comrades led to his reassignment as a regular soldier. Hearing this, Lin Yu let out a long sigh, as if the doubts and unease in her heart had finally dissipated. Qin Lang paused, his gaze deep and intense. In a low but resolute tone, he pressed on, Can you now understand why I subject them to such harsh training, even to the point of breaking their confidence? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, her head lowering thoughtfully as her brows furrowed in contemplation. After a brief silence, she raised her head, her eyes gleaming with perceptiveness. Her tone carried a hint of hesitation but was underpinned by certainty as she replied, Because special forces face real battlefields. They need to develop stronger mental resilience. You're doing this to prepare them to endure immense pressure in the brutal realities of war, to reduce casualties, and to protect themselves, right? Hearing her words, a surge of complex emotions welled up in Qin Lang's heart, gratitude mixed with deep affection. He gazed at Lin Yu as if seeing someone who truly understood him for the first time. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as if he wanted to merge her into his very being. Lowering his head, he gently cupped her chin, his eyes locking onto hers with profound tenderness. Slowly, He leaned in and kissed her softly, as though expressing through this intimate gesture the joy and deep love he couldn't put into words. Under Qin Lang's attentive care over the past few days, Lin Yu recovered quickly and was soon able to resume her normal duties. Meanwhile, the rigorous selection for the Special Forces training program finally came to an end. After thorough evaluation, Qin Lang retained only 4 individuals, including Yongpan and Lu Li. One afternoon, Lin Yu and Xiaonan were chatting leisurely, the sunlight streaming through the window creating a warm and relaxed atmosphere. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the doorway, and Lu Li and Yongpan entered one after the other. Lu Li was the first to speak, his voice loud yet tinged with a hint of shyness. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello," Lin Yu responded with a smile, her gaze shifting to the two of them. Yongpan, however, appeared a bit uneasy. He glanced at Lin Yu briefly before quickly lowering his head. His slightly awkward demeanor made Lin Yu and Xiaonan exchange amused glances, both inwardly finding his sincerity endearing. Lin Yu asked curiously, "Did you come here specifically to see me?" Hearing this, Lu Li lowered his head slightly, a trace of guilt flickering across his face. With a sincere tone he said, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. We came to apologize for not being able to help you last time." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting them to come and apologize for that incident. She quickly waved her hand and gently reassured them, "There's no need to apologize. That matter happened so long ago. Besides, even if you had wanted to help at the time, there really wasn't much you could have done." Despite Lin Yu's kind and comforting words, Lu Li and Yongpan still looked somewhat uneasy, standing quietly in place with a mix of awkwardness and determination. Sensing the tension, Xiaonan cheerfully chimed in to lighten the mood. "If Dr. Lin says it's fine, then it's fine. She's known for her patience and kindness, so you really don't need to dwell on it." Lu Li seemed slightly reassured by Xiaonan's words. He turned and whispered something to Yongpan, who nodded before quietly leaving the room. Yet, Lu Li remained where he was, a trace of hesitation lingering on his face as though he had something else to say. Noticing his expression, Lin Yu frowned slightly and asked softly, "Is there something else on your mind?" Lu Li took a deep breath, as though steeling himself. Straightening his posture, he met Lin Yu's gaze with determination and spoke with a tone of seriousness. "Sister-in-law, could I speak with you alone for a moment?" Lin Yu hesitated briefly before nodding. She stood and followed Lu Li out of the room. The two of them made their way toward a small stone table outside the medical unit. Under the sunlight, the surface of the table felt warm to the touch. Lu Li's steps were measured and heavy, as if he was gathering the courage to voice something of great importance. At this moment, Lin Yu finally got a clear look at Lu Li. After 3 months of training, his skin had tanned to a wheatish tone, but unlike others, it hadn't turned completely dark perhaps due to his natural complexion. He had a tall and upright posture, exuding a calm and steady demeanor. Though his frame was slightly lean, it didn't detract from his overall charm. His deep, bright almond-shaped eyes, paired with a high nose bridge, gave his features a strikingly defined and handsome look. Lu Li didn't appear embarrassed by Lin Yu's gaze. Instead, he met her eyes confidently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Yu, on the other hand, quickly averted her gaze, feeling flustered. Just as she looked down, Lu Li's cheerful voice broke the silence. "Sister-in-law, your moves that day were so clean and precise. I'm curious who taught you?" Lin Yu was momentarily stunned by the unexpected question, unsure why Lu Li had brought it up. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Li continued, "Don't overthink it, sister-in-law. It's just that your moves felt very familiar to me." "Familiar?" Lin Yu repeated, puzzled. "Yes, very familiar." Lu Li nodded, his tone serious. "My dad knows that move too. He said it was taught to him personally by a friend years ago. But that friend passed away many years ago, and my dad has always hoped to find his children." Hearing this, Lin Yu grew even more confused. The moves she had learned were taught to her by Qin Lang's father, which didn't align with Lu Li's story. Shaking her head, she replied, "I think the person who taught me isn't your dad's friend. He's doing well and has his own children." Lu Li's expression dimmed slightly, disappointment evident on his face. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, Lin Yu offered, "Maybe I can ask him for you." Lu Li's eyes lit up with renewed hope. He looked at Lin Yu intently, as though he had more to say. After a moment, he finally asked, "Sister-in-law, do you have any family left?" Lin Yu's expression subtly shifted, a hint of wariness creeping into her demeanor. The question made her suspect that Lu Li might know something about her parents' passing. Keeping her tone calm, she replied, "Of course, my mom and dad are still around." Lu Li's brief spark of hope extinguished once again, his disappointment deepening. He spoke softly, "This matter is very important to my family." Lin Yu looked at him, her emotions complicated, and eventually nodded. "I'll ask about it again." That evening, Lin Yu recounted Lu Li's questions to Qin Lang in detail. Qin Lang, busy cooking in the kitchen, frowned deeply as he listened, clearly perplexed by Lu Li's actions. After a moment of contemplation, he said, No one has ever inquired about your background all these years. Why would Luli suddenly ask about this? You really don't have any surviving relatives, and your father didn't have siblings. Besides, Luli doesn't seem like someone who's romantically interested in you. After a pause, Qinlang added, as for his explanation, I don't buy it. Your moves are quick but lack any special technique or strength. This kind of close combat I know it too, and I'll be teaching it to new recruits soon. All this suggests he's testing you. Qinlang's gaze grew thoughtful, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Could he be related to you? But you clearly had no family left back then. He resolved to keep a closer eye on Luli's behavior and minimize his interactions with Lin You. Seeing the concern in Lin Yu's eyes, Qinlang reassured her, Luli's a decent guy and very straightforward. The fact that he asked us directly means he's not afraid of us knowing. I'll discuss this with Dad and see what he thinks. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Over the weekend, Qinlang took Lin Yu to the city to do some shopping. During the trip, he called Professor Song and asked him to discreetly inquire with Qin's father about Lin Yu's family background. Professor Song responded firmly, there's no one. However, he promised to investigate further with Qin's father. The autumn sunlight was warm and pleasant, though prolonged exposure could still feel slightly uncomfortable. The female soldiers from the medical team sat under a vine-covered corridor, eating lunch. Suddenly, Captain Song walked in briskly, holding a notice in his hand. He announced loudly, finish your lunch and gather for a meeting. Once everyone had assembled in the meeting room, Captain Song shared the news. Starting next week, all female soldiers at the station will undergo a new round of physical training lasting 15 days. The announcement was like a bombshell, sparking an uproar in the room. What? It used to only be 7 days. Why is it so much longer this year? Yeah, what are we supposed to do? Captain Song, there aren't many female soldiers in the team to begin with. If we all go for training, how will the team function? Faced with the complaints, Captain Song frowned, looking a bit helpless. He gestured for silence and said, this is a new regulation, and there's nothing we can do about it. The training will be split into 2 groups, one for the internal medicine team and one for the surgical team. Before he could finish, Head Nurse Deng stepped forward and objected, Captain, dividing the groups this way isn't practical. If one department shuts down, the others will be overwhelmed, and it could cause problems. After a moment of thought, Captain Song nodded. Then you can form your own teams. His tone softened slightly as he glanced at Lin Yu and added, the instructor will be Qianghua. As soon as those words were said, the room erupted into chatter once again. Everyone was murmuring and debating. Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. Her physical fitness had always been subpar during her graduate studies. Although she participated in field training, Professor Song would often find excuses to let her rest. She never imagined she'd have to endure physical training after coming here. Meanwhile, Qinlang, holding the training notice, stormed into the commander's office in frustration. Why is Qianghua assigned to train the medical team? He demanded without preamble. The commander handed him a cigarette and replied calmly, the medical team has regular physical assessments. Didn't you know that? I know. Qinlang's tone was sharp. But why Qianghua as the instructor? No one else was available, and she volunteered, the commander said matter-of-factly. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Qinlang let out a cold laugh. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. The commander raised an eyebrow, smiling. Just scouting for potential female special forces candidates in the medical team. He clapped Qinlang on the shoulder, his tone teasing. When you used to pick recruits in the field, your eye was sharper than anyone's, and you were harsher than anyone else. But now that it's someone close to you, you can't bear it? Isn't this how everyone gets through it? Qinlang sighed, meeting his gaze. She's really not suitable, her health isn't great. And I'm worried Qianghua might deliberately make things hard for her. The commander lit a cigarette and said slowly, if she's not suitable, then she'll have to work on her fitness. I've already told Qianghua to keep the training simple and asked Wenxin to look after her. Qinlang nodded. He did think Lin Yu needed to improve her physical condition after all. Even a little fatigue would have her whining at home. Perhaps this training wouldn't be such a bad thing for her after all. On Monday morning, Qianghua stood at the entrance of the medical team's office, her sharp gaze scanning the slowly approaching team members. Her brows furrowed deeply as she observed their sluggish and leisurely demeanor, as if they were out for a morning stroll rather than gathering for training. Suddenly, her voice rang out like a thunderclap. Hurry up. Assemble immediately. Hearing the commotion, Captain Song quickly came out of the office, only to be met with Qianghua's scathing remarks. Captain Song, is this the kind of lax work ethic your medical team usually maintains? The instructors are already here, yet your team members are still not assembled. Her tone was cold and oppressive. Captain Song's face turned red and green in embarrassment. Forcing a smile, he explained, Lieutenant Cheong, it's my fault for being too lenient with them. Please don't be upset. Don't hold it against us. As he spoke, he turned back and shouted into the office, assemble. Inwardly, Captain Song was filled with helplessness. He knew that among these female soldiers, some were married to higher-ranking officers, and that Xianghua, with her exceptional abilities and influential background, harbored feelings for the squadron leader. He couldn't afford to offend either side. With a sigh, he braced himself to maintain the balance. The team finally assembled, and Xianghua scrutinized each member one by one. Her gaze lingered on Lin You, whose face was noticeably coated with sunscreen. A glint of disdain flashed in Qianghua's eyes as she inwardly mocked. So delicate. I wonder what the squadron leader sees in her, other than that pretty face. Lin Yu, sensing Qianghua's contemptuous glance, felt a surge of irritation but kept her expression neutral. Clearing her throat, Qianghua announced coldly, starting today, you'll be in charge of your training for the next 2 weeks. I don't care about your previous schedule in the medical team, everything will now follow the base's standard routine. Morning exercises at 5:30, breakfast at 6 o'clock, training at 7 o'clock, and additional sessions in the evening as needed. As soon as she finished speaking, murmurs rippled through the group. That's way too early, you'll never manage to wake up. Evening training too? She's going to work us to death. Captain Song, noticing the growing unease, quickly stepped forward and cautiously suggested, Lieutenant Chiang, they're not combat personnel after all. Perhaps we could ease up on the evening sessions. The team members looked at him with gratitude, as if he were their savior. However, Qianghua responded with a cold smile and gestured towards him. Captain Song, if you think I'm unfit for this, you're welcome to take over. Caught in an awkward position, Captain Song glanced at the group before reluctantly replying, Lieutenant Chiang, no one's better at training female soldiers than you are, I wouldn't dare compare myself to you. Turning to the team, he urged, follow Lieutenant Qianghua's instructions and train hard. I'll leave you to it. Good luck. With that, he made a hasty exit, leaving the team dejectedly watching his retreating figure. Qianghua issued her next command with an icy tone. Today's training task is weighted mountain climbing. Lunch is ready, pack it into your weighted bags. Assemble again in 2 minutes. Hearing the words mountain climbing, Lin You felt a sinking feeling. She glanced at the mountains surrounding the base and muttered to herself, surely we're not climbing all of them? She quietly asked Xiaonan beside her, which mountain are we climbing? Xiaonan shook her head. I have no idea. We've never done this kind of training before. We usually just take a vehicle up the mountain to treat injured soldiers. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, feeling that starting with such an intense activity on the first day was unreasonable. Training should be gradual, after all. But unwilling to show any weakness in front of Qianghua, she steeled herself and followed along. After the team reassembled, Qianghua led them on a jog to the mountain's base. By the time they arrived, the team members were already out of breath, with Xiao Bei even plopping down on the ground, refusing to get up. The base of the mountain happened to be the shooting range, where Qinlang was demonstrating firearm techniques to his team. His movements were swift and precise as he assembled and fired the weapon, earning a perfect score of all 10 rings. The female soldiers were instantly energized, exclaiming in admiration, the squadron leader is amazing. Qinlang's gaze swept across the group, quickly locking onto Lin Yu's eyes, which sparkled with amazement. He also noticed her slightly labored breathing and frowned, thinking, mountain climbing on the first day? That intensity seems excessive. He pulled out his communicator, intending to contact Wenxin, the female Special Forces instructor, but found her line was busy. Left with no other option, he raised his fist towards Lin Yu in a gesture of encouragement. Lin Yu, catching his signal, smiled faintly and returned the gesture. This small exchange drew laughter from both groups, causing Lin Yu's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She dared not look up, while Qinlang awkwardly looked away. Qianghua, having witnessed the interaction, felt a pang of jealousy and snapped, keep moving. As the group disappeared up the mountain trail, Qinlang watched with unease. He knew Qianghua had feelings for him, but his heart had already been captured by Lin Yu from the moment they first met. He tried calling Wenxin again, but the line remained busy. Determined, he resolved to confront Qianghua about it after training. The morning felt endless to Lin Yu, whose feet throbbed with pain as blisters began to form. Her body was nearing its limit, yet Qianghua seemed intent on making things harder, deliberately choosing sunny, overgrown trails and rugged terrain when shaded stairs were available. Finally, the group reached a flat area halfway up the mountain. Qianghua ordered a break but insisted everyone sit on the sunny side. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly, and though the team members were visibly exhausted, they endured in silence. The scorching sun blazed high in the sky, its intense rays piercing through like sharp swords. Beads of sweat trickled down Lin Yu's forehead, soaking the collar of her shirt. She frowned slightly, feeling the fiery sting of her skin burning under the relentless sunlight. If this continued, something serious might happen. Without hesitation, Lin Yu headed straight for the shade and sat down. Seeing her move, the others quickly followed, seeking shelter under the trees. Qianghua strode over briskly, her tone icy as she commanded, get back. Lin Yu ignored her, her gaze fixed on the distance, a trace of stubbornness on her face. Cheonghua's expression darkened further as she raised her voice, demanding, "Dr. Lin, are you planning to defy orders?" Lin You remained silent, slowly turning her head in another direction, clearly unwilling to back down. The team members exchanged uneasy glances, surprised by her defiance. Lin Yu had always been gentle and reserved. None of them had ever seen her so resolute. Cheonghua sneered, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Dr. Lin, are you trying to pull rank as the captain's wife? The captain values discipline above all else, yet his wife seems to have no regard for the rules." At these words, Lin Yu abruptly stood up, her gaze locking firmly on Cheonghua. Her voice was calm but resolute. "Lieutenant Cheong, have you ever heard of gradual progression? We are not your female special forces soldiers. Everyone has different physical conditions and limits. Training should start with the basics, not with this level of intensity on the first day. Pushing beyond our limits like this will only disrupt our immune systems and damage our bodies." Cheonghua was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a firm rebuttal from someone as seemingly delicate as Lin Yu. Memories of Lin Yu's decisive actions with Yang Zhishang and the special instructions from when Xin and the captain flashed through her mind. Though hesitant inside, she maintained her stern demeanor, snapping, "Stop lecturing me. Dr. Lin, are you refusing to follow orders?" Lin Yu stood her ground, her tone steady yet unwavering. "Lieutenant Cheong, I think you've misunderstood me. I'm not refusing to comply. I'm suggesting that we all need rest and adjustment. If we push past our physical limits knowingly, it will only backfire." At that moment, Dr. Liu spoke up, his voice calm yet firm. "If we all collapse from exhaustion, who will handle the work in the medical team? Even during the physical assessment phase, we still have to perform surgeries at night if needed." Cheonghua's face turned grim as her gaze swept over the group. She knew Lin Yu and Dr. Liu had a point, but she couldn't help feeling a sense of reluctance. Finally, with a frosty expression, she gave the order, "1 hour rest here. Prepare to descend afterward." The team members collectively sighed in relief, quickly seizing the opportunity to regain their strength. Xiaonan noticed Lin Yu's earlobes had developed small blisters from the sunburn. He quietly approached her and whispered, "Dr. Lin, your ears." Lin Yu instinctively raised her hand to touch her earlobes, feeling the faint heat. She smiled slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her expression. "I know it's fine." Her fair and delicate skin was particularly sensitive to sunlight, prone to such reactions after prolonged exposure. Professor Song had always reminded her to apply sunscreen diligently during outings, but the urgency of this mission had left her unprepared. Before descending, Cheonghua deliberately approached Lin Yu, her tone dripping with mockery. "In the army, everyone is equal, and so is the sun. If you're here, you have to endure everything." Lin Yu didn't respond, merely casting her a calm glance before looking away. The sun remained unyielding in its intensity, yet Lin Yu's expression was tranquil, her eyes carrying a quiet but unmistakable determination. On the way down the mountain, Cheonghua insisted they take the stairs. Lin Yu listened to the faint murmurs of complaint from behind her. Is she doing this on purpose? She must be jealous of how pretty Dr. Lin is. What a petty person. If I were the squad leader, I wouldn't like her either. Lin Yu didn't respond, silently conserving her energy. She knew Cheonghua had already made an exception by letting everyone rest at noon, so there was no point in pushing for anything more now. Besides, she was utterly exhausted, herself parched, itchy all over, and clearly suffering from prickly heat. With her head down, she focused on the steps beneath her feet, praying they'd reach the base of the mountain soon. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Lang found Wen Xin, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. "Wen Xin, why haven't you responded?" "My pager's broken. I just got a new one, but it's not fully set up yet," Wen Xin replied, looking at him curiously. "Squad leader, what's wrong?" Qin Lang sat down on a chair, his brows slightly furrowed. "Why did Cheonghua take the medical team into the mountains?" When Xin explained, she mentioned it to me, saying the medical team needed to get familiar with the terrain during training to better treat injured soldiers in the future. Last time, it took them ages to find the injured person with a fracture. Qin Lang nodded, recalling the incident and reluctantly acknowledging the reasoning behind it. But he quickly questioned, why on the first day? And with full gear? When Xin clearly disagreed as well. "Today? Didn't they take a vehicle up the mountain?" Qin Lang confirmed with a nod, and when Xin immediately frowned. "I thought they were going later. Cheonghua specifically said she'd take them by car. The mountain paths are tough going up and even harder coming down. If she exhausts them on the first day, how will they manage the rest of the training? They still have to handle emergency rescues at the base." She shook her head, her tone tinged with exasperation. Qiang was being reckless. Qin Lang observed Wen Xin's expression and spoke coldly, "If you knew all this and understood Qianghua's temperament, why did you agree to her being an instructor?" When Xin sighed and replied quietly, "You're aware of her temper. And with her father's influence, Qin Lang understood the predicament they were in and could only respond with resignation. Tomorrow, you'll take over training the medical team. He'll speak to the battalion commander. The battalion commander listened to Qin Lang's report in silence before giving him a meaningful look. Squad leader, you're quite the protector. Ready to dismiss the entire medical team already? Qin Lang held his ground, his tone firm. The mountain cameras don't lie. Don't tell me you didn't see them heads hanging, spirits crushed. Who among them is fit to continue? It's better for them to stay with the medical unit where they belong. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and her team were nearing the shooting range. Xiaonan spotted a parked vehicle at the base, and a glimmer of hope lit up in her eyes. Is that the medical team's car? Are they here to pick us up? Dr. Liu rapped her on the head lightly and said with mock annoyance, "What are you thinking? With that female devil behind us, do you really think that's possible?" Xiaonan pouted but stayed quiet. As they got closer, they were surprised and delighted to find it really was the medical team's car. Dr. Su leaned out of the window, smiling as she called, "Hurry up and get in. We're here to take you home." On the ride back, Lin Yu finally allowed herself to relax, her body limp as she leaned against Xiaonan and Dr. Liu. In a soft voice she murmured, "Xiaonan, let me rest on you for a bit." Xiaonan and Dr. Liu exchanged a glance, both inwardly lamenting. Qianhua really went too far. At least we have some experience with this kind of training, but it's Dr. Lin's first time. Back at the medical unit, everyone was so exhausted that they had no appetite. They ate a little and quickly called it a night. Lin Yu dragged her heavy steps into the treatment room, carefully removing her shoes and socks, only to find her feet covered in blisters of all sizes. As she examined them, the head nurse walked in and immediately gasped at the sight of Lin Yu's feet. How did it get this bad? The head nurse crouched down, lifting Lin Yu's foot to inspect it carefully. She grabbed some alcohol and a needle, meticulously puncturing each blister and disinfecting the wounds. As she worked, she couldn't help but marvel silently. She must have such a high pain tolerance, she didn't even make a sound the entire way. Noticing the blisters on Lin Yu's ears, the head nurse delicately treated those as well. Once she finished, she sighed lightly. "This must be the longest distance you've ever walked in a day, right?" Lin Yu shook her head, replying wearily, "Not the longest, but definitely the most sun exposure I've ever had." The head nurse glanced at Lin Yu's sunburned, reddened face, which even had small blood spots, and quickly dampened some gauze with saline solution to soothe her skin. When Lin Yu got home, she didn't even let her exhaustion stop her. She went straight to the bathroom and discovered her body was covered in tiny red spots. After showering, she put on a camisole nightgown and collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep sleep almost instantly. When Qin Lang returned home, he noticed the bloodstains on Lin Yu's feet, the heat rash covering her body, and the sunburn on her face. His chest tightened with a pang of guilt. He walked over to the bed, gazing at her furrowed brow as she slept. Gently, he brushed her hair away from her face, feeling a surge of relief that he had seen through the battalion commander's ploy in time. Otherwise, the suffering Lin Yu endured today might have been far worse. He turned around and retrieved the medical kit from his home, skillfully laying out the supplies one by one. After carefully disinfecting her wounds again, he gently massaged her entire body with both hands, easing her tense muscles and weary frame. Lin Yu closed her eyes, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from his hands. Gradually, she relaxed, and the pain on her face melted away. At dawn, the wake-up call sounded precisely on time. Qin Lang quickly sat up and efficiently dressed. Despite his quiet movements, he still managed to wake Lin Yu. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Qin Lang sitting at the edge of the bed. Her slender arms naturally wrapped around his waist as she softly called out, "Qin Lang." Qin Lang looked down at her, his tone laced with concern. Are you feeling any better?" Lin Yu tentatively moved her body, feeling that most of her strength had returned, though her feet still ached faintly. Thinking about the day's training tasks, she frowned slightly and struggled to hook her arm around Qin Lang's neck, attempting to sit up. But as soon as she exerted force, the pain in her foot caused her to lose balance, and she leaned heavily against Qin Lang's back. "Qin Lang," she called out softly. Hearing her voice, Qin Lang immediately turned around and wrapped his arms securely around her waist, preventing her from slipping. Lin Yu instinctively rested her face against his chest, feeling the firmness of his muscles and the warmth of his body. A sense of safety washed over her. Qin Lang looked down at her nestled in his arms and couldn't help but sigh inwardly with a hint of helplessness. This little troublemaker. He gently lifted her face and carefully examined her sunburned skin. Noticing that the redness and swelling had subsided and her complexion had returned to its fair and smooth state, with no trace of the previous rash, he let out a relieved breath. His tone lightened as he said, "You're healing well." Leaning lightly against his shoulder, Lin Yu asked in a soft voice, "Qin Lang, can I skip training today?" She lifted her head and gazed at him with her clear, earnest eyes, filled with hope and a hint of pleading. Qin Lang looked into her eyes, feeling a ripple of emotion, but he didn't respond immediately. Seeing his silence, Lin Yu's lips curved into a mischievous smile. She leaned closer to his face and softly repeated, "Can I?" Before the words had fully left her mouth, her lips brushed against his. Qin Lang inwardly chuckled bitterly. This little minx was even trying to seduce him now. He deliberately remained silent, curious about what she might do next. Seeing his lack of response, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Suddenly, she playfully nipped at his Adam's apple and even flicked it with her tongue. This action completely shattered Qin Lang's composure. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he gripped her waist tightly and lowered his head to capture her lips, seizing her teasing tongue with fervent intensity. It was as if he wanted to claim every breath of hers as his own. Lin Yu was momentarily startled by his passion, but she quickly immersed herself in the moment, responding to him with equal fervor. Their breaths grew heavier, and Qin Lang's hands wandered instinctively across her back, savoring the softness of her skin and the warmth of her body. In the room, only the sound of their intertwined breaths and pounding hearts could be heard. Suddenly, the morning drill call blared, shattering the heated atmosphere. Both of them froze, then looked at each other and exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and affection. Qin Lang gently pulled her into a close embrace and murmured, "Starting today, Wen Xin will be training the medical team. Drill starts at 6:30. I'll take you there." When Xian truly lived up to her reputation as a former instructor, exuding a natural aura of authority and trustworthiness. During training, she was strict and decisive, but once it ended, it was as if she became a different person, casual, approachable, chatting and joking with the team members without putting on airs. Because of this, everyone both respected and liked her, Lin You included. That evening, the atmosphere in the female Special Forces dormitory was relaxed and lively. Instructor Wen Xian, team leader Yi Qing, and team members Xianghua and Jingchu were gathered together, chatting about everyday matters. Wen Xin's gaze fell on Xianghua, and though her tone was light, it carried a note of seriousness. "Xianghua, Dr. Lin is a good person, and the squad leader cares for her deeply. You should let go of those unrealistic thoughts." Her words left the other three momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting her to bring up such a topic. Yi Qing was the first to react, turning to chime in, "The instructor is right, Xianghua. You should listen to reason." Jingchu nodded in agreement, adding, "I haven't interacted much with Dr. Lin, but everyone at the base seems to like her." Xianghua remained silent for a moment before raising her head to ask, "Did she say something to you? Or did the squad say anything?" When Xian shook her head, her tone still calm. "No, they didn't say anything." After a brief pause, she continued, "I just think you shouldn't keep waiting for something that won't happen. Besides, Shan Yi is a great person too." Yi Qing glanced at Xianghua, then added, "Xianghua, I heard they've been married for 6 years." At this, Xianghua immediately rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with frustration. "We've known each other for 10 years. Her response made Yi Qing sigh helplessly before she spoke again, her voice slower and more deliberate. "Back then, the squad leader clearly turned down your father's offer. That alone shows he didn't have feelings for you at the time." Xianghua retorted without hesitation, "You don't understand the real situation. Dr. Lin and the squad leader's marriage was arranged by their families long ago. He's someone who values promises above all else. And since Dr. Lin's parents passed away early, he felt obligated to take care of her, which is why he had no choice but to marry her." She paused briefly before continuing. "Besides, they've had very little interaction since their marriage. Why else would they never visit each other's families all these years? So I don't think he's that into her. Other than her looks, what else does she have to offer?" Xianghua's words left the others visibly surprised. Clearly, they hadn't expected such a backstory to the marriage. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing reminded her, "But now she's joined him at the base. If the squad leader didn't care for her, why would he allow her to come? And let's be honest, with his cold personality, he doesn't seem like the kind of man who would marry someone he doesn't like." Her tone shifted slightly as she added, "Dr. Lin is a medical doctor with a Ph.D. Remember how she handled Yang Zhishan? That move left the entire base in awe. She's far more than just a pretty face." When Xian nodded in agreement. Even if the squad leader doesn't have romantic feelings for her, they're already married, and the likelihood of divorce is practically zero. Jing Chu shared her perspective as well. "I actually think the squad leader does care about her deeply. Dr. Liu from the medical team mentioned that Dr. Lin seems genuinely happy. If the squad leader didn't care about her, how could she appear so content?" Yi Qing added, "A woman as beautiful and accomplished as Dr. Lin would be hard for any man to resist. The squad leader is no exception." Jing Chu, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke, her tone softening. "Xianghua, loving someone doesn't always mean you have to marry them. Sometimes, letting them be happy is a form of love as well. Besides, I think you should consider your father's advice and give Shan Yi a chance." Hearing everyone speak up on Lin Yu's behalf, Xianghua impatiently interrupted, "Enough already. At least for now, I won't give up. Ever since he saved my life, I haven't been able to think of anyone else. And you all don't understand the bond we share." She paused, her tone resolute. "I'll start visiting the medical team more often. Isn't the instructor heading to the military district for a meeting in a few days? When that happens, I'll take over training the medical team and see for myself what makes her so special." Seeing Qionghua's unwavering determination, when Xan, Yiqing, and Jing Chu could only shake their heads in resignation. They all knew Qionghua's personality. Once she set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible to change it. Matters of the heart were often clearer to outsiders than to those involved. All they could do was let her figure things out on her own. When Xan sighed inwardly, making a silent decision, she then turned off the lights and prepared to rest. A few days later, when Xan wrapped up her training duties, that evening, she deliberately accompanied Lin You on her way to the family quarters. Lin Yu, initially assuming when Xian would head back to the dormitory, was surprised to find her tagging along. She couldn't help but wonder if the instructor had something on her mind. Lin Yu broke the silence, asking, "Instructor 1, is there something you'd like to discuss with me?" When Xian maintained her calm demeanor and smiled faintly. Over the past few days, she had developed a favorable impression of Lin Yu. The young doctor was not only highly skilled but also intelligent, humble, and devoid of any arrogance. In a gentle tone, when Xian said, "Dr. Lin, I'd like to talk to you about Qionghuo." Lin Yu nodded, her expression turning serious. "I'm listening." When Xian leaned in slightly, her tone gentle as she asked, "Dr. Lin, are you aware that Qionghuo has feelings for the squad leader?" Lin Yu froze for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, but she still nodded politely. When Xian, ever perceptive, caught the subtle emotion in her gaze, wasn't jealousy or anger, just pure bewilderment. When Xian probed further, "Do you know the squad leader once saved Qionghuo's life?" Lin Yu shook her head, her expression remaining calm. Seeing this, when Xian took a moment to organize her thoughts before continuing, when Qionghuo had just graduated from the military academy and was assigned to the recruit company, the squad leader was the company commander. Back then, like many of the new recruits, Qionghuo found his stern demeanor and harsh training methods hard to accept. But then something happened that completely changed her perspective of him. Lin Yu maintained her focused expression, prompting when Xian to go on. After the recruit training ended and they were on leave, Qionghuo went out shopping alone and happened to witness a robbery. She stepped in to help the victim retrieve their bag, but due to her inexperience, she ended up chasing the thief straight into a trap. The robbers were armed with knives and guns. Outnumbered, Qionghuo couldn't fight them off. She was slashed on the arm and beaten badly, bruised all over. Just when she thought her life might end, the squad leader, who happened to be dining at a nearby restaurant, rushed to her rescue. However, in the process, he was shot because he overlooked one of the attacker's guns. When Xian paused, noticing that Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, and then continued, both of them ended up hospitalized. Qionghuo, having been pampered all her life, would often complain about the pain during her recovery. The squad leader, however, stayed by her side, comforting her and sharing with her the responsibilities and moral values of a soldier. It was then that Qionghuo realized that beneath his stern exterior, the squad leader had a humorous side. As a young girl, it's natural to admire a hero, and from that moment on, she developed feelings for him. Later, when the squad leader was transferred to the special forces, she followed him there. After finishing her story, when Xian carefully observed Lin Yu's reaction, Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly. Although she didn't appear overtly angry, a trace of displeasure was evident. When Xin's heart tightened, and she cautiously asked, "Dr. Lin, are you alright?" Lin Yu slowly came back to her senses, her tone calm but with a faint tremor, "I'm fine. It's a touching story on love." Though her voice seemed steady, there was an unmistakable undercurrent of emotion that made when Xian uneasy. When Xian hurried to clarify, "Dr. Lin, please don't misunderstand me. That wasn't my intention." But Lin Yu interrupted her directly, her tone turning colder, "I'm just curious why the political instructor felt the need to share this with me." When Xian sighed softly, a trace of helplessness in her expression, and continued, "Dr. Lin, I just want you to understand Qionghuo and not hold her actions against her. After all, her feelings are entirely one-sided. Every time she confessed to the squad leader, he rejected her without hesitation. Even when her father tried to intervene, the squad leader stood firm and clearly expressed his stance." She paused briefly, her tone becoming even more sincere. "Starting tomorrow, Qionghuo will be taking over the last 3 days of training with the medical team. I can't guarantee that she won't act rudely toward you again, but I wanted to tell you this so you wouldn't take it to heart. Her father holds significant influence in the military, and I'd prefer to avoid any unnecessary complications. Most importantly, I want you to know that the squad leader's heart belongs to you alone. I'll do my best to persuade Qionghuo to let go of her feelings, and I sincerely hope you and the squad leader will continue to be happy together." After finishing, when Xian looked at Lin Yu with eyes full of concern and sincerity. Lin Yu, however, lowered her gaze, seemingly processing everything she had just heard. A heavy, indescribable tension hung in the air. After once Sheen left, Lin You felt as though her emotions were like rocks battered by relentless waves, unable to settle for a long time. She sat blankly on the bench outside the dormitory, her mind swirling with the story she had just heard. She had known for a while that Xianghua had feelings for Qin Lang, but she always assumed it was just a one-sided crush from a young girl. She never expected there to be such a long-standing and touching history between them. She didn't feel angry at Qianghua after all. Any naive young girl in such a situation might naturally fall for someone like Qin Lang. If it had been her, she might have done the same. But what truly stirred her heart was the revelation about the scar on Qin Lang's arm. She had always believed it was the result of a stray bullet during a training exercise 10 years ago. To learn that it was actually a wound sustained while saving Qianghua left her shaken. She understood that it was simply Qin Lang fulfilling his duty as a soldier. Any responsible soldier would have stepped up in such a crisis. Yet, despite her understanding, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. What Lin You couldn't comprehend was why Qin Lang had hidden this from her. Why had he fabricated a lie? Did he think she wouldn't understand? What hurt even more was the thought of how gentle and considerate Qin Lang had been back then. She recalled how, in their younger years, he had always been impatient with tears, often expressing his annoyance when someone cried. How could he have been so comforting to Qianghua? This made her question, had Qin Lang once liked Qianghua? If not, why had he been so attentive so much so that Qianghua had fallen deeply for him? 10 years ago, one winter when Qin Lang returned home for the new year, Lin Yu had fallen ill with a high fever late at night. Professor Song was working the night shift, and Qin's father wasn't home either, leaving only Qin Lang to look after her. Burning with a fever of 39°C, she had asked him to find her some medicine. Instead of helping, he had stubbornly insisted she drink more water. She drank so much that her stomach felt bloated, forcing her to make frequent trips to the dark and eerie courtyard bathroom. Too scared to go alone, she had begged for his help, but he had grumbled impatiently, complaining about her not sweating yet. Lin Yu, who rarely sweated due to her constitution, had eventually broken into a sweat that night, and her fever subsided. Strangely, her body became more prone to sweating after that. Looking back now, she realized his method had worked, but she still felt a lingering frustration. Why could he be so meticulous with Qianghua but so indifferent with her back then? As Lin Yu was lost in her thoughts, Luli happened to pass by and noticed her sitting there with a troubled expression. Concerned, he approached her cautiously and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Pulled back to reality by his voice, Lin Yu stood up and replied calmly, "I'm fine." Luli, however, seemed to have something else on his mind. Hesitating, he asked tentatively, "Sister-in-law, did you ask for me?" Lin Yu looked at him puzzled. "You know, about helping me find that person," Luli reminded her quickly. Lin Yu thought for a moment before nodding. "Oh, I asked, but I haven't gotten a reply yet." Luli nodded in understanding, then asked curiously, "I heard you grew up living at the captain's house. Why didn't you stay with your own family?" Lin Yu frowned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. "How do you know that?" "Just something I heard," Luli mumbled awkwardly. "So, do you not have any family of your own now?" Lin Yu's expression turned colder as she pressed. "Who told you that?" "It was Qianghua and the others," Luli admitted, his voice growing quieter. Lin Yu's dissatisfaction flared. How could Qianghua and her friends know this? She had never mentioned it. Could Qin Lang have told them? Her emotions grew more complicated, tinged with a hint of anger. If she had taken a moment to think it through, she would have realized that Qin Lang wasn't the type to casually share such personal details. Sensing her displeasure, Luli hurriedly added, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lin Yu replied curtly. After hesitating for a moment, Luli ventured cautiously, "Sister-in-law, if it's really like they said, maybe you could try looking for your family. What if you still have relatives out there?" Lin Yu looked up sharply, staring at him without holding back. "What does that have to do with you?" She retorted coldly before turning and walking away, leaving Luli standing there, regretting his words. He realized he had been too pushy and said too much. As Lin Yu ascended the stairs, thoughts of her mother's family surfaced. She had no memory of ever meeting her mother's relatives. If they had truly existed, wouldn't her mother have mentioned them? And even if they appeared now, she wouldn't accept them. During her mother's lifetime, they had shown no concern for their family. During her most challenging times, they had been nowhere to be found. When Lin Yu returned home, Qin Lang was busy in the kitchen. Seeing her enter, he casually asked, "Honey, why are you back so late? Was there a surgery at the infirmary?" Lin Yu only responded with a faint before heading to the bedroom to change. When she came out, Qin Lang was setting the table and called to her, "Wash your hands and come eat, honey." Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Yu looked at her own delicate features and couldn't help but wonder, what exactly does he like about me? Is it my appearance? Qin Lang had changed so much, becoming gentler and more considerate. But who had taught him these changes? Qin Lang approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her and burying his face in her neck. His warm breath tickled her ear. As she raised a hand to scratch the itch, he caught her hand and, before she could react, gently nibbled at her earlobe. She sighed, turning to hug his waist, pressing her face to his chest. But his lips didn't stop, brushing against her cheek with tender kisses. Lin Yu pushed him away and walked to the dining table. Qin Lang chuckled and let her go, sitting down to serve her a bowl of rice. After dinner, Qin Lang pinned her beneath him again. Breathing heavily, Lin Yu asked, "Qin Lang, do you like me?" Qin Lang paused and looked directly into her eyes, then softly kissed the corner of her mouth. Just as Lin Yu thought he wouldn't answer, he murmured, "Of course I like you. What do you think I'm doing right now?" Looking into his dark, unwavering eyes, Lin Yu asked again, "What do you like most about me?" Qin Lang leaned down and bit her earlobe lightly, his voice low and teasing. "I like you the most when you're under me just like now." Pouting in dissatisfaction, Lin Yu muttered, "So you only desire me." Qin Lang chuckled against her neck, his tone playful. "Without love, where would desire come from, silly?" After a moment of silence, Lin Yu suddenly asked, "Did you ever like someone else before? Like Qianghua?" Qin Lang froze, staring at her intently. "What did Qianghua tell you?" Lin Yu shook her head, not wanting to bring up the day's events. But in her heart, she couldn't help but notice how Qin Lang had stopped what he was doing, something he never used to do in moments like this. It only made her more anxious. Qin Lang could sense her unease and wondered, at a time like this, shouldn't her mind be on us? Why is she thinking about someone else? Without another word, he leaned down and kissed her deeply, his tongue dominating her mouth with an intensity that left no room for resistance. Lin Yu felt like she was drowning, clinging to him tightly as her breath became ragged. Satisfied, Qin Lang gazed into her tear-filled eyes, then began to remove the barriers between them. The next day, everyone seemed to have gathered early in front of the medical team's office to prepare for Qianghua's training. Lin Yu, however, was completely drained from the ordeal Qin Lang had put her through the night before and hurried over only at the last minute. As soon as she arrived, she saw Qianghua already standing there, staring at her with a stern expression. With no other choice, Lin Yu lowered her head and slipped sheepishly into the lineup. Xiaonan leaned over and whispered, "Dr. Lin, why are you late? Didn't we agree to meet early?" Lin Yu forced a weak smile, lowering her voice to explain, "I forgot to reset my alarm." Seeing the disbelief on Xiaonan's face, she raised her hand as if making a solemn vow. "I swear I won't be late tomorrow." Xiaonan couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused by her sneaky demeanor, shaking her head helplessly. However, Qianghua had already noticed their little exchange. She strode over, her sharp gaze locking onto Lin Yu. Her voice was icy as she asked, "Dr. Lin, do you think being late is something to be proud of?" Lin Yu lifted her head briefly to meet Qianghua's gaze before quickly lowering it again, staying silent. Qianghua, unimpressed, pressed further in a harsh tone, "Do you realize that punctuality is the most basic discipline required of a soldier?" Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lin Yu suppressed her embarrassment and unease. With a firm tone, she replied, "I'm sorry, Instructor Qianghua. I promise it won't happen again." Qianghua nodded slightly, though her tone remained cold. "Good. You'll do an extra hour of training at noon." With that, she turned and walked away. Clenching her teeth, Lin Yu silently cursed Qin Lang, muttering to herself, "It's all his fault for being so relentless last night." She stole a glance at Qianghua, and an odd thought crept into her mind. Qianghua and Qin Lang would actually make a good pair, wouldn't they? Both of them were strict and commanding, the type who could probably get along well. As her mind wandered, memories of her entanglement with Qin Lang the previous night surfaced, causing her cheeks to flush. Although Qin Lang had been the one to approach her first, she had to admit that her heart was already full of him. Otherwise, how could she go from being angry one moment to being completely captivated by him the next? His final words from the night before still echoed in her ears. "Next time you bring up someone else at a time like that, it won't end so easily." His domineering passion was something Lin Yu couldn't resist, leaving her caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Professor Song had once said that all a woman ever seeks in life is a fulfilling career and a true partner. And Qin Lang, he seemed to be the one she was willing to compromise for. During the morning training, Lin Yu gritted her teeth and pushed through. At noon, she endured the extra hour of training as well. By the afternoon, her physical strength was clearly waning, but she was determined not to let Qianghua look down on her. She forced herself to keep going. During a break, Xiaonan noticed her pale face and the sweat beading on her forehead. Handing her a water bottle, she asked worriedly, "Dr. Lin, are you okay? Do you need to rest?" Lin Yu took the bottle and was about to respond when Dr. Liu's stern voice cut in. "Dr. Lin, you didn't rest at noon, and now the sun is blazing. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll collapse. I'm going to ask Qianghua for permission for you to take a break." Before Lin Yu could stop him, Dr. Liu was already heading toward Qianghua. Moments later, Qianghua approached, and Lin Yu quickly stood up, trying to appear fine. However, Qianghua let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Dr. Lin, Can't handle an extra hour of training? With your physical condition, how did you even make it into a military medical school? Whether you're a soldier or a soldier's wife, you should demonstrate extraordinary resilience and strength. Set an example for everyone and don't give up so easily. Xiao Nan, unable to hold back, retorted. Dr. Lin is already drenched in sweat and on the verge of fainting. If she collapses, how does that benefit anyone? The captain might even hold you responsible. Lin Yu quickly grabbed Xiao Nan's hand, signaling her to stop, but Qianhua's expression had already darkened. Her voice turned icy as she said, since you're so concerned about her, fine. You can join her punishment. She then pointed at Dr. Liu. And you too. Both of you, go run 3,000 meters. No. Panic-stricken, Lin Yu rushed forward to plead, that's not necessary. I'll go on my own. Before she could finish, she was already heading toward the track. After a few laps, Lin Yu's strength finally gave out. Her vision blurred, and she collapsed heavily onto the ground. The medical team immediately rushed over, shouting anxiously, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin. Even Qianhua panicked when she saw what had happened. She quickly scooped Lin Yu up and sprinted to the infirmary. After examining her, Captain Song said, she's suffering from exhaustion. She needs fluids. Dr. Liu, help her remove her jacket. Turning to Qianhua, he added firmly, Lieutenant Qiang, there are only 3 days left. Dr. Lin needs time to recover. She won't participate in any more training. I'll file a request with the team. Qianhua wanted to argue, but seeing Captain Song's rare display of authority, she could only nod in agreement. Head nurse Deng chimed in. Should we inform the team leader? Captain Song replied calmly, the team leader is on a mission. As Qianhua and Dr. Liu worked together to remove Lin Yu's jacket, everyone was stunned to see the scattered marks on her neck and chest, dark and light kiss marks. Dr. Liu quickly covered her with a blanket, and an awkward silence fell over the room. A voice filled with complaint came from behind. The squad leader really doesn't know how to show any tenderness. The rest of the medical team nodded in agreement, whispering among themselves. Qianhua's expression darkened immediately, her face tinged with awkwardness as she hurriedly walked out. When Lin Yu woke up again, the sky outside the window had already turned a warm shade of dusk. The golden glow of the setting sun streamed into the room, casting a cozy warmth on the walls. As soon as she opened her eyes, someone by her side leaned in with a voice full of concern. How are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that still hurts? Lin Yu tried to move her limbs. Although her body was still a bit sore, she felt generally okay. She shook her head lightly and replied softly, I'm fine now. That's good to hear, the person said with a sigh of relief, then smiled and added, you should eat something to regain your strength. Lin Yu nodded in agreement and slowly sat up, but she suddenly noticed that she was now wearing a shirt she didn't recognize. Startled, she looked down at herself in confusion. She clearly remembered not wearing formal clothes today, so how had she ended up in a button-up shirt? At that moment, Dr. Liu walked over with a teasing smile on his face. I was the one who changed your clothes. Don't worry, I've seen everything that shouldn't be seen, he said matter-of-factly, then leaned in slightly closer and added in a low voice meant only for the two of them. You and the squad leader are quite the loving pair, those marks say it all. Lin Yu's face instantly turned bright red, and she was so embarrassed she didn't know how to respond. She lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into thin air. Head nurse Deng, standing nearby, gave Dr. Liu a light shove and joined in with a playful tone. What's the point of being shy now? Should have thought about that earlier. Her comment sent the room into a burst of laughter, making Lin Yu's face flush even deeper. She could only keep her head down, avoiding everyone's gaze. The head nurse cleared her throat, stifling her laughter, and gently helped Lin Yu to her feet. Come on, let's go to the duty room and get you something to eat, she said kindly. Sitting in the duty room, Lin Yu ate the food nurse Deng had prepared for her, but her mind couldn't help drifting to Qin Lang. She had already heard that he was out on a mission. Though she didn't say anything, her heart was constantly worried for him. Days passed like this, with Lin Yu eventually recovering and returning to her normal work schedule, yet Qin Lang still hadn't come back. One afternoon, as sunlight bathed the streets on her way home from work, Lin Yu unexpectedly ran into Qianhua. To her surprise, Qianhua approached her with a smile that seemed to carry an unspoken meaning. Dr. Lin, can we have a chat? She asked. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. The two walked side by side, and Qianhua was the first to speak, her tone carrying a deliberate hint of disdain. Dr. Lin, you're so fragile. You look like a delicate beauty who's always unwell. Honestly, you're not worthy of the squad leader. Lin Yu had initially thought Qianhua wanted to discuss something serious, but she hadn't expected such a direct insult. Her brows furrowed slightly as a flicker of anger rose within her. Did her patience and tolerance make others think they could step all over her? She stopped walking and responded in a calm yet sharp tone. Whether I'm worthy or not doesn't matter, we're already married. As for your so-called affection, it will always remain in the shadows, hidden and unacknowledged. All you can do is watch us be happy. Qianhua's face froze instantly, But Lin Yu didn't stop. She continued. I used to admire your perseverance, but your repeated insults toward Met his is how you define love? If you can't even accept the person Qin Lang loves, then your feelings are nothing but selfish. Such love doesn't deserve to be spoken of. With that, Lin Yu turned and walked away, leaving Qianghua standing there, her expression a mix of emotions too complex to decipher. Qianghua never expected that Lin Yu would counter her questioning so unflinchingly. I don't just like him, Lin Yu retorted coldly. I love him. And in this world, no one loves him more than I do. Qianghua scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Love? How ridiculous. Everyone in our Qin family loves him more than you ever could. At least compared to me, you're not even qualified to talk about love. You say you love him, but all these years, knowing how busy his work is and how demanding his training is, why haven't you visited him once? Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected Qianghua to confront her so directly, as if she were some interloper disrupting their bond. She lowered her head, questioning herself, did she truly love Qin Lang? Or rather, did Qin Lang truly love her? She didn't dare ask, and she never had. Qin Lang was never one to express love openly, and she had grown accustomed to the unspoken silence between them. Seeing Lin Yu's silence, Qianghua's lips curled into a triumphant smile. See? I was right. You don't understand him, let alone love him. Do you know that every time he's on a mission, I worry so much I can't sleep all night? And you? You go about your day, chatting with colleagues, showing no sign of concern at all. Lin Yu rolled her eyes, her tone laced with disdain. Does worry have to be written all over my face? But Qianghua wasn't about to let her off the hook, pressing further. Then do you know what his favorite food is? His favorite song? Do you have any idea how much effort I've put in to learn these things? He loves sweet and sour pork, and his favorite song is Wong Kar-wai's Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. Do you even know that? A cold laugh rose in Lin Yu's heart. Of course she knew those things. Back in middle school, Qin Lang's family often played Wong Kar-wai's music, and at the time he did love sweet and sour pork. But now, his tastes had long since changed. His favorite dish was now braised pork. Inwardly, Lin Yu thought, Qianghua was just being self-righteous. This suffocating love was precisely why Qin Lang didn't like her. If it were Lin Yu, she'd keep her distance too. Seeing Lin Yu's still indifferent expression, Qianghua's tone grew even sharper. You know, he used to take me shopping and even gave me flowers. She deliberately paused to gauge Lin Yu's reaction and caught a fleeting look of shock in her eyes. Then, she pulled a 4-leaf clover necklace from her bag, dangling it in the air. He gave me this. When I first joined the Special Forces, he said he hoped it would keep me safe on every mission. Every time we went on a mission, he always looked out for me. Lin Yu's gaze fell on the necklace, and a wave of complicated feelings surged within her. She recognized it. Professor Song had once bought her similar necklaces and bracelets in different colors, though she rarely wore them. But to think Qin Lang had given the same kind of gift to someone else. She stopped listening to Qianghua's subsequent words, turned coldly, and walked straight into the family quarters. Lin Yu's heart was a storm of anger and jealousy. Since she met Qin Lang, he had never given her jewelry or flowers. She used to dismiss such things as trivial, thinking they didn't matter because Professor Song always bought her what he thought was the best. But now, she realized Qin Lang had given gifts to someone else. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Qin Lang knew full well that Qianghua had feelings for him, yet he still gave her a gift that could easily be misinterpreted as a romantic gesture. That night, Lin Yu lay in bed, Qianghua's words replaying in her mind over and over, keeping her awake. By morning, she showed up at the medical unit with dark circles under her eyes. During lunch, Xiaonan glanced at her and teased, Dr. Lin, did the captain come back? No, Lin Yu replied, shaking her head. No. Then why do you look like you didn't sleep at all? Xiaonan joked. Insomnia, Lin Yu answered curtly. Dr. Lu leaned in, scrutinizing her for a moment before grinning knowingly. You must miss the captain so much you couldn't sleep alone, huh? Lin Yu felt exasperated but couldn't be bothered to explain. During the lunch break, she managed to nap briefly and regain some energy. But to her dismay, Qianghua showed up at the medical unit that afternoon. Strutting past Lin Yu with an air of superiority, she headed straight to the physiotherapy room. The sight of her reignited Lin Yu's anger. Why did Qianghua get to be so brazen? And why did Qin Lang keep her at the base? Just because of her competence. Lin Yu was his wife, yet she had to endure Qianghua's constant provocations. What hurt even more was that she couldn't refute Qianghua because Qin Lang had never explicitly said he loved her. Then, one night, Qin Lang returned. Lin Yu was lying in bed when she heard him quietly changing clothes and heading to the bathroom. After a while, he slipped into bed and gently pulled her into his arms. Lin Yu pretended to be asleep, her mind racing with countless questions she wanted to ask but didn't know how. Hearing his steady breathing, she guessed he must be exhausted. Thinking of the dangers he faced on his missions, she couldn't bring herself to disturb him. At dawn, soft murmurs broke the silence in the bedroom. Qin Lang, what are you doing? Lin Yu's voice carried a trace of resistance. What do you think? Of course I missed you. Don't you miss me? Qin Lang's tone was teasing. Stop it. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. Lin Yu pushed him away and got out of bed. A while later, she returned to bed, speaking flatly. I'm on my period. Don't mess around. I need more sleep. Qin Lang frowned, puzzled. Wasn't it the 23rd last month? Why is it only the 10th this time? Lin Yu froze, surprised that he remembered her cycle. Though a small thrill warmed her heart, Kyungho's words still lingered in her mind. She didn't respond, closing her eyes to feign sleep. But Qin Lang wouldn't let it go, leaning down to kiss her gently on the face. Lin Yu opened her eyes to see him looking bright and energetic, which only deepened her sense of grievancy was unscathed, while she had to endure constant harassment from his admirer. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Noticing her shift in mood, Qin Lang immediately stopped and held her close. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Leaning against his chest, Lin Yu's voice quivered. Qin Lang, I missed you. A smile spread across Qin Lang's face, and Lin Yu could even hear his heartbeat quicken. He spoke softly. I missed you too. Can we talk? Lin Yu whispered. Sure. Did you ever like Cheonghua? She looked up at him, her eyes filled with both hope and unease. Qin Lang frowned and gently lifted her head to meet his gaze. Why are you bringing this up again? Hearing the impatience in his tone, Lin Yu lowered her head and fell silent. Qin Lang, frustrated by her persistence over what he considered trivial matters, sighed. Hadn't she realized his feelings after all these years? He pulled her head back to his chest and said calmly, I don't want to answer. Go to sleep. With that, he closed his eyes, saying no more. That single sentence silenced all of Lin Yu's questions. Their bodies were close, but their hearts felt separated by an insurmountable chasm, each drowning in their own grievances. Since that early morning, both of them had been weighed down by heavy hearts. Lin Yu buried all her emotions deep inside, silently enduring without uttering a single word. Qin Lang, though keenly aware of her unusual behavior, couldn't get her to reveal the reason. Instead, he sought to claim her in almost frenzied ways during the night. Every time he saw her utterly drained, his heart ached, yet he felt powerless. Only in those moments of closeness did he feel like he completely occupied her world. However, after all this time together, it seemed they had returned to square one. Lin Yu hadn't cared before. At least, when he wasn't around, she could avoid thinking of him and wouldn't feel sadness. But now, her heart had been taken over by him. She knew she liked Qin Lang, yet she couldn't accept how he only took from her without trying to address the issues between them. His attitude left her disheartened. One day, Qin Lang overheard his team members talking and learned that Lin Yu had fainted previously due to Cheonghua's deliberate difficulties. His brows immediately furrowed, and that very day, he confronted Cheonghua, demanding, Why did you intentionally make things hard for her? His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through Cheonghua, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and disappointment. Cheonghua feigned innocence, her expression calm and unaffected as she replied, I didn't. It was just standard training. She was late in the morning, so I added an extra hour of practice. Isn't that a reasonable punishment? I had no idea why she fainted. As Qin Lang listened to her explanation, the memory of the night before his departure flashed in his mind, and a wave of regret washed over him. Unwilling to let it go, he pressed further. Did you say anything to her recently? Sensing Qin Lang's suspicion, Cheonghua felt relieved that Lin Yu hadn't told him anything. She shook her head, denying any possibility. Qin Lang let out a deep sigh, his tone tinged with helplessness and coldness. Cheonghua, I've already told you I'm married. I hope you can let go of whatever feelings you have for me. We're comrades and that's all. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. After training that afternoon, Qin Lang hurried to the medical unit. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Lin Yu walking out. Flashing her a small, apologetic smile, he called out, Honey, are you tired? I'm here to pick you up after work. However, Lin Yu shot him a cold glance, said nothing, and walked straight past him. Seeing this, Qin Lang quickly caught up with her, speaking as he walked. I want to talk to Cheonghua this morning. Lin Yu paused, turning to look at him with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Qin Lang continued. She wasn't intentionally making things difficult for you. You were late in the morning, so the extra hour of training was standard. He tried to take her hand, softly apologizing. It's my fault this happened. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, okay? I didn't know Cheonghua was coming to train the next day. These schedules aren't communicated to me in advance. Hearing his words, Lin Yu's anger flared even more. She forcefully pulled her hand away and said coldly, You went to see Cheonghua? I thought you were standing up for me, but you were just defending her. Furious and deeply wronged, she stormed off, her heart heavy with frustration. He had so easily believed Cheonghua's explanation, completely disregarding the truth of the matter. On the way home, Lin Yu walked ahead, with Qin Lang trailing behind. He attempted to touch her shoulder, but she ignored him with an icy demeanor. Colleagues passed by, occasionally saluting Qin Lang, clearly noticing the tension between the couple. In the distance, Yang Pan, Lu Li, Shan Yi, and Liang were heading their way. When Qin Lang spotted them, he immediately stepped to the side of the path and looked up at the sky, trying to mask his embarrassment. As the four approached, Lu Li teased, "Captain, what are you looking at? Blue skies and white clouds?" Yang Pan chimed in, "Pretty, huh? But your beautiful wife has already walked off." Qin Lang turned to see that Lin You had indeed entered the family quarters. He sighed helplessly. Liang cautiously asked, "Captain, is your wife upset?" Qin Lang nodded. Lu Li offered some advice. "Women just want to hear sweet words. That's all it takes." But Shan Yi shook his head in disagreement. "Sweet words alone won't cut it. You need to take real action." Qin Lang had no interest in their opinions. He turned and headed toward the family building. Just then, his pager buzzed. Emergency assembly. Immediately, he set aside his personal concerns and sprinted off with the others. Back at home, Lin You sat on the couch, quietly waiting for Qin Lang. She thought to herself, this standoff couldn't go on forever. Maybe it was time to have an honest conversation. If Qin Lang truly had feelings for Qianghua, she would step aside for them. But if it was all a misunderstanding, she couldn't tolerate Qianghua meddling in their marriage. The sound of helicopter blades came from outside. Lin You quickly walked to the window and opened it. She saw Shan Yi and the others boarding the helicopter, with Qin Lang standing nearby. When he noticed her, he waved goodbye. Lin Yu's heart tightened at the thought of him heading into danger, and she waved back, trying to suppress her unease. Watching the helicopter disappear into the horizon, her heart remained restless. This mission involved quite a few people, including Yi Qing, Wen Xian, and Qianghua. Lin Yu couldn't help but worry, would they spend a lot of time together? Realizing she was letting her thoughts wander at such a moment, she knocked herself lightly on the head, scolding herself. They're going on a mission. How can I think like this? Lin Yu's personality was a complex mix of contradictions. When it came to trivial matters, she was always easygoing and magnanimous. But when it came to people and things she truly cared about, she longed for equal reciprocation. At this moment, her emotions were as turbulent as the wind outside the window, refusing to settle. The formation of her personality is likely deeply connected to the upheavals she experienced in her early family life. After losing her parents at a young age, she believed she could at least rely on her mother for companionship. However, her mother chose to end her life out of despair. Her grandfather's passing soon after plunged her further into loneliness. When she was taken in by the Qin family, they cared for her with utmost tenderness, gradually healing the wounds in her heart. Yet, she always retained a tendency to avoid confronting difficulties. In recent days, she continued to disregard Qin Lang's deliberate attempts to win her favor, believing that since the issue wasn't her fault, there was no need for her to explain. She felt it was enough to wait for him to figure it out on his own. Growing up in the Qin household, she was sheltered and doted on by father and mother Qin, rarely encountering situations where she had to argue or stand her ground. Professor Song treated her like family and was fully aware of Qin Lang's affection for her, yet never discussed the dynamics of marriage with her. Her personality carries both a sense of detachment born from overprotection and a soft-heartedness that makes her easily swayed. Now, as Qin Lang prepared to leave, she couldn't bear the thought of him worrying about her. She chose to bury all her unease and sadness deep within, shouldering it alone. Lin Yu sat by the window of the medical station, her gaze fixed on the rain outside. The fine drizzle formed a thin veil, making the distant mountains appear hazy and tranquil. Most of the trees on the mountains had turned the golden hues of late autumn. Leaves from the sycamore trees swirled gently in the wind, with one landing in a puddle, sending ripples across the surface. The autumn rain brought a chill, and she silently recited an old saying, "Each autumn rain brings more cold." She thought to herself that tomorrow would likely be even colder. Her thoughts drifted far away, settling on Qin Lang. Where could he be now? Was he deep in the mountains carrying out a mission, or had he already returned to the bustling city? It had been a full week since he left. During this time, had he been eating well? Was he staying warm? Images of Qin Lang navigating through the forests or busy in the city flashed through her mind, and waves of worry washed over her. Letting out a soft sigh, she realized she had long set aside the awkwardness between them, even disregarding what Xianghua had said before. At this moment, her heart was filled only with deep concern for Qin Lang. "Dr. Lin, it's the weekend tomorrow. Want to go into the city for some shopping?" Xiao Nan's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Lin Yu turned her head to look at Xiao Nan, paused for a moment, and asked, "Is the winter here very cold?" Xiao Nan smiled and replied, "It's pretty cold. I was planning to buy a down jacket tomorrow." Lin Yu nodded and suddenly remembered that when she came here, she hadn't brought any winter clothes for Qin Lang. So she agreed, "All right, let's go together tomorrow." In the early hours of the morning, Members of the Special Operations Unit gathered at the city police station, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Qin Lang pushed the door open and strode in, stopping in front of the group. His sharp gaze swept across every face in the room. With a deep, commanding voice, he began assigning tasks for the next day. Tomorrow, we'll divide into 4 teams, 2 members per team, posing as couples. Each team will be stationed on a different floor of the mall, he said, pointing to specific locations on the map and assigning roles one by one. Dan Yi and Xianghua one team. Yi Qing and I another. Wen Xian and Lu Li one team. Jing Chu and Lu Yang another. He then gestured to another area on the map. Yang Pan will act as the sniper, while the rest of the team will be spread throughout the mall, ready to provide support at any moment. After finishing, Qin Lang scanned the room, his voice firm. Does anyone have any questions about this arrangement? The room remained silent, but Xianghua suddenly stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang. With a tone that carried a hint of plea, she said, "Captain, I'd like to request to be on your team." Qin Lang's brow furrowed, his expression exuding an undeniable authority as he coldly replied, "Follow orders. No disobedience." However, Xianghua didn't back down. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes as she said, "Captain, my father has already arranged for my transfer. This might be my last mission. Please grant me this request." Her words carried a note of earnestness, and Dan Yi quickly chimed in, "Captain, let Xianghua be on your team just this once." Qin Lang's gaze shifted toward the police chief, who was silently observing the exchange. He understood Xianghua's personality, while refusing her now might jeopardize the mission. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reluctantly nodded and adjusted the team assignments. Once the new teams were set, Qin Lang approached Dan Yi, his eyes narrowing with a sharp, icy glint. Dan Yi instinctively lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Qin Lang silently resolved that after the mission, Xianghua would be removed from the team, and Dan Yi would face consequences for his actions. The next morning, Lin You, Xiaonan, and Xiaobei arrived in the city early, leisurely shopping at the mall and purchasing several items. Xiaonan curiously asked, "Dr. Lin, you bought a whole set of clothes for the captain but only got yourself a down jacket?" Lin Yu smiled faintly and replied softly, "I brought plenty of winter clothes when I came, but I forgot to prepare anything for him." Xiaobei remarked, "Dr. Lin, you're so thoughtful toward the captain. How about this? I'll treat you both to coffee." The two agreed, and the group headed to a cafe, choosing a seat by the window. Outside, people bustled about, but Lin Yu seemed distracted, her gaze drifting toward the street. Noticing her silence, Xiaobei asked, "Dr. Lin, the captain has been away for a week now, hasn't he?" "Yes, just over a week," Lin Yu replied, her eyes still fixed on the outside world. Following her line of sight, Xiaobei noticed a couple emerging from a flower shop nearby. The woman held a vibrant bouquet of red roses, while the man carefully carried movie tickets, opening the door for her and shielding her on the inner side of the sidewalk. Their natural, intimate gestures clearly marked them as a couple in love. The scene struck Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning, her heart tightening with a mix of envy and disbelief. But as she recognized their faces, it felt as though the ground had been pulled from beneath her. Standing there were Qin Lang and Xianghua. Her breath caught, and her chest ached as if pierced by a blade. What stung even more was Xianghua deliberately leaning closer to Qin Lang, as if provoking her. Qin Lang, however, glanced at Xianghua briefly before turning to leave. Xiaonan and Xiaobei also witnessed the scene and quickly tried to console her. "Dr. Lin, they must be on a mission," Xiaobei reassured. "Exactly. This probably means there's danger in the mall. We should leave immediately," Xiaobei added. Lin Yu snapped out of her daze, realizing the potential threat. She promptly stood, hastily leading the two toward the parking lot and driving away. Meanwhile, Qin Lang spoke into his earpiece, issuing a command. "Lu Li, head to the cafe on the east side of the first floor and tell Dr. Lin to leave immediately." "Understood," Lu Li responded, hurrying to the location. However, by the time he arrived, Lin Yu and her companions had already gone. He reported back, "Captain, they've left. They must have sensed the danger." Driving toward the outskirts of the city, Lin Yu's hands trembled uncontrollably on the wheel. Her mind replayed the image of Qin Lang and Xianghua together, especially Xianghua's taunting expression and Qin Lang's seemingly considerate behavior. The warmth she once believed was hers alone now seemed so easily given to another. As they reached a quiet area, Lin Yu abruptly pulled over, trying to steady her chaotic emotions. She glanced at the passenger seat, where the clothes she had bought for Qin Lang lay. Overcome with anger, she grabbed them, flung the car door open, and hurled them onto the ground. Xiaonan and Xiaobei were stunned by her outburst. Xiaonan quickly got out, retrieved the clothes, and handed them to Xiaobei before returning to the car. Sitting beside Lin Yu, she gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Dr. Lin, don't do this. You're scaring me. The captain and Xianghua are just on a mission. Disguises like that are often necessary." Xiaobei chimed in, "That's right, Dr. Lin. There's no way the captain has feelings for Cheonghua. Trying to lighten the mood, Xiaonan suggested. How about we hit a bar tonight? A few drinks, and you'll forget all about this. Lin Yu remained silent for a moment before regaining some composure. Shaking her head, her voice hoarse, she asked, Xiaonan, can you drive? Xiaonan nodded. Lin Yu stepped out of the car, switching seats with her. On the drive back, Lin Yu remained silent, staring out the window, her expression hollow. She seemed utterly drained, her once vibrant demeanor now resembling a flower battered by a storm, stripped of its former brilliance. Upon returning to the base, Lin Yu got out of the car, briefly bidding farewell to Xiaonan and Xiaobei before heading straight home. The next day at work, Lin Yu deliberately wore a pair of black-framed glasses to hide her swollen red eyes. Xiaonan and Xiaobei, knowing what had happened, could easily guess she hadn't slept well the night before. They quickly walked over to her, concerned, and asked, Dr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Yu gently shook her head, indicating she was fine. During the morning meeting, Dr. Lu curiously asked, Dr. Lin, why are you wearing glasses today? Lin Yu glanced at Xiaonan and Xiaobei beside her before replying, I got caught in a dust storm on my way home yesterday, and now my eyes keep watering. Dr. Lu nodded and advised, you should use some eye drops, otherwise, it'll feel uncomfortable. Lin Yu quickly responded, thank you, I've already used some. Throughout the day, Xiaonan and Xiaobei wanted to find a good moment to comfort Lin Yu, but she was unusually busy, handling a series of trauma surgeries. For Lin Yu, this busyness was a kind of relief. Being fully immersed in her work allowed her to avoid thinking about the things troubling her. Finally, it was time to clock out in the afternoon. Xiaonan and Xiaobei approached Lin Yu and sincerely offered, Dr. Lin, it must be exhausting to go home and cook by yourself. Why don't you join us for dinner tonight? We'll cook for you. Lin Yu was deeply touched by their kindness but worried about inconveniencing them. Thank you both, but I'm a little tired. I just want to go home and rest. Back at home, Lin Yu had no appetite. She didn't bother cooking and instead made some instant noodles before going straight to bed. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from the day, but she slept soundly through the night. 3 days later, Qin Lang returned. Lin Yu was in the bathroom taking a shower when she heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. She guessed he was back. Almost done with her shower, she hesitated, unsure how to face him. Deciding to stay in the bathroom a little longer, she turned her attention to the clothes she had brought in to change into and decided to wash them while she was at it. She dried her hair with a blow-dryer and finished washing the clothes. When Qin Lang entered the apartment, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom and immediately knew Lin Yu was inside. He walked into the kitchen and noticed some leftover food on the table, still warm, likely from her recent meal. Grabbing a bowl and chopsticks, he sat at the table, eating while thinking about what to say to her, wondering if she had misunderstood him that day. By the time he finished eating, the sound of water from the bathroom hadn't stopped, and there was no sign of her coming out. Puzzled, Qin Lang walked to the bathroom door and knocked gently. Are you in there? I'm back. Hearing his voice, Lin Yu felt a wave of conflicting emotions but chose not to respond. Moments later, she heard him trying to pull the bathroom door handle, which irritated her. She thought to herself, if I don't come out now, he's going to force his way in. Besides, he's the one in the wrong. Why should I feel afraid? With that, she stood up, opened the bathroom door, and faced him. Qin Lang immediately stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Honey, he called her softly. The term of endearment made Lin Yu feel a sharp sting. She frowned and pushed him away. Picking up the freshly washed clothes, she walked toward the balcony. As Lin Yu opened the door, Qin Lang caught a glimpse of her icy cold stare and unhappy expression. He instantly realized she was angry. All he had wanted was to hug her, expecting her to respond like she always did. But she didn't. For the first time, he felt an unfamiliar nervousness, more intense than any life-or-death situation he had faced before. Carefully following her to the balcony, Qin Lang began to explain, That day I was on a mission. Please don't misunderstand. Nothing happened between us, really nothing. Lin Yu turned to face him, her eyes filled with fury. She asked coldly, how did you hurt your arm? On the mission, he replied. Lin Yu let out a sarcastic laugh before continuing. Did you give Cheonghua a gift? Qin Lang was confused by her question. How could she even ask that? Seeing her furrowed brows, wide eyes, and flaring nostrils, it was clear she was trying to suppress her rage. He firmly answered, no, I didn't. Lin Yu stared at him, her gaze filled with disbelief and anger. Her lips trembled slightly as she struggled to contain her emotions, but she couldn't hold back any longer. Her voice was cold as she questioned, then why did I hear that you stayed behind to save Cheonghua? Qin Lang was stunned by her words. When had he ever saved Cheonghua? He had no idea where this was coming from. He had saved her life during a mission, but the scar wasn't from that. Anxiously, he asked, who told you that? Lin Yu looked at his reaction and felt he was deliberately avoiding the question. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on. Does it matter who told me? You didn't give her a gift? Do you know? Qin Lang looked at her, his heart sinking. Lin Yu's face was flushed, her eyes burning with rage. Every word she spoke seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. She once showed off to me, bragging about the necklace you gave her, Lin Yu said, her voice trembling with anger. She even said she's the one who loves you most in this world. Lin Yu's voice grew increasingly agitated, her eyes brimming with tears. She even mocked me, saying I'm not good enough for you. And how does she even know? My parents passed away when I was young, and I've been living with the Qin family ever since. Qin Lang was completely taken aback at this moment, utterly stunned. He never imagined Xianghua would do something like this. Unable to meet Lin Yu's icy gaze, he could only hold her tightly, nervously explaining, No, I never gave her any gifts. Over all these years, I've never had feelings for her. I've always made it clear that I don't. And I would never share our private matters with her. As for how she knows, I need to investigate. Qin Lang stumbled over his words, desperately trying to make Lin Yu believe him. Taking a deep breath, he gently cupped her face, gazing into her eyes with a mix of guilt and pain. In a soft voice he said, I'm sorry. I never thought she would act this way. I apologize to you on her behalf. Lin Yu's anger flared instantly at his words. Her eyes widened, and her voice rose sharply as she demanded, on her behalf? In what capacity are you apologizing for her? As her boss or as her lover? Qin Lang was utterly shocked by her accusation, staring at her in disbelief. He furrowed his brows and retorted firmly, Lin Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? But Lin Yu had lost all control of her emotions. Her voice trembled with rage. Never gave her gifts? So the flowers that day, did she buy them herself? Or are you saying you didn't care for her attentively? Or was it not you who saved her back then? You knew she liked you, yet you disregarded the fact that you're married and didn't keep your distance. You're the only man on the team, did you have to pair up with her? You made her fall for you, made her think she still had a chance. That's your fault. Or perhaps you care about her too. Her voice cracked with sobs, each word cutting into Qin Lang like a dagger. Qin Lang watched her trembling uncontrollably, her chest heaving as she gasped for air, as if she were on the verge of suffocating. Her once bright eyes were now bloodshot. Filled with tears she stubbornly refused to let fall, her chin defiantly raised. He had never seen her like this before, and it terrified him. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. It's my fault. I don't care about her. I care about you. But she forcefully pulled her hand away, tears streaming down her face as she said, her voice laden with grievance, You've never truly cared about me. All you care about is satisfying your own desires. You've never taken me to see a movie, never given me flowers, let alone a gift. To you, I'm just a tool, someone you can push down like a starving wolf whenever you please. With that, she turned and stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her. For someone with Qin Lang's abilities, a mere door couldn't possibly stop him. But at this moment, he didn't dare do anything. He was afraid of crossing another line and further hurting her. He turned around, opened the front door, and walked out. On the hillside behind the training ground, the autumn wind swept through, whistling as it passed, rustling the leaves. The cold, merciless wind seemed intent on freezing everything in its path. It cut through clothing without pity, sending chills down to the bone. Yet compared to the biting autumn air, the icy aura emanating from Qin Lang was even more piercing, leaving those around him trembling to their core. When Xian and Yi Qing exchanged puzzled glances, their faces full of confusion. They had just returned to the base when they were suddenly summoned. Was this just to feel the chilly breeze on the hillside? Their hearts were filled with questions, but none dared to speak. Only Qianghua stood silently to the side, her expression calm, as though she understood the reason behind it all. Dan Yi stepped forward. Report, I have something to say. Speak, Qin Lang said coldly. Captain, this mission was my fault. I shouldn't have requested a last-minute change in the team assignments. Qin Lang's brows furrowed slightly, his ebony eyes narrowing with a frosty glint. He stepped closer to Dan Yi and spoke each word with chilling precision. Your issue will be dealt with later. Stand aside. He then turned his gaze toward the female soldiers. Who was it that spread rumors about Dr. Lin? Who gave you the right to mock her or discuss her family? And when did I ever give you gifts? His sharp, hawk-like eyes landed on Qianghua, cold and commanding, stripping her of any courage to meet his gaze. Under the weight of his piercing stare, she lowered her head. Everyone now understood why Qin Lang was so furious. It was all because of Dr. Lin. They recalled the day they had run into her by chance and realized she might have misunderstood something. Yi Qing, unable to hold back, asked hesitantly, Captain, weren't we on a mission that day? Did Dr. Lin misunderstand? Qin Lang's eyes narrowed sharply. Did I ask you? His voice was icy. So no one wants to speak up? It seems you all have too much free time, enough to gossip about others' personal matters. Fine then. Midnight training it is. When Xian suddenly stepped forward, her voice loud and clear, Captain, I have something to say. It was me. I told your wife about how you saved Cheonghua. Seeing the deepening intensity in Qin Lang's black eyes, she faltered, her voice trembling. I just didn't want her to misunderstand or to have conflicts with Cheonghua. At that moment, Qin Lang seemed to piece everything together. It all pointed back to Cheonghua. No matter her influential background this time, she would not escape consequences. A faint, predatory smile curled at the corner of his lips. Dan Yi, he called, want to know who the person you care about truly is? He then turned to the three female soldiers. And as for all of you, do you know who your teammate really is? Standing tall before Cheonghua, he said, Cheonghua, will you confess yourself or shall I do it for you? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cheonghua finally grasped the extent of Qin Lang's anger. Though he was smiling, the coldness in his eyes was terrifying. Her defiance flared, and she shouted, she's just an orphan. Was I wrong to say that? What gives her the right to marry you? Just because of a childhood promise? You're willing to gamble your entire life on that? Why does she get to have you without lifting a finger, while I've done so much and you still don't see me? Her voice grew louder, her desperation spilling over. Yes, I lied. I told them you saved me during training. I told them you gave me gifts. It was all me. Everyone was stunned. The truth came crashing down. Cheonghua had been lying to them all along. Her current outburst only solidified their disdain. Qin Lang looked down at her, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. I don't care who your father is. Tomorrow, apply for discharge. Someone like you has no place in this unit. Cheonghua's voice rose again, trembling with rage. Qin Lang, you're a fool. She doesn't even care about you. When you returned, did she check if you were hurt? No, she only complained about her own grievances. She doesn't love you. Has she ever visited you or done anything for you? Qin Lang's expression darkened further, his tone cutting. None of that matters. What matters is that I love her. And you don't need to know what she's done for me. His gaze burned with unwavering determination. With that, he turned and walked away, heading down the hill without hesitation. Dan Yi stepped in front of Cheonghua, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. Cheonghua, I really misjudged you, he said gravely, his voice heavy with reproach. The other three soldiers surrounded her, their expressions a mix of disapproval and frustration. Yi Qing voiced what they were all thinking. We thought you were just blunt, but how could you deceive and mock others out of selfishness? We never expected you to be so manipulative. It's truly disappointing. When Xian stood quietly to the side, her face full of concern. She worried about what Cheonghua might do under such heavy criticism but chose to stay and observe. Eventually, everyone else left, leaving Cheonghua alone to confront her inner turmoil and regret. Late that night, Qin Lang returned to his quarters and collapsed onto the sofa. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin You. She must have harbored so much pain and resentment married to him for 6 years, yet he had failed to fulfill even the basic responsibilities of a husband. Bringing her to the base had only subjected her to further mistreatment. She had accused him of only desiring her, but hadn't she noticed all he had done for her? He had always assumed his mother would take care of her, but he had overlooked the fact that it was his responsibility to care for her for a lifetime. These thoughts kept him awake until dawn. When Lin Yu emerged from the bedroom the next morning, she found Qin Lang waiting with breakfast prepared. But she didn't want to see him. Ignoring him, she headed for the door. Qin Lang quickly grabbed her arm, his voice soft and cautious. You, please eat something. She pulled her arm free and walked out, leaving Qin Lang standing there, his unspoken words lingering in the air. The medical team wasn't particularly busy throughout the morning. Dr. Lu glanced at Lin Yu, who was quietly reading a book, and curiously asked, Dr. Lin, has the company commander returned? Lin Yu nodded silently. Xiaonan and Xiao Bei exchanged glances and mouthed. Dr. Lin and the company commander must have had an argument. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this quiet. She hasn't said a single word since the start of her shift. In the battalion commander's office, Qin Lang finished reporting on the recent mission and also informed him about what had happened the previous night. The battalion commander looked troubled and said, Qin Lang, Cheonghua's personality is like that. I didn't expect this, but we still need to give her father a heads up. After all, her father knows your father. Back in the day, he even hinted that he'd like you to be his son-in-law. Qin Lang scoffed, stood up and walked over to the window, gazing in the direction of the medical team. The battalion commander walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Your wife may seem easygoing, but she's quite strong-willed. I'm guessing it won't be easy to make her happy again. Want me to ask my wife to have a word with her? Qin Lang immediately declined. No need. I can handle it myself. The battalion commander looked unconvinced. Qin Lang turned back and asked, When can Cheonghua leave the base? That depends on her father's arrangements, the battalion commander replied. Cheonghua is actually very capable, but she's been blinded by love. Seeing no change in Qin Lang's expression, the battalion commander teased, To think your ordinary looks could make your wife jealous and have Cheonghua so devoted to you. No wonder your dad used to say that back in high school, a lot of girls had a crush on you. He walked around Qin Lang, scrutinizing him. Honestly, I don't see the appeal except for how dark you are. Qin Lang looked up at the ceiling, said nothing, and walked out of the office. When Lin Yu got off work and arrived at her doorstep, she realized she had forgotten her keys. Not wanting to go find Qin Lang, she turned and headed back toward the medical team. On the way, she ran into Lu Li and Liang. Sister-in-law, heading home after work? Lu Li asked. Yeah, Lin Yu replied curtly. Why are you heading back then? Lu Li asked again. Forgot your keys? The medical team's far. You might as well just go find the commander. It's closer. Lin Yu nodded but didn't respond, continuing toward the medical team. Lu Li was about to remind her again, but Liang stopped him. Sister-in-law and the commander had a fight. She's still upset. Lu Li looked at Liang in disbelief, thinking, she looks so mild-tempered. How could she fight with anyone? He asked curiously, why did they argue? It's about Qianghua. She might be leaving the special forces soon, Liang explained, recounting the events of the previous night in detail. Hearing this, Lu Li immediately voiced his opinion angrily. This is all the commander's fault. And Qianghua deserves it. He then turned and ran after Lin Yu, calling out for her to stop. Liang watched Lu Li's retreating figure, puzzled by his sudden outburst. Lu Li caught up to Lin Yu and said something to her. The two then walked to the door together. Lu Li skillfully removed the pin from his sleeve, inserted it into the lock, and with a few adjustments, managed to unlock the door. Lin Yu beamed at the sight of the open door. That's amazing. Thank you. Come in and have a seat, she said. Lu Li waved off her invitation. No need, sister-in-law. You should go in and rest. Feeling a bit guilty for the trouble, Lin Yu quickly said, wait a moment. She ran inside, returning with some fruit she had bought earlier and handed it to them. Both Lu Li and Liang hesitated to accept but didn't want to refuse outright. Take it. I can't finish it all by myself anyway. Consider it a thank you for your help, Lin Yu said sincerely. Seeing them accept the fruit, she finally smiled for the first time that day. After a moment, Lu Li commented, sister-in-law, you look a lot like my aunt. It's a shame I haven't seen her in years. Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Liang, equally puzzled, asked, how old do you think sister-in-law is? Who's this aunt of yours? How could they look alike? Lin Yu quickly changed the subject. Lu Li, your namite must have been inspired by the phrase Lu Li Qi Shangxia, a glimmering path of light. Your father must have had high hopes for you, wishing you a bright future. Lu Li nodded in agreement, seemingly pleased. Liang gave Lin Yu a thumbs up and said, sister-in-law, you even know poetry. That's impressive. Lin Yu smiled faintly but soon fell silent again. Turning away, she walked back into the house. Both men were left feeling a bit perplexed. Just then, they turned and saw Qin Lang standing quietly at the end of the hallway. Commander, you're back. Liang called out. Sister-in-law forgot her keys, so we came over to help her unlock the door. You two are always meddling. Couldn't she have just come to me? Qin Lang said plainly. Then, recalling Lu Li's earlier comment, he stopped, turned to Lu Li, and said, Lu Li, if you have something to say, feel free to come directly to me. But, he added after a pause, I'd prefer if you didn't take the initiative to contact her. Inside the house, Lin Yu locked herself in the bedroom once again. Qin Lang gazed at the tightly shut door, let out a helpless sigh, and quietly walked over to the sofa outside, sitting down. After pondering for a while, he eventually stood up, walked to the bedroom door and knocked gently. In a soft voice he said, you're not on duty today. Let's go out for a meal together. There was no response from inside the room. Feeling a bit disheartened but unwilling to give up so easily, Qin Lang turned around, headed to the kitchen and found a toothpick. With minimal effort, he used it to unlock the door. As he stepped into the bedroom, he happened to see Lin Yu in the middle of changing clothes. Her face instantly turned a deep shade of red with embarrassment as she hurriedly tried to cover herself with both hands. Seeing her reaction, Qin Lang's lips curled into a sly smile. He quickly stepped forward and, ignoring her protests and resistance, firmly helped her put on her coat. He then clasped her hand tightly, determined to take her out. Lin Yu struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free from his grip. Passers-by occasionally glanced their way, but she couldn't shout for help. Left with no choice, she reluctantly followed Qin Lang. When they reached the parking lot, Qin Lang opened the car door, guided her into the passenger seat, and then started the engine. The car ride was silent, except for Qin Lang's voice breaking through the stillness. Qianghua has admitted that everything she said was fabricated lies. It's true that I saved her once, but the injuries on me weren't because of her. I also never gave her a necklace. You were right. Letting her fall for me was indeed my mistake. I've already informed her to apply for discharge and return home. From now on, she won't appear in our lives again, nor will she trouble you. It was my fault for overlooking her obsession. Lin Yu listened quietly, never uttering a word. He had no idea what truly upset her. The reason Xianghua dared to treat her that way was none other than Qin Lang's usual special attention toward Xianghua, which gave her the audacity to act out. Otherwise, why would no one else dare? Was the care and tenderness he showed her that day also just an act? The more she thought about it, the heavier her heart became. Lin You sat silently eating her meal, completely ignoring the chatter beside her. Qin Lang, busy serving dishes, glanced at her and couldn't help but feel frustrated. Women's hearts truly are as deep as the ocean, he thought. Even though the misunderstanding had been explained, why was she still refusing to speak? He would have preferred her arguing with him like the other day over this cold silence. Watching her finish her meal, he sighed and stood up as well. Walking beside her, he tried to appease her, asking, "Do you want to watch a movie? Or go for a walk? Is there anything you want to buy? Clothes? Jewelry? Makeup?" Lin Yu looked at his clumsy attempts to please her and smiled inwardly, but her face remained cold and indifferent. Without a word, she headed straight to the food section of the underground supermarket to buy groceries and fruits. Qin Lang noticed that her favorite snacks at home were running low, so he picked out a variety and placed them in the shopping cart. Lin Yu bent down and put most of them back on the shelf, leaving only a few. She silently complained in her heart that Qin Lang didn't even know what she liked to eat. Qin Lang frowned at her actions but made a mental note of the snacks she kept and the ones she replaced. On the way home, Lin Yu took out her phone and called Professor Song. Soon, the concerned voice of the professor came through. "You, is something wrong? Didn't we just talk last week?" "Nothing's wrong. I just went out for dinner and thought of you." "Oh, I miss you too. You have no idea how lonely I've been on my own." "Isn't Dad at home?" "He's away for a conference." "What about Qin Lang? Is he with you?" Before Lin Yu could answer, Qin Lang spoke up. "Mom, I'm here." "Qin Lang, let me tell you something, take good care of you, or I won't let you off the hook." Qin Lang nodded and replied with a simple In his mind, he thought, "You won't let me off the hook? She's already driving me crazy by not talking to me. Who can I even complain to about this?" The two women continued chatting about family matters, and occasionally, Lin Yu's laughter could be heard. Seeing her smile made Qin Lang feel a little better. When he spotted a flower shop at the corner of the street, he quickly pulled into a parking space and got out of the car alone. Lin Yu didn't know what he was up to. Through the rearview mirror, she saw him walk into the flower shop, and a small flicker of anticipation arose in her heart, though her face remained expressionless. Why did you go quiet all of a sudden?" Professor Song asked. "It's nothing, Mom. We're about to enter an area with poor signal, so let's talk later. Take care of yourself and Dad, okay? I'll hang up now." Not long after, Qin Lang returned, holding a bouquet of red roses. Lin Yu lowered her gaze instantly, hiding the disappointment in her heart. Qin Lang handed her the flowers after getting into the car, but she didn't even glance at them and threw them onto the back seat. As a soldier, Qin Lang wasn't known for having a mild temper. Even with all his patience, Lin Yu's silent treatment over the past 2 days had pushed him to his limit. His pride, as firm and unyielding as a soldier's should be, surfaced at that moment. Without another word, he turned the car around and headed back to the base. Lin Yu noticed the sudden change in his expression, his face darkening in an instant, but she didn't care. She had no intention of forgiving him so easily. She remembered Professor Song's advice. When a man makes a mistake, you must make him learn his lesson thoroughly. Don't forgive too easily, or he'll think he can get away with it again. Lin Yu seemed to be putting that advice into practice. Besides, she never liked red roses. They were too bold and passionate, completely at odds with her reserved personality. Accepting something he had given to others before felt even worse. Why should she take something so insincere? She leaned her head back against the seat, gazing out at the dark night outside. Qin Lang, gripping the steering wheel tightly, grew more irritated as his thoughts spiraled. What did she really want? The misunderstanding had been cleared up, so why couldn't she let it go? Ever since he returned, he hadn't had a proper night's sleep because of her. Couldn't she see how exhausted he was? Didn't she care about his well-being at all? She used to be so gentle and considerate. Why was she treating her in-laws better than her own husband? She'd called him to check on them but wouldn't show any concern for him. Was she upset about the lack of gifts? Didn't he already give her all his money? She could buy whatever she wanted. He offered to take her to a movie, but she ignored him. He even bought her roses, and she didn't care. What was she so upset about? Did she even see him as her husband? His hands tightened around the steering wheel, veins bulging, his lips pressed into a thin line. His dark eyes burned with intensity, revealing his growing frustration. If it weren't for the cars passing by, he might have stopped the car and demanded answers from her right then and there. When they finally reached the base, Lin Yu got out of the car first and walked toward the residential area without waiting for him. Qin Lang watched her leave but said nothing to stop her. He opened the trunk to grab the groceries and then remembered the roses in the back seat. If she doesn't want them, he'll just throw them away, he thought. Leaving flowers in the car would only make them wilt. When he opened the back seat, he noticed a piece of clothing that Lin Yu had left there before. It turned out to be a casual outfit she had bought for him. Instantly, half of his frustration melted away. He even tried it on, feeling pleased that it fit perfectly. Carrying everything back to their home, Qin Lang found Lin Yu in the bathroom, brushing her teeth. He approached her quietly and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Lin Yu stiffened slightly, then heard Qin Lang's gentle voice murmuring in her ear. The clothes fit perfectly and I really like them. At that moment, Lin Yu finally understood the reason behind Qin Lang's sudden shift in attitude. On the way back, even though she hadn't seen his expression, the tense atmosphere in the car and the speed at which he drove clearly showed that he was angry. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised actually changed his mood because of a piece of clothing. From the mirror, she noticed how the black down jacket with subtle patterns matched his dark, bright eyes. It wasn't dull, instead, it added a touch of softness to his otherwise resolute demeanor, imbuing him with a refined air. He really did look good in it. After finishing her evening routine, Lin Yu turned away from his embrace and casually said, "As long as you like it." Qin Lang stepped forward again, wrapping his arms around her, and softly asked, "But what do you think? Your opinion is what matters. Other people's opinions aren't that important." Lin Yu turned and walked into the kitchen, starting to organize the groceries she had just bought and placing them in the fridge. Qin Lang's earlier happiness vanished because of her indifferent response. He sat down on the sofa, staring at her intently. Seeing Lin Yu completely ignoring the roses sitting nearby, his frustration boiled over. He stood up abruptly and strode over to her, his voice raised. "Lin Yu, what are you trying to do? Everything has already been explained. It was just a misunderstanding. Why? Why are you still acting like this? I've done my best to meet your expectations, but why won't you even look at me? What am I to you? Do you even see me as your husband?" After saying this, Qin Lang opened the door and threw the bouquet of roses outside as if it were trash. Then he turned back, staring at Lin Yu with a piercing gaze, and shouted again, "Why? Why?" Lin Yu, startled by his fury, felt a tinge of fear but refused to back down. She stubbornly replied, "Because I don't like it." Hearing this, Qin Lang grew even angrier. He demanded, "What don't you like? The flowers or me?" Lin Yu thought to herself, "What right does he have to question me like this? He's the one who made the mistakes and the one who's been hurt." Her grievances welled up, and tears began to form in her eyes. She looked at Qin Lang through her blurred vision but said nothing. Qin Lang frowned, ignoring her tears, and pressed on, "Answer me, you had exactly don't you like?" Lin Yu remained silent. Frustrated, Qin Lang stepped forward, scooped her up, and threw her onto the bed. Without hesitation, he shrugged off his jacket and leaned over her, pressing his lips against hers in an urgent kiss. Despite her struggles, he restrained her hands with one of his, while the other slipped under her clothes. The coldness of his touch made her shiver. He was just as forceful as before, completely disregarding her feelings. Her heart filled with bitterness, and tears streamed down her face. Qin Lang noticed her trembling and felt the wetness of her tears but couldn't stop himself. "This is the only way she'll pay attention to me. The only way she'll realize she still cares," he thought. He missed her so much that it drove him mad. Just as his movements softened, Lin Yu seized the opportunity, biting his lip fiercely. The sharp pain made Qin Lang taste the metallic tang of blood. He reluctantly got off her, while Lin Yu quickly curled up at the edge of the bed, her tearful eyes glaring at him. Her lips trembled as she said, "I don't like any of it. I hate the way you act like a ravenous wolf." Hearing this, Qin Lang's eyes turned bloodshot, and with the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, he looked even more terrifying. He strode toward her, staring into her eyes with a cold, hard gaze, and said in a chilling voice, "So this is why you want a divorce." Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand why he would say such a thing. She stared at him, utterly stunned and unable to respond. Qin Lang's icy voice rang out again, "You can forget about it. It's never going to happen." With that, he turned and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Left alone, Lin Yu curled up in the corner, tears streaming down her face, soaking her cheeks. A profound sense of helplessness and despair overwhelmed her, leaving her lost and uncertain about the future. Since that night, Qin Lang had been staying in the dormitory and hadn't returned home. His teammates keenly noticed the heavy aura surrounding him and dared not provoke him, let alone approach him. Outside, the sky had already turned pitch black. Qin Lang sat alone in the office, silently smoking. The overflowing ashtray, filled with cigarette butts, silently testified to how long he'd been there. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was on night duty at the medical team. She quietly gazed at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, a faint melancholy welling up in her heart. The nights here were so peaceful and beautiful, a sight she cherished. But perhaps, it wouldn't be long before she had to leave. Xiaonan walked over curiously and asked, "Dr. Lin, what are you looking at?" Lin Yu softly replied, "The moon." Then, she turned around and sat on a nearby chair. Xiao Bei cautiously leaned closer and asked in a low voice, Dr. Lin, have you and the captain made up yet? Lin Yu lowered her head slightly, remaining silent. Xiao Bei continued, I heard the captain has been staying in the dorm these days and has been particularly irritable during training. Lin Yu still didn't respond. Xiaonan looked at her silent demeanor and said directly, Dr. Lin, you're great at everything, except that you don't like to talk about your feelings. Keeping everything bottled up will only make you feel worse. Why not talk to us? Maybe we can help. Lin Yu felt touched but didn't know how to explain. Should she say Qin Lang wasn't being considerate enough? Or should she talk about their private marital issues? She simply couldn't bring herself to say it. Politely, she declined, thank you but I just can't say it. Xiaonan looked at her, speechless. This was the same Lin Yu who could decisively deal with Yang Zhishang and confidently counter Qionghua's words. Yet now, she was so fragile and hesitant. Frustrated, Xiaonan sighed and made a decision. Alright, then I'll ask and you can just answer. How about that? Lin Yu nodded slightly in agreement. Is it because of Qionghu that you two argued? Lin Yu softly replied yes. Did he explain the situation to you? Lin Yu nodded again. It's just a misunderstanding, isn't it? Lin Yu nodded once more. Then why haven't you two made up yet? Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of grievance and frustration. Because he never considers my feelings. Xiao Bei chimed in, then tell him how you feel. I did, but it didn't help. He's still the same. Lin Yu shook her head helplessly. Maybe you weren't clear enough? Soldiers are straightforward people, you need to be more direct, Xiao Bei suggested. Lin Yu thought back to her complaints, but Qin Lang hadn't changed. Things were still the same that night. She sighed, feeling a bit powerless. Suddenly, Xiaonan interjected. Is it because your marital life is not harmonious? Lin Yu was so startled by the question that she nearly spat out the water she was drinking. She quickly shook her head in denial. Ever since they had been stationed here, their marital life had been relatively harmonious. Then that's good. What's there to be upset about? Xiaonan said casually. You don't understand because you're not married, Lin Yu explained hurriedly. Xiaonan immediately retorted. I may not be married, but I've read plenty of novels. Married life is just about those things. Xiao Bei teased. Is it because the captain is too intense and you can't handle it? We did see those marks on you last time. Lin Yu choked on her water at those words, coughing violently. Xiaonan and Xiao Bei quickly patted her back to help. The head nurse, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, walked in and scolded Xiao Yu. How can you spout nonsense like that here? Marriage isn't that simple. Turning to Lin Yu, she spoke earnestly, Dr. Lin, I know you tend to keep things bottled up, but in a marriage, communication is key. You can't rely on guessing each other's thoughts. As for Qionghu, it really is just a misunderstanding. Everyone here knows the captain doesn't like her. The one he truly cares about is you. Qionghua's feelings are entirely one-sided, and the captain's job is dangerous, often has to go on missions. If you two keep up this silent treatment, aren't you worried something might happen to him? Lin Yu's expression softened, her concern evident. The head nurse continued, being a military spouse isn't easy, especially for someone married to a soldier in the special forces. You two are a team, you need to understand each other. Tomorrow, go talk to the captain and have an honest conversation. Lin Yu hesitated, her reluctance clear. She didn't want to confront the issue. I think the captain will forgive everything and come home with you, the head nurse reassured her. I don't want to go, Lin Yu said softly, her internal conflict preventing her from making a decision. The head nurse pressed further. Do you love the captain? This question left Lin Yu deep in thought, unsure of her own feelings. She shook her head, signaling her uncertainty. The head nurse looked at her and answered firmly, you do. Otherwise, why would you get jealous? The captain loves you too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so irritable these past few days. He's probably afraid of coming home and doing something that might hurt you. Listen to Mei, go find him tomorrow, the head nurse encouraged. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The next day, after her shift, Lin Yu returned home to find the door unlocked. Qin Lang must have come back. She pushed the door open and saw him holding some clothes, seemingly about to leave. He must have stopped by to grab a change of clothes. Their eyes met, neither expecting to see the other. Lin Yu immediately lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Qin Lang, seeing she was still the same, walked past her without a word and left. As the door closed, Lin Yu felt as though all the strength had drained from her body. She collapsed onto the sofa. The head nurse's question from the night before echoed in her mind. Do you love Qin Lang? Deep down she knew she did. Otherwise, why would she feel jealous of Qionghu? Why would she care so much about Qin Lang's attentiveness toward her? Even knowing it was all an act, it still bothered her. But this discomfort made her withdraw, refusing to speak. She was tormenting herself and Qin Lang, which led to their current state. She had intended to follow the head nurse's advice and talk to Qin Lang, but his cold attitude earlier completely shattered her courage. If this had been the past, she wouldn't have hesitated. Even now, divorce hadn't crossed her mind, it hadn't for a long time. but she couldn't understand why Qin Lang had suddenly brought it up that day. Unnoticed, tears blurred her vision. Outside the door, Qin Lang heard no sound from inside. Forcing himself not to think about the person in the room, he turned and walked downstairs. For the next week, the Cold War between the two of them continued. Neither Lin You nor Qin Lang made the first move to break the silence. Qin Lang avoided the infirmary where Lin Yu worked, and she did her best to steer clear of him. Even when they occasionally crossed paths, they passed each other like strangers without exchanging a word. Lin Yu thought to herself that perhaps only when Qin Lang grew completely tired of her and no longer wished to see her, would he take the initiative to come to her. Maybe, in the end, divorce was inevitable for them. Regardless of how their story would end, she was determined to fulfill her duty as a daughter-in-law and care for Qin Lang's parents. A few days later, Lin Yu overheard from others that Qin Lang was about to embark on another mission. The news filled her heart with unease. She couldn't eat or sleep, her mind consumed with worry for his safety. All her previous reservations faded away, she only hoped for Qin Lang's safe return. If he came back unharmed, she resolved to seek him out and confess that, deep down, her heart had always been with him. A week later, Lin Yu encountered Shan Yi and Lu Li on the road and immediately realized Qin Lang must have returned as well. She greeted them hesitantly. Shan Yi, Lu Li are back? How did the mission go? Shan Yi smiled and replied, hello, sister-in-law. It went quite smoothly. Lin Yu nodded in relief. As long as Qin Lang was safe, she could finally let go of the tension in her heart. But then Shan Yi added, the captain hasn't returned yet. He had some personal matters to attend to, so he didn't come back with us. Lin Yu's heart, which had just settled, rose again with worry. What personal matters could he have? Had he truly stopped caring about her? In the past, he would always return directly to the base. Sensing her unease, Lu Li tried to reassure her, the captain asked us to tell you not to worry. He'll be back very soon. Lin Yu nodded, thanked him and walked back to the housing complex for families, feeling dejected. Meanwhile, Qin Lang had rushed back to Sea City and went straight to see his father. It had been a long time since the two had met, and they embraced each other tightly upon reuniting. Qin's father looked at his son with pride in his eyes and asked, son, how are things going with Lin Yu? Having a wife by your side must feel great, right? Qin Lang smiled and nodded but didn't elaborate. From a drawer, Qin's father took out a folder and handed it to Qin Lang. As Qin Lang reached to open it, his father stopped him, saying, read it at home. We'll discuss it together as a family. Qin Lang nodded obediently and agreed. When Professor Song, Qin's mother, saw the two men return together, she immediately noticed Lin Yu was missing. Worried, she hurried over and asked, where's Yu? Why didn't she come back with you? Qin Lang, feeling a twinge of jealousy, replied, Mom, I'm your son. Shouldn't you be more concerned about me first? But Professor Song brushed off his tone of mock complaint and pressed on, Yu has been by my side all this time, and I haven't seen her in so long. I really miss her. Is she doing well? Has she adjusted? Has she bought clothes for the winter? Thinking of Lin Yu, Qin Lang felt a pang of heartache. They hadn't reconciled before he left. Not wanting to worry his mother, he forced a smile and said, she's doing fine. She has everything she needs. Qin's father, however, saw through his son's facade and knew he was hiding something. He turned to his wife and said, dear, why don't you go prepare dinner? We have something important to discuss. After the meal, the three of them sat in the living room, the atmosphere tense. Qin Lang took a deep breath and slowly opened the folder in his hands. Inside, he found a collection of photographs, all of the same woman. His eyes widened in shock. The woman in the photos bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yu. He quickly realized these were photos of Lin Yu's mother, Lu Jing. In the photos, Lu Jing was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating charm in every shot. But what shocked them even more was that many of the photos featured Lu Jing alongside another man who was clearly not Lin Yu's father, Lin Xiang. Professor Song picked up one of the photos, scrutinizing it closely. She frowned and murmured, why are there so many photos of Lu Jing? Where did these come from? We don't even have a single picture of her in our home. Qin's father responded gravely, someone is secretly investigating Yu Yu's background. We suspect the people behind this might be Lu Jing's family. Qin Lang fell silent, lost in thought. Professor Song pointed to the man in one of the photos and asked, Lu Jing's family? Is this Yu Yu's uncle? Qin's father nodded and began to explain. Lu Jing's father was a renowned scientist in his time. He studied abroad and participated in national research projects. He married and had children later in Lifia, a son and a daughter. He strongly opposed Lu Jing marrying Lin Xiang, not wanting her to endure hardship. But Lu Jing was determined to be with Lin Xiang. Their relationship caused a rift, and she eventually left home, concealing her family background. The two got married, and even until his death, Lin Xiang never knew about Lu Jing's true lineage. We've only just learned about it ourselves. Professor Song voiced her concerns. Then why haven't they come looking for Yu all these years? Father Qin continued to explain. Father Lin's sacrifice was a military secret. How could outsiders possibly investigate it? Even until Father Lu passed away, he was still thinking about his daughter. So, the task of searching for Lu Jing fell to her younger brother, Lu Zhouqing. A few years ago, he learned that Lu Jing had also passed away and that she had a daughter. We've done a great job protecting Yu, and they haven't found any clues until now. The appearance of Lu Li by Qin Lang's side caught our attention. Professor Song turned to Qin Lang and asked, "Can this Lu Li be trusted?" Qin Lang nodded. For now, she seems quite reliable. Professor Song then expressed another concern. The Lu family disapproved of their daughter marrying a soldier back then. Will they now agree to their granddaughter marrying one? Qin Lang stood up and replied firmly, whether they agree or not, it's already done. The other two nodded in agreement, acknowledging his point. Father Qin asked Qin Lang, should we tell you about this? Qin Lang thought for a moment before saying, we'll wait a little while. I'll be heading back soon. Professor Song quickly stopped him, son. Yu's birthday is coming up. I've bought her some clothes and jewelry. Take them back with you. Qin Lang glanced at the items Professor Song was packing, which were mostly clothes. Thinking about Yu's recent mood and attitude, he felt a headache coming on. He picked up a jewelry box and opened it, revealing a set of necklace and earrings. He put it down and reminded Professor Song, the military doesn't allow wearing things like this. It'd be useless to take them. Professor Song glared at him and placed the items into the suitcase anyway, complaining, you're just like your father, clueless about women. This is Yu's favorite style and brand. Her birthday is on November 18th. Don't forget to get her a gift. Qin Lang nodded, recalling how she reacted with disdain toward roses the other day. He asked directly, Mom, does she dislike red roses? Professor Song shook her head and replied, Yu loves pink roses, especially the Elsa variety. Their meaning is, you are the only one in my heart. Remember to give her those on her birthday. Red roses are too passionate and don't match Yu's temperament. They're also too cliché. Qin Lang nodded, finally understanding why she hadn't even glanced at the red roses before. So does that mean she genuinely dislikes him too? Were her words that day sincere? Does she truly detest him? Professor Song noticed her son looking troubled and asked, Son, is everything okay between you and Yu? Qin Lang didn't answer directly but instead asked, Mom, does Yu have feelings for me? Professor Song looked at him and asked back, did you and Yu have a fight? Qin Lang replied, no. But I can't bring myself to look her in the eye. Professor Song saw through him immediately. If nothing's wrong, you would have brought Yu back with you this time, or let your father pick her up. Why would you leave her alone at the camp? Yu may seem easygoing, but when she's upset, her silence alone can drive you crazy. Qin Lang couldn't agree more with this statement. Summoning his courage, he told Professor Song everything that had happened recently. After listening, Professor Song gave Qin Lang a smack and said sternly, what's her deal? How could she confront you like that? Does she not know who the rightful one is? Yu's just not good at arguing, which is why she gets bullied like this. I'm going back with you to see her and stand up for her. Do they think the Qin family is defenseless? With that, she pulled out her phone, ready to call the hospital to request leave. Qin Lang eventually stopped Professor Song from intervening, promising he would apologize to Lin You himself. Professor Song, however, couldn't help but reveal her protective instincts, giving Qin Lang a stern lecture. You deserve her ignoring you. She's jealous, Qin Lang. It means she cares about you. Son, communication is key in a marriage. If Yu stays silent and you don't take the initiative, how can your life together continue? I know you care about Yu, I've always known, but she doesn't. You have to express it. Just like how Yu has never understood Lu Jing's decision back then, which is why she hasn't visited Lu Jing's grave all these years. Qin Lang nodded, understanding her point. He picked up Professor Song's neatly packed luggage, ready to leave. At the door, Professor Song reminded him again, once you make up, don't forget to call us. Meanwhile, Lin You was at work. As the afternoon shift was about to end, Captain Song hurried in, visibly flustered. Seeing his expression, Lin You immediately stood up and asked, Captain, what happened? Gasping for breath, Captain Song replied, Dr. Lin, a fire broke out in the back mountain. A child from the village accidentally started it. Lin Yu was taken aback and quickly asked, has it been brought under control? It's mostly under control, but some of our soldiers got injured. You need to come with me to the mountain, he said. Without hesitation, Lin Yu grabbed her things and followed him. They drove as far as they could, but since the fire was in the back mountain, they had to hike a distance. Upon arrival, they learned that although the fire had been discovered early, the group had started firefighting efforts on their own before the firefighters arrived, which led to injuries. Lin Yu immediately began treating the wounded. Among them, Liang was the most severely injured, suffering multiple burns and a fractured leg. He needed to be transported to the hospital immediately. Captain Song instructed Lin Yu, I'll take him to the hospital. You stay here and tend to the others. Come down with them later. Lin Yu quickly agreed, Got it, Captain. Don't worry. By the time she had cleaned and disinfected everyone's wounds, it was already dark. Concerned that there might be others injured, she ventured further into the area. To her surprise, she found Xianghua sitting alone under a tree and hurried over. Lieutenant Xianghua, why are you here alone? She asked. Xianghua, clearly annoyed, replied, thanks to you. The whole squad is ostracizing me. Lin You said nothing and began checking her injuries. Xianghua had twisted her ankle, which was badly swollen, and her arm had been burned. Lin You cleaned and disinfected her wounds, applied burn ointment, and suspected a fracture that might require surgery. She decided to find the others to help get Xianghua down the mountain. But when she returned to where they had been earlier, she found no Onino people, no sounds, not even the smell of smoke. Realizing she was lost, Lin You had no choice but to stumble back to Xianghua. After a long search, she finally found her again. Lin You awkwardly admitted, Lieutenant Xianghua, I got lost. It seems everyone else has left, it's just the two of us now. Xianghua snorted. They must have taken the injured down the mountain. They'll probably come back up later. The chilly autumn night brought a sharp drop in temperature. Lin You, wearing only her thin white coat, was visibly shivering in the cold, unlike Xianghua in her rugged outdoor gear. Feeling a rare sense of compassion, Xianghua said, I remember there's a cave nearby. Let's gather some branches on the way and start a fire. Otherwise, when the dew sets in and the temperature drops, you'll freeze to death. Seeing Lin You hesitate, she added, help me up. They want me back for a while. If we don't leave now, the wolves on this mountain might come out. Shivering at the thought, Lin You quickly helped Xianghua to her feet. True to her word, Xianghua soon found a cave, where they also discovered some dry leaves and branches. Under Xianghua's instructions, Lin You gathered the materials into a pile. But as she finished, she realized they had no way to start a fire. By this point, Lin You was trembling all over, her lips turning blue from the cold. Xianghua calmly took over, using the branches and leaves to create friction until she managed to spark a fire. Lin You sat across from her, eagerly adding more branches to keep the fire going. Xianghua rolled her eyes and said sharply, if you keep adding so much, there won't be any wood left by the time they come back. Go outside and gather more branches from under that tree. And don't wander off. Lin You hurried outside and, trip after trip, brought back as many branches as she could find, stopping only when there were no more left nearby. Xianghua moved aside slightly, making room next to her. By now, animal sounds could be heard in the distance. Though it was unclear if they were wolves, the noise was unsettling. Fearful, Lin You sat down right next to Xianghua, leaning against her for comfort. Xianghua glanced at her and asked, never camped out in the wild before? Lin You replied softly, no. Xianghua smirked, well, we and the squad leader often have to survive in the wild, sometimes for days at a time. Lin You felt she was being mocked for her fear and moved a little further away, creating some distance between them. But Xianghua's voice still reached her ears. However, you, clearly someone who has been pampered since childhood, how did you muster the courage to act alone, leave your team, and find me? Lin You remained silent, sensing that Xianghua hadn't finished speaking. Sure enough, Xianghua continued, the deputy team leader could be called on a mission at any moment, facing danger, and yet all you think about is your own grievances. Don't you worry about him? You don't trust him at all, or else how could you so easily believe my lies? That's why I love him more than you do. Hearing Qianghua's accusations, Lin You felt that she was right. She had never truly trusted Qin Lang, and guilt began to well up in her heart. Tears started to gather in her eyes once more. Qianghua pressed on, but he trusts you so much. Do you know what he said to me when he came to find me that day? Lin You lifted her head to look at Qianghua. He said you cook for him, wait for him to come home with a warm meal ready, wash his clothes, buy his clothes, and that he cherishes the life you've built together. He said that as long as you're there, no matter if you're angry or giving him the cold shoulder, as long as he can see you, he feels content. He also said he'd never consider divorce. Even if you never truly have him in your heart, he's willing to wait. He said he's already waited so long, so he doesn't mind waiting a little longer until you come around and seek him out on your own. Hearing these words, Lin You was overwhelmed with a deep, indescribable emotion. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and falling onto the dusty ground below, creating faint sizzling sounds. Qianghua watched the scene before her, her face glowing softly in the firelight. Despite her slightly disheveled hair, her extraordinary beauty was undiminished. The tears in her eyes, like glistening pearls, slid down her delicate face, evoking both pity and sorrow. It was in this moment that Qianghua realized, no matter how hard she tried, she could never come between them. Resolving to let go of the attachment in her heart, she made up her mind to move on. Lin You and Qianghua spent the entire night on the mountain. When Captain Song returned, he found that the injured had already been treated and those needing hospital care had been sent off. Assuming Lin You had already gone home, No one at the base realized that Xianghua and Lin Yu had never come down from the mountain. The next morning, when it was already past 8:30, Lin Yu still hadn't shown up to work. This was highly unusual for her, as she had never been late before. Only then did Captain Song sense that something was wrong. He turned to Xiaodong and the head nurse, asking, "Did Dr. Lin come to the medical team last night?" Both shook their heads. Captain Song, realizing the gravity of the situation, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "This is bad." He quickly gave instructions. "Xiaonan, go check the family quarters and see if Dr. Lin is at home. Head nurse, let's go find Dan Yi and the others. Xiaonan, after you check, meet us in front of the office building." Hearing Captain Song's explanation, Dan Yi immediately sought out Luli and asked urgently, "Did my sister-in-law come back with you last night?" Luli looked bewildered. "Wasn't she with you when you came down the mountain yesterday?" Both of them started to panic. Just then, they saw Xiaonan running towards them. They rushed over, hoping for good news. "Well?" they asked anxiously. Xiaonan, on the verge of tears, choked out, "No, Dr. Lin isn't at home." She started sobbing, clutching the head nurse and crying, "It's so cold on the mountain at night, with wolves around, and Dr. Lin's body is so frail. She doesn't have any outdoor survival experience. What if—" "Enough!" Captain Song bellowed, cutting her off. Dan Yi and Luli, though equally terrified, managed to stay composed. Dan Yi quickly gave instructions, "Luli, gather everyone and find out who last saw my sister-in-law. Then report to the team leader." Turning to the others, he continued, "The rest of us will head up the mountain immediately." Qin Lang, carrying his luggage, had just entered the base when he turned a corner and saw Dan Yi and the others rushing off in a hurry. He found it odd and called out loudly, "Dan Yi." The four of them turned around to see Qin Lang. Dan Yi's once handsome face now looked twisted and troubled. Qin Lang quickly strode up to them, noticing that they all had their heads lowered, looking as if they had something to say but didn't dare to. "Where are you all headed so early in the morning?" Qin Lang asked. Dan Yi and Captain Song exchanged a glance and were just about to speak when a sobbing voice interrupted them. "Captain, Dr. Lin is missing," Xiaonan cried out. "Last night, none of us realized she hadn't come down the mountain." Qin Lang's heart clenched painfully, forcing him to bend slightly, but he quickly straightened himself, suppressing the discomfort. He turned to Dan Yi, his voice sharp with urgency. "What do you mean she's missing? What happened?" Captain Song stepped forward and recounted the events of the previous night. After hearing everything, Qin Lang didn't say a word. He dropped his luggage and took off running toward the mountain. Soon, he arrived at the site of the fire from the previous night. He searched the area thoroughly, but there was no one in sight. They called out loudly for her, but there was no response. Qin Lang's face turned pale as paper, a deep sense of unease surging within him. Clenching his fists tightly, he forced himself to stay calm. "She'll be fine," he muttered under his breath, his gaze firm yet anxious. He scanned the surroundings, hoping to find any clues. Dan Yi and the others quickly joined him, spreading out to search the area. Eventually, they discovered a trail of footprints heading south from the fire site. Following the trail, they noticed the footprints were erratic, as if left by someone in a panic. Qin Lang's worry deepened, fearing she might have encountered danger. As they continued tracking the footprints, Qin Lang became increasingly uneasy. The pattern of the tracks suggested someone had lost their way. His mind raced with countless possibilities, but he pushed the thoughts aside and focused on following the trail. Finally, they came upon two sets of footprints under a tree, one belonging to their team and the other clearly Lin Yu's. One set showed signs of injury, while the other appeared lighter and more composed, likely hers. After some effort, they found a cave. Entering cautiously, they discovered it was empty. However, near the fire pit, Qin Lang crouched down and touched the ashes. They were still warm. He let out a sigh of relief, at least she had spent the night here and seemed unharmed. The tension among the group eased slightly, and even Qin Lang's furrowed brow relaxed a little. If she and the injured team member left here, they must be moving slowly. "If we follow the trail, we should be able to catch up to them," Qin Lang said, determination in his voice. He led the group toward the back of the mountain, carefully searching for more signs of her along the way. At last, near the foot of the mountain, Qin Lang spotted Lin You. You. He called out, his voice filled with relief and joy. Hearing his voice, Lin Yu's body trembled slightly. She turned around slowly, her eyes meeting his. Her gaze softened with endless tenderness and love. Seeing the person she had been longing for, all her grievances melted away. The emotions she had been suppressing burst forth, and tears of joy streamed down her face. Qin Lang rushed to her without hesitation, extending his arms to pull her into a tight embrace. He held her as if trying to merge her into himself, his grip unyielding. Feeling her soft body against his, hearing her gentle breathing, he finally realized just how deeply he had missed her. His arms tightened even more, leaving no space between them, as if to ensure she would never leave again. Compared to the fear of losing her, any past misunderstandings or grievances seemed utterly insignificant. Only by holding her like this could he quell the tension in his heart. Lin Yu was startled by his sudden embrace but quickly relaxed into it. She savored the long-lost warmth and strength of his arms. Resting against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, and breathing in his familiar scent, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. Though they had faced conflicts and misunderstandings before, none of that mattered now. As long as he was here, everything could be resolved in time. Noticing the others around them, Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed. She gently tried to free herself from his hold, but Qin Lang didn't let go. Instead, he tightened his embrace even more, leaving her no room to move. "Don't move," he whispered in her ear, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. Lin Yu froze. She could feel his rapid heartbeat, as though it was still expressing his lingering fear and worry. She gave up struggling and stayed in his arms, quietly enjoying this rare moment of closeness. The others, understanding the situation, tactfully turned away to give them some privacy. After quite a while, Qin Lang finally loosened his grip, though his hands still rested on Lin Yu's shoulders, as if afraid that the moment he let go, she might fly away. Gently, he wiped the lingering tears from her cheeks, smoothed her disheveled hair, and let his gaze fall on her chapped lips and weary eyes, his heart filled with tenderness and concern. In a soft voice he asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Yu shook her head slightly and replied hoarsely, "I'm fine." Then, feeling a little awkward, she glanced at Captain Song and continued, "Captain, I'm really sorry for worrying everyone. Lieutenant Cheonghua seems to have a fractured foot and needs immediate medical attention." It was only then that the others snapped out of their daze and realized that Cheonghua was the one injured. They quickly and carefully lifted her onto a stretcher, preparing to take her to the hospital for further treatment. At that moment, Luli drove over and took Lin Yu back to the residential compound, while Cheonghua was transported to the hospital. Captain Song reminded Lin Yu, "Dr. Lin, make sure to carry a walkie-talkie next time. This was partly my oversight as well. Take the day off and rest for a couple of days." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Back at home, Qin Lang held Lin Yu's hand and didn't let go. The two of them stood silently, their eyes locked on each other, filled with unspoken affection. It was as if they were trying to etch the other person into the depths of their gaze. Lin Yu found herself captivated by the look in Qin Lang's eyes, unable to pull herself away. At that moment, Qin Lang noticed the deep emotion and warmth in her clear eyes. Gone was the previous coldness and distance. His heart swelled with joy, and he pulled her tightly into his arms once again, softly asking, "Are you hungry?" Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as she chuckled lightly, "Not hungry, just a bit thirsty, and I'd like to take a shower." Qin Lang quickly got up, poured her a glass of water, and handed it to her. While she was in the shower, he swiftly prepared a simple meal. After dinner, Qin Lang gently carried her to the bed, kissed her forehead, and said softly, "Get some sleep. I need to head back to the station for a bit." Lin Yu nodded obediently, knowing he must have many matters to attend to after just returning. Qin Lang kissed her cheek once more before reluctantly leaving the house. Perhaps it was because Lin Yu had finally let go of the worries that had weighed on her in recent days, but she slept soundly that night, so much so that even when Qin Lang returned home at noon, she didn't stir. Qin Lang had an incredibly busy day. He went to inspect the extent of the disaster in the mountains, visited the village to check if anyone was missing, and carefully investigated the cause of the fire. When he returned home at noon, he found that Lin Yu was still sleeping, so he quietly left again, heading to the hospital to visit Liang and Cheonghua. Both of their surgeries had gone well. They were not particularly major procedures. When Cheonghua saw Qin Lang, she hurriedly got out of bed, placing her injured foot on top of her healthy one to stand upright. She saluted him and said, "Captain, I have something to say." Qin Lang, feeling grateful for her staying with Lin Yu last night without her, Lin Yu could have been in real danger, felt his initial resentment toward Cheonghua diminish. "Go ahead," he said. Seeing that the disdain in Qin Lang's eyes was gone, Cheonghua felt a surge of relief and joy. She said loudly, "Captain, I'm sorry. I want to apologize to you and your wife for the mistakes I made before. I will work to correct my flaws and foster better relationships with my colleagues. I hope you'll give me a chance." Qin Lang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he walked up to her, gently patted her shoulder, and said, "Focus on recovering for now. We'll talk about everything else once you're better." With that, he turned and left. As Cheonghua watched his retreating figure, tears of regret welled up in her eyes. When Exin helped her back to bed and asked softly, "Cheonghua, have you really let it go?" Wiping her tears, Cheonghua said, "I've known for a while that Captain Qin only loves Dr. Lin, but I just couldn't accept it. That day, when I was with her in the mountains, I finally understood why he loves her so much. She's truly a good person. Even though she dislikes me, she still disinfected my wounds. Even though she was scared, she insisted on finding me when we got lost. Even though I spoke to her harshly, she still obediently followed my instructions." When Exin stepped forward to hug her, but Xianghua stopped her and continued. When I saw her tears, and when I saw Captain Qin finding her in the morning, the joy on his face, the way he held her in front of everyone without a care for appearances, I realized how absurd I'd been. Tears filled her eyes again, and she finally hugged when Xan, sobbing uncontrollably. When Xan gently patted her back. It's painful now, but letting go is best for all three of you, she said softly. By the time Qin Lang returned home, night had fallen. As he stepped inside, the aroma of food filled the air. Lin You walked out of the kitchen with a smile, setting the food on the dining table. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around his waist, and looked up at him with a gentle smile. Welcome home, she said. Seeing her warmth return and the exhaustion from the morning gone from her face, Qin Lang felt a sense of relief. His lips curled into a charming smile as he cupped her face, tilted her head up, and kissed her deeply. It was a kiss full of longing, as if he were seeking her very breath. He closed his eyes, his fingers threading through her hair. Though he desired her deeply, he restrained himself, remaining gentle. Lin Yu's hands rested on his neck, responding to his passion. The kiss grew deeper, his hands sliding from her face to her slender waist. It was a kiss that reignited the longing they had for each other after being apart for half a month. When they finally parted, only the sound of their breathing and beating hearts remained. After a while, Qin Lang sat on the couch with Lin Yu in his arms, both of them catching their breath. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Honey, I still can't promise to always be gentle." Lin Yu smiled softly, kissed his lips lightly, and rested her head on his chest. "From now on, do as you like," she replied. Qin Lang chuckled deeply, his laughter rumbling from his chest. After a moment, he carried Lin Yu to the dining table. Embarrassed, she tried to get down, but his strong arms wouldn't budge. He picked up a piece of meat and brought it to her lips, teasing her with a smile. "Didn't you just say I could do as I like?" Lin Yu, flustered, lowered her head and focused on chewing the meat, saying nothing more. Remembering her earlier complaints, Qin Lang let her go and stood up to serve rice. Lin Yu quickly moved to sit on the other side of the table. After dinner, Qin Lang went to shower while Lin Yu washed the dishes. Having slept most of the day, Lin Yu was wide awake. She sat on the bed in their bedroom, casually flipping through a book. Qin Lang emerged from the bathroom and immediately climbed into bed, taking the book from her hands and setting it aside. He gently laid her down and pressed her beneath him. Noticing the exhaustion on Qin Lang's face, Lin Yu softly pushed him and said in a delicate voice, "You've been busy all day and traveled all night yesterday. Aren't you tired?" Qin Lang rolled off her, lying beside her but still holding her waist. "Let's just talk," he said. Lin Yu turned to face him, her hands caressing his chiseled face. "All right," she answered with a smile. Feeling her touch, Qin Lang relaxed, his voice playful. "Do you think I'm handsome?" Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh at his sudden question. But seeing his serious expression, she nodded. "Very handsome," she replied. "More handsome than Wang Xian?" he asked. Momentarily confused, Lin Yu asked reflexively, "Who's Wang Xian?" Qin Lang burst out laughing. Very good, he thought. If she doesn't even remember, it means that person holds no significance. Suddenly, Lin Yu sat up, looking at Qin Lang earnestly. "Did you visit the hospital today?" she asked. "I did," Qin Lang replied. "How are Qianghua and Liang?" Qin Lang gently pulled her back down, holding her close. "They're both fine," he said, closing his eyes. After a while, Lin Yu spoke softly in his arms. "Qianghua is actually a good person. If it weren't for her yesterday, I wouldn't have known what to do." Seconds turned into minutes, but Qin Lang remained silent. Lin Yu bit her lip nervously before cautiously voicing her request. "Let's forgive Qianghua, okay? At the end of the day, it's partly our fault. If she can acknowledge her mistakes, we shouldn't punish her. Please." Still, Qin Lang said nothing. Lin Yu felt a twinge of unease, realizing the sensitivity of the topic and the need for more time to discuss it. She slowly lifted her head, only to find that Qin Lang had fallen fast asleep. Looking at his tired face and the dark circles under his eyes, Lin Yu's heart ached. She thought of how he had worked tirelessly for her that morning while she had the luxury of resting all day. He had been busy managing the team's affairs and was utterly exhausted. Qianghua and the head nurse were right. Qin Lang's job was full of risks, and she shouldn't add to his worries. She needed to be more independent and strong, so he wouldn't be distracted by her. Although the two of them had been distant for days, neither bringing up past grievances, none of that mattered now. As long as they had each other, nothing else was important. Such is the nature of marriage, and no matter how fierce the arguments or how deep the grievances, sometimes all it takes is a simple kiss or an intimate moment to resolve everything without a word. Qin Lang and Lin Yu's life returned to its previous routine, with neither of them bringing up their earlier disagreements. Time flew by and soon it was Lin Yu's birthday. As she was leaving in the morning, Qin Lang approached her, wrapped her in a hug and whispered softly in her ear, "After work, I'll pick you up and take you somewhere." Lin Yu turned to him and asked, "Where are we going?" Qin Lang gave her a mysterious smile, avoiding her question. Instead, he gently released her, tidied up her clothes, and softly stroked her hair. Then, catching her off guard, he stole a quick kiss, ignoring her surprised expression. With a grin, he said, "You'll find out this afternoon. Let's go." He took her hand and led her out the door. Later, as Lin Yu sat in the medical station, she couldn't help but replay Qin Lang's words in her mind. What did he mean? Was today a special occasion? Deep in thought, she didn't notice Xiaonan and Xiaobei sneaking into the room. Xiaonan saw her distracted expression and suddenly called out, "Hey," startling Lin Yu. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yu stood up and playfully reached out to tickle Xiaonan. Laughing, Xiaonan quickly surrendered and sat down across from her. In a hushed tone she asked, "Dr. Lin, have you and the squad leader made up?" Xiaobei chimed in teasingly, "You two seem so sweet now." Hearing this, Lin Yu blushed and lowered her head, embarrassed. Xiaonan and Xiaobei exchanged knowing smiles, amused by her reaction. Noticing that the consultation room was empty, Xiaobei leaned closer and said enticingly, "There's some new gossip in the team, wanna hear it?" Curiosity piqued. Lin Yu quickly looked up. "What is it? Who's involved this time?" "Take a guess," Xiaobei teased. Frowning slightly, Lin Yu thought about how many people she didn't know in the team and shook her head. "I have no idea." Xiaonan gave her a hint. "It's someone you know, someone from our medical station." This intrigued Lin Yu even more. From the medical station? But nothing's been happening here recently. Just then, the head nurse's voice called from the door, "Everyone, please come out for a meeting." Although the meeting wasn't directly related to her, Lin Yu decided to join since she had nothing else to do. The head nurse announced, "We've received news from the military district. To improve the skills of grassroots medical teams, there will be a nurse skills competition at the end of the year. Everyone is encouraged to sign up. We'll hold an internal selection first." As discussions broke out among the nurses, Lin Yu, thinking it didn't concern her, quietly returned to the consultation room. Moments later, the head nurse walked in and asked, "Dr. Lin, you've been with us for some time now. Who do you think should represent us in the competition?" Surprised that she was being asked, Lin Yu politely replied, "I think everyone here is highly skilled. A fair competition would be best." The head nurse nodded in agreement. Lin Yu noticed something different about the head nurse lately, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Was it her appearance? No. Her voice? No. Her demeanor? Still no. Then it hit her, it was happiness. She radiated a kind of joy that was hard to describe. Caught staring, the head nurse finally asked, "Dr. Lin, why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Yu smiled and asked bluntly, "Head nurse, did something good happen recently? You seem so happy." Before the head nurse could respond, one of the nurses outside overheard and chimed in, "The head nurse is in love with Danny." Everything clicked for Lin Yu, and she smiled knowingly at the head nurse, whose face was quickly turning red. Ignoring her embarrassment, Lin Yu walked up to her and congratulated her warmly. "Congratulations, head nurse. Your long-time wish has come true." The other nurses joined in, teasing, "Congrats on your dream coming true." The usually composed head nurse covered her face and bolted out of the room, only to run straight into Captain Song as he entered. Puzzled, Captain Song asked, "What's wrong with the head nurse? Is she crying? Did someone upset her?" The others burst into laughter, leaving Captain Song even more confused. He quietly turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Dr. Lin, what happened?" Lin Yu shook her head, signaling she couldn't say. Captain Song didn't press further, and instead delivered new instructions. "Dr. Lin, it's not just the nurses, there's also a skills competition for doctors. The team has decided you'll represent us." "Me?" Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, you. It's an honor. Besides, you have the highest qualifications here, and your mentor is one of the best in the country. We have full confidence in you." Hearing this, Lin Yu could only nod in agreement. "Where will the competition be held?" she asked. "In the capital," Captain Song replied. The capital. Lin Yu had always dreamed of visiting there, but her complicated family history had kept her away. She never imagined she'd one day go there for work. Xiaonan and Xiaobei walked in, cheering her on. "Dr. Lin, you'll definitely bring glory to our medical team. We're rooting for you." Captain Song, mimicking their tone, added, "I'm rooting for you too." Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh at their antics. Seeing her smile, Xiaonan blurted out, "Dr. Lin, you're so beautiful. Do you think the squad leader will be okay with letting you go?" Embarrassed, Lin Yu quickly covered Xiaonan's mouth to stop her from saying more. When Qin Lang came to pick up Lin Yu in the afternoon, he unexpectedly arrived in a military off-road vehicle. After helping her into the car, he started driving up the mountain. Lin Yu found it odd and asked, "Why are we heading up the mountain now? Aren't we going to eat?" "If we eat first, I'll be too late and we won't see anything," Qin Lang replied. Along the way, Lin Yu shared what Captain Song had mentioned earlier that afternoon. "Honestly, I don't want to participate in this kind of competition. If it were closer, it'd be fine, but Kyoto is so far away," she said. Lang understood her concerns and reassured her while driving. Don't worry, it's nothing to be afraid of. Haven't you always wanted to visit Kyoto? This is a good chance to go there, he said. But Lin Yu hesitated. Lang reached over with one hand, gently patting her head, signaling her to relax. This year, I have some vacation days. I can take them early and go with you. After your competition, well, head straight back to Sea City for the new year, and you'll return to the base after the holiday, he said. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. She thought about the clothes Lang had brought back a few days ago, and how kind Professor Song had always been to her. Even when she wasn't around, the professor still thought of getting her clothes and jewelry. Reflecting on the recent argument she had with Lang, she felt it was unnecessary. No matter what, she should treat him better, if only for Professor Song's sake. Lang had been so busy these past few days, and she decided she must express her feelings to him properly later. Eventually, Lang parked the car in an open area. He draped a down jacket over Lin Yu and held her hand as they walked toward a clearing. He stopped and pointed into the distance. Lin Yu followed his gaze and was stunned. There, far away, was the sea, something she had never known was there. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, blending seamlessly into the sky. The golden hues of the setting sun shimmered on the water, reflecting waves of light that danced like countless stars. The sun, now a glowing red sphere, was slowly descending toward the horizon. Its rays grew softer, painting the surrounding clouds in vibrant colors. Some clouds looked like fluffy cotton candy, others like flowing ribbons, and still others like flames ablaze. Together, they created a breathtaking scene, a masterpiece of nature's beauty and wonder. Lin Yu was deeply moved by the sight before her. She remembered the time Lang had taken her hiking years ago. Back then, she had climbed too slowly, misjudging the time. By the time they reached the summit, they had also witnessed the sunset over the distant sea. That day, they didn't return home until midnight, and Professor Song had uncharacteristically scolded both of them. Since then, they had never gone hiking in the afternoon or seen such a stunning sunset again. She gripped Lang's hand tightly inside. It's so beautiful, just as beautiful as when we saw it on that mountain. Lang hadn't expected her to remember. He pulled her close, letting her rest her head on his shoulder, and began to explain why he had brought her here. Life in the mountains is monotonous and lonely. The glow of the setting sun always stirs up old memories. Every time I missed you, I would come here, he said softly. Lang then started to recount his years of longing for her, sharing his feelings slowly and sincerely. I remember the day we first met. At that time, you had already been staying with the Qin family for a few days, while I had spent the summer following my father in the military, training to prepare for applying to a military academy. When I returned home, I immediately noticed a high school girl in a white dress with her hair tied in a high ponytail, planting flowers in the yard. My dad told me your name was Lin You and that you would become my wife. Honestly, the moment I first saw you, I was very impressed by your appearance. After all, you were far more beautiful than any of my friends' girlfriends. From that moment, I somehow knew you would be my wife one day. The boys in the yard quickly noticed that a girl had come to live at our house. Some even joked that you were a child bride brought back from the countryside by my mom. Of course, I knew that wasn't true, but as a teenager with a strong sense of pride, I shouted, "Stop saying nonsense. She's not a child bride, Dasha's my future wife." As time went on, you gradually appeared in front of others, and everyone began to notice your beauty and brilliance. Not only were you stunning, but you were also outstanding academically. You made more and more friends, and naturally some boys started pursuing you. During that time, I was filled with jealousy and anger. One night, I poured hot water on all the flowers you had planted, killing them. When you heard about this after all these years, you said you had almost forgotten. Back then, you were planning to plant peonies in the yard, but one day they suddenly all died. Professor Song suggested it might be due to unsuitable soil, but it turned out I was the one who ruined them. Lang looked up, kissed your forehead gently, and pulled you back into his arms. When you started high school, I had already gone to the military academy. I could only come home for a few days during holidays each year. By then, I had slowly come to understand what it meant to like someone. Every time I came back, I wanted to spend time alone with you, so I took you hiking. But I never realized how weak your physical condition was. You would get tired after just a few steps. That's why, when Mom suggested you apply to a military medical university after your college entrance exams, I strongly opposed it. You chuckled softly in his arms. Later, you left home to attend medical school in City A. Once, when I went to pick you up, I saw a group of male classmates around you. They were all youthful and full of energy. Unlike Matand, not particularly tall or handsome, and far too mature. You softly said, "That's not true. Now, I think you're the most handsome." Hearing you introduce me as your brother to those boys made me angry. So, when you were about to graduate, I convinced you to apply for Mom's graduate program to bring you back home, and I decided I would marry you. I couldn't believe you agreed. During that time, I was truly overjoyed, happier than when I was selected for the special forces because I knew we'd be together forever, never apart. When we first got married, due to the nature of my work, we didn't have a proper wedding, and I've always felt guilty about that. I resolved to love you wholeheartedly. But military life was so demanding, training, drills, and missions constantly kept me busy. Our wedding night only happened after you graduated from your master's program. Before that, I always felt you were too young and was afraid of scaring you. That night, seeing how happy you were with your classmates, I realized you had grown up. You had admirers around you, and that's when I decided to make you mine. From that day forward, every time I missed you terribly, I would come here to watch the sunset over the sea, imagining you were with me. Hearing about all the years of loneliness and frustration he endured, your heart ached. You had always enjoyed the love and care of his parents, but never considered his solitude and struggles. You thought he didn't like you, yet he had carried you in his heart for so long. To hide your tears, you buried your head in his embrace, holding him tightly. Qin Lang gently lifted your head, looking into your eyes with deep affection. Yu, I love you. I've loved you for a long time, even before I fully understood what love was. Having you here with me these days has been the happiest time of my life because I get to see you so often. Over the past 3 years, I've been selfish, disregarding how you felt. Every time I saw you, I just wanted to be close to you, as it was the only way to ease the pain of missing you when you weren't by my side. Only when I held you did I feel that you cared about me, too. Yu, will you forgive me? You buried your head back into his chest, and he held you tightly. I've never truly been angry at you, nor have I rejected your affection. I've known since I was young that I would marry you, so I've never dared to accept anyone else's advances, feeling it would betray you. These days with you have also been the happiest for me because I can feel how much you care for me. As for Chionghua, it was my lack of trust in you that caused the misunderstanding. I promise I'll never stop communicating or hurt you again. I'll trust you with all my heart. You looked up into Qin Lang's dark, shining eyes. Qin Lang, will you give me this chance? Qin Lang hadn't expected you to say that and was deeply moved. His black eyes gleamed under the moonlight as he took a jewelry box from his pocket and placed it in your hands, motioning for you to open it. Inside was a pair of diamond rings. Qin Lang carefully slipped one onto your finger. Our old rings were too worn, so I had these custom made. Do you like them? You gazed at the large diamonds sparkling under the moonlight and threw yourself into his arms again. Qin Lang carried you to the car, ready to drive down the mountain. Hand in hand, the two of you entered the room to find a birthday cake on the dining table. Only then did you realize it was your birthday. Qin Lang brought out a bouquet of Elsa roses from the bedroom, knelt on one knee, and said, "Happy birthday, my love. You are my everything." Looking at the flowers, his words, and the ring on your finger, you were moved to tears. You helped him up and said, "I love it. Thank you, my husband." Qin Lang, hearing you call him that, could no longer suppress the emotions he had been holding back all night. He kissed you fervently, exploring every corner of your lips and mouth, filling you with his breath. You responded just as passionately. The two of you moved from the doorway to the sofa, then to the bedroom, the bathroom, and back to the bed. The untouched birthday cake on the table and the scattered clothes on the floor were silent witnesses to your passion. From the bedroom came the sound of your soft gasps and his deep, restrained whispers. "I love you, my wife." The next morning, when Lin Yu opened her eyes, she was surprised to see Qin Lang still lying in bed. It was a rare sight. Thinking back to the events of the previous night, a smile blossomed on her face like a flower. She hadn't expected that he had already cared so much for her deep down, nor could she believe that someone as stoic and straightforward as him would say he loved her. Her smile grew wider as she leaned forward to give Qin Lang a light kiss on his firm lips. Just as she was about to pull away, his lips caught hers, and he pulled her closer. Qin Lang rolled over, pinning her beneath him, his hands caressing her soft, smooth skin once more. Sometime later, Lin You lay exhausted on Qin Lang's chest, completely drained of energy. "Honey, I'm hungry," she murmured. Qin Lang chuckled softly. "Didn't I just feed you?" he teased. Lin Yu playfully punched his chest and tried to get up, but he quickly wrapped his arms around her. He gazed into her eyes, which still carried a hint of longing, her shy expression, the blush on her face, and her slightly swollen lips. Burying his head against her chest, he whispered, "Yu, this is the happiest moment of my life. Say you love me." Lin Yu smiled softly and replied, "Qin Lang, I love you." Satisfied with her answer, Qin Lang gave her a gentle kiss on the lips before getting up to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, the two sat at the table, staring at the leftover cake with a hint of regret. "Looks like the cake is no longer edible," Lin Yu said. "If we can't eat it, we should just throw it away," Qin Lang replied. "That feels wasteful," she remarked. "Then I'll eat it," he offered. "Better not," she said with a laugh. "Next time, let's not buy such a big one," she added. "All right," Qin Lang agreed. The two spent the entire day indoors. Other than eating, they mostly stayed in bed, enjoying each other's company. After dinner, Qin Lang carried Lin Yu back to the bed, his lips trailing soft kisses across her face and body. His strong hands roamed freely, igniting sparks wherever they touched. Lin Yu's face flushed red again as she squirmed and giggled, trying to evade his teasing touches. Occasionally, her laughter rang out like silver bells. When Qin Lang finally paused for a moment, Lin Yu took the chance to lie on his chest, running her fingers over his firm, muscular torso. In a soft, playful tone, she complained, "You're acting like an ancient emperor bewitched by beauty." Qin Lang chuckled at her comparison and gently lifted her body to meet her gaze. "That's only because you're the enchantress," he replied with a grin. Annoyed by his response, Lin Yu tried to get up, but their clothes had long since been discarded by Qin Lang. Her movement unintentionally revealed her beauty to his hungry gaze. Noticing the fiery glint in his eyes, she quickly covered them with her hands. But in the darkness, the warmth of their bodies only heightened his desire. Qin Lang wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, flipping her back beneath him. Lin Yu pressed her hands against his chest and pleaded softly, "Stop, I was wrong. You're not an emperor. You're the brave Captain Qin." Seeing that he remained unmoved, she continued to coax him, "A little indulgence is fine, but what if you think of this during your missions?" Her words finally brought him back to his senses. As he noticed the marks on her neck and chest, he realized he had gone too far. Resting his head against her, he reminded himself that during missions, his focus must remain sharp, leaving no room for such thoughts. Marriage is truly a fascinating bond. Unlike the fiery passion of love that burns brightly and fades quickly, marriage is more like two strangers without blood ties, living together every day, discovering each other's charms, and gradually falling in love. Eventually, they become an inseparable part of each other's lives. For Qin Lang and Lin Yu, they were never truly strangers. Through their time together, they had unknowingly fallen deeply in love. However, due to their frequent separations and limited time together, they had failed to realize each other's feelings. Now, with their hearts open and their love understood, they no longer felt insecure. This newfound understanding allowed them to fully immerse themselves in the joy of their intimacy. In the days that followed, Lin Yu often playfully acted spoiled around Qin Lang, while he, in turn, knew just the right words to make her smile. Their relationship grew even closer, their lives entwined in a harmony that brought them endless happiness. The essential skills for nurses include proficiency in venipuncture and the use of various medical devices. For doctors, their expertise often centers on tasks like sterilization, suturing, dressing wounds, immobilization, transferring patients to other facilities, and handling emergency scenarios such as shock, allergic reactions, uncontrolled bleeding, or improper anesthesia during surgeries. However, one skill that both nurses and doctors must master is CPR. This is a fundamental operation that every medical professional is required to perform competently. In the health team, everyone is familiar with these basic techniques, but the differences lie in their level of proficiency, adherence to protocols, and attention to detail during practice drills. Lin Yu, having trained under Professor Song and often assisted her during surgeries, developed exceptional skills in these procedures during her doctoral studies. The health team at the base, being at the grassroots level, rarely encounters real-life rescue situations. So when Lin Yu demonstrated a flawless and precise CPR procedure, everyone was left in awe. They watched her every move intently, amazed at how every step was executed with such precision and every detail handled impeccably. Captain Song, filled with admiration, clapped enthusiastically and strode toward Lin Yu. His eyes sparkled with approval as he exclaimed, "Dr. Lin, you truly live up to your reputation as a top student. Your technique is textbook perfect, it's absolutely flawless. I knew choosing you to compete was the right decision." The head nurse also approached with a satisfied smile, giving Lin Yu a thumbs up in praise. "Dr. Lin, your speed is incredible, and every step is so accurate. We'll assign Xiao Bei to accompany you to the competition in the capital. I'm confident you two will achieve outstanding results." Captain Song looked around at the team and solemnly announced, "From now until the competition, Dr. Lin and Xiao Bei will be excused from duty shifts. This will give them more time to focus on preparing for the event." He then turned to Lin Yu and Xiao Bei, adding, "This afternoon, you two can begin practicing in the meeting room. From now on, you will need to report for work in the afternoons. Keep it up, we're all rooting for you, and I'm sure you'll bring honor to our health team." After the crowd dispersed, Xiao Bei looked at Lin Yu with a hint of concern and said softly, "Dr. Lin, I feel a little pressured." Lin Yu smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's okay, don't worry too much. As long as we prepare earnestly, we'll be fine." Xiao Bei looked at her gratefully but couldn't help adding, "Dr. Lin, you're so accomplished. I'm just an undergraduate, I'm really afraid I'll hold you back." Lin Yu gently patted Xiao Bei's hand and comforted her warmly, "You're already doing great. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Meanwhile, in Qin Lang's office, he sat at his desk, lost in thought. A knock on the door broke his reverie. "Come in," he called out. Luli entered and stood before him. Captain, you called for me. Is there something you need? Qin Lang lit a cigarette, studying Luli's delicate features. His fair complexion, even after spending so much time at the base, made him look more like a civilian than a soldier. Qin Lang couldn't help but recall his first impression of Luli, a bit too refined. Luli, puzzled by Qin Lang's scrutinizing gaze, asked, Captain, why are you staring at my face? Have you fallen for me? Seeing Qin Lang feign a kick, Luli quickly darted to the window. Qin Lang took a drag of his cigarette and casually asked, Luli, were you popular with the girls back in school? Luli was baffled. What's this about? Is he trying to set me up with someone? But I'm not even considering relationships right now. He replied loudly, No, Captain. Qin Lang smirked mischievously and teased, All right, no need to shout. I'm not deaf, you know. Luli looked at him suspiciously, unsure of his intentions. Qin Lang, sensing his confusion, spoke again. Luli, with your abilities, you could excel in any field. Why did you choose to become a soldier? Without hesitation, Luli replied, To protect my country. Qin Lang let out a cold laugh and continued. You're from the capital, right? Have you heard of the Lu Corporation? Luli's heart skipped a beat. Why is he bringing up my family? Does he know the real reason I joined the military? Has he investigated my background? What about my sister Rinla? How much does he know about her? Qin Lang's voice interrupted his thoughts. About 30 years ago, a young lady from the Lu family in the capital ran away and married someone in our sea city. Ever heard of that? Luli replied calmly. I wasn't even born 30 years ago. I wouldn't know. Qin Lang continued. Her name was Lu Jing. Same surname as yours. I believe she was your father's sister. After Qin Lang finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Luli without saying another word. Under Qin Lang's intense stare, Luli felt uneasy. He knew Qin Lang had figured everything out. This private conversation was clearly an opportunity being offered to him, so there was no need to hide anything. With a resolute heart, Luli confessed, Captain, Lu Jing is my aunt, and your wife is my cousin. Even though Qin Lang had suspected this for some time, hearing the confirmation still left him somewhat surprised. He sat back down in his chair and asked the question that had been on his mind. Why did you apply to the military academy back then? As far as I know, you're the only son of the Lu family in this generation. Luli took a deep breath, looked Qin Lang in the eye, and replied, Back then, my grandfather and father searched through all the adoption records in Sea City but couldn't find my sister. They suspected she had been adopted by a military family, but we had no way to verify it. Later, by chance, I applied to the military academy. Qin Lang didn't doubt his words. The Lu family in the capital, known for starting in real estate, had made a remarkable pivot to the internet economy just before the real estate industry hit a red light. It was undeniable that Lu Li's father, Lu Zhouqing, was a businessman with extraordinary foresight. Qin Lang put his cigarette out in the ashtray and asked again, Have you told your father about Yuan's situation? My father already knows everything, Luli replied. Qin Lang immediately stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and angrily questioned, Luli, this is a violation of protocol. How could you disclose military family information so casually? Unfazed by Qin Lang's anger, Luli sat down on a nearby chair and replied nonchalantly, Captain, drop this serious act. Since you already know everything, it means you've investigated thoroughly and know I didn't break any rules. Otherwise, why would you be talking to me now? Qin Lang looked at him with a hint of admiration. I have to admit, the Lu family is quite sharp. Of course, Luli grinned. After all, I'm one of your own trainees. Qin Lang walked over to him, leaned against the desk, and handed Luli a cigarette before continuing, Your grandfather didn't approve of your aunt marrying a soldier back then. Now that his granddaughter has also married a soldier, what does your father have to say about it? Luli lit the cigarette, glanced at Qin Lang, and answered without hesitation, My father said it's all fate. There's nothing we can do about it. Later, my grandfather regretted opposing the marriage. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Fate is an invisible force, intangible yet guiding everything along a predetermined path. Even if you stray, it ensures you stay within the basic trajectory. Luli then conveyed his father's request. My dad wants to meet my sister. Seeing Qin Lang remain silent, Luli continued his plea earnestly. He's missed them both for 30 years. When he heard about my sister, he was overwhelmed with emotion. I hope you can grant this wish. Qin Lang frowned at Luli's choice of words. Even if she's your sister, you should address her as sister-in-law now. Luli was speechless. It was the same person. Why was Qin Lang so particular about the title? After a moment of thought, Qin Lang said, I haven't told Yuan about this yet. The medical team will be heading to the capital for a skills competition at the end of the year. Let's arrange it then. Luli stood up, saluted, and said, Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll inform my father over the weekend. Hearing the change in address, Qin Lang grabbed a nearby water bottle and threw it at him. Luli quickly ran out. Moments later, his voice came from the doorway again. Permission to speak? Come in, Qin Lang said, glaring at him. What now? Haven't you said enough? Saturday evening. I'd like to invite my sister and brother-in-law to dinner. Qin Lang rolled his eyes but nodded to show his agreement. He added, keep our relationship private for now. Be mindful of appearances. Luli asked, what does my sister like? I'd like to prepare a gift for her. She doesn't lack anything. That won't do. The Liu family has plenty of money. I won't hold back. Then just give her cash, Qin Lang said sarcastically. Are you trying to get yourself killed, Luli? The Qin family doesn't lack money either. Got it. I'll figure something out myself. Just let her know, Luli said with a grin. Later that evening, after dinner, Qin Lang watched Lin You and step out of the bathroom. Taking the towel from her hands, he gently dried her hair, then used a hairdryer to finish the job. When everything was done, he pulled her into his arms as they sat on the sofa. Breathing in the scent of her body wash and playing with her long hair, he pondered how to broach the subject. Lin You didn't notice his unusual behavior. She turned and hugged his waist, resting her head on his shoulder as she softly complained, my back hurts. Qin Lang carried her to the bed and began massaging her lower back gently. Lin You felt so comfortable she was about to fall asleep. While massaging her, Qin Lang noticed something. Honey, have you lost weight? No way, she replied. I'm over 100 pounds now. I used to never reach that. Qin Lang nodded. Her figure wasn't skinny, he thought. She had just the right amount of curves and all the right places of body that many envied. She could pull off the slim in clothes, curvy out of them, look effortlessly. When Lin You didn't hear him respond, she thought he might be tired. She rolled over to face him. What's wrong? Nothing. You're fine now. Just rest, Qin Lang said, lying beside her and pulling her into his arms. Yuan, do you ever think about your parents? He asked softly. Lin Yuan lifted her head, looking at him in confusion. Qin Lang held her closer and said in a low voice, all these years, you've had family searching for you. She looked up at him surprised. It's your uncle. He recently got in touch with me, Qin Lang explained. Lin Yuan sat up, leaning against the headboard as she stared at him. My uncle. She thought back to her childhood. Though she had never met her mother's side of the family, she knew they lived in the capital. Her mother often mentioned her uncle, describing him as the most important man in her life besides her father. Qin Lang watched her reminisce and leaned against the headboard beside her, pulling her into his arms. Her mother had said her uncle was studying abroad and would visit them in Sea City upon his return. But he never came, even after her parents passed away. Her mother had never mentioned her grandparents. Sometimes, when Lin Yuan asked, her mother would gaze silently in the direction of the capital. Seeing that she had pieced things together, Qin Lang continued. Luli is your uncle's son? What? She exclaimed. It's true. They've been searching for you all this time. But when I brought you to the Qin family, very few people knew. It wasn't until Luli met you here and started suspecting the truth. Lin Yuan didn't say a word. She simply held onto Qin Lang tightly. He spoke softly into her hair. Tomorrow is Saturday. Luli wants to take us to dinner. She remained silent, and Qin Lang understood her emotions. For so many years, her life had revolved around the Qin family. She had never imagined having other relatives. It was natural for her to struggle with this sudden revelation. Letting out a sigh, Qin Lang asked Yuan, what do you think of Luli? He's a good person, she replied. Yuan, whether or not you can accept this, you should meet them. It's the right thing to do for your mother's sake and to honor their years of searching. On Saturday evening, Luli booked a private room at a downtown restaurant in advance, waiting for Lin You and Qin Lang. The moment Qin Lang arrived with Lin You, Luli's eyes never left her. Qin Lang couldn't stand it and gave him a kick. Embarrassed, Luli snapped back to reality and warmly addressed Lin You. Sis, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. He handed her the menu. Lin You was surprised by the change in how he addressed her. After all these years, almost no one had called her sis, and she found it hard to accept. Frowning, she shared her thoughts. You'd better call me sister-in-law. I'm not used to this. Luli immediately objected. It's fine. You'll get used to it. Lin Yu ordered a few dishes based on her and Qin Lang's preferences and passed the menu back to Luli. Order whatever you'd like to eat. Without hesitation, Luli added a few more dishes and handed the menu to the waiter. Lin Yu felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to say, but Qin Lang casually started a conversation. Luli, your dad studied abroad for many years, right? Yes, about 10 years. I was even born overseas. Back then, my dad insisted on going abroad because he was against my grandpa's arranged marriage for him. He met my mom there and got married, Luli replied. Qin Lang picked up on something and asked directly, but the Liu group has been around for over 50 years, hasn't it? It was originally founded by my grandmother. Back then, both my aunt and my dad were unhappy with my grandpa's control, so they both left the family. My grandmother couldn't persuade them, so she focused on building the business instead. And as it turned out, she really made it big, Luli explained. Your grandmother must have been a remarkable woman, Lin You said. How is she now? Luli smiled at her question, happy that she seemed to be warming up, but he answered regretfully, she passed away 3 years ago. Before she went, she was holding a photo of my aunt and kept saying she would finally see her again. Lin You felt a pang of sadness hearing this. She had never understood her mother's actions back then. It was one thing for her mother to leave with her father, but how could she abandon her own parents, not visiting them while they were alive, not seeking their help in times of trouble, and not even considering them when she passed away? Did her mother truly value no one else but her father? Lin Yu felt a deep sense of unfairness on behalf of her grandparents. Qin Lang noticed her troubled expression and gently held her hand. Yu, what's on your mind? He asked softly. Lin Yu came back to her senses, squeezed his hand in return, and shook her head to indicate it was nothing. Luli, observing Qin Lang's attentiveness towards her, realized he might have overthought things earlier. Luli then asked his own question, over the years, my dad has always missed my aunt. I've never met her. What kind of person was she? Lin Yu glanced at Luli, lowered her gaze, and answered in a quiet voice, someone who put love above everything else. Qin Lang didn't find her response unusual, but Luli thought it was odd. I'd say she was a brave person, he remarked. Lin Yu looked up at him and said, people who are brave enough to pursue love are always admirable. She didn't continue the topic, and Qin Lang shot Luli a warning look. Luli was puzzled. What's wrong? Does this not like my aunt? He then turned and handed Lin Yu a shopping bag. Lin Yu glanced at Qin Lang, who gestured for her to open it. Inside was a black card and an ordinary-looking box. When she opened the box, it revealed a collection of gold bars, each weighing 200 grams. Qin Lang estimated there were at least 50 bars, worth around 5 million yuan at current gold prices. The Liu family's wealth was truly impressive. Lin Yu took one look and tried to return the bag to Luli. But Luli refused and explained, this is from my dad. He sent it a few days ago for me to give to you as a meeting gift. He wasn't sure what you'd like, so he thought cash and gold would be practical. It might be a bit tacky, but it's sincere. Qin Lang laughed and teased, tacky? It's extremely tacky. Luli added, there's also something my grandmother left for my aunt. When you visit Beijing, I'll be transferred to your name. Lin Yu handed the bag back to Luli. I don't need it. I don't have much use for money. Thank your dad for me, but I really can't accept it. My dad and grandpa left me plenty back then, so I'm fine. Luli placed the bag in front of her again. What your family gave you is yours, but this is our gesture of goodwill. Do you not want to acknowledge me as your brother? Lin Yu looked to Qin Lang for help. Qin Lang accepted the bag without hesitation. Lin Yu stared at him, confused by his actions. Qin Lang ignored her questioning gaze and continued to place food on her plate. On the way home, Lin Yu stared out the window in silence. Once they got back, Qin Lang put the bag in the closet. Lin Yu found his behavior strange and confronted him. Qin Lang, why did you accept it? Do we lack money? And isn't it inappropriate to keep so much gold at the base? It could cause unnecessary trouble. Qin Lang turned to her, pulled her to sit beside him on the bed, and asked softly, after all this time, do you still not understand your mother's actions back then? Lin Yu was puzzled. What does this have to do with my mother? She asked. Seeing her confusion, Qin Lang explained, over the years, I've come to understand your mother's choices. Why? When someone loses the pillar they've relied on for so long, they often lose the courage to keep going. I believe your parents must have seen each other as their everything. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. She recalled her childhood, where her parents were deeply in love. While arguments and fights could often be heard from neighbors' homes, her own house remained peaceful. Her father was always gentle and attentive to her mother, treating her with the utmost care. She nodded again, signaling Qin Lang to continue. Your mother couldn't accept your father's sudden passing at that time. It wasn't that she didn't love you. She simply loved your father even more. If we all got upset because we weren't chosen, we'd only be punishing ourselves. Lin Yu remained silent, leaning her head gently against Qin Lang's chest. She knew he was right. Her mother's decision to leave this world to reunite with her father didn't mean she didn't love her. Her mother had once told her to be brave, to follow her grandfather's guidance, and to one day find someone as exceptional as her father. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't hold back her tears. They streamed down her face, soaking Qin Lang's shirt. Qin Lang looked at the woman in front of him, his heart softening. He lowered his head, gently wiped away her tears, and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. His eyes were filled with warmth and love. Qin Lang continued, you need other family too, not just those in the Qin family. And Luli is a good person. I've looked into the Liu Corporation and found no evidence of any misconduct. This speaks to the integrity and values of the Liu family. As he finished, he gently lifted Lin Yu's face, meeting her eyes. So, why can't we gain an additional friend? He asked with a smile, his gaze steady and resolute. He wanted Lin Yu to understand that accepting goodwill from the Liu family didn't mean compromising her own values or principles, but rather, it reflected an open and inclusive mindset. Finally, Qin emphasized, as for this gold, we truly don't need it. If we reject it, it's as if we're denying the Liu family altogether. We could convert the gold to cash and donate it to those in need or to charitable organizations. His tone was firm and decisive, stirring something deep within Lin Yu. After hearing Qin words, Lin Yu realized that her earlier perspective had been narrow and incomplete. He was right, she needed to approach the situation with a broader heart. She nodded in agreement, signaling her willingness to accept Qin suggestion. Recently, Lin Yu has been spending most of her time at work practicing operations with Xiaobei in the meeting room. After a period of hard work, they have become proficient in completing various tasks and have developed great teamwork, achieving high efficiency. Lin Yu felt their practice had reached a point where continuing would be unnecessary, so she took the initiative to suggest starting their shifts. Sitting by the window, Lin Yu gazed at the sky, feeling particularly at ease. The air here was fresh, and the blue sky with white clouds brought a sense of tranquility. At night, the starlit sky sparkled faintly, as if whispering the mysteries of the universe. Looking up at the moon, Lin Yu was overwhelmed by a sudden wave of emotion. She recalled her grandfather once telling her that when people pass away, they transform into stars, continuing to watch over their loved ones. Though it sounded a bit far-fetched, Lin Yu believed it wholeheartedly. At that moment, she thought of her parents. Could they also have become stars in the night sky? Since that evening when Qin explained things to her, Lin Yu had gradually come to terms with the truth. Perhaps her mother simply loved her father more than she loved her. Xiaonan and the head nurse slowly approached Lin Yu. The head nurse gently patted her shoulder and asked, "Dr. Lin, what are you thinking about?" Lin Yu shook her head slightly and looked at the head nurse. "Head nurse, why are you still here so late?" she inquired. Xiaonan stepped in to answer on behalf of the head nurse. "Of course, she's waiting for Dan Yi." Lin Yu asked curiously, "Why is she waiting for Dan Yi?" Xiaobei smiled and explained, "Because the head nurse wants to go to the movies with Dan Yi." Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled faintly and said to the head nurse, "Going to the movies? That sounds great. Dan Yi is a good guy, and you two make a lovely pair." The head nurse nodded shyly, agreeing with Lin Yu's words. Before long, Dan Yi walked in and greeted Lin Yu, sister-in-law. Lin Yu nodded and asked, "I heard you're taking some time off soon. Are you planning to go home with the head nurse?" "Yes," Dan Yu replied. "We're planning to visit each other's families and will return before the new year." Lin Yu and Xiaonan congratulated them. "Congratulations. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness together." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Dan Yu responded. The next day, when Lin Yu finished cooking, Luli unexpectedly arrived with Qin. "Big sis, we're here to mooch a meal today," Luli teased. "Welcome," Lin Yu replied. Since that day, Lin Yu had come to accept Luli and no longer felt awkward about how he addressed her. She even started showing concern for him from time to time. During the meal, Lin Yu brought up the topic of Dan Yi and the head nurse. Qin served her a piece of braised pork and explained, "The two of them will take their annual leave first. Once they're back, we'll accompany you to the competition in Kyoto. Afterward, we might need to stay a few more days before heading back to City C for the new year." Lin Yu reflected on how quickly time had passed since she arrived at the station. Half a year had flown by, from summer to winter, and now spring. The bond between her and Qin had deepened significantly, and she even reunited with her mother's family. Life truly worked in mysterious ways. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the competition for Lin Yu and Xiaobei. The weather was bright and sunny, as if foreshadowing their success. They arrived at the competition venue early and prepared thoroughly. Having experienced many large-scale exams before, Lin Yu remained calm and composed, showing no signs of worry. Xiaobei, however, was slightly nervous. Noticing Xiaobei's trembling hands, Lin Yu held them and reassured her, "Xiaobei, why are you nervous? Just perform as you usually do. It's okay even if we don't place." "But—" Lin Yu could see Xiaobei growing more anxious, her voice trembling. "But what?" Lin Yu asked. "In the health team, the captain and Major Liu rarely show up, but seeing familiar faces makes me nervous," Xiaobei admitted. Lin Yu patted her shoulder and shook her head. "Xiaobei, there's no need to be nervous around familiar people. I'll call them and ask them not to come in, okay?" "Thank you, Dr. Lin," Xiaobei said gratefully. Finally, it was their turn to compete. Dressed in neat medical uniforms, they walked confidently and purposefully toward the competition area. Xiaobei, though petite, exuded beauty and charm, while Lin Yu's tall stature and captivating presence drew everyone's attention. Their appearance immediately caught the judges' eyes, who were amazed that such talent could come from a grassroots health team. As the starting command was given, Xiaobei and Lin Yu quickly got into the zone. Their movements were precise and seamless, demonstrating exceptional coordination. Every action they performed was professional and standardized, rivaling that of any major hospital. Their voices were clear and powerful, instilling a sense of reassurance in the onlookers. Throughout the procedure, They maintained warm smiles and frequently exchanged glances, showcasing their trust and synergy. Their performance not only highlighted their outstanding medical skills, but also conveyed a deep sense of responsibility and dedication. The judges were deeply impressed by their professionalism and erupted into applause. When their demonstration ended, the audience broke into thunderous applause, a fitting recognition of their hard work. Xiaobei and Lin Yu proved that grassroots health teams could also produce excellent medical professionals, safeguarding the health of soldiers and their families. After the competition, Qin Lang approached Lin Yu and hugged her tightly, completely ignoring the stares of those around them. Both dressed in their military uniforms, Qin Lang looked resolute and brave, while Lin Yu appeared elegant and poised. Their presence as a couple naturally drew attention, and most assumed they were in the throes of young love, unaware they were already a married couple. Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Li and Xiaobei exchanged glances. Lu Li cleared his throat and broke the silence. "Captain, there are still two of us standing here. Could you tone down the public display of affection? You're making us jealous." Qin Lang released Lin Yu and, without acknowledging Lu Li's comment, took her hand and led her to the spectator seats. Lu Li spoke again. "Sister-in-law, Xiaobei, you were amazing. We were watching from backstage, and I'm sure you'll win first place." Lin Yu responded humbly, "Everyone performed well. I think the results will be close." Soon, the judges announced the results. Lin Yu and Xiaobei had won first place. Overjoyed, they hugged each other tightly. "Dr. Lin, this is amazing. We actually won. Thank you for all your guidance." Xiaobei exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Xiaobei, you've always done well. You just needed a bit more confidence." Qin Lang immediately announced that both of them would receive commendations upon returning to the station. Afterward, Xiaobei, who had taken her annual leave early, was driven to the train station. Meanwhile, Qin Lang and Lin Yu prepared to accompany Lu Li for a visit to his family. The three of them had changed into casual clothes. Lin Yu was dressed in a beige long-down coat, paired with a matching scarf. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun, giving her a fresh and charming look. Qin Lang wore a black down jacket and black trousers, his military demeanor adding to his mature and composed appearance. Standing together, they made a striking pair, handsome and beautiful, perfectly matched. When the three arrived at the gates of the Lu family estate, a middle-aged couple in their 50s stood waiting outside. They exuded an air of elegance, clearly from an intellectual family background. Upon seeing Lin Yu step out of the car, the man's eyes instantly reddened, his lips trembling slightly as he murmured softly, "So alike. It's a blessing to find you in this lifetime." Lin Yu keenly sensed the genuine emotion in the man's gaze and quickly realized this was her family. Smiling, she walked toward him and politely addressed them Uncle Aunt. Hearing her address them, the man's face lit up with a relieved smile, and he nodded gently. "Child, you've suffered all these years." He then turned to look at Qin Lang with a curious and approving expression. "And this must be Captain Qin?" he asked. Qin Lang immediately stepped forward respectfully and replied, "Yes, uncle. I'm Qin Lang. It's a pleasure to meet you." The uncle warmly extended his hand to shake Qin Lang's and welcomed him. Then, he gestured for them to go inside. "Coming quickly. Winters in the capital are really cold." As they entered the villa, Lin Yu and Qin Lang were greeted by a wave of warmth. The interior was decorated in a neutral style, simple and elegant, yet refined. Although the overall tone was understated, the meticulous selection of every decorative item revealed their sophistication and considerable value. Even Lin Yu and Qin Lang, who were accustomed to grand settings, couldn't help but admire the space. Lu Li's father, Lu Zhouqing, gazed steadily at Lin Yu, tears streaming down his cheeks. If not for propriety between men and women, he would have embraced his niece on the spot. After all, he had been searching for her for so many years, and seeing her was like seeing his sister's reflection. Lu Li stepped forward to comfort him, "Dad, don't be like this. You'll scare my sister." Lu Li's mother, Wang Yu, warmly held Lin Yu's hand and said kindly, "You, don't mind him. He's just been longing for his sister for so many years. Now suddenly seeing you, he got emotional. But you really do look so much like your mom." After speaking, Wang Yu released Lin Yu's hand, stood up, and retrieved a stack of photos from a drawer, handing them to Lin Yu. Curious, Lin Yu took the photos and began flipping through them. She had never looked at a single photo of her mother before, having harbored misunderstandings about her for so many years. As she carefully examined the photos, she realized just how much she resembled her mother. No wonder Lu Li had recognized her at first sight. Staring at the photos, she became aware of the deep longing for her mother that had been buried in her heart all along. She had spent years suppressing these emotions, but now, these photos seemed to unlock a door to her most hidden memories. Her mother's image came flooding back, a gentle yet resolute woman who always encouraged her to bravely pursue her dreams without ever imposing her own will. Tears began to roll down Lin Yu's cheeks. Qin Lang gently pulled her into his arms, trying to comfort her with his warm embrace. Feeling his concern and care, Lin Yu clasped his hand tightly, signaling that she was okay. She felt grateful for her decision not to blindly follow her mother's teachings about independence and freedom. If she had, she might never have discovered her mutual feelings with Qin Lang. Every choice in life leads to a different outcome, and Qin Lang was undoubtedly worth it. Lu Zhouqing and Wang Yu noticed Qin Lang's attentiveness and Lin Yu's reliance on him. They exchanged a satisfied glance and nodded subtly. Meanwhile, Luli broke the emotional atmosphere with a light-hearted comment. Mom, Dad, my sister is finally back. This is a joyous occasion. Shouldn't we be celebrating? Can we eat now? Lu Zhouqing quickly responded, oh, look at me, getting carried away. Wang Ma, please serve the food. As the dishes were brought to the table, Lu Zhouqing enthusiastically introduced them. You, Captain Qin, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I had a variety of dishes prepared. I hope you'll enjoy them and let me know if they suit your taste. With that, he began piling food into Lin Yu's bowl. Seeing her bowl fill up to the brim, Lin Yu had no choice but to keep eating. Noticing she was already full, Qin Lang naturally picked some of the food out of her bowl and ate it himself. Watching this interaction, Lu Zhouqing couldn't help but admire, thinking to himself, the Qin family has truly taken excellent care of Lin Yu and raised her so well. And Qin Lang's care for her is so genuine. After the meal, the couple was led to a room. This is a newly renovated bedroom my dad prepared this year, especially for my sister, Luli said as he opened the door and invited them in. Lin Yu stepped inside and looked around the room. It was spacious and bright, decorated in a warm and cozy style. The bed was soft, and the bedside table was adorned with exquisite decorations. By the window stood a small table adorned with an array of fresh flowers, her favorite Elsa roses. Thank you, I really like them, Lin Yu said sincerely. I'm glad you do. Your sister must be tired today, so rest early. Tomorrow, I'll take you around Kyoto, Luli said before leaving the room. As soon as Luli left, Lin Yu turned and wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Lang's waist, burying her face in his chest. Qin Lang, I miss Mom and Dad, she murmured. Qin Lang gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. I understand. She was deeply missing her parents now, especially after hearing more stories about them. Qin Lang understood her feelings. After all these years, reconnecting with her mother's family was bound to bring back memories. He turned and carried her to the bed, softly stroking her hair. His lips tenderly kissed her brows, her eyes, and finally landed on her lips. One hand cradled the back of her head while the other encircled her waist as he kissed her deeply. He couldn't bear to see her sad and only wanted her to feel joy and peace every day. Only then could he ease the sorrow etched in her expression. Gradually, Qin Lang's kisses grew more passionate. His tongue began to explore, savoring her sweetness. Lin Yu started to respond to his affection, and their breathing grew heavier. Qin Lang's hands moved to remove their clothing, and when their bare skin met the cool air, Lin Yu shivered slightly. Qin Lang quickly pulled the blanket over them, enveloping them in its warmth. Just as Qin Lang was about to take things further, Lin Yu suddenly reached out, placing her hands against his chest. She was breathing softly, her gaze tinged with shyness and hesitation. No, not here. This isn't our home, she whispered. Qin Lang stopped immediately, gazing at her beautiful face, his heart brimming with love. He gently stroked her hair. You're right. I don't feel comfortable doing this in someone else's home either, he said softly. Then, he pulled her into a tight embrace, easing her nervousness and embarrassment. Hearing his words, Lin Yu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She nodded slightly, showing her understanding. Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle at her shy expression and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. His voice was low and tender as he said, Sleep now. We'll stay here for one more day, then head home. Lin Yu rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Gradually, her emotions settled. Qin Lang held her quietly, his hand gently stroking her long hair, until they both drifted off to sleep. After all, it wasn't their own home. No matter how cozy the room was, Lin Yu still didn't sleep well throughout the night. She had always been a light sleeper, especially in unfamiliar places. If it weren't for Qin Lang being by her side, she probably wouldn't have slept at all. In contrast, Qin Lang had a deep, dreamless sleep. As the morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, Qin Lang, whose biological clock was always punctual, was the first to wake up. He turned to look at Lin Yu, who was still sound asleep beside him, and a soft smile appeared on his lips. Seeing how peacefully she was sleeping, he carefully got out of bed, quietly dressed, and tiptoed out of the room, making sure not to disturb her. After freshening up in the bathroom, he gently opened the door and stepped outside. As he reached the front yard, he bumped into Luli, who was just coming downstairs. The two exchanged a knowing smile and nodded at each other, deciding to go for a morning run together. How did you sleep last night, brother-in-law? Luli asked casually. Qin Lang frowned slightly at the term, and Luli, noticing his reaction, quickly explained, Hey, this is a wealthy neighborhood. I can't call you like I used to. How about I just call you Qin Lang? Qin Lang shot him a warning glance, thinking to himself that he had been too lenient with Lu Li, which made him so informal. Without another word, Qin Lang resumed running. When Qin Lang returned to the room, Lin Yu was still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up. He walked softly to the bedside and gazed at her serene expression. Leaning closer, he gently called, "You wake up. It's time to get up." Hearing his voice, Lin Yu groggily opened her eyes. When she saw Qin Lang, a smile instantly spread across her face. She stretched out her arms and playfully said, "What time is it?" Qin Lang, hug me. Afraid that the cold from his body might make her uncomfortable, Qin Lang wrapped her up in the blanket before lifting her into his arms. However, Lin Yu draped her bare arms around his neck, clinging to him like a soft, lazy sloth. In this moment, she was nothing like the confident and composed woman from the competition the day before. Instead, she radiated a relaxed and endearing charm. As she closed her eyes again, Qin Lang placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and softly reminded her, "Honey, it's already past 7. I've finished my morning run and come back. We're at the Liu family's house, and everyone else is already up. You should get up now." Lin Yu's eyes flew open as she processed his words, her cheeks flushing slightly at the reminder of where they were. She looked at Qin Lang and softly asked, "Then can you help me pick out some clothes?" Qin Lang nodded warmly, sure. He turned and walked towards the luggage. As he was about to grab her clothes from the suitcase, he suddenly remembered Lu Li mentioning last night that Lu's mother had prepared a whole wardrobe of clothing for them. It seemed inappropriate not to wear them, given her thoughtful gesture. Closing the suitcase, he walked to the wardrobe and opened it, only to find it packed with a variety of outfits for all seasons and occasions. He couldn't help but admire Lu's mother's meticulousness and generosity. Turning back to Lin Yu, he saw her watching him as well. Their eyes met, and both shared a knowing smile. Truthfully, Qin Lang and Lin Yu had always lived a comfortable life and never worried about money. While Lin Yu was familiar with luxury brands, she believed that as long as clothes were comfortable and looked good, there was no need to chase extravagant labels. The Qin family, on the other hand, maintained a low profile. Even though Professor Song occasionally gifted her luxury items, they were much more conservative compared to Lu's mother's lavishness. Lin Yu eventually chose a simple, loose beige sweater paired with light-fitted jeans and white sneakers, creating a fresh and casual look. Qin Lang opted for a straightforward casual outfit that perfectly complemented Lin Yu's style. When they came downstairs together, Wang Yu immediately noticed the outfits she had prepared for them. Her face lit up with satisfaction. "Oh my, you two look perfect in those. Such a great match," she exclaimed with delight. Lin Yu smiled politely and replied, "Thank you, Aunt. You've been so thoughtful." Qin Lang nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, Aunt, thank you." "Oh, it's nothing. I was just worried they might not fit." Wang Yu waved it off. At that moment, Lu Zhouqing approached them, asking, "Do you two have any plans for today?" Lin Yu glanced at Qin Lang, who caught her look and responded, "No plans. We'll follow your arrangements." "Good." After breakfast, "We'll head to the company together," Lu Zhouqing decided. The couple followed him to the Lu Corporation building, located in the heart of the city. Qin Lang couldn't help but marvel at the prime location, knowing that property in the capital was incredibly expensive. To own such a building here spoke volumes about the Lu family's impressive wealth. It also explained Lu's mother's generosity and Lu Li's usual magnanimity. Despite his privileged background, Lu Li was down-to-earth and hardworking, which Qin Lang greatly admired. His respect for the Lu family and Lu Li grew even stronger. In Lu's father's office, he invited Lin Yu and Qin Lang to sit down while he went to retrieve something from another room, leaving the two of them alone. Lu Li lounged on the sofa with a relaxed demeanor, as if he was entirely in control of the situation. Before long, Mr. Lu entered the room carrying a stack of documents. He placed them on the table and said to the two, "These are all the assets of our Lu family." Lin Yu looked at Qin Lang in confusion, and Qin Lang appeared equally puzzled. Mr. Lu pulled a document from the stack and handed it to Lin Yu. She opened it, only to see a dense array of numbers and charts that she couldn't make sense of. She passed it to Qin Lang. After examining it carefully, Qin Lang realized it was an inheritance list. The staggering amounts listed left him utterly shocked. Mr. Lu gently patted Lin Yu's hand and explained with a smile, "You don't refuse. These are the assets your grandmother left for your mother. Over the years, since we couldn't find you, I took care of them on your behalf. Now that we've found you, it's only right to return them to you." His tone was firm, and his eyes were filled with genuine concern. However, Lin Yu shook her head without hesitation and directly declined, "No, uncle. We really don't need this." Her tone was resolute, with a hint of stubbornness in her gaze. Seeing that Mr. Lu was about to say more, Qin Lang placed the document back in his hands and explained, "Uncle, our Qin family has its own assets. But because of my unique identity, neither you nor I personally possess any wealth. This money means little to us and could bring unnecessary trouble. We want to build a life through our own efforts and abilities, not rely on family wealth." So we cannot and will not accept this. Luli chimed in to persuade. Dad, they're serious. There's really no need to insist. Just letting my sister know about it is enough. Otherwise, it might cause unnecessary complications. Lin You nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone felt the same, Mr. Liu was touched and decided not to press further. He understood the mindset of young people, their desire for independence, and the pursuit of their dreams. He reminded Lin Yu and Qin Lang to let him know if they ever needed help in the future. The three were preparing to head back to their base. Mrs. Liu held Lin Yu's hand, her voice slightly choked with emotion. You make sure to come back often during your breaks. Lin Yu gently patted her aunt's back and reassured her, Auntie, I'll definitely visit often. Mr. Liu, on the other hand, looked serious as he addressed Qin Lang. I'm counting on you to take good care of these siblings, Captain Qin. Qin Lang nodded immediately and said with conviction, Don't worry, uncle. His eyes were steady and full of promise, as if silently assuring Mr. Liu of his commitment. After returning home, Lin Yu quickly changed into comfortable pajamas and flopped onto the bed like a lazy kitten. She let out a satisfied sigh. Nothing feels as good as being at home. She closed her eyes, savoring the familiar warmth. Qin Lang sat quietly on the edge of the bed, watching her relaxed demeanor with a faint smile. He reached out and gently stroked her hair, his voice soft. If you're tired, take a good rest. Lin Yu didn't open her eyes, only nodded slightly while lying on the bed. Qin Lang got up and went to the kitchen, preparing a cup of warm milk for her. When he returned to the bedroom, he handed her the milk. Have some milk and get a good sleep. Lin Yu took the cup and sipped it slowly. The warmth of the milk seemed to ease her body, and the drowsiness soon took over. After finishing the milk, she set the cup aside, snuggled into the blankets, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Qin Lang gazed at her peaceful, sleeping face, his heart brimming with affection. He leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, then turned off the lights and quietly left the room. The next morning, the sound of the reveille broke the calm. Qin Lang was the first to wake up. He turned to see Lin Yu still sound asleep, and a warm smile played on his lips. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him, and leaned down to kiss her. Startled by his sudden move, Lin Yu opened her eyes. As their gazes locked, a spark of passion ignited between them. However, Qin Lang's rationality prevailed. He took a deep breath, suppressing his desires. Good morning, my wife. Lin Yu smiled back, her eyes glowing with tenderness. Good morning, my husband. Qin Lang kissed her forehead again, then helped her sit up. Time to get up. I'm heading out for morning drills. Lin Yu nodded and sat up as well. After breakfast, Lin Yu arrived at the medical unit, only to find all her colleagues lined up neatly at the entrance, seemingly waiting for something. What's going on? She asked curiously. Captain Song stepped forward and said, Welcome back, our hero. Lin Yu suddenly remembered the special welcome was for her outstanding performance in the competition. Feeling a little embarrassed, she said, It's nothing really. It was a team effort. The head nurse smiled and replied, Dr. Lin, don't be so modest. You and Xiao Bei truly brought honor to our medical unit. With that, a few colleagues surrounded her and led her inside. As soon as Lin Yu stepped into the medical unit, she was pleasantly surprised by the festive atmosphere. Red lanterns hung high, couplets and Fu characters adorned the walls, and the place was filled with the spirit of the Lunar New Year. She turned to Dr. Liu and asked curiously, Are we preparing for the new year already? Dr. Liu chuckled. Yes, every year the base starts preparations early. Everyone gets involved enthusiastically, and there's even a performance by each group. Hearing this, Lin Yu frowned slightly. She had never been interested in such activities, and the thought of preparing a performance gave her a headache. The head nurse seemed to notice her concern and quickly reassured her, Dr. Lin, since you excelled in the competition, you don't have to prepare a performance this year. Relieved, Lin Yu broke into a smile and thanked the head nurse. Thank you so much. As the new year approached, many training activities at the base were temporarily halted, and the medical unit had barely any tasks to handle. Apart from the occasional soldier seeking health advice or picking up medication, most of the time was leisurely. The other staff members were busy rehearsing for their performancia skit about the bond between soldiers and civilians, showcasing mutual care and support. Lin Yu, who had no talent for acting, was happy to sit out. Xiao Nan, however, did an excellent job portraying the pure and kind-hearted civilian, displaying remarkable acting skills. That evening, when Qin Lang returned home, he saw Lin Yu sitting at the dining table, resting her chin on her hands, deep in thought. He walked over and lightly tapped her forehead. What are you thinking about? Does your unit need to prepare a performance too? Lin Yu looked up, a smile spreading across her face as she stood. Nope, the head nurse assigned me to be on duty instead. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Then why are you smiling so much? Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. Of course. I've dreaded these things since I was a kid. Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle, knowing she had absolutely no artistic talent. He turned and headed toward the kitchen to bring out the dishes. Just then, Lin You suddenly spoke up, "What is Spring Festival like here at the base?" Her eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity, as if she wanted to learn more about this place. Qin Lang paused, turning back to look at her, his lips curling into a faint smile. Instead of answering, he asked, "Why?" "Not going home for the new year and planning to spend it here instead." Lin Yu quickly shook her head, waving her hands in protest. Seeing her reluctant expression, Qin Lang found it amusing. He then replied, "The spring festival here is actually quite lively. Although it's not as glamorous as in the city, everyone is very united. There will be all kinds of activities like performances, singing military songs together, and so on. The atmosphere is really great." Lin Yu blinked thoughtfully after hearing this and then asked, "Is that why you don't go home every year? Do you prefer celebrating the new year with the troops?" Qin Lang hadn't expected her to ask such a question. He lightly tapped her forehead with his chopsticks and said, "Don't you already know whether I want to go home or not?" Lin Yu recalled a time when he had gone home, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. In the blink of an eye, the day of the performance arrived. It was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. The base was filled with a festive and harmonious atmosphere, with laughter and colorful decorations everywhere. As night fell, the sky outside was gradually illuminated by dazzling fireworks. Lin Yu stood by the window of the medical office, gazing at the brilliant fireworks lighting up the night sky. Her heart was filled with a longing to go outside and enjoy the view, but tonight happened to be her turn on duty. Captain Song walked in and noticed her staring wistfully out the window. He smiled warmly and said, "Dr. Lin, why don't you go out and have a look? Take the chance to soak in the lively atmosphere of the base." Lin Yu hesitated and replied, "But I still have to be on duty." Captain Song gave her a reassuring smile, patting her shoulder. "It's your first time experiencing this kind of celebration. Go ahead. I've been here for years and I'm already used to it. It'll cover your shift." Hearing Captain Song's kind and understanding words, Lin Yu felt deeply grateful. She quickly thanked him, "Thank you, Captain." Once Qin Lang had finished arranging everything at the base, he and Lin Yu finally set off on their journey home, managing to return to the Qin family residence just in time for New Year's Eve. As soon as they stepped through the door, Professor Song came forward to greet them. She grabbed Lin Yu's hand, looked her over carefully, and asked with concern, "Has Qin Lang been taking good care of you? You look like you've lost weight." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Not at all. Look, I've even gained a little weight." She pinched her cheeks playfully to prove her point. Professor Song, still unconvinced, held on to Lin Yu and began leading her inside, asking as they walked, "Really? What have you two been eating lately?" Meanwhile, Qin Lang's father stepped forward to take the luggage from his son. The two men exchanged a knowing glance, and Qin Lang's father shook his head with a wry smile before they both followed the women inside. Professor Song gently pushed Lin Yu onto the sofa, scrutinizing her complexion and overall demeanor. Though she couldn't tell if Lin Yu had gained weight, she was relieved to see her looking healthy and in good spirits. It reassured her that the young couple's relationship was going well, and her earlier concerns now seemed unnecessary. Lin Yu, in turn, noticed that Professor Song seemed to be in excellent spirits too. It was clear that the time spent with Qin Lang's father had brought her joy. Indeed, a woman's happiness often comes from the care and companionship of her partner. The two women seemed to share a mutual understanding, exchanging a knowing smile before embracing warmly. While the two women sat on the sofa, chatting away, the two men busied themselves in the kitchen. Once the dishes were placed on the dining table, the women were still deep in conversation. Qin Lang approached them, bent down slightly, and said with a playful tone, "Ladies, may we start dinner now?" Lin Yu found his expression amusing, but before she could laugh, Professor Song paid him no mind, pulling Lin Yu toward the dining table instead. Lin Yu glanced back at Qin Lang, who looked both amused and helpless. "Mom," Qin Lang complained, "your son came home too, you know. Can't you spare me a glance?" Professor Song retorted without missing a beat, "Go talk to your father. Your mother and I aren't done catching up yet." Qin Lang rolled his eyes dramatically and stood there, exasperated, until his father came over and nudged him toward the dining table. During dinner, the four of them shared stories and discussed their plans for the Lunar New Year. Laughter rang out from time to time, filling the room with warmth. Such a lively scene was rare in the Qin household. In previous years, Qin Lang's father often spent New Year's Eve at the military base with the soldiers, and Qin Lang himself would be stationed at his post. This left Lin Yu and Professor Song to celebrate the holiday together, and sometimes Professor Song would even be called to the hospital for a last-minute shift. This year, however, the rare opportunity to gather as a family of four brought immense joy to everyone. They raised their glasses and toasted to the occasion, cherishing the moment. Later, in the study, Qin Lang's father sat across from his son with a serious expression. "You've met the Liu family. Are they trustworthy?" he asked. Qin Lang nodded and shared his perspective. "The Liu family is indeed wealthy, but they keep a low profile. Liu Li has no intention of taking over the family business, and Liu's father is semi-retired now. He's even started scaling back their business operations and plans to withdraw from the capital's commercial circle altogether. Qin Lang's father nodded in approval. That's a wise decision, especially given the current economic climate. Knowing when to step back is rare. He then shifted the conversation. It's good that Yu has relatives like them. If the Liu family had found her earlier, though, you might not have stood a chance. Fate works in mysterious ways. Qin Lang agreed with a smile. Exactly. I'm lucky she married me when she did. Otherwise, with the Liu family's status, they might not have even considered me. His father nodded firmly. Our family must treat Yu well. She shouldn't suffer even the slightest grievance. Understood, Qin Lang replied. The father and son then moved on to discussing work and policy matters. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Professor Song was showing Lin You the new jewelry, bags, and clothes she had recently bought, displaying each item with excitement. Lin You, who had once thought Professor Song was far more low-key than Lu's mother, now realized they were quite similar in their indulgent shopping habits. Mom, you've bought too much, Lin You said with a helpless smile. I won't even have time to wear all this, especially since I'll be leaving again soon. Professor Song sighed. I know, but I just can't help myself when I see something beautiful. It's so hard to resist. Then maybe you should avoid going shopping altogether, Lin Yu teased. Hearing this, Professor Song launched into a story. I don't have many shifts to cover these days, and most surgeries are handled by the younger doctors. That gives me more free time. When Lao Qin doesn't come home for dinner and you're not here, I don't feel like cooking for just myself. So I go out to eat, and then I end up wandering around the shops. The more I shop, the more I buy. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. That's true. When you're alone, it's hard to find the motivation to cook. You have no idea how much I miss you during those times, Professor Song said. I miss you too, but try not to buy so much for me. Get more for yourself and Dad instead, Lin Yu replied, pulling out the gifts she had brought from the capital. For Professor Song, Lin Yu had chosen a shawl, a pair of jade bracelets, a watch, and some clothing. For Qin Lang's father, given his unique position, she had opted for practical items like warm clothing and health supplements. Professor Song smiled as she looked over the gifts. You say I shop too much, but you're no better than me. Lin Yu hadn't expected this response and could only smile in return. The two women exchanged a knowing look and burst into laughter. At that moment, Qin Lang walked in. What's so funny? He asked curiously. Before Lin Yu could respond, Professor Song answered, we're laughing at how alike we are when it comes to shopping. Like mother, like daughter. Qin Lang glanced at the clothes and open suitcase on the bed and remarked knowingly, you still can't match your level though. Professor Song shot back, typical. You've married a wife and forgotten your mother. Qin Lang retorted with a grin, and you've gained a daughter-in-law and forgotten your son. Their playful exchange ended in laughter, and Qin Lang hugged his mother affectionately. Mom. Son, she replied warmly. After Professor Song returned to her room, Lin Yu went to the bathroom to wash up. Qin Lang tidied up the clothes on the bed and lay down to rest. When Lin Yu came out, she saw him lying there with his eyes closed and assumed he was asleep. She returned to the bathroom to dry her hair, but the sound of the hairdryer brought Qin Lang to his feet. He walked into the bathroom and reached for the hairdryer. You're not asleep? Lin Yu asked. Did I wake you? No, I wasn't sleeping anyway, he replied. Your hair's getting long. Maybe you should trim it a bit before we leave. Sure, just a little, Lin Yu agreed. Qin Lang carried her to the bed, glanced at the clock on the wall already past midnight and kissed her forehead. Time to sleep. Good night, Lin Yu murmured. Good night, he whispered back. The next morning, Qin Lang indulged in a rare sleep-in. When he opened his eyes and glanced at the clock, he was surprised to see it was already past 7 a.m. Just as he was about to get up, Lin Yu, lying beside him, seemed to sense his movement. Like a little kitten, she snuggled closer to him and murmured softly, Qin Lang, let's sleep a bit longer. Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Gently, he wrapped her in his arms, savoring her warmth and softness. At the same time, he realized that they weren't staying at the family compound, so not many people would know he was back. The house was silent, and it seemed his parents had already gone out. Picking up his phone from the bedside table, he saw a message from his mother. We've gone out. You two must be tired from the trip, so take your time and head out later. Smiling, Qin Lang put the phone down, closed his eyes again, and drifted back into sleep. By the time they both woke up and got ready, it was already past 10 a.m., neither too early nor too late. They decided to visit the compound to reconnect with some childhood friends. At the compound, those who had once played and fooled around together had all grown up. Everyone had taken different paths in life, with many working in various professions, including the military. Due to the strict confidentiality rules between units, certain topics couldn't be discussed in detail. Instead, they reminisced about childhood memories. In the past, people in the compound often saw Lin Yu entering and leaving with Professor Song or accompanying Qin Lang's parents, but it was rare to see her and Qin Lang together. This had led to speculation about whether they were truly married. One year, a warm-hearted and even offered to introduce Lin Yu to someone. Left with no choice, Professor Song had to reveal that they were already married. Xiao Lang, I can't believe it, the aunt exclaimed. You, this little rascal, actually managed to marry such a beautiful woman like Yu. Qin Lang and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and laughed. Walking over to the elder, Qin Lang smiled and replied, "That's right, you see how lucky I am." His words sent everyone into fits of laughter. The younger people standing nearby began teasing them about their school days. Qin Lang, remember when everyone teased you that your mom had picked such a pretty wife for you? You were so mad. Seeing that neither Qin Lang nor Lin Yu was upset, one of them continued, "You even said if anyone brought it up again, you'd stop being friends with them. Now, it seems if someone doesn't say it, you'd probably cut ties with them instead." The others chimed in, "Exactly, Qin Lang. You should count your blessings. Do you know how much we envied you back then?" Hearing this, Lin Yu's face flushed red with embarrassment, while Qin Lang quickly stepped beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders protectively, as if declaring his claim. "Well, you'll just have to hope for the next life, and make sure your parents find you a good wife early on." One person joked, "Then in my next life, I'll just be born into your family." Without hesitation, Qin Lang replied, "Not a chance. Her next life, and the one after that, she's still mine." Another friend couldn't help but tease, "Qin Lang, you're as stingy as ever, always getting your way and still acting smug." Qin Lang laughed, "Well, you're not wrong there." After visiting a few more homes to exchange New Year's greetings, they decided to head back. On the way, Professor Song called to let them know, "We're having dinner out tonight, so we won't be back. Just grab something for yourselves." Turning to Lin Yu, Qin Lang asked gently, "Are you tired? Do you want to rest at home first?" Lin Yu shook her head lightly, indicating that she wasn't tired. Qin Lang smiled and suggested, "How about we grab a meal out and then catch a movie? Maybe there's a good New Year's film playing." Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised by his suggestion and agreed enthusiastically. "Sure." As they finished their meal, Qin Lang noticed a flower shop nearby. He asked Lin Yu to wait for a moment and walked inside. A short while later, he emerged holding a bouquet of her favorite pink Elsa roses. Lin Yu held the flowers close as they watched the movie together. Qin Lang sat quietly by her side, and the cozy atmosphere, combined with the festive mood, filled Lin Yu with happiness. She had already forgotten the teasing comments earlier about Qin Lang's teenage reluctance toward her. After all, he had explained everything to her before, and their current sweetness left no room for dwelling on the past. What mattered was the present and their time together. When they returned home, they found that Professor Song and Qin Lang's father were still out. They hung their coats by the entrance and noticed it was only 8:15 p.m. After setting the bouquet on the table, Lin Yu sat on the couch and looked at Qin Lang. He couldn't help but notice how radiant she looked with her hair tied up in a bun, her delicate face fully visible, wearing a light gray sweater. Under the soft glow of the lights, she truly looked more beautiful than the flowers. Qin Lang sat down beside her and asked softly, "Why didn't I see your childhood friends today? I remember you had a good friend in middle school named Xiao Xiao. She was so timid. Her name was Xiao Xiao, but she cried all the time. Did she get married?" "Xiao Xiao? Her name wasn't Xiao Xiao, it was Xiaoxia, like carefree Xiao Xiao," Lin Yu corrected him. Thinking of Xiao Xiao, she couldn't help but feel that Qin Lang had been way too much during his teenage years. Among all the girls in the compound, only the two of them were in the same class, so they always went to and from school together. Sometimes when it got too late, and because Professor Song had night shifts occasionally, Xiao Xiao's parents would usually come to pick them up. There was one time when Qin Lang came to pick her up instead. He had just learned to ride a motorcycle and decided to take both of them home. Riding too fast, with poor lighting and lack of experience, he ended up crashing all three of them into a roadside flower bed. Before Qin Lang and Lin Yu could even react, Xiao Xiao started crying, claiming her leg was broken and she couldn't move. The two of them panicked and rushed to get their parents, only to find out later that she was perfectly fine. After that incident, Qin Lang was banned from riding motorcycles. That summer, every time Qin Lang saw Xiao Xiao, he would make sarcastic remarks. Xiao Xiao, already thin-skinned, would burst into tears whenever she saw him after that. When Lin Yu agreed to marry Qin Lang, Xiao Xiao even tried to persuade her, saying, "Why are you marrying him? You can't just throw everything away to repay a debt of gratitude." Later, Xiao Xiao got married and moved to New Zealand with her husband, and they lost touch. If Qin Lang hadn't brought her up, Lin Yu might have completely forgotten about her. Seeing Lin Yu deep in thought, Qin Lang asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how much of a pain you were in middle school," she replied. "What? Me? How was I a pain?" Qin Lang protested. Lin Yu recounted the story from back then, but Qin Lang brushed it off casually, defending himself. "She was a crybaby anyway, wasn't she? I just said a few things to her, barely anything." "Barely anything? You scared her so much she couldn't even look at you." Lin Yu shot back. "Yet she still had the guts to tell you not to marry me?" Qin Lang smirked. "Now I regret not taking her advice back then. As soon as he heard that, Qin Lang couldn't help but reach out and start tickling her. Lin Yu, unable to handle it, squirmed and tried to dodge while pleading no. Qin Lang, I was wrong. I don't regret it. Huh. 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 Qin Lang wasn't about to let this golden opportunity go so easily and continued tickling her. Soon, the playful atmosphere shifted, and faint sounds of Qin Lang's heavy breathing and Lin Yu's voice could be heard. Just then, Professor Song's voice echoed from the courtyard. You, Qin Lang, we're back. The two on the sofa quickly straightened up as Professor Song walked in. Lin Yu was relieved to find their clothes still intact, while Qin Lang casually pulled Lin Yu into his arms, shielding her flushed face from being seen. Mom, Dad, glad you're back. We're tired, so we're heading to bed now, Qin Lang announced, wrapping his arm around Lin Yu and leading her upstairs, leaving Qin Lang's parents standing there stunned. Back in City C, Qin Lang and Lin Yu were practically inseparable over the past few days. Qin Lang took her to experience nearly all the things couples typically do. No longer envying others, Qin Lang simply wanted to spend all his free time wholeheartedly with her, doing everything she wished for. Today, they went to an amusement park. Lin Yu was as excited as a child. Despite some of the rides being a bit too thrilling for her, she couldn't resist giving them a try. She was especially drawn to the high-altitude rides, though she was scared. She still wanted to challenge herself. Throughout the day, Lin Yu remained in high spirits, and as they were leaving, she was still reluctant to leave. Qin Lang looked at her indulgently and said, "Next time we come back, we can do it all over again." As they exited the amusement park, they suddenly heard someone call out, "Qin Lang." Qin Lang turned around in surprise, only to see a familiar yet unexpected facet was Li Yunfeng, the same company commander he had clashed with during their last drill. Standing beside Li Yunfeng was a woman and two children, a boy and a girl, clearly his family of four. Both sides were quite surprised, and they soon moved to a quieter spot to talk. The two men gave each other a friendly pat on the shoulder. "I never expected to run into you here," Qin Lang said warmly. He then introduced Lin You. "This is Company Commander Li." Turning to Li Yunfeng, he added, "This is my wife, Lin Yu." Lin Yu greeted him politely, "Hello." Li Yunfeng responded with a nod and said, "Hello." He then introduced his family. "This is my wife, Li Jing, and these are our children, our son, Bao Bao, and our daughter, Bebe." The children chimed in, "Hello, uncle and auntie." Qin Lang looked at the two kids and remarked sincerely, "Li, you're truly blessed. They're adorable." Li Jing laughed and added, "They're just a bit too mischievous." Bebe, meanwhile, kept stealing glances at Lin Yu. When Lin Yu looked back at her, Bebe shyly lowered her head, making Lin Yu chuckle. Bebe tugged on Li Jing's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, Auntie is so pretty." Lin Yu knelt down in front of her, gently stroked her hair and said, "Bebe is very pretty too." Bebe immediately beamed with joy. Qin Lang warmly invited them. "I mentioned last time I'd treat you to a meal, come to my house." Li Yunfeng glanced at Li Jing and seeing no objection from her, he agreed readily. "All right, tonight we won't stop until we're drunk." On the way, Lin Yu learned more about Li Yunfeng's background. Both he and his wife were originally from City C, though curiously, Lin Yu had never heard of them before. Qin Lang explained that their fathers knew each other. When they arrived at Qin Lang's house, Li Yunfeng greeted Qin Lang's father warmly, "Uncle Qin, long time no see." Qin's father replied, "Yunfeng, how's your father doing? It's been a while since your family returned to City C." Li Yunfeng answered, "He's doing well, still as stubborn as ever. I came back for the new year and took my grandmother to Chongdong City afterward to reunite with him." Qin's father nodded, "I see, that's good. Tonight, I'll join you for a few drinks." Li Yunfeng responded cheerfully, "It would be my honor." From their conversation, Lin Yu realized that the reason she had never heard of them was because they hadn't been living in City C for the past few years. While the women prepared dinner in the kitchen, the men chatted in the living room. Since it was the new year, the house was well stocked with food, and dinner was quickly served. The men continued drinking and chatting, while the women and children finished eating relatively quickly and moved to another area to talk. Li Jing looked at Lin Yu curiously and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you and Captain Qin newlyweds?" Lin Yu smiled and replied, "No, we've been married for over 6 years. This year will be our 7th. Li Jing was surprised. "I never would have guessed. It's rare to see a couple still so in love after so many years." Watching Lin Yu play so well with Bao Bao and Bebe, Li Jing couldn't help but wonder if they had children of their own. She asked directly, "Do you and Captain Qin have any children?" Lin Yu turned and replied, "Not yet." "Oh." Lin Yu explained with a smile, "I've been studying all this time, so having children hasn't been on our agenda yet." "I see," Li Jing said with understanding. Watching the children gathered around Lin Yu felt a twinge of envy. Li Jing seemed so blessed to have both a son and a daughter at such a young age, and Li Yunfeng was only 2 years older than Qin Lang. Sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, Li Jing asked with a smile, "Envious?" Lin Yu nodded. Li Jing continued, "Children are the joy of life." Yunfeng is often busy with work at the company and rarely home, but with the kids around, life feels fulfilling. Lin Yu smiled and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Noticing Lin Yu's expression, Li Jing worried she might have said too much and quickly added, but you and Captain Qin are stationed together and see each other every day. There's no rush to have kids, you can enjoy a few more years of just the two of you. Lin Yu smiled and nodded again, but inwardly, she grew doubtful. They had never used any precautions, so why hadn't she gotten pregnant? Could there be something wrong with her? But that didn't seem likely either. Li Jing noticed Lin Yu's distracted expression and asked gently, "Sister-in-law, is something wrong?" Lin Yu quickly shook off her thoughts and replied, No, I'm fine." Li Jing hesitated, then said apologetically, "I hope I didn't say too much. I tend to speak my mind, please don't take it to heart." Lin Yu waved her hand reassuringly, "Sister-in-law, not at all. I really like your straightforward and honest personality. And you've raised Bao Bao and Bei Bei so well, it's truly admirable." Just then, Professor Song joined them and expressed his fondness for the children as well. He remarked, "You two seem to get along well. You should keep in touch more often." Both women readily agreed. Meanwhile, the men had had a few too many drinks, and their conversation grew more relaxed. Suddenly, Li Yunfeng blurted out, "Qin Lang, you guys need to stop being so overbearing next time." Qin Lang frowned and asked, "What do you mean, overbearing?" Li Yunfeng sighed and vented his frustration. "Every time we finally train a promising talent, you guys come and snatch them away. And then sometimes they end up being sent back to us. What are we supposed to do with that?" Qin Lang patted him on the back and said with a grin, "We're preparing for real combat. If we don't recruit talent from units like yours, are we supposed to just pick random people off the street? Besides, I've always appreciated your help. Didn't I treat you to lamb last time?" Li Yunfeng scoffed. "Oh, I should really thank you for that." Qin Lang laughed, "No need to thank me." The two burst into laughter. At this point, Qin's father raised his glass and said to Li Yunfeng, "Yunfeng, let's have another drink. Although our roles in the revolution differ, at the core, we're all serving the people. Let's not dwell on the differences." Qin Lang and Lin Yu's vacation was coming to an end. Today, the two of them packed their belongings and prepared to return to their station. Before they left, Professor Song carefully reminded Qin Lang, "You must take good care of Yu. Don't let her feel even the slightest bit wronged, all right?" Qin Lang nodded with a smile and assured her, "Don't worry, Mom. How could I dare not?" Then he turned to Lin Yu and gently said, "You, if anything bothers you, make sure to tell me. Don't keep it to yourself." Lin Yu obediently nodded and replied, "Got it, Mom." She then turned to Professor Song and Qin's father, saying, "Dad, Mom, you both take care of yourselves too. Don't overwork." Professor Song and Qin's father smiled and nodded, waving them off as they set out. On the way back, Qin Lang kept glancing at Lin Yu, sensing that something seemed to be on her mind these past few days. Unable to hold back, he asked, Yu, is something bothering you?" Instead of answering directly, Lin Yu asked him, "Qin Lang, do you like children?" Qin Lang was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, "Why the sudden question? But if you like kids, then I think that's great." Lin Yu sighed softly, her thoughts drifting. "The other day I saw Commander Li's kids. They were just so adorable." Hearing this, Qin Lang chuckled softly, his tone teasing yet tender. "What? Are you thinking about having kids too?" Lin Yu blushed at his words, lightly punching him on the arm, but she couldn't help her curiosity. She leaned closer to him and whispered, "Qin Lang, we've been married for years now. Why haven't I gotten pregnant?" Qin Lang didn't answer her right away. Instead, he looked at her intently, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. Lin Yu, unnerved by his gaze, leaned in again and pressed, "Why don't you seem surprised at all? Do you know something?" Qin Lang seemed to have anticipated her reaction. Smiling faintly, he mimicked her earlier gesture, leaning close to her ear and responding in a low voice, "I'll tell you when we get home. It involves some classified information, so it's not convenient to talk about it now." After speaking, he playfully blew a soft breath against her ear, making Lin Yu shiver involuntarily as a tingling sensation ran down her spine. She glared at him in frustration, thinking, what is he up to? There are people around, after all. But Qin Lang acted as if nothing had happened, pulling her into his arms and letting her rest her head on his shoulder. "Get some sleep," he said softly. Lin Yu, reassured by his words, realized she might be overthinking things. Once they were back at their station, Qin Lang carried Lin Yu's luggage upstairs before being called away by Dan Yi. Left alone, Lin Yu unpacked their things, took a shower, and finding it too early to start dinner, lay down on the bed. Her thoughts wandered to what Qin Lang had said earlier. What could the reason be? She also imagined what their child might look like, probably as adorable as Commander Li's children. The thought made her smile unconsciously, and before long, she drifted off to sleep. When Qin Lang returned and saw her sleeping, he chose not to wake her and headed to the kitchen instead. Soon, the sound of the range hood woke Lin Yu. She changed her clothes and walked to the kitchen, just as Qin Lang turned and saw her. "Awake?" he asked. "Was it the noise that woke you?" Lin Yu rubbed her sleepy eyes, walked over, and wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his shoulder. It's okay. I should have woken up anyway, she replied softly. Peeking over his shoulder, she saw that he was cooking spicy chicken, with stir-fried pork and a plate of greens already prepared. Rice was steaming in the pot. At that moment, Lin Yu felt a deep sense of happiness and contentment. Qin Lang was truly wonderful now. Qin Lang. You're amazing. Is that all? He teased. Lin Yu playfully replied, that's all. Qin Lang chuckled, picked up a piece of meat, blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to her lips. Try it. Is it good? She nodded after tasting it. It's delicious. Let's eat, then. After dinner, Qin Lang went to take a shower while Lin Yu cleaned up the dishes. They worked together seamlessly now. When Qin Lang came out, he casually dried his hair with a towel and mischievously walked over to Lin Yu, shaking his head so that water droplets splashed onto her face. He grinned, his playful expression only enhancing his already handsome features. Lin Yu shot him a glare but picked up the towel to dry his hair properly. Qin Lang cooperatively sat on the sofa, placing his hands on her slender waist. All right, you're done, she said. But Qin Lang didn't move. Lin Yu pushed at his head again. Let go. I need to hang the towel on the balcony. Only then did Qin Lang release her. As soon as Lin Yu hung the towel on the rack, Qin Lang swept her off her feet and sat back on the sofa, placing her on his lap. His lips planted light kisses on her neck and face, making her burst into giggles. Stop it, she protested, pushing his head away. There's something I need to ask you. Feigning ignorance, Qin Lang replied. What is it? I forgot. You. Lin Yu pretended to get off him. All right, I'll stop teasing you, she said with a smile. She then turned her head to quietly look at Qin Lang, waiting for him to speak. Qin Lang gently rested her head on his shoulder and said softly, in the Special Forces, there are specific contraceptive measures for female soldiers. Of course, there are options for male soldiers too, but most people don't use them. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, did you use them? Yes, Qin Lang replied. Medication isn't great for women's health. Lin Yu lifted her head, concern evident in her eyes. Does it affect your health? No, he reassured her. Seeing she still seemed uneasy, he added, I even consulted someone about it and my mom knows about this too. What? Lin Yu asked, surprised. Qin Lang gently kissed her lips and said, it's fine. My mom supports it. Besides, you're still young, still studying, and we're not in a rush to have kids. Lin Yu felt deeply moved. She hadn't realized that, long before, he had already thought everything through for her, even something as significant as having children. She placed her hand lightly on the back of his neck, gazing at him with heartfelt emotion. Thank you, my love. Qin Lang smiled softly at her words. And thank you for marrying me, my wife, he replied with a warm grin. They exchanged a look filled with love and happiness. Breaking the tender moment, Qin Lang chuckled and teased. This feels so awkward. We've been married for so long, and here we are thanking each other. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh, her cheeks flushing as she buried her face in his neck, playfully hitting him. You're so annoying, she said with mock exasperation. After a beat, Qin Lang suddenly asked, more seriously this time, do you want to have a child? Lin Yu froze for a moment, then shook her head slightly. I didn't think much about it before, but after seeing baby Bebe the other day, I realized I really like the idea. I think having a child, especially ours, would be wonderful. Qin Lang nodded in understanding and reassured her, then let's just let it happen naturally. I'm looking forward to having a child with you too. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, then looked up at him and said, you should stop using those measures in the future. Qin Lang understood her concern and smiled. All right, he agreed. With that, Qin Lang scooped Lin Yu up and carried her toward the bedroom. Soon, the sound of tender whispers and breaths filled the room, their intimacy unfolding in the quiet night. After a long while, the room fell silent, save for the soft murmur of their voices. Qin Lang, do you think you'd prefer a boy or a girl? Lin Yu asked, her voice laced with a lazy contentment. A girl, Qin Lang replied, his tone deep and gentle. Why? Lin Yu asked curiously. Because a girl would be as sweet and adorable as you, he said, stroking her hair lovingly. No way. I want a boy who's just like you, she countered. Then we'll have both, he said with a chuckle. Before long, the sounds of their affection filled the room once again, blending into the night. After returning to their base, Lin Yu and Qin Lang resumed their usual routines. Lin Yu stayed busy with her work in the medical team, while Qin Lang focused on his training. Day after day passed, with the same repetitive tasks. Though monotonous, their days were fulfilling. However, even routine work sometimes needs a little excitement to break the cycle. And sure enough, Xiaonan brought in some fresh gossip. She entered the clinic mysteriously and, addressing Lin Yu and Dr. Liu, said, do you know? The head nurse and Dan Yi had a fight. Hearing this, Dr. Liu immediately perked up with curiosity and asked, why? Lowering her voice, Xiaonan replied, "It seems to be because of Qianghua." Dr. Lu instantly voiced her speculation. What happened? Did Qianghua fall for Dan Yi again? Xiaonan shook her head and explained, "It seems like Dan Yi likes Qianghua. Recently, Qianghua has changed a lot. She's become much kinder and more approachable, nothing like her old self when she was so aloof." Dr. Lu nodded in agreement, commenting that Qianghua indeed seemed more pleasant now. But, she added, that doesn't seem like a reason for Dan Yi to suddenly like her again. Lin Yu looked up, also skeptical. "I don't think Dan Yi is that kind of person," she said. Xiaonan turned to Lin Yu, curiosity written all over her face. "Dr. Lin, what do you think?" Lin Yu smiled faintly and replied softly, "I don't believe Dan Yi is that kind of person." Xiaobei quickly chimed in, "Yes, I think so too. It doesn't seem likely." Xiaonan furrowed her brow, deep in thought, and said, "Honestly, I don't really want to believe it either. But the head nurse looks genuinely heartbroken. It doesn't seem like she's faking it." Xiaobei scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Could it be some kind of misunderstanding? After all, Dan Yi seemed so devoted to the head nurse not long ago. They even met each other's families. It doesn't seem like there would be any major issues now." Dr. Lu shook her head, unable to make sense of it. "Yeah, I agree. There must be some misunderstanding." Xiaobei nodded in agreement. The three of them continued discussing, back and forth, but couldn't come to any definitive conclusion. Lin Yu, on the other hand, sat quietly nearby, watching the three women animatedly debate the issue. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking to herself, as expected, wherever there's a group of women, gossip is bound to thrive. Some things never change. Her laughter caught their attention, and all three turned to look at her. "Dr. Lin, what are you laughing at?" Xiaonan asked first. Lin Yu, still smiling, replied with a hint of mischief in her eyes, "I just find it amusing how engrossed you all are in gossiping about others." Xiaonan looked a little embarrassed but quickly recovered her playful demeanor and blurted out, "We used to gossip about you and the team captain too." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, not expecting Xiaonan to bring up that topic. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head in mild embarrassment, choosing not to respond. Xiaobei noticed her silence and pressed further, "Dr. Lin, what do you think about this whole head nurse and Dan Yi situation? After all, the rest of us are just single bystanders here." Lin Yu raised her head, a trace of helplessness in her eyes. She sighed lightly and shared her thoughts, "I think the head nurse and Dan Yi are both smart people. They should be able to handle their own issues. Besides, we don't really know what's going on between them. Right now we're just speculating. It's best to let them resolve it themselves." After she finished, Dr. Lu nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with her perspective. Xiaonan let out a long sigh, her tone tinged with regret. What a pity. But you're right, we're just outsiders worrying for nothing." Still, it's so frustrating to hold it all in. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at her dramatic reaction. That afternoon, when the head nurse came into the medical unit, her eyes were red and puffy, clearly from crying. The group exchanged uneasy glances but didn't dare ask or say anything. Even Captain Song sensed the tension in the air and quickly excused himself, leaving the room to avoid the awkward atmosphere. During dinner, Lin Yu turned to Qin Lang and asked, "What's going on between Dan Yi and the head nurse lately?" Qin Lang looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Is something happening between them?" Seeing his clueless expression, Lin Yu shook her head and decided not to elaborate further. But Qin Lang, now intrigued, pressed on, "Why are you asking about them? Did something happen?" Lin Yu recounted the day's events to him. After hearing the details, Qin Lang ventured a guess. Maybe it's because Qianghua is leaving. Dan Yi might be reluctant to see her go. Lin Yu was taken aback by his response. She had thought Qianghua wasn't planning to leave anymore. A pang of guilt washed over her. She couldn't help but feel that it was her own presence that had influenced Qianghua's decision. Sensing her thoughts, Qin Lang walked over and reassured her. Her injury from last time requires long-term rehabilitation for a full recovery. Both she and her father decided that transferring out was the best choice. Lin Yu nodded and cautiously voiced her concern. "Do you think she still blames me now?" Qin Lang shook his head and countered with a question instead of answering. "Why do you always take all the blame on yourself?" Seeing her still looking guilty, he comforted her. "Everything happened because she was too fixated on her own obsessions. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, her parents were always against her staying in the special forces. When is she leaving?" "Let's go see her off," Lin Yu suggested. "All right." Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered Dan Yi and asked again, "What's going on with him? What does it mean that he can't let go?" Qin Lang sighed and replied, "Well, he's liked her for so long, and now that he might never see her again, it's only natural to feel a little sad." Lin Yu hadn't expected it to be exactly as Xiaonan had said. Irritated, she retorted, "If he couldn't let go of Qianghua, then why did he agree to the head nurse in the first place? Isn't this just a classic case of eating from one bowl while eyeing the pot?" She added angrily, "Men are all the same. They have someone by their side but still can't stop thinking about someone else. They just can't make up their minds or let go." Qin Lang watched her storm into the kitchen to wash the dishes, puffed up with anger. He felt utterly wronged. He had only shared his opinion and couldn't understand why she was so upset. After all, it was someone else's business. He could oversee their training but had no control over their personal lives. Why was she taking out her anger on him over someone else's issue? Qin Lang followed Lin You into the kitchen and hugged her tightly from behind, wrapping his hands around hers as she washed the dishes. Mimicking her usual playful tone, he whined, "Honey, I'm so wronged. How could you blame me for something that has nothing to do with me?" Lin Yu shivered at his voice, and most of her anger dissipated. She scolded half-heartedly, "Ugh, so gross. You're annoying." Qin Lang also found it cringy and quickly reverted to his normal tone. As he explained, "Honey, this has nothing to do with me." He watched her finish washing the last dish and swiftly took it to put it in the cabinet. But Lin Yu wasn't about to let him off so easily. She shook her wet hands vigorously in his direction, splashing water all over his face. "You're his leader, and you didn't set a good example. How could he possibly learn?" Qin Lang felt that the relationship between Shan Yi and Qianghua was quite complicated. Shan Yi used to like Qianghua, but now they were merely comrades in arms. No matter who left, it would make everyone sad, especially those who had always cared deeply about them. Although Shan Yi seemed to have let go of his feelings for Qianghua, it was unlikely that she had completely vanished from his heart. After all, human emotions are difficult to define. Moreover, since Shan Yi had decided to marry head nurse Deng, it was clear that there was no longer any possibility between him and Qianghua. A man having a little lingering thought is normal. As long as the person is still around, nothing else matters. However, these were just Qin Lang's own thoughts. She wouldn't dare to mention them in front of Lin Yu, and could only keep them to himself, knowing that men and women often care about different things. The next day at work, Lin Yu noticed that the head nurse no longer seemed as melancholy as the day before. There was an air of calm about her. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder, had she moved on, or had they reconciled? Xiao Bei quietly approached and whispered to her, "The head nurse announced the breakup yesterday, unilaterally." Lin Yu was stunned, unable to imagine how decisive and resolute the head nurse could be. She quickly pulled Xiao Bei into the duty room, where Xiaonan and Dr. Lu were already present. The four of them exchanged knowing glances and began a hushed discussion. "The head nurse is amazing. She knows when to hold on and when to let go," Xiaonan said admiringly. "Honestly, that's the way to go. Never give a man an easy pass, or they'll think they can take us women for granted." "Shan Yi may look tall and handsome, but what he did is infuriating," added Dr. Lu. "Just unbelievable." Lin Yu suddenly asked, "But did Shan Yi agree to the breakup?" Xiaonan huffed, "Who cares if he agreed or not? The head nurse agreed, and that's all that matters." Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind them. "So, did he agree or not?" The four of them immediately turned around and saluted in unison, "Captain." Captain Song didn't seem angry about their gossiping. Instead, he appeared intrigued and asked again, "So, did he agree or not?" Xiaonan burst out laughing and replied, "It seems he didn't agree." Captain Song straightened up and shared his opinion. "Well, then there's still a chance. That's how couples are breaking up today, making up tomorrow." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. But then another voice came from behind. "There's no chance. I'll never like him again." The group turned around once more to find the head nurse standing in the doorway. Xiaonan was the first to react. "Head nurse, why are you back?" Lin Yu and the others lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. The head nurse walked over and explained, "For so many years, I've always stood behind him, where he could see me if he turned around. But I neglected the fact that I could also stand in front. Why should I stand behind him? If his heart still has a place for Qianghua, then he should go do what he wants. But this time, I won't be waiting for him." Xiaonan and Dr. Lu nodded in agreement, praising the head nurse for her decision, saying it was long overdue. Even though the head nurse didn't have Qianghua's family background, she was in no way inferior to her in other aspects. She was kind-hearted and virtuous, and Shan Yi would surely regret this in the future. Captain Song sighed helplessly, gently patted the head nurse on the shoulder to show his understanding and support, and then quietly walked away. Lin Yu deeply admired the head nurse's resolute decision, but also understood that the bitterness of it was something only she truly knew. If she were truly as carefree as she claimed, why did her eyes still reveal a trace of sorrow whenever Shan Ye's name was mentioned? Matters of the heart are often difficult to articulate, especially for those involved. Although Shan Yi hadn't explicitly agreed to the breakup, who could predict what the future held? Perhaps anything was still possible. Over the next few days, Shan Yi began showing up at the medical unit much more frequently. Each time he would stand at the door without going in. Whenever the head nurse came out, he would approach her, but she would simply continue with her tasks, ignoring him completely. This provided plenty of entertainment for the team members who loved a bit of gossip. Sometimes Lin Yu would also find herself paying extra attention to the situation at the door. Standing by the window, the group watched Shan Ye's attempts to win the head nurse over, finding it both amusing and pitiful. Xiao Bei spoke up, "I kind of feel bad for Shan Yi. Maybe the head nurse should forgive him, it's been over a week already. Dr. Liu disagreed. Why forgive him? He needs to learn his lesson. Otherwise, he'll just make the same mistake again. Xiaonan nodded in agreement with Dr. Liu, adding, men need to face consequences to truly learn. Besides, the allure of a white moonlight can be strong, it's better to deal with it once and for all. However, Lin Yu had a different perspective. Worried, she said. But if this drags on, how will Shan Yi focus on his missions? What if he gets distracted and something happens? Xiao Bei agreed with her concern, suggesting, we should help him out. At that moment, Xiaonan blurted out confidently, no, he won't be going on missions anytime soon. Right now, the special forces from the Navy, Air Force, and Army are doing their annual joint training. It's always Dan Yi who's in charge of it these past few years. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the situation. Noticing her confusion, Dr. Liu explained, every year, they train together in the mountains behind our base and stay here at our station. Xiaonan excitedly added, Dr. Lin, you have no idea how handsome they are. Lin Yu chuckled and replied, well, the guys from our base are handsome too. Xiao Bei laughed and countered, we've seen them so much, we've grown bored of their looks. Plus, there'll be lots of young officers joining this time. Lin Yu gave Xiaonan a knowing smile. Sure enough, a few days later, the base became bustling with soldiers in crisp white and blue uniforms. One day, Xiaonan suddenly leaned in close to Lin Yu and whispered, Dr. Lin, I heard the Navy brought along a super handsome military doctor this time. Xiao Bei, overhearing this, couldn't help but chime in, I've seen him's really good looking. Curious, Lin Yu asked, how handsome? More handsome than Dan Yi Luli. Just then, Dr. Liu joined the conversation, looking equally excited. It's a different kind of handsome, he said. He's got the ruggedness of a soldier, but also the elegance of a gentleman. Xiao Dong, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. There's no way someone like that exists, she said skeptically. Lin Yu, hearing this, couldn't help but think of someone from her past who had suddenly cut off contact with her. Xiaonan's voice interrupted her thoughts. It's almost mealtime. They'll be heading to the cafeteria soon. If we stand by the infirmary entrance, we'll definitely see them. The group quickly gathered at the infirmary entrance to wait. Not long after, lines of soldiers began marching from the distance toward the cafeteria. Xiaonan's eyes lit up as she pointed excitedly at a figure in the crowd. That's him, she exclaimed. Lin Yu followed her gaze and saw a man in a pristine white military uniform walking with his head held high and chest out. He looked strikingly familiar. Just as Lin Yu was trying to place him, the man suddenly changed course and started walking directly toward the infirmary. The previously light-hearted atmosphere grew tense in an instant. As the man drew closer, Lin Yu finally got a clear look at his face. In that instant, both of them recognized each other. Almost simultaneously, they called out each other's names in surprise. Lin Shimi. Wang Shige. Both of them asked at the same time, what are you doing here? Xiaonan and her colleagues looked on in surprise, their expressions a mix of curiosity and confusion. It turned out they already knew each other. The two seemed to notice the group's stares and quickly recovered from their initial shock. Lin Yu smiled and introduced the man to everyone. This is Wang Xen, my senior from graduate school. Then she turned to Wang Xen and added, these are my colleagues. Hello everyone, Wang Xen greeted politely with a nod. Hello. Xiaonan and the others responded in unison. Lin Yu quietly observed the man standing before her. He was as dashing and charismatic as ever. Time had left little mark on his face, instead bestowing a sense of maturity and resilience. His pristine white naval uniform shimmered under the sunlight, making him appear as if he were glowing. Xiaonan and the others couldn't help but stare at Wang Xen, openly admiring his striking appearance. Lin Yu teased with a grin, Senior, you're still the same as before, always turning heads wherever you go. Wang Xen chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with amusement. He looked back at Lin Yu, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Lin Shimi, you haven't changed either. You still enjoy teasing me. And I must say, you're as beautiful as ever. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Lin Yu, as though afraid she might vanish if he looked away. Lin Yu felt a bit uneasy and quickly shifted the conversation. No wonder we haven't heard from you all these years. You joined the Navy Special Operations Brigade. Wang Xen withdrew his wistful gaze and nodded. Yes. He looked at her, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Lin Shimi, what brings you to a grassroots medical team? I heard you were pursuing your Ph.D. under Professor Song. You shouldn't be here. Lin Yu smiled and explained, I was temporarily assigned here. Besides, my husband is here as well. Hearing this, Wang Xen's heart sank slightly. Memories of their graduate school days surfaced how Lin Yu was smart, kind, and well-liked, with many admirers, himself included. Just when he had mustered the courage to confess his feelings, he'd learned she was married. Her confirmation had left him both shocked and heartbroken. Now, seeing Lin Yu again, radiating happiness, He realized the feelings he'd once harbored could only remain buried deep within. Lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions, Wang Xan said softly, "Lin Shimmy, you seem very happy now." Lin Yu smiled gently. "I am. My husband treats me very well. What about you? Are you married?" Wang Xan shook his head. "Not yet." Just then, a voice called out to Wang Xan from behind. "Coming," he replied, before turning to Lin Yu. "Sorry, I have to go. Let's talk again sometime." Lin Yu nodded. "Sure. Goodbye." The group watched Wang Xan's retreating figure. Xiaonan voiced her thoughts. "Dr. Lin, I think he likes you." The others nodded in agreement. "Yeah, he does." Lin Yu laughed and dismissed their speculations. "No, you're overthinking it. Besides, he's still single. You should make a move, and I can play matchmaker for you." The group quickly shook their heads. "It's enough to admire him from afar. A man of his caliber is out of our league." Lin Yu chuckled as she returned to the clinic, memories of the past flooding back. During her first year of graduate school, Wang Xian was in his third year and often assisted Professor Song in surgeries. He was approachable and never condescending, earning the admiration of his juniors. Many of her fellow students had pursued him relentlessly, leaving him to seek refuge in the operating room for long stretches. He had been especially kind to her, and she couldn't help but develop feelings for him back then. He embodied her ideal partner: tall, handsome, attentive, and considerate, always mindful of others' feelings. She had even thought he might feel the same way about her, though neither of them ever made it clear. Then, rumors of her marriage had spread, and he'd begun keeping his distance. After graduation, they'd lost touch completely. Though she'd felt a twinge of sadness at the time, she'd come to see it as a blessing. Her marriage had drawn a clear boundary, sparing them both from further entanglement. Now, seeing Wang Xan again after all these years, the man who had once made her heart race, she felt nothing but calm. Her heart now belonged entirely to Qin Lang, leaving no room for anyone else. It was best to clarify things sooner rather than later for both their sakes. Later that afternoon, as her shift was ending, Qin Lang unexpectedly showed up to pick her up. Surprised, Lin Yu asked, "What brings you here? Aren't you busy today?" "I just happened to be nearby," he replied casually. Lin Yu found it unusual. He'd been so busy lately that they hadn't even shared a meal together in days. Each night, by the time he returned, she was already asleep. Qin Lang avoided her gaze, took her hand, and led her toward the residential area. The weather was warming up, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of budding branches. Lin Yu loved this season, walking hand in hand with Qin Lang toward their home. Qin Lang secretly observed Lin Yu's expression, relieved to find her as cheerful as always. "What do you feel like eating tonight? Or should we eat out?" "I'm off duty tonight." Lin Yu shook her head. "We still have plenty of groceries from our last trip to the city. Let's make braised pork. It'll be a treat for our hardworking Captain Qin." Her response brought a smile to Qin Lang's face, reassuring him that he still held the most important place in her heart. "All right," he said, suddenly pulling her into a playful run. By the time they reached home, Lin Yu was out of breath, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. She plopped onto the sofa, feigning annoyance as she glared at Qin Lang. He quickly fetched her tissues to wipe her sweat and a glass of water from the kitchen. The two then worked together seamlessly to prepare dinner. After the meal, Qin Lang didn't leave. Instead, he scooped Lin Yu into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. "Wait, we haven't cleared the table." Lin Yu protested, but Qin Lang ignored her, carrying her inside. Later, Lin Yu rested languidly against Qin Lang's chest, her eyes closed. Qin Lang gazed at her with contentment and whispered, "Wife." She murmured in response. "Wife," he called again. Wife. What's wrong?" she asked, opening her eyes to look at him. "Nothing. I just wanted to call you that," he said, pulling her back into his embrace. "Hubby. Hubby. Wife, I love you," Qin Lang whispered, his voice filled with emotion. Lin Yu pressed a gentle kiss to his chest and replied softly, "I love you too." In the following days, Lin Yu never saw Wang Xan again, and Qin Lang became unusually busy, often returning home late at night. The workload at the medical team also gradually increased. Life like this was good. Everyone had their own things to do, leaving no time to dwell on trivial matters. Eventually, Qianghua left the station, and both Qin Lang and Lin Yu went to see her off. Before leaving, she said to the two of them, "Thank you for coming to see me off and for not holding my past mistakes against me." Lin Yu smiled warmly and replied, "Qianghua, let the past stay in the past. You'll find someone who truly loves you in the future." Qianghua nodded lightly, a grateful smile appearing on her face. "Thank you." On the way back, Lin Yu suddenly said, "The head nurse and Dan you will definitely reconcile." Without hesitation, Qin Lang replied, "Of course." Lin Yu smiled faintly, a warm feeling rising in her heart. Life is always full of miracles and hope. As long as two people genuinely love and cherish each other, they can always find happiness together. At noon, Lin Yu assisted Captain Song with a fracture surgery, which delayed their meal, leaving the food cold by the time they sat down to eat. Captain Song had no choice but to take the group to the cafeteria, where they found a private room to dine in. During the meal, Xiaonan's curiosity got the better of her. She looked at the head nurse and asked, "Head nurse, now that Xianghua has left, why haven't you reconciled with Danny yet?" The head nurse froze for a moment but continued eating without answering. Seeing no response, Xiaonan pressed further, "And Danny hasn't been coming around lately. What happened between you two?" Hearing this, Lin Yu also looked up at the head nurse. The head nurse put down her chopsticks, glared at Xiaonan and said, "That's enough. Stop going on and on about it." Unfazed, Xiaonan teased, "Be careful, or he might really give up on you." The head nurse picked up the other end of her chopsticks and lightly knocked Xiaonan on the head. "You talk too much. Why can't you be more like Dr. Lin and stay quiet while eating?" Rubbing her head with a pout, Xiaonan muttered, "I'm just concerned about you." The head nurse snorted, "I don't need your concern." Xiaonan immediately retorted, "I'm worried for you." The head nurse rolled her eyes. "If I'm not worried, why are you?" Xiaonan sighed dramatically. "It's like the emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is." The head nurse couldn't help but laugh at this and shot back, "If I were the emperor, I'd never keep a eunuch like you too talkative." The others burst into laughter. After a while, Captain Song turned to the head nurse and said earnestly, "Head nurse Deng, while Xiaonan's words might be blunt, she does have a point. After all these years, Danny finally cares about you. Why hold on to the past? Xianghua has already left, so why not make amends?" Lin Yu nodded in agreement and added, "Danny is a really good person. It's rare to find someone who truly likes you in this lifetime. It would be such a pity to part ways over a misunderstanding." Captain Song chimed in, "Dr. Lin is right, head nurse Deng. Why not take the first step and talk to Danny today?" Xiaonan joined in, "Head nurse, listen to everyone's advice." The head nurse smiled slightly. "All right, thank you all." The next evening, after Lin Yu finished her work and was about to pack up and leave, the head nurse, Xiaonan, and Xiaobei approached her together. The head nurse smiled and said, "Dr. Lin, the few of us are planning to go into the city for hot pot tonight. Want to join us?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu replied, "Sure, but I'll need a moment. I'll let Qin Lang know and swing by home to grab my car keys." Before Lin Yu could leave, Xiaobei quickly stopped her. "Dr. Lin, no need to drive. Dan Yi is taking us." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh." Then, noticing the head nurse's shy expression, Lin Yu immediately understood. She couldn't resist teasing, "Head nurse, have you two made up?" The head nurse's face flushed slightly, and she nodded with a touch of embarrassment. "Well, he wanted to invite everyone to dinner to thank you all for your advice recently." Lin Yu smiled knowingly and picked up her radio to inform Qin Lang about the evening plans. Qin Lang didn't object, only reminding her not to stay out too late and to avoid buying too much, as it might be difficult to carry. Lin Yu assured him with a smile and promised to return home early. Xiaonan, with a mischievous grin, sidled up to Lin Yu and teased, "Dr. Lin, you and the captain are so lovey-dovey these days." Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but lightly tap Xiaonan on the forehead, her mind flashing back to the head nurse's exasperation that day. While Xiaonan was great in many ways, her personality was a bit too straightforward. Dan Yu drove the car with the head nurse sitting in the front passenger seat. The remaining three, Lin Yu, Xiaonan, and Xiaobei, occupied the back seat. Their gazes naturally fell on the two in the front, whose exchanged glances seemed to radiate affection. Lin Yu, Xiaonan, and Xiaobei exchanged knowing looks, their eyes filled with amusement, though they held back their laughter. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly understood Xiaonan's previous behavior. It turned out that gossiping and eavesdropping could be so delightful. During the entire meal, Dan Yi was incredibly attentive to the head nurse, often serving her food and handing her napkins. The head nurse reciprocated with equal care, and every time their eyes met, it felt as if sparks were flying. If not for the presence of others, who knows what might have happened between them. Perhaps having spent too much time with Xiaonan, Lin Yu couldn't help but tease, "Dan Yi is really thoughtful, huh? Just look at how happy the head nurse looks right now." Xiaonan, Xiaobei, "I feel like we're just third wheels here, completely unnecessary." Xiaonan and Xiaobei both nodded in agreement. Xiaonan chimed in, "Exactly. Maybe we should move to the other table. This is too much, it's so sweet I can't take it." As she spoke, she pretended to pull Lin Yu and Xiaobei away from their seats. Seeing this, Dan Yi quickly stood up to stop them, laughing as he said, "Sister-in-law, please don't joke around like that and scare us. Let me go grab some drinks for you all." With that, he walked off, leaving the head nurse sitting there with a shy expression. After Dan Yi left, Lin Yu turned to the head nurse and said sincerely, "Head nurse, Dan Yi is truly a great guy. You'll definitely be happy with him in the future." After the meal, Lin Yu went to the supermarket to buy some groceries before heading back to the station. By the time she returned, it was already completely dark. Dan Yi offered to help carry her things upstairs, but Lin Yu declined, saying, "It's not heavy, and I live in the first section of the family quarters. Xiaonan and the others live further back, so there's no need. I can manage myself. You guys should head home." After saying their goodbyes, everyone went their separate ways. Lin Yu had just reached the entrance of her building and was about to go upstairs when she heard someone call out, "Lin Shimmy." She stopped in her tracks and turned around to see Wang Xen. She greeted him politely, "Senior brother. Why are you still up so late? Were you just on duty?" Wang Xen shook his head and replied softly, "No, I went out and just got back." Lin Yu nodded. Noticing the bag in Wang Xen's hand, it was clear he had just bought something. "I can help you carry it upstairs," Wang Xen offered. "There's no need, I can handle it myself," Lin Yu replied. For a moment, the atmosphere between them grew awkward, neither knowing what to say. Just then, Qin Lang returned. He immediately noticed Lin Yu standing with Wang Xen and overheard their conversation. A wave of displeasure surged within him. Striding over, Qin Lang grabbed the bag from Lin Yu's hand and possessively placed his arm around her shoulders. Looking at Wang Xen, he said, "Dr. Wang, you're certainly helpful, but now that I'm here, there's no need to trouble you further." Lin Yu didn't expect Qin Lang to come back so early and was a little surprised. "You're back?" she asked. "Yeah," Qin Lang replied softly, his gaze shifting to Wang Xen. Wang Xen noticed Qin Lang's eyes on him and, observing their interactions and conversation, immediately understood the relationship between the two. A ripple of emotion stirred in his heart, but he didn't show much on his face. Instead, he smiled politely and nodded at Qin Lang, who returned the gesture with a smile. Lin Yu introduced them. "This is my senior from graduate school, Wang Xen." Then she turned to Wang Xen and continued, "Senior. This is my husband, Qin Lang." Wang Xen maintained his polite smile and spoke warmly, "So the person you married is Captain Qin. You two make a great couple." His words caught Qin Lang slightly off guard. He had thought Wang Xen might show some awkwardness or discomfort, but there was none. Qin Lang nodded in mild surprise and replied, "Thank you." As Wang Xen walked away, his mind was filled with mixed emotions. Although he had known for a long time that she was married, he hadn't expected her husband to be Qin Lang. Qin Lang, at only 30 years old, had already attained the rank of Major, a remarkable accomplishment. From their interactions, it was evident that Qin Lang cared deeply for her, and she, in turn, relied on him greatly. Reflecting on the past, Wang Xen realized that his long-held feelings for her should have been let go much earlier. Yet, over the years, he hadn't met another woman like her, and his feelings for her remained unresolved. Deep down, he knew his persistence was meaningless, even foolish. But he couldn't control his emotions and often found himself thinking about her, even though he knew it was all in vain. To love someone doesn't mean you have to possess them. As long as she's happy, that's enough for me, Wang Xen murmured to himself, as if trying to convince himself. Meanwhile, Qin Lang stood in the living room, his gaze fixed on the bathroom door, his expression deep and complicated. The name Wang Xen was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, a year after their marriage, his mother had mentioned this person to him. It was then that he had asked his mother to spread the word that Lin Yu was married. He had to admit that Wang Xen was indeed outstanding, handsome, capable, polite, and seemingly unflappable. When he heard someone say they had seen Wang Xen, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Afraid that Lin Yu might still have feelings for him, Qin Lang had taken time off that day to pick her up, just to observe her reaction. But she had been calm and composed as always, her thoughts only on him, and Qin Lang had dismissed his concerns. However, tonight, seeing Wang Xen, he realized he had been wrong. Wang Xen didn't seem like someone who had moved on. On the contrary, he looked like someone deeply in love. Otherwise, why would he appear so genuinely happy just to see her? Yet, despite his feelings, Wang Xen was able to give his blessings without a trace of selfishness in his eyes. That kind of selfless love, being content just to see her happy, was something Qin Lang found both admirable and unsettling. He couldn't imagine himself being so magnanimous. The sound of the bathroom door opening pulled him from his thoughts. Lin Yu stepped out and Qin Lang walked over, picking up a towel to dry her hair. "It's late. Why are you washing your hair now?" he asked softly, his tone filled with tenderness and concern. "I had hot pot earlier, and the smell was too strong. I felt like it was all over me," she explained. After drying her hair, Qin Lang skillfully picked up the hairdryer and began blow-drying it. Lin Yu leaned slightly against him, watching his careful movements and feeling content. The past was the past, and as for Senior Wang, their connection had long since faded. It was nothing more than a fleeting crush from her younger days. Once her hair was dry, Lin Yu wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's waist and playfully said, "Husband, I'm tired. Hug me." Qin Lang obliged, lifting her onto the bed. She nestled into his arms, finding a comfortable position. "Are you sleepy?" Qin Lang asked softly. Lin Yu shook her head and burrowed closer into his embrace. Qin Lang gently stroked her hair and asked, "Did you have fun at dinner with them tonight?" Lifting her head slightly, Lin Yu recounted the evening. You wouldn't believe it. The way the head nurse and Dan Yi were exchanging looks at was so sweet it made Xiaonan say it was too much to handle. I felt the same way. Watching their chemistry was entertaining, but we really felt like third wheels. Next time if Dan Yi is there, I'm not going. It's too awkward. Qin Lang chuckled softly, then next time don't join them. I'll go with you instead on the weekend. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, Qin Lang suddenly asked, you liked Wang Xan before, didn't you? Lin Yu looked up at him in surprise, puzzled by how he had guessed her past feelings. She answered tactfully, back then, all the female students Mom mentored admired him. Everyone said he was elegant, gentle, and a true gentleman. Hearing this, Qin Lang frowned slightly, a hint of unease and doubt flashing in his eyes. What about you? He asked quietly. Lin Yu thought for a moment and noticed how Qin Lang's arms around her tightened, as if he were nervous. She gently placed her hand on his, signaling him to relax, and he complied. Resting her head on his chest, she looked into his eyes with sincerity and said, I've liked many people. Qin Lang's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly composed himself, waiting for her to continue. Lin Yu lowered her head and pressed a soft kiss to his lips, stopping him from taking things further. Then she added, for example, my mom and dad, Xiaonan, Xiao Bei, they're all people I like a lot. A faint smile appeared on Qin Lang's face. He said nothing more, just gazing at her quietly. Looking into his eyes, Lin Yu's expression softened with love. She whispered, but the only person I love is Qin Lang. Qin Lang's expression grew tender. He pulled Lin Yu closer, holding her tightly. His voice was firm and serious as he said, in the future, you're only allowed to love me. Lin Yu nodded without hesitation, of course. Qin Lang hugged her even tighter, as if trying to merge her into himself. I love you too. Very, very much. Lin Yu felt the warmth of his love and responded softly, I know. Qin Lang looked at her and suddenly said, honey, let's have a baby. Lin Yu stared at him in surprise. Why so sudden? Qin Lang smiled. It's not sudden. I want a child who's like both of us. Lin Yu nodded and agreed, okay? Tonight, it was Lin Yu's turn to be on duty. Standing by the window, gazing at the starry sky outside, she couldn't help but think of Qin Lang. She wondered where he was at this moment, what he was doing, and whether he would be returning soon. The head nurse noticed the worried look on her face, walked over, sat down beside her, and gently asked, Dr. Lin, are you missing Captain Qin? Lin Yu nodded silently. The head nurse continued, he's been away for a week now, hasn't he? Lin Yu nodded again, then turned to ask, head nurse, is Dan Yi staying with the team this time? The head nurse smiled and replied, yes, since the joint military training isn't over yet. Lin Yu thought to herself that Wang Shige would be leaving soon as well. She turned back and asked, when will it end approximately? In about 3 days, the head nurse replied. Oh, that's soon, Lin Yu said. The head nurse then left, and Lin Yu continued to look outside. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yu turned to see Wang Xan standing there. She stood up and curiously asked, Shige, what brings you here? Wang Xan gestured for her to sit down and then took a seat on the examination chair beside her. We're leaving in a few days, and I thought since you're on duty tonight, I'd come by to chat and say goodbye, he said. Lin Yu responded politely, Shige, you're being too kind. I should have taken the initiative to come and say goodbye to you. Wang Xan felt a bit disappointed by her formality, but maintained a smile. He replied, we've both been so busy since coming here that we haven't had a chance to talk. That's true. What would you like to talk about? Lin Yu asked, feeling a bit awkward as soon as the words left her mouth. She avoided meeting his eyes, but Wang Xan didn't seem to mind. How about we talk about our lives since graduation, he suggested. Lin Yu nodded in agreement and asked first, Shige, why did we lose touch after graduation? I always thought you would continue pursuing a Ph.D. Wang Xan smiled and explained, back then the Navy Special Operations Brigade was recruiting medical officers. I applied just to give it a try, but I ended up being selected. I completed my Ph.D. during my service and graduated last year. You're as outstanding as ever, Shige, Lin Yu complimented. Wang Xan hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Shimi, we both specialized in cardiac surgery, but here in this grassroots medical unit, you don't have much opportunity to use your skills. Do you ever feel like all those years of hard work were wasted? Do you have any regrets? Lin Yu was caught off guard by his question, as it struck a chord with her. During quiet moments, she often pondered this herself. There were almost no cardiac surgeries to perform here. It was fine for a short time, but what about the long term? Would all her years of effort simply go to waste? She knew Qin Lang liked it here and wasn't planning to leave anytime soon. But what about her? Would she stay here indefinitely? Qin Lang had never brought up this topic with her, and perhaps he had never even considered it. This question left her at a loss for words. Seeing her obvious inner conflict, Wang Xan realized he might have said too much. He quickly tried to comfort her. Actually, this place has its merits. At least you and Captain Qin don't have to be apart. It's clear he cares about you a lot. Life is rarely perfect. It's about choosing what matters most to you. Lin Yu nodded, feeling that he was right. For now, her priority was Qin Lang. The future could wait. Out of politeness, she asked Wang Exin, "Shige, have you been working in cardiac surgery all this time?" Wang Xian nodded and began sharing his experiences over the years, his insights into cardiac surgery, the cases he had handled, the successful surgeries he had performed, and the academic papers he had published. Lin Yu listened with great interest. Noticing her fascination, Wang Xian also shared some practical challenges and precautions in surgery. As for the latest theories in cardiac surgery, Lin Yu was already familiar with them, as Professor Song regularly updated her on these topics. What she lacked was hands-on experience. She said with admiration, "Shige, you're amazing to be able to handle so many surgeries independently." Wang Xian replied, "You're just lacking practice. You're meticulous and have strong hands-on skills. With the right opportunities, you'll definitely surpass me in the future." "Thank you, Shige, for sharing all this with me. If I ever get the chance, I hope you can teach me more," Lin Yu said. "Of course," Wang Xian replied. They chatted a bit more before he left. Meanwhile, Qin Lang and his team were deep in a quiet mountain. They were taking turns resting, conserving their energy for an ambush planned for early the next morning. The stillness of the night enveloped the forest, broken only by occasional insect chirps. Qin Lang looked up at the moon, thinking about how Lin Yu was on duty tonight. She was probably looking at the moon too, as she had once told him that, no matter where they were, gazing at the night sky was their way of expressing their longing for each other. For the first time, Qin Lang truly understood why ancient poets used the moon as a symbol of longing. At dawn, the sky began to lighten, and the darkness gradually gave way to the soft glow of morning. Qin Lang and his team were already awake, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, they noticed a group of figures moving slowly toward the border. Their movements were suspicious, immediately putting everyone on high alert. Qin Lang immediately signaled everyone to stay quiet and closely monitor the movements of the opposing group. Once all of them entered the ambush zone, Qin Lang gave the order to open fire. Gunshots erupted in quick succession, with a barrage of bullets aimed at the other side. However, it was clear the opposing group was prepared as they began to return fire. The battle became intense, with neither side willing to back down. Realizing the fight might be tougher than anticipated, Qin Lang quickly adjusted their strategy. Gradually, the enemy's gunfire began to weaken, with only sporadic shots being heard. Qin Lang instructed everyone to remain silent and stay in position while using his earpiece to remind the team that the enemy was desperate and not to fall for any tricks. He emphasized that no group should act independently. By midday, the opposing side seemed unable to hold their ground any longer and began to surrender. Even then, Qin Lang signaled his team to stay cautious and not act rashly. It wasn't until evening that the enemy finally stepped forward into view. Qin Lang suspected they might have a plan and chose not to respond. Just as expected, when Li Yong fired a probing shot, the enemy returned fire, unleashing another round of gunshots. The exchange was brief, and soon everything went silent. However, it was then that Qin Lang realized Lu Li was missing from the group. His heart tightened with a sense of unease. Grabbing his communication device, he called out urgently through the earpiece, "Lu Li. Lu Li. If you hear this, respond." But the channel remained silent, with no response at all. Qin Lang immediately understood that something might have happened to Lu Li and quickly ordered the team to split into groups and search the area. They eventually found Lu Li lying under a tree, unarmed and motionless. Nearby, two enemy combatants were also on the ground, lifeless. Blood was seeping from Lu Li's upper abdomen, dangerously close to his heart. Qin Lang rushed over to check his vital signs and found he was still breathing with a faint pulse. Assessing the situation, Qin Lang realized they were closest to their base. Turning to his team, he asked, "Is Wang Xian still at the base?" "Yes," someone confirmed. "Contact Captain Song immediately to prepare the operating room. Wang Xian and Dr. Lin should get ready," Qin Lang ordered without hesitation. As soon as Captain Song received the news, he anxiously turned to Lin You and instructed, "Dr. Lin, there's an emergency. Lu Li has been injured, and they're already on their way here. Quickly go with the head nurse to prepare the surgical supplies." The deputy team leader said the injury is too close to the heart, and they're worried he might not make it to the hospital. "I'll contact Dr. Wang Xian right away." Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in her chest. Lu Li was injured. He was family to her. If anything happened to him, how could she face her uncle and aunt? Just the day before Lu Li and Qin Lang set out on their mission, the three of them had dinner together. Lu Li had even joked with her, urging her to give him a nephew soon. Meanwhile, Qin Lang held tightly onto Lu Li's hand, feeling for the faint but steady pulse, while continuously calling out to him, "Lu, hang in there. We're almost at the outpost. If anything happens to you, how can I face your parents? Stay strong." Soon, they arrived at the medical facility. Captain Song quickly pushed Lu Li into the operating room, where Lin Yu, Dr. Wang Xian, the head nurse, and Xiaonan had already prepared everything. When Lin Yu saw Luli covered in blood, her face turned pale, and for a moment, she was at a loss for how to react. Dr. Wang Xian quickly grabbed her to keep her from collapsing and reassured her, "I took a quick look earlier. The bullet is close to the heart but hasn't hit any major arteries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted this long. The main injury appears to be in the abdomen. We need to perform an exploratory laparotomy immediately. Stay strong, I need you as my assistant." "I can't do this alone." Lin Yu quickly composed herself, nodded, and indicated she was ready. The head nurse had already connected Luli to a cardiac monitor, the anesthesiologist was in position, and Captain Song had disinfected the wound and draped the surgical area. Lin Yu glanced at the monitor and saw that Luli's blood pressure and pulse were stable. Her senior was right, Luli hadn't suffered damage to any major arteries or vital organs. She quickly donned her surgical gown and prepared for the operation. As the minimally invasive instrument reached beneath the abdominal fascia, the bullet's location was revealed. It was indeed dangerously close to the pericardium. The team collectively exhaled in relief. It was far enough from the heart and critical organs. All they needed to do now was remove the bullet. When they opened the abdominal cavity, they found only minor bleeding around the wound, with no massive hemorrhaging as they had feared. Carefully, they used forceps to extract the bullet, removing it slowly and steadily. The entire procedure went smoothly without any complications. Finally, the bullet is out. Captain Song exclaimed with relief, his face lighting up with joy. The others also smiled in satisfaction. However, the head nurse raised a concern. Normally, an injury like this wouldn't cause someone to remain unconscious for so long. Lin Yu and Wang Xian exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. "It might be due to psychological trauma," Wang Xian suggested. Captain Song immediately conducted a full-body examination but found no other abnormalities. Wang Xian explained, "For now, it doesn't seem like he has any other injuries. He might have been triggered by something. We'll know more once he wakes up." The others let out a collective sigh of relief, their faces showing exhaustion but also contentment. Captain Song was the first to leave the operating room. Qin Lang rushed over to ask, "How's Luli?" "For now, he's stable and out of immediate danger," Captain Song replied. "Is he awake?" Qin Lang pressed. "Not yet." "Let's talk over there," Captain Song said, leading Qin Lang aside. As Captain Song explained the situation, Qin Lang fell into deep thought, wondering what could have happened before Luli lost consciousness. Before long, Dr. Wang Xian wheeled Luli out. Qin Lang approached and saw that Luli appeared stable. As long as his life was no longer in danger, nothing else mattered. Wang Xian informed Qin Lang he briefly woke up earlier, but he only called out to your junior as sister. He didn't say anything else. "There's no brain injury, so I'm not sure why he reacted this way." Qin Lang nodded and said, "Thank you, Dr. Wang, for your help. He always likes to call you sister. That puts my mind at ease." Wang Xian reassured him, "For now, he seems fine. Don't worry, I should wake up soon." Noticing Lin Yu hadn't come out yet, Qin Lang couldn't help but ask, "Where's Yu? Why hasn't she come out?" "She's still inside," Wang Xian replied. "She hasn't performed a major surgery like this in a while, so she's a bit exhausted. She just needs some rest." Qin Lang relaxed slightly and said, "It's past mealtime. I've asked the kitchen staff to prepare fresh food and bring it over. Dr. Wang, please get ready to eat." Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. When Lin Yu finally stepped out of the operating room, she saw Qin Lang standing by the door. All the fear and worry she had been holding in suddenly overwhelmed her. Her composure shattered in an instant. She wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. She wanted to walk toward him but felt frozen in place. Tears silently streamed down her face as she looked at him. Qin Lang quickly walked over, pulled her into a tight embrace, and gently patted her back to comfort her. "It's okay now. I'm here. Luli will be fine too," he said softly. Lin Yu nodded in his arms, finding solace in his reassurance. The two were just about to wash their hands and grab a bite to eat to regain some energy when Xiao Bei came out and shouted to them, "Luli is awake." They immediately rushed to the hospital room. Concerned, they asked Luli, "How are you feeling now? Is there anywhere you're still uncomfortable?" Luli weakly shook his head and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped forward, gently held his hand and comforted him, "Luli, it's okay now. Senior brother saved you." Luli turned to Wang Xian and gave a faint nod of gratitude, then looked toward Qin Lang. It was clear he had something to say to Qin Lang. Seeing that Luli's heart monitor was stable, the others quietly left the room. Qin Lang leaned closer and asked softly, "What happened? Can you tell me now? Or do you need more time to recover?" Luli shook his head and, in a halting voice, recounted the events. It turned out that during the second confrontation, Luli had accidentally spotted a child, about 7 or 8 years old, passing by. He immediately found it strange how could a child be in such a place? But before he could process it, the child vanished. Thinking he might have been mistaken, he noticed movement in the nearby bushes. While the rest of the team was fully focused on their tasks, he saw the child again. Worried the child might be hit by stray bullets and hearing the gunfire starting to subside, he quietly followed. Upon catching up, he discovered that two enemies had already taken the child hostage and were using the child to threaten him to remove all his gear. Luli complied, and the enemies then used the child as a shield, preparing to escape with Luli's gun. Left with no choice, Luli engaged them in hand-to-hand combat and managed to subdue the two enemies after a tough fight. However, the child unexpectedly picked up a gun and shot him. Fortunately, the child was not skilled with the weapon. Otherwise, the consequences could have been unimaginable. After hearing this, Qin Lang initially wanted to reprimand him for acting on his own, but seeing Luli's current state, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He sighed helplessly and offered some consolation. Don't think too much about it. Let's talk about everything once you've recovered. He then turned and left the room. Sometimes, human nature can be so ugly, using someone's kindness to serve their own malice. As Qin Lang reached the infirmary entrance, he relayed the entire incident to the team leader. The team leader, equally exasperated, said, "What a mess." "And the child? Was the child found?" "No," Qin Lang replied. "I'll contact the police again immediately." Captain Song saw Qin Lang finish his conversation with the team leader and quickly waved him over, calling out enthusiastically, "Squad leader, come over here for dinner. We've been waiting for you." At the dining table, Qin Lang occasionally picked up some dishes and placed them into Lin Yu's bowl. This gesture had long been a familiar sight to the medical team, but Wang Xian couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. After the meal, the two went to check on Luli before heading home. Along the way, both remained silent, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Once they arrived home and closed the door, Lin Yu turned around and hugged Qin Lang tightly. Without hesitation, Qin Lang wrapped his arms around her. Breaking the silence, Lin Yu softly said, "Qin Lang, I finally understand why my mom made that decision back then. If I were in her place, I might have made the same choice." Qin Lang gently lifted her chin and looked into her eyes with a steady gaze. "No, you wouldn't," he said firmly. "I understand the fear you felt today when you saw Luli. You're worried that if something ever happened to me, you wouldn't be able to bear it and might make the same decision as your mother." Lin Yu nodded, tears streaming down her face. She buried her head into Qin Lang's chest again. He held her tightly, feeling her trembling body and filled with deep compassion for her. Gently, he scooped her up and carried her to the bedroom, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Looking at her quietly, Qin Lang spoke again, "You, if something ever happens to me, I just want you to live well. Live for both of us." Lin Yu looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. She shook her head and choked out, "No, I'm not that strong." Qin Lang stroked her hair gently and comforted her, "You're stronger than you think." Tears streamed down Lin Yu's face as she spoke in a low voice, "For my mom. My dad was her everything. When he was gone, how could she have found the courage to keep living in this world? Although she chose my dad over me, I won't hold it against her anymore, nor will I blame her for her decision back then. I just miss her so much now. She must have been in so much pain and so torn when she made that choice." She gazed deeply into Qin Lang's eyes and said with determination, "And now, you are my everything." Qin Lang pulled her tightly into his arms again and said with heartfelt emotion, "You. Hearing you say that makes me so happy because you are my everything too. But life's meaning goes beyond just us. Without the collective, there is no home. I have responsibilities to my comrades, my work, and to safeguarding the country and its people. I'm sorry, but I can't just walk away and spare you from these days of worry." In his warm embrace, Lin Yu responded softly, "I understand, but I'm still scared." Qin Lang reassured her, "Sometimes, even when we're scared, we have to keep going. Maybe one day, things will take a turn for the better. I promise you, from now on, I will be extra cautious every time I'm on a mission. I won't let you live in fear, and I'll make sure you never have to go through what your mom did." Lin Yu nodded without saying another word, but her heart was a whirlwind of emotions. She knew she couldn't change Qin Lang's career choice and could only support him silently. At the same time, she hoped he would stay safe and avoid danger. After all, she wanted a long and enduring life together with him. Qin Lang understood her worries. It was her first time seeing a loved one injured, and it was normal for her to feel scared and overthink. Coupled with the insecurities stemming from her upbringing, she lacked a sense of safety. However, his duty left no room for compromise. All he could do was ensure he returned safely every time to give her peace of mind. Thinking of Luli, Lin Yu furrowed her brows and looked up at Qin Lang. "Should we tell Uncle and Aunt about Luli?" Qin Lang thought for a moment before replying, "Let's ask Luli what he thinks tomorrow and decide then." "All right." The next morning, Lin Yu arrived at the medical team early to check on Luli, only to find Wang Xian already by his bedside. Luli was awake. She hurried over and anxiously asked Wang Xian, "Senior, how's Luli?" "Based on his current condition, he should be fine," Wang Xian replied, which eased Lin Yu's worries a little. "Still concerned?" she asked. Does he need to go to the hospital for further tests? After thinking it over, Wang Xen shook his head. I don't think it's necessary for now. With that, he turned and left the ward. Lin Yu turned her attention to Lu Li, who was lying on the bed. Filled with concern, she bombarded him with questions. Lu Li, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? You really scared me. If something had happened to you, how could I face uncle and aunt? Lu Li gave a faint smile and reassured her, sis, don't worry. I'm fine. Letting out a small sigh of relief, Lin Yu said softly, I made you some porridge. Have a little. She grabbed a pillow to prop him up more comfortably. Then, she scooped some porridge into a bowl, sat by his bed, and stirred it with a spoon. Here, open your mouth. She scooped a spoonful, blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to his lips. Sis, my hands aren't injured. I can do it myself, Lu Li said, slightly embarrassed as he reached out to take the bowl and spoon. Lin Yu insisted, you just woke up and are still weak. Let me feed you. She held the spoon to his lips again. Left with no choice, Lu Li opened his mouth and drank the porridge. The temperature was just right, and the texture was soft and flavorful. He couldn't help but take a few more sips. Watching him eat, Lin Yu smiled. Slow down. Don't burn yourself. After finishing the bowl of porridge, Lu Li felt much more energized. Lin Yu handed him a glass of water and reminded him to drink more. Stick to light meals for now. Once you're better, I'll make you something delicious. Okay, Lu Li agreed with a nod. Lin Yu cleaned the dishes in the kitchen before returning to the room, where she found Lu Li sitting on the bed, lost in thought. She sat down beside him and asked softly, should we tell uncle and aunt? After pondering for a moment, Lu Li replied, probably not. No need to worry them. Lin Yu nodded. I thought so too. We can take care of each other without troubling them. The siblings exchanged a warm smile, feeling comforted and reassured by each other's presence. To be cautious, the medical team decided to take Lu Li to a larger hospital for a comprehensive checkup. As Wang Xian had said, there were no serious issues. With proper care and recovery, he would return to full health. However, due to Lu Li's unauthorized actions that caused disruptions to the mission, he was discipline banned from participating in any actions or drills for 6 months. Once recovered, he would remain at the base to relearn military discipline. The so-called punishment was more about teaching him a lesson and ensuring he had time to recuperate. After the joint military training concluded, Wang Xian was also set to leave. At the farewell party held at the base, Qin Lang approached Wang Xian to express his gratitude. Dr. Wang, I haven't properly thanked you for everything you've done for Lu Li. Raising a teacup, he smiled. Let me use tea in place of wine to toast you. Thank you. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you to a proper drink. Wang Xian raised his cup as well, lightly clinking it against Qin Lang's with a warm smile. No need to be so formal. If there's ever an opportunity, I'd be happy to share a real drink with you. Lin Yu, who was on duty that night and worried about Lu Li, didn't attend the farewell party. Wang Xian noticed her absence and couldn't hide a hint of disappointment. Everyone was set to depart for their original units at midnight, and he couldn't help but wonder when they might meet again. He turned to Qin Lang and asked, is junior sister on duty tonight? Yes, Qin Lang replied, noticing Wang Xian's lingering feelings for Lin Yu. Sincerely, he asked, Dr. Wang, do you still have feelings for Yu? Wang Xian was taken aback by the directness of the question but answered honestly yes. Seeing that Qin Lang didn't seem bothered, he continued. Captain Qin, you're truly fortunate to have junior sister as your partner. She has such a kind heart, a gentle temperament, and is incredibly talented. She's also beautiful. Back in school, she was adored by everyone, including me. But I always felt that deep down, she lacked a sense of security. I didn't dare express my feelings until I felt I could give her everything she deserved. Life, however, is unpredictable. Before I could act, she was already married. Knowing her character, she would never do anything inappropriate, and I couldn't bear to put her in a difficult position. Qin Lang listened to Wang Xian's candid words and couldn't help but respect his integrity. Wang Xian continued, his voice steady. Meeting her again this time, I still couldn't stop my heart from stirring. But seeing how happy you both are, I can only give my blessings. As long as she's happy, I won't ask for more. Love doesn't always mean possession. Her happiness means more to me than anything. Qin Lang was deeply moved by his words. He stepped forward, shook Wang Xian's hand, and said, Dr. Wang, both your character and medical skills are admirable. I sincerely consider you a friend. Let's stay in touch in the future. Of course, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Later, Qin Lang shared the story of how he and Lin Yu met, though he left out details about Professor Song and their family connections. Wang Xian was stunned to learn they had known each other since high school and had been each other's companions through their formative years. Realizing the depth of Qin Lang's love for Lin Yu, he felt a sense of acceptance. Losing to someone like Qin Lang felt fair. Sincerely, he said, Captain Qin, I believe you and junior sister will have a long and happy life together. Qin Lang returned the sentiment. I believe you'll also find your true love someday. After thanking him, Wang Xian hesitated as if he had more to say. Qin Lang noticed and encouraged him. Dr. Wang, if there's something on your mind, just say it. Carefully, Wang Xian said, junior sister's specialty is cardiac surgery. Staying in the medical unit for long periods will undoubtedly hinder her professional growth. Medicine is a constantly evolving field, and being away from practice for too long could make it difficult for her to keep up. Captain Qin, please consider her career development as well. Qin Lang nodded, understanding his point. As the farewell party drew to a close, soldiers began packing their belongings in preparation for departure. After saying goodbye to Qin Lang, Wang Xian turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Lang fell into deep thought. Wang Xian genuinely cared for Lin You. If she hadn't married him so early, perhaps Wang Xian would have been a strong contender for her affection. His words about Lin Yu's career struck a chord. When he brought her to the base, it was to improve their strained relationship, but he had overlooked the unique demands of her profession, which required both strong theoretical knowledge and extensive practical experience. Staying in the medical unit might indeed waste her years of expertise in cardiac surgery. Had his decision been too selfish? Pondering this, Qin Lang walked toward the medical unit. Lin Yu was chatting with Lu Li in his hospital room. Seeing Qin Lang enter, they both looked surprised. What brings you here? Are you done with everything? Lin Yu asked. Yes, Qin Lang replied. Seeing that Lu Li was in good spirits, he felt reassured and asked, are you still in pain? Not really, Lu Li replied, sensing that Qin Lang wanted to talk to Lin Yu privately. He tactfully said, sis, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Alright, then rest up. We'll leave now, Lin Yu said gently. Lu Li nodded as they left. In the duty room, Lin Yu asked, has senior brother left? Yes, Qin Lang replied. Noticing his pensive expression, Lin Yu asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Qin Lang didn't hide his thoughts and asked directly, do you like it here? I do, she replied. Do you want to stay here long term? In truth, Lin Yu didn't. The base didn't allow her to fully utilize her expertise or showcase her skills. Assisting her senior brother in cardiac surgery recently had been incredibly fulfilling, but it also left her feeling inadequate and questioning herself. However, seeing Qin Lang's concern, she didn't want to worry him. She replied gently, for now, I want to stay here. We'll see about the future. Qin Lang could tell she wasn't being entirely truthful. Feeling both guilt and affection, he stood up and gently embraced her. I'm sorry, Yu. It was selfish of me to bring you here. I just didn't want us to be apart like before. But I promise I'll find a solution soon, okay? Okay, I understand, she said softly. You should go rest now. No one else will come tonight, and I need to sleep too. All right, he said, leaving reluctantly. Under Lin Yu's attentive care, Lu Li gradually recovered and soon began handling light tasks. The bond between the siblings grew stronger, and both found comfort in their relationship. Lu Li felt lucky to have such a caring sister, while Lin Yu enjoyed the unique connection they shared, freely discussing anything without reservation like true siblings. Day by day, time passed, and Lin Yu continued to stay busy at the medical unit as usual. Later, Qin Lang went on another mission. After that, Dan Yi led his team on several missions alone. A month ago, Qin Lang and Dan Yi went on a mission together, but since then, Qin Lang had been occupied at the base. Due to the confidentiality of military work, he didn't share many details with Lin Yu, and she didn't press him for answers. One afternoon, Lin Yu was catching up on sleep after her night shift. She was in a half-asleep, dazed state when Qin Lang suddenly came home and woke her up. Seeing the joyful expression on his face, Lin Yu rubbed her eyes, sat up, and asked curiously, what's going on? Why are you so happy? Qin Lang stood tall and smiled at her. It was then that Lin Yu noticed the extra star on his epaulette. He had been promoted. Excited, Lin Yu got out of bed, walked up to him, and placed her hands gently around his neck, smiling as she congratulated him. Congratulations to our squadron leader on becoming a colonel. Then with a playful tone she asked, so, how should we celebrate? Or how should we reward the hero of our household? Qin Lang stepped forward, scooped her up in his arms, and spun her around a few times in excitement. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh along, her joy amplified by his happiness. When he finally set her down, she asked again, puzzled, how did this promotion happen so suddenly? Qin Lang lightly tapped her forehead and teased, how can you call it sudden? This is an acknowledgement of my hard work. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, agreeing with him. Qin Lang gazed at her radiant expression, his heart swelling with emotion. Overcome by his feelings, he leaned down and kissed her gently on the lips. The kiss was soft and warm, filled with tenderness and love. Caught off guard, Lin Yu froze for a moment, but she quickly melted into the kiss, responding to his affection. Just as their breathing grew uneven and the moment deepened, Qin Lang broke the kiss, pulling her into a tight embrace as he steadied his breath. His eyes were filled with love and adoration as he softly said, go eat something now, then take a nap in the afternoon. Tonight, I'll take you out for dinner. Lin Yu nodded slightly, savoring the warmth of his embrace. Qin Lang gave her a quick peck on the forehead and smiled, saying, I'll tell you some good news tonight. Intrigued, Lin Yu immediately asked, what good news? Qin Lang replied with a mysterious smile, you'll find out tonight. With that, he turned and left the room, leaving Lin Yu full of curiosity. What could the news be? But seeing the excitement on his face, she felt reassured. Although she could have gone back to sleep, Qin Lang's visit had left her wide awake. She decided to head to the kitchen to grab something to eat. That afternoon, Lin Yu managed to nap for a while. By the time Qin Lang returned, she had just woken up. Seeing her still groggy and a bit sluggish, Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle. He knew she had always loved sleeping since she was a child. Whenever she had free time, she would nap endlessly. Yet when there was something important to do, she could stay up all night without complaint. Why don't you lie down a little longer? Qin Lang said softly. Then, he grabbed a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. By the time he finished his shower and came back out, Lin Yu had already freshened up. Qin Lang walked over, put his arm around her shoulder, and led her outside. Did you have lunch today? He asked casually. I did, Lin Yu replied. Qin Lang nodded in approval. Good, let's go. As Qin Lang drove, Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window. The trees on either side of the road were lush and vibrant, their leaves glowing green under the warm sunlight. The weather was gradually warming up. If they were back in Sea City, people would already be wearing short sleeves by now. But here, the climate was still pleasantly cool. Without realizing it, Lin Yu found herself reflecting on the fact that she had been here for a year already. Over the past year, she had made new friends and colleagues. Her relationship with Qin Lang had also undergone a dramatic transformation. They had been through so much together, and their bond had grown deeper and stronger. Thinking about this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. She turned to look at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with love and happiness. Noticing her gaze, Qin Lang asked softly, what are you thinking about? Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, I was just thinking that it's been exactly a year since I came here. Qin Lang sighed, time flies. A year has gone by so quickly. It really has, Lin Yu agreed. Being with you always makes time fly. Hearing this, Lin Yu burst into laughter, and Qin Lang glanced at her in confusion. What's so funny? He asked. You're becoming quite the sweet talker, Lin Yu teased. What, you don't like it? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. No, it's just I'm not used to it, she admitted. Then I must not say it often enough if you're still not used to it, he said with a playful tone, making Lin Yu laugh even harder. Seeing her laugh so freely and happily, Qin Lang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to remember something and asked, now that you've been promoted, do you need to treat your team to a meal? Yes, I do. Well, treat them tomorrow at lunch, Qin Lang replied. All right, Lin Yu nodded. Then, out of curiosity, she asked, why did they promote you? Was it because of the last mission? Did it go particularly well? So Dan, you got promoted to Lieutenant Colonel as well? Qin Lang explained, but you guys only went for 3 days last time. Lin Yu asked curiously, turning her head to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang freed one hand to gently pat her head and patiently replied, that's because the task, which was supposed to take 7 days, was completed in just 3. He didn't elaborate further, and Lin Yu understood his discretion. When they arrived at the restaurant, Lin Yu sat alone at the table, waiting for the dishes to be served. Not long after, Qin Lang walked in holding a bouquet of Elsa roses and handed it to her. Cradling the flowers in her hands and beaming with happiness, Lin Yu leaned in and gave Qin Lang a kiss on the cheek. As Lin Yu was finishing her meal, Qin Lang finally spoke up about the purpose of the evening. Honey, I've already asked around for you. The city's 3rd hospital's cardiothoracic department is recruiting doctors. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu paused, setting down her chopsticks and looking up at Qin Lang. They'll start recruiting after the fall, so you can start preparing for the application and exams now. As he spoke, Qin Lang took out his phone and sent her the application link. Lin Yu opened it and, as Qin Lang had said, found that she met all the requirements. Overjoyed, she looked at him with excitement written all over her face. Qin Lang gently took her hand in his and said softly, I know staying in the medical unit for so long has been a bit of a compromise for you. Now that there's a chance to work at a city hospital, and since you were only meant to be stationed here for a year anyway, why not give it a shot? With your skills and qualifications, I'm confident it won't be a problem. He then began to outline their future plans in detail. If you succeed, we can rent an apartment here. When I'm not on duty, I can come to be with you. And when you're off, you can return to the base. Later, when we have kids, they can go to school here too. Lin Yu was deeply moved by how thoroughly Qin Lang had thought everything through, even considering their future children's education. She stood up, walked over to sit beside him, and tightly held his hand. Thank you, honey. I love you. I love you too, Qin Lang replied. Both Lin Yu and Qin Lang tacitly chose to keep silent about her plans to go to the 3rd Municipal Hospital, not mentioning it to anyone. After all, life is unpredictable, and there's no need to share something unless you're absolutely certain. Meanwhile, Qin Lang's birthday was just around the corner. Last year, Lin Yu had missed it due to her negligence, and over the years, she had never given him a birthday gift. This year, she was determined to make it special. However, no matter how hard she racked her brain, Lin Yu couldn't figure out what Qin Lang liked or needed. He wasn't picky about food, nor did he have any specific hobbies or interests. She decided to subtly probe him once he got back. That night, as they lay in bed, Lin Yu turned to Qin Lang, who had his eyes closed, and asked, "Honey, what's your favorite thing?" Qin Lang opened his eyes, smiled, and replied, "You're my favorite." Lin Yu playfully hit him and said, "I'm being serious." Qin Lang pulled her into his arms and said gently, "I am serious too. You're my favorite." Sweetness filled Lin Yu's heart, but she quickly changed the subject. "If you weren't doing this job, what would you want to do?" Qin Lang thought for a moment and answered sincerely, "Nothing else. What I'm doing now is what I love the most." Lin Yu was speechless. He really was a straightforward guy, making it impossible to have a light-hearted conversation about hobbies. Realizing she wouldn't get much help from him, she decided to figure it out herself. The next day at work, Lin Yu was still lost in thought, pondering what kind of birthday gift to get for Qin Lang. She was so preoccupied that she didn't even notice the head nurse and Xiaonan entering the office. The two exchanged a glance and quietly walked up behind her. Suddenly, Xiaonan popped up in front of Lin Yu and shouted, "Dr. Lin, snap out of it." The unexpected outburst startled Lin Yu so much that she jumped out of her chair. "Oh my gosh, you scared me. When did you two get here?" she exclaimed, still recovering from the shock. Xiaonan rolled her eyes and replied, "We've been here for a while. You were just so deep in thought that you didn't notice us." The head nurse, curious, asked, "Dr. Lin, what were you thinking about so intently?" Lin Yu didn't answer the head nurse's question. Her mind wandered to something Qin Lang had mentioned a few days ago. Dan Yi had already submitted his marriage application. Now that Dan Yi had been promoted, everyone in the team respectfully addressed him as Captain Dan, while Qin Lang had become Major Qin. Thinking of this, Lin Yu turned to the head nurse and asked, "I heard Captain Dan has submitted his marriage application? When are you planning to have the wedding?" The head nurse blushed slightly and replied, "After October 1st, we're planning to have a simple ceremony at the base so everyone can join in the celebration." Xiaonan beamed with excitement. "That's perfect. Well, I'll be there to witness your special moment." Lin Yu, knowing she still had time before heading to the 3rd Municipal Hospital for her exams, figured she wouldn't leave until after the National Day holiday. Seeing the head nurse's radiant happiness, Lin Yu thought about how sweet and inseparable she and Dan Yi seemed. They must have exchanged plenty of gifts between them. Cautiously, Lin Yu asked, "Head nurse, have you decided on a wedding gift for Captain Dan?" The head nurse shook her head. "Not yet." Lin Yu pressed on, "Have you ever given him a gift before?" Before the head nurse could answer, Xiaonan eagerly chimed in, "Oh, the head nurse has given Captain Dan lots of gifts." Lin Yu's interest was piqued. "What kinds of gifts?" The head nurse didn't answer but instead gave Lin Yu a knowing look and asked curiously, "Dr. Lin, are you planning to get a gift for Major Qin?" Lin Yu's face turned red instantly. Lowering her head, she replied shyly, "Yes, his birthday is coming up." The head nurse thought for a moment and said, "When choosing a gift, it's important to consider the recipient's preferences. Most people tend to appreciate practical items." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, finding the advice reasonable. She decided that since the next day was the weekend, she could go to the city with the head nurse and Xiaonan to look for a suitable gift. "Are you two on duty tomorrow?" Lin Yu asked. When they both confirmed they weren't, she smiled. "Great. Let's go to the city tomorrow." Xiaonan nodded enthusiastically, then turned to the head nurse. "Head nurse, are you coming too?" "Of course." The head nurse replied. Lin Yu added quickly, "But don't tell Captain Dan." The head nurse laughed and nodded in understanding. The next morning, Qin Lang returned from his morning exercise to find Lin Yu setting the table for breakfast. She usually didn't wake up so early on weekends, so he walked over to the sink, washing his hands as he asked curiously, "Why are you up so early?" "It's the weekend." Lin Yu handed him a pair of chopsticks and replied, "I'm heading to the city today." Qin Lang nodded in understanding. "I'll come with you then." "What? Don't you have duty this weekend?" Lin Yu asked, surprised. "No, Dan Yes on duty," Qin Lang replied. Lin Yu panicked internally. How could she shop for his gift if he came along? "You should rest at home," she quickly said. Qin Lang looked at her questioningly. "I've already made plans with the head nurse and Xiaonan. If you come along, I will make things awkward for everyone," Lin Yu explained. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Qin Lang cleared the table while Lin Yu got ready to leave. Seeing how excited she was, he reminded her, "Drive safely, don't stay out too late, and make sure to protect yourself from the sun. I will be hot in the city." "Got it," Lin Yu replied cheerfully. The three of them met in the parking lot and headed to the city, chatting and laughing along the way. At the mall, they browsed the men's section, but Lin Yu struggled to find anything suitable. She ended up picking out a simple, understated belt, 2 summer outfits, and 2 pairs of sneakers. As they left the men's section, Shannon leaned in and whispered to Lin You, Dr. Lin, you know in novels, wives often give their husbands men's underwear as a token of commitment. It symbolizes forever yours. Really? Lin Yu asked, stunned. The head nurse, overhearing, nodded in agreement. You should get some. I'll like it. A little embarrassed, Lin Yu reluctantly entered the men's underwear section. After giving the salesperson Qin Lang's height and weight, she bought the most expensive pair without even looking at the salesperson. She rejoined the others, her face flushed, only to be met with their amused smiles. Let's go, she urged, trying to escape their teasing. Seeing her shy reaction only made them laugh harder. Lin Yu regretted listening to them and quickened her pace, determined to put the ordeal behind her. The 3 of them arrived at the women's clothing section and each picked out a few outfits. On their way to the first floor, they bought Qin Lang a pair of sunglasses, and the head nurse also bought a pair for Dan Yi. Xiao Nan, standing to the side, muttered, You two have someone to buy for you. I guess I'll just have to buy my own. The head nurse chimed in directly, Well then, you should hurry up and find someone so you can buy things for each other. I don't want to. Xiaonan pouted. Why not? You're not that young anymore. Dr. Lin was already married for years at your age, the head nurse said matter-of-factly. Hearing herself being mentioned, Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. While her relationship with Qin Lang was going well, in reality, they didn't know each other very deeply before. She still felt it was better to spend more time together before considering marriage. After all, if you knew nothing about your partner, you'd only end up hurting yourself in the long run. At the same time, she felt fortunate to have met Qin Lang. Xiaonan pouted and retorted to the head nurse, I want to enjoy my freedom for a few more years. I don't want to enter the so-called grave of marriage so soon. How can you think like that? The head nurse shook her head, looking at Xiaonan helplessly. Xiaonan playfully stuck out her tongue and then grabbed Lin Yu's hand, whining, Dr. Lin, look, the head nurse is nagging me again. Lin Yu chuckled and patted Xiaonan's shoulder, comforting her. All right, the head nurse is just concerned about you. But everyone's view on marriage is different. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Exactly. Xiaonan agreed. I don't want to be tied down. I want to live a carefree life. The head nurse tapped her lightly on the head and advised, freedom is important, but when the right person comes along, make sure to hold on to them. Yes, ma'am, Xiaonan replied cheekily. The head nurse and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, then went to buy some cooked food, meat, and vegetables before heading home. When Lin Yu got home, she found Qin Lang busy cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the door open, he turned to glance at her, quickly put down the spatula, and walked over to greet her. You're back. Qin Lang smiled as he took the bags from her hands. Tired? He asked with concern. Lin Yu shook her head with a smile. Seeing the numerous shopping bags she was carrying, Qin Lang looked a bit surprised and asked, Why did you buy so much stuff? I felt like it. What? Are you saying I spend too much money? Lin Yu teased, blinking playfully. Qin Lang immediately shook his head, responding gently, How could I? As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Lin Yu smiled and took out the clothes she had bought for Qin Lang, handing them to him. Try these on and see if they fit. Qin Lang was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Yu to buy clothes for him. Feeling touched, he said, I'll try them later. Dinner's almost ready. Let's eat first. With that, he turned back into the kitchen to continue cooking. Lin Yu nodded, placed his new clothes on the sofa, and tucked the small gift she'd bought for him into her own bag before taking it to the bedroom to put away. Feeling sticky from the heat, she grabbed some clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. When Lin Yu came out, Qin Lang was trying on the new clothes. The light blue polo shirt looked quite simple, even understated, with no eye-catching designs or embellishments. Yet on Qin Lang, it gave off a completely different vibe, one of warmth and approachability, softening his usual seriousness. As Qin Lang looked up, his eyes met Lin Yu's. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he asked softly, How do I look? Handsome. Without hesitation, Lin Yu praised, Very handsome. Soon, it was Qin Lang's birthday. Lin Yu took the afternoon off to pick up a birthday cake for him, then hurried home to prepare dinner. By the time everything was ready, Qin Lang had just returned. As soon as he walked in, the aroma of food filled the air. He saw the dining table covered with his favorite dishes, braised pork, steamed pork with rice flour, stir-fried greens, and oil-braised prawns, among others. Curious, he asked, Why so many dishes? Is today a special occasion? Hearing his question, Lin Yu shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself, he really doesn't remember his own birthday. Seeing her silence, Qin Lang looked at the table again but still couldn't figure out the reason for the feast. So he asked again, What's going on? Instead of answering, Lin Yu went into the kitchen and brought out the birthday cake. She placed it on the table, lit the candles, and smiled at Qin Lang. Happy birthday, honey. It was only then that Qin Lang realized it was his birthday. Feeling touched, he looked at Lin You and said, "Thank you, sweetheart." "Make a wish," Lin You suggested. Qin Lang nodded, clasped his hands together, and seriously made a wish. Afterward, Lin Yu prompted, "Blow out the candles." After blowing out the candles, Qin Lang walked over and hugged Lin Yu tightly. With deep emotion, he said, "So this is why you took the day off to prepare all of this." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled, nodding. "Having you in my life is the best thing. I feel so happy right now," Qin Lang said sincerely. "Honey, having you is such a blessing," Lin Yu said with a smile. Both of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Shall we eat?" "Sure." Qin Lang filled Lin Yu's bowl with various dishes, gently reminding her, "Eat more, you've worked hard all afternoon." Lin Yu had prepared an abundance of food, but even with Qin Lang's appetite, there was still plenty left over. Looking at the leftovers, Qin Lang suggested, "Next time, don't make so much. It's too much work for you. We can always eat out. It's fine. We can reheat it in the microwave for breakfast tomorrow." "All right." Qin Lang began tidying up the kitchen while Lin Yu headed to the bathroom for a shower. When Lin Yu came out, Qin Lang had just about finished cleaning up and was ready to help dry her hair. But Lin Yu stopped him, saying, "You worked up a sweat during dinner. Go take a shower first. I can handle it myself." Qin Lang gave her a meaningful glance before heading into the bathroom. When he came out, Lin Yu handed him a gift she had prepared. Qin Lang's face lit up with a smile as he took it. "A gift? For me?" "Of course. Open it and see." Qin Lang unwrapped the package and found a pair of sunglasses and a belt. He tried them on, and they fit perfectly. But when he opened another box, he looked puzzled and asked, "What's this?" Lin Yu suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to secretly stash it in his wardrobe. Avoiding his gaze, she quickly walked into the bedroom, leaving Qin Lang to figure it out on his own. Opening the box, Qin Lang realized it was a set of underwear. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. But recalling Lin Yu's earlier embarrassment, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he carried the box into the bedroom. Inside, Lin Yu was sitting at her vanity, looking visibly flustered. Qin Lang approached her, scooped her up in his arms, and placed her gently on the bed, pinning her beneath him. He cupped her face in his hands, and as Lin Yu caught sight of the playful glint in his eyes, she grew even more bashful, lowering her gaze. Qin Lang didn't mind. He lowered his head, nuzzling into her neck, and whispered softly into her ear, "Wife, thank you. I really like it." "As long as you like it," Lin Yu replied shyly. "Who taught you to buy this?" "The head nurse and Xiao Nan." "Oh, you don't like it?" "I do. I like it a lot." Qin Lang chuckled. "Why are you laughing?" Lin Yu asked, confused. Qin Lang didn't answer. Instead, he leaned in and captured her lips with his own. Their evening was just beginning. In Qin Lang's office, several public security officers, prosecutors, Captain Zhou, and a few military officers were seated. They were clearly discussing confidential matters. Finally, one of the military officers looked at Qin Lang, who was deep in thought, and spoke again. "Comrade Qin Lang, do you need more time to consider?" Qin Lang stood up, saluted, and firmly replied, "I will complete the mission without fail." After the others left, only Qin Lang and Captain Zhou remained in the room. Captain Zhou was the first to speak. "Qin Lang, think this through carefully. This isn't something that can be accomplished in a few months, it could take years, and it's full of danger and challenges." Seeing Qin Lang remain silent with a contemplative expression, Captain Zhou spoke again. "Qin Lang, let me take this on instead. They haven't gone far yet." Qin Lang shook his head and explained, "The team depends on you for many things, and your age isn't suitable for this mission. Besides, Dan Yi has become very capable of leading field operations. There's little chance of issues arising. In the most suitable person for this task." Captain Zhou knew Qin Lang's analysis was correct, but he couldn't help but think about how unfair this was to Dr. Lin. He voiced his concern, "But what about Dr. Lin?" Qin Lang's gaze dropped, concealing the pain in his eyes. He stood up, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. He didn't say anything more but stared blankly in the direction of the medical team. Captain Zhou walked over, patted Qin Lang on the shoulder, lit a cigarette of his own, and said, "This is the nature of our profession. In our line of work, we serve the country but often fail our loved ones. If we prioritize our families, we end up failing the nation and its people. Throughout history, countless soldiers have sacrificed their lives for the country. They've been unable to fulfill their filial duties to their parents or take care of their wives and children. No one can have it all." Qin Lang extinguished his cigarette, turned to Captain Zhou, and shared Lin Yu's recent plans. She was planning to start working at the 3rd Municipal Hospital here after the autumn transfer. "But now that's impossible." Captain Zhou nodded in understanding. Qin Lang continued with a request. "Captain Zhou, no matter what happens in the future after I leave, please contact my parents immediately and have them come stay with her for a while." "Should Dr. Lin be sent back to City C?" Captain Zhou asked. "She wouldn't want to go back. Let my mom come here to stay with her for some time, Qin Lang replied. Captain Zhou gave him a solemn promise, don't worry. I'll make sure it happens. Then he asked, who do you plan to take with you? Luli? He's recovered well now. Qin Lang shook his head and revealed his plan, Yongpan. Why Yongpan? Qin Lang sighed, sat back in his chair and explained, Luli is Lin Yu's cousin. Let him stay here to take care of her. Qin Lang understood that taking Luli would be the best choice, as he was the sharpest mind in the entire base. But if something happened to the both of them, how could Lin Yu bear it? By leaving Luli behind, at least he could be there for her and support her emotionally until her parents arrived. If there were any other way, how could he bear to let her face everything alone? But there wasn't any other option. All he could do was ensure his own safety and wait for the day they could be reunited. Captain Zhou instructed Qin Lang, take the next couple of days to rest and spend some good time with Dr. Lin. Understood. I'll call Yongpan over this afternoon. We'll discuss further plans on Monday. Alright. When Qin Lang returned home, Lin Yu hadn't arrived yet. He went into the kitchen to prepare some of her favorite dishes for dinner. When Lin Yu got home, she saw Qin Lang busy in the kitchen. She put down her keys and asked curiously, why are you home so early today? There wasn't much going on at the base, so I came back early, Qin Lang replied. Then tomorrow's the weekend. Does that mean you'll have some time off? Lin Yu asked. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. As he brought the dishes to the table, he asked Lin Yu, why are you back so late today? A patient with a leg injury came in right before I left work, so I got delayed, she explained. Then she mentioned something she'd heard from head nurse Deng. The head nurse said there's been a sudden situation at the base, so her wedding with Dan Yi has been postponed. She looked at Qin Lang with curiosity. Is there some kind of emergency at the base? Qin Lang wiped his hands, put an arm around her shoulder, and led her to the table. He calmly replied, no emergencies, just a lot going on recently. Lin Yu sat down and looked at him with concern. Does that mean you'll be really busy again? Qin Lang placed a bowl of soup in front of her and explained, the team is recruiting new members, and Dan Yi will likely be preparing for training exercises during the National Day holidays. That's why their wedding has been postponed. Lin Yu still found it odd, but isn't it usually you who handles that? Are you staying at the base this year? Qin Lang hadn't expected her to ask that. He nodded, confirming her suspicion. Lin Yu's smile widened. She was clearly happy. Last year, Qin Lang had been away for over 3 months. This year, that wouldn't happen. Qin Lang noticed her good mood and didn't want to spoil it. He focused on eating quietly, but Lin Yu sensed something unusual. Normally, when she was happy, Qin Lang would share in her joy. Today, however, he seemed reserved. Plus, it was odd for him to come home so early. Something wasn't adding up. As Qin Lang looked up, he caught Lin Yu deep in thought. He placed a piece of meat on her plate and urged her to continue eating. Seeing her still uneasy, he reassured her, don't worry. It's nothing serious. I'm just busy with other things, so I asked Dan Yi to take over. Hearing this, Lin Yu finally relaxed and placed a shrimp on Qin Lang's plate in return. Seeing her smile again, Qin Lang asked, tomorrow's the weekend. Do you have to work? Lin Yu shook her head, no, I'm off. Then let's go out tomorrow, Qin Lang suggested immediately. Lin Yu shook her head again, why go out? Isn't it nice to stay at home? I just went out last weekend. Qin Lang laughed and explained, of course staying home is nice. But since you've been here, you haven't explored much of the area. There's a great summer resort nearby. Didn't you always say you wanted the two of us to go out and have some fun? Tomorrow's the perfect chance, and Monday we'll both be busy again. Lin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Qin Lang today, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. He seemed to have a lot on his mind, yet his face showed eagerness. Not wanting to disappoint him, she nodded in agreement. Qin Lang's face lit up with happiness. Lin Yu smiled and added, don't pick a place too far or too hot. I don't want to walk too much. Got it. I'll make sure it's cool and comfortable. And if you don't want to walk, I'll carry you, Qin Lang said with a grin. The next day, Qin Lang drove Lin Yu to a scenic and tranquil mountain resort. The resort covered a vast area, with lush green trees providing ample shade. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness that made the summer heat seem distant. Within the resort, a winding river flowed gracefully, its crystal-clear waters originating from the distant mountains. The surface of the river shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a mesmerizing brilliance. Tall, stately poplar trees lined both sides of the riverbank, while smooth rocks adorned the edges of the water. Unable to resist, Lin Yu took off her shoes and stepped barefoot into the cool river. The water reached her ankles, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. As she felt the refreshing touch of the river, her heart filled with joy. Memories from her childhood surfaced. Her parents had once taken her to her grandfather's hometown, where a river just like this one flowed. If not for knowing where they were, she might have thought she had traveled back to that cherished place in her mind. Later in life, Qin Lang's parents often took her on outings, but she never again encountered such a serene spot. Qin Lang stood by the riverbank, engaged in conversation with a gentle and graceful woman. From time to time, he glanced at Lin You, his eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. The woman remarked to Qin Lang, "She's very beautiful and pure." Qin Lang looked at Lin Yu again, nodding as he replied, "Yes, she is." Seeing how much Lin Yu loved this place, he turned to the woman and said, "I'd like to stay here for a night. Could you arrange a room for us?" The woman agreed with a smile, "Of course." "Thank you," Qin Lang responded. Around them, many families had brought their children to play in the river for the weekend. The children laughed and splashed about in the clear water, their innocent joy lighting up the atmosphere. The water was so transparent that the fish swimming within were clearly visible. Some kids had even brought tools to try catching the little fish. Watching the children's pure smiles and playful antics, Lin Yu couldn't help but imagine the future. If she had children of her own one day, she would surely bring them to places like this, so they could experience the beauty of nature in its purest form. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze fixed on the children, Qin Lang assumed she might find the noise bothersome. Walking over, he softly asked, "What's wrong? Is it too noisy?" Lin Yu shook her head with a smile. "No, just look at how adorable they are." Qin Lang chuckled and asked again, "Do you like them?" She nodded. "We'll have our own someday too," he said. Lin Yu blushed and nodded shyly. "Come on, let's go eat," Qin Lang said, taking her hand and leading her out of the river. After their meal, Qin Lang brought Lin Yu to a room. He gently lifted her in his arms and placed her on the bed, carefully removing her shoes and socks. Taking off his own shoes, he lay beside her, turned over, and embraced her. In a soft voice he asked, "Are you tired? Do you want to take a nap?" Lin Yu replied, "I'm fine." She nestled her head against his chest and gently asked, "Who was the woman you were talking to earlier today?" Qin Lang sighed and calmly explained, "She's the wife of one of my comrades." Lin Yu nodded slightly, lifting her head to look at him with curiosity. "Why didn't I see your comrade?" she asked softly. A trace of sorrow flickered in Qin Lang's eyes. After a brief pause, he replied, "He sacrificed his life during a mission a few years ago." Lin Yu felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this, immediately understanding the reason behind Qin Lang's somber mood. Though worries of her own began to surface, fears of facing a similar fate one day, she chose to remain strong. She gently stroked his chest, hoping to provide him some comfort. Qin Lang held her hand tightly against his chest. Lin Yu continued, "So, the resort is managed and run by her alone?" Qin Lang nodded. "Yes, she built it from the ground up," he said softly. Lin Yu was deeply moved and couldn't help but admire. "She's so strong." Qin Lang stroked her hair, sensing her underlying fears. "Don't overthink it. Get some rest," he said tenderly. Lin Yu murmured, her breathing soon steadying as she drifted off to sleep. Qin Lang watched her sleeping face, as if wanting to etch her image into his memory and heart forever. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, silently whispering countless apologies in his heart. "I'm sorry, my love. I have no other choice." In her sleep, Lin Yu seemed to sense the sadness emanating from Qin Lang. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open. She immediately noticed the fleeting trace of melancholy on his otherwise calm face. Though it disappeared almost instantly, it was enough for her to catch. Surprised by her sudden awakening, Qin Lang asked nervously, "Did I wake you?" "No," Lin Yu replied, her brows furrowing. "Qin Lang, is something wrong? You seem different." Qin Lang quickly shook his head. "No, nothing's wrong," he insisted. "Then why do I feel like you're hiding something?" she pressed. "You're overthinking it," Qin Lang replied with feigned calmness. "There's really nothing." "Oh, okay," Lin Yu said reluctantly, sensing his unwillingness to share and deciding not to push further. "Do you want to sleep a bit more?" Qin Lang asked softly. Lin Yu closed her eyes again but couldn't fall back asleep. She shifted in his arms, opened her eyes once more and said, "I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go home." "Huh? Why?" Qin Lang asked, sitting up as Lin Yu did the same. She ruffled her hair in frustration. Concerned, Qin Lang asked, "What's wrong?" "I can't sleep," she admitted. Qin Lang knew the true reason behind her restlessness but couldn't reveal it. He held her close, gently coaxing her, "My love, I understand your worries and fears. That's why I'm always extra careful during missions, ensuring I come back safe every time. I know you're waiting for me at home, so please don't worry too much, okay?" Lin Yu looked up into his dark eyes, her voice filled with emotion. "Qin Lang, promise me you'll always come back alive." "I promise," he said, burying his face in her neck. Lin Yu added playfully, "If you don't, I'll just find another husband and forget all about you." Qin Lang slowly lifted his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Her angry, wide-eyed expression was unexpectedly endearing, making her look especially cute. Though her words stung, her beautiful face softened their impact, turning them into something almost amusing. Seeing that he wasn't taking her seriously, Lin Yu puffed up her cheeks in mock anger. "I mean it," she declared. "Yes, you're absolutely serious," Qin Lang teased with a chuckle. I am, she insisted. Qin Lang gazed at her with unwavering sincerity. I promise I'll take care of myself and never give you the chance to replace me, he said earnestly. Lin Yu finally felt reassured by his words. Neither wanted to linger on the topic any longer. Sitting up, Qin Lang turned to her and said, the woman you met earlier, her name is Zhang Qing. Let's get up and go find her for dinner. When Lin Yu remained lying on the bed, unmoving, Qin Lang playfully pinched her delicate nose. By the way, when you see her, remember to call her sister-in-law, okay? Lin Yu rolled her eyes internally. Of course she knew that much. I know, she replied with a hint of exasperation. Good. My Lin Yu is always so thoughtful, Qin Lang said with a grin. Now, are you ready to get up? Carry me, she demanded. All right, he agreed with a smile. Qin Lang, Lin Yu, and Zhang Qing sat in the courtyard, listening to the constant chirping of cicadas and gazing at the star-filled sky. They chatted casually, though it was mostly Zhang Qing and Lin Yu talking while Qin Lang listened, occasionally chiming in with a word or two. At some point, Qin Lang left quietly and returned with a summer shawl in hand. Gently, he draped it over Lin Yu's shoulders. She looked up at him in surprise. It's chilly in the mountains at night, and there are mosquitoes. Your skin is delicate, so take care, he said softly. Lin Yu nodded. Zhang Qing observed Qin Lang's thoughtful gesture with a tinge of envy in her eyes. Lin Yu noticed Zhang Qing's melancholy but knew some matters were better left unspoken, as bringing them up would only reopen old wounds. Instead, she turned to Qin Lang and said, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Let's head to bed. All right, Qin Lang replied. The two bid Zhang Qing good night and returned to their room. Zhang Qing didn't look back at their retreating figures. Instead, she tilted her head to the starry sky, silently processing her emotions. Back in their room, Lin Yu went to freshen up and bathe, while Qin Lang sat on the bed, lost in thought. When Lin Yu emerged, Qin Lang instinctively took the towel from her hands and expertly dried her hair before gently placing her on the bed. Then, he turned and went into the bathroom. By the time he came out, Lin Yu was already fast asleep. The next morning, the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing outside the window disturbed the couple's slumber. Lin Yu burrowed herself deeper into Qin Lang's arms, trying to block out the noise. Qin Lang covered her ears with his hands, and soon she drifted back to sleep. However, sleep eluded Qin Lang, who lay awake, staring at the ceiling. By the time they emerged for breakfast, the sun was already high in the sky. Are we staying here a bit longer today? Lin Yu asked as they ate. Let's head home, Qin Lang suggested. The two found Zhang Qing to bid her farewell. Qingjia, we'll meet again soon, Lin Yu said warmly. You better come visit often, Yu, Zhang Qing replied with a smile. Of course, Lin Yu promised. On the way back, Qin Lang turned to Lin Yu with a question. Why did you change how you address her? Calling her sister-in-law doesn't feel right anymore, Lin Yu explained. She's no longer in the military, and she's still young. She can't spend the rest of her life alone. If we keep calling her that, how will she ever move on? If someone has feelings for her, they might hesitate to confess because of it. Qin Lang remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. He knew Lin Yu was right, but his heart ached for his late brother and for Zhang Qing's uncertain future. He worried about what lay ahead for her. For now, her world revolved around him. But what about later? Would she find someone new to love? The thought tightened his chest, making it hard to breathe. Yet he suppressed his feelings, not wanting to burden Lin Yu. He kept walking forward, his expression calm. Lin Yu didn't notice his emotional struggle and continued. Qin Lang, do you believe in souls? Qin Lang took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and replied, I do. I do too, Lin Yu said softly. I think there's a soul connection between family members. Like the night my father's body was brought back, my mother stayed up all night, saying he was speaking to her. She even told me the brightest star in the sky was him. She wanted me to listen, but I couldn't hear anything, nor could I see the star she mentioned. If she hadn't had that belief, she might have followed him that very night. So, I think soul connections are real. As she finished, Lin Yu turned her head to look out the window, hiding the tears welling up in her eyes. Qin Lang, however, understood her feelings perfectly. He reached out and gently patted her head. Everyone has their own path in life. Fate is something we choose for ourselves. Whether it's your mother or Zhang Qing, their choices are valid. No one else can truly understand or judge them. Lin Yu wiped away her tears and nodded. You're right. Qin Lang, who had once been skeptical of the concept of souls, now found himself willing to believe. If a soul could serve as a source of comfort, then no matter where his body might be in the future, his soul would always find its way to her, watching over her and ensuring her happiness. But he couldn't say these thoughts aloud, not now. It would only add to her worries. After parking the car, the two walked toward their apartment building. As they neared the entrance, they saw Luli pacing back and forth, arms crossed, his expression anxious. Qin Lang and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, both feeling a hint of curiosity, and quickened their pace toward him. Luli, what's wrong? Is something urgent? Qin Lang asked as he approached. Luli looked up, his gaze shifting between Qin Lang and Lin Yu. He seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Then, shaking his head, his eyes settled on Lin Yu. In that moment, the anxiety on Luli's face vanished, replaced by a relaxed, cheerful demeanor. He walked up to Lin Yu with a smile. Actually, I just wanted to invite you both to a meal. I've been waiting here so long that I couldn't help but get a little impatient. Where did you two go? As they headed upstairs, Lin Yu recounted the past couple of days to him. Luli, after hearing this, closed the door, walked into the room, and sat on the couch, complaining, "Such a great place, and you guys went without me? Didn't even think about your little brother? How could you do this?" Qin Lang, busy organizing the things he brought back, walked over and gave him a light knock on the head, saying irritably, "Why would we take you? To be a third wheel? Look at him, sis." Luli turned to Lin Yu with mock indignation. Not only did they leave me out, but now he has this attitude. Lin Yu was just about to comfort him when Qin Lang cut in again, clearly unimpressed. "We didn't take you. So what? If you're jealous, go find someone yourself." Luli suddenly shot up from the couch, glaring at Qin Lang. "With all the work at the station every day, where would I find the time? You think everyone has your kind of luck tricking my sister into marrying you when she was too young to know any better? If I had met her first, who knows who her husband would be now?" Hearing this, Lin Yu was left speechless. She could only silently pray that Luli would find a way out of this situation himself. Sure enough, Qin Lang's eyes flared with anger as he glared at Luli, snapping back with his usual sharp tongue. "Well, that's just bad luck for you. You didn't meet someone you liked when you were young. No wonder you're still single. And for the record, your brother-in-law will always be me." Luli rolled his eyes dramatically at him and marched over to Lin Yu, tugging at her arm. "Sis, look at him. He's so smug after getting what he wanted." Lin Yu gently patted his hand, signaling him to let it go. However, seeing that Lin Yu still sided with Qin Lang, Luli made a bold request. "Sis, why don't you introduce me to someone?" What started as a spur-of-the-moment comment unexpectedly made Lin Yu pause and seriously consider. "How about Xiaobei? I think you two would be a good match." Luli immediately exclaimed in disbelief. "Sis, what are you even thinking?" Qin Lang chimed in with a teasing grin. "Actually, that's not a bad idea." "No way." Luli shouted in protest. Seeing his over-the-top reaction, the couple couldn't help but burst into laughter. Frustrated that they were still laughing, Luli flopped onto the couch and refused to move. Lin Yu walked over and softly said, "All right, don't be mad anymore. We know it's impossible, we're just teasing you. If I do find someone suitable someday, I'll introduce them to you. For now, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Luli thought about it seriously before replying, "Sweet and sour ribs, braised prawns, and stir-fried pork with green peppers." "Got it," Lin Yu nodded. Qin Lang gave Luli a light kick and added, "If you want to eat, then get up and help. Don't just lie there." Then he turned to Lin Yu. "Don't mind him. He's just pretending. You go rest, we'll handle the cooking. We'll call you when it's ready." "Yeah, sis, just take a break," Luli chimed in. The gloom that had lingered between the couple earlier seemed to vanish entirely with Luli's arrival. After dinner, Luli left, and Qin Lang volunteered to wash the dishes. Lin Yu stood quietly at the kitchen door, watching his skilled movements. When Qin Lang finished, he turned and saw Lin Yu standing there. He picked up a cloth to wipe his hands, smiled, and walked over to her, gently wrapping an arm around her shoulders as they walked. "What's up? Why are you staring at me like that?" he asked. Lin Yu wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's waist, resting her head against his chest, and softly said, "I feel like you're getting better and better, and I can't imagine being without you anymore." Qin Lang's heart felt a pang of bitterness as he held her tightly, unable to say a word. Lin Yu noticed how tightly he was hugging her, to the point where she felt she could hardly breathe. Instinctively, she tried to wriggle free but found she couldn't move at all. Helpless, she lightly pushed him and softly said, "Qin Lang, you're holding me too tight. I can barely breathe." Qin Lang didn't respond. Instead, he picked her up and carried her into the bedroom. He gently laid her on the bed and leaned over her. He began by placing a soft kiss on her forehead, then moved to her brows, her nose, and finally lingered on her lips, kissing her repeatedly. Lin Yu closed her eyes, quietly savoring the rare tenderness, her hands naturally resting on the back of his neck as she started to reciprocate his affection. As time went on, Qin Lang's actions became less gentle and more intense, as if he wanted to merge her entirely into himself. Unknowingly, their clothes had already scattered onto the floor. Lying on the bed, their hands intertwined tightly, each yearning to become one with the other. The room was filled with the sound of their heavy breathing and soft gasps, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. Afterward, Lin Yu lay on Qin Lang's chest, catching her breath and listening to his strong, steady heartbeat, which gave her a sense of immense security. Qin Lang gently caressed her smooth skin, his gaze filled with deep affection. Yet, Despite the physical fulfillment, a sense of emptiness lingered in his heart. He wanted to tell her everything, to urge her to stay strong, to ask her to return to City and be with her parents, to assure her he would come back safely, and to tell her to wait for him. But he couldn't say any of it. The army's strict discipline prevented him from revealing the truth, even to his own father. 1,000 words swirled in his mind, but all he could manage was the most heartfelt confession, "I love you, my wife." Lin You, utterly exhausted, softly responded. Qin Lang didn't hear the answer he longed for. He slyly slid a hand to her waist and began to lightly tickle her sensitive spot. Lin Yu immediately squirmed, trying to escape his teasing touch. Her face flushed, and her breathing quickened. Qin Lang, however, had no intention of letting her off so easily and continued to playfully tease her. Lin Yu, desperate to evade his touch, moved restlessly against him. Her movement sent a shiver through Qin Lang, and he could no longer resist. He flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, and began a new round of tender caresses. This time, his actions were slow and gentle, each touch filled with care and love, making Lin Yu feel deeply cherished. When it all came to a halt, Lin Yu was utterly drained of energy. Even in the end, it was Qin Lang who carried her to the bathroom to bathe her. Afterward, he carefully dried her hair and gave her a gentle massage. Seeing that Lin Yu had fallen into a deep sleep, Qin Lang quietly stopped his actions, turned off the lights, and climbed into bed with caution, afraid of waking her. He held her tightly in his arms, feeling her soft body and listening to her steady breathing. His emotions were a mix of love and worry, leaving him sleepless. In the darkness, Qin Lang thought to himself, "She belongs to me alone. No matter who I entrust her to, I could never feel at ease. If one day I'm no longer here, I can't bear the thought of her marrying someone else. Just imagining her with another man makes my heart ache unbearably. I must ensure she becomes pregnant soon. That way, even if I'm gone, she'll have our child to keep her company. I'm certain she won't choose the same path her mother did. Call it selfishness or irresponsibility, but I can't accept the idea of her becoming someone else's wife. Our family has no lack of money, and my parents will take good care of her and the child, ensuring she never suffers. I'll complete my mission as quickly as possible and return to them." Unbeknownst to him, tears had already rolled down his resolute, handsome face. They were tears of deep attachment and reluctance for Lin Yu. In the darkness, Qin Lang gently lowered his head and kissed her forehead, whispering a promise. "You, no matter what happens, you must live well and wait for me to come back." The next morning, when Lin Yu opened her eyes, Qin Lang was no longer in bed. She figured he had gone out for his morning exercise. After putting on some clothes, she walked into the living room and saw the balcony already lined with yesterday's laundry. Her lips curled into a small smile as she headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When she finished and set the food on the table, Qin Lang returned. "You're back. Wash your hands and come eat," Lin Yu said softly. Qin Lang, seeing her refreshed and radiant appearance, walked over, gave her a quick kiss on the corner of her lips and smiled. "Good morning, my wife." Lin Yu blushed and lowered her head shyly, urging him once again to wash his hands and eat. In the days that followed, just as Qin Lang had said, he was incredibly busy, often coming home late. No matter how late it was, whether Lin Yu was asleep or not, he would always kiss her awake and pull her into his embrace. Tonight, however, Lin Yu was utterly exhausted. Seeing Qin Lang approaching her again, she refused outright. "No, aren't you tired? Look at your dark circles. Aren't you afraid of overexerting yourself? It's not good for your health." She gently touched the area under his eyes and spoke softly. Qin Lang chuckled, grabbing her hand and kissing it. He noticed her own dark circles and realized they had been overdoing it lately. Still, with their time together growing increasingly scarce, he couldn't help but want to be close to her whenever she was by his side. He leaned down and kissed her forehead softly. "I love you, my wife. No matter what happens, please trust me." Lin Yu nodded. "I love you too, my husband." Today was the day Lin Yu had her exam at the Third City Hospital. Qin Lang drove her there, and since Luli wasn't on duty, he tagged along. On the way, Luli exchanged a glance with Qin Lang before speaking up first. "Sis, do you really have to take this job?" Lin Yu was puzzled by his sudden question. Why wouldn't she work? Was she supposed to just stay home and do nothing all day? Luli pressed further. "Sis, do you have any other hobbies?" "Hobbies?" Lin Yu thought for a moment. She had always been tone-deaf, uncoordinated, and had no sense of color matching. She didn't really have any hobbies. Even when Qin's mother first met her, she assumed Lin Yu was talented in singing and dancing. The only skill she could somewhat show off was calligraphy, which she had learned from her grandfather as a child. But even that was just the basics, not enough to be considered proficient. It seemed like the only thing she was truly interested in was medicine. When she first joined the Qin family, Qin's mother was always working overtime. Sometimes she would come home late and still study for exams or prepare lessons, and Lin Yu would occasionally keep her company. Once, when Qin's mother forgot her notebook, Lin Yu brought it to her and ended up sitting in the corner of the classroom during her lecture. She realized the material wasn't as complicated as people made it out to be, actually seemed simple and clear. From that day on, Qin's mother noticed her talent for medicine and began to nurture it intentionally. When Lu Li didn't hear her respond, he asked again, "Sis, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you answering me?" Lin Yu shook her head and started sharing some embarrassing childhood stories about how her mother had signed her up for art classes. The three of them burst out laughing. After hearing her stories, Lu Li candidly commented, "Sis, it's not your fault, our family just doesn't have an artistic gene." Lin Yu chuckled and asked, "Why did you suddenly bring this up?" Lu Li glanced at Qin Lang before replying, "I just feel like being a doctor is too exhausting. Sure, working in our medical team isn't great for your professional growth, but at least it's more laid back. Hospital work is tiring, and overtime is the norm. The Qin family doesn't lack money, and neither does the Lu family. Why push yourself so hard?" Lin Yu didn't respond but glanced at Qin Lang, noticing he had no intention of speaking up. She immediately realized this was something Qin Lang had put Lu Li up to. A few days ago, he had said something similar himself. She couldn't figure out why he had suddenly changed his mind and didn't want her to go to the third city hospital. She understood they didn't want her to overwork herself, but ever since she saw Senior Wang's skilled surgical techniques, she had felt a restless desire to improve and refused to settle for her current state. Lu Li's voice interrupted her thoughts again. "I just think it's unnecessary. My brother-in-law is already busy enough, do you need to be that busy too? Besides, this isn't C-City. Hospital politics are complicated, and without Aunt Song looking out for you, I'll be hard to navigate. I think you should just do something you enjoy." Lin Yu thought about it carefully and decided she couldn't give up on her years-long dream so easily. She wanted to at least give it a try. She reminded the two of them, "Aren't you guys overthinking this? Today is just the written exam. There's still the interview and probation period. If the probation is too exhausting, I won't take the job." Qin Lang nodded and said, "You're right. You should at least give it a shot." Lu Li glared at Qin Lang's back from the rear seat. "Great, you got to say the nice words and play the good guy, leaving me to be the bad one. Next time don't ask me for help. I'll make sure to get even." When Lin Yu went inside to take her exam, Lu Li and Qin Lang stayed in the car. Lu Li grumbled, "You're shameless. You made me say all that, and now you're the good guy." Qin Lang glanced back at him, lit a cigarette, rolled down all the windows, and started smoking without a word. Seeing his troubled expression, Lu Li sighed and let it go. When Lin Yu came out, Qin Lang immediately got out of the car to greet her, wrapping an arm around her as they walked back to the car. He opened the door for her, and she got in. Lu Li quickly asked, "Sis, how did it go? You must have done great, right?" "It was okay," she replied. The three of them grabbed lunch together, went shopping, and bought quite a few things before returning to their base. In the days that followed, Qin Lang became busy again, while Lin Yu continued her routine of going back and forth between the medical team and the family quarters. Work at the medical team wasn't too demanding lately, giving her more time to chat with Xiaonan and the others. Lin Yu felt that she would eventually leave this place and began to cherish her time with everyone even more. Meanwhile, Yang Pan stood by the window, gazing at his comrades training on the field, his expression full of melancholy. Qin Lang sat in a chair, smoking and staring at Yang Pan's back, his face equally pensive. Finally he sighed and asked, "Are you ready?" Yang Pan turned around, saluted Qin Lang, and replied firmly, "Always ready." Qin Lang stood up and returned the salute. The two of them walked together into the captain's office. That evening, Lin Yu had prepared dinner and was waiting for Qin Lang to come home. But no matter how long she waited, he didn't show up. Just as she picked up her chopsticks to eat alone, there was a knock at the door. She hurried to open it, wondering who it could be. Qin Lang had his own key. To her surprise, it was Dan Yi. "Dan Yi? Why are you here?" she asked, puzzled. "Sis, the captain and the others are still in a meeting and won't be back for a while. He asked me to let you know that he won't be coming home tonight." Lin Yu found it strange and blurted out, "Did something happen? I'm not sure about the details. Sis, I have to go now. See you later." "Alright, see you," Lin Yu replied, though she couldn't shake the feeling that something urgent was going on. However, since they were at the base, she figured it couldn't be anything too serious. Without Qin Lang's company, Lin Yu barely ate dinner. People are creatures of habit. Once you grow accustomed to something, it's hard to adjust when it's gone. The same was true for Qin Lang and Lin Yu. They had grown so used to each other's presence that when one was absent, everything felt off. After dinner, Lin Yu took a shower and lay in bed, but she couldn't fall asleep. Her mind kept conjuring up all sorts of worst-case scenarios. One moment, she worried about Qin Lang being in danger. The next, she reassured herself that someone as capable as him would be fine. She tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning before finally dozing off. Even in her dreams, she felt restless. She dreamt of her parents, her uncle and aunt, the Qin family, and the people at the base, but Qin Lang was nowhere to be seen. She frowned in her sleep and murmured, Qin Lang, where are you? But he never appeared. Startled, she woke up and sat upright, realizing it had all been a dream. She glanced at the untouched side of the bed, confirming that Qin Lang hadn't come home all night. Looking at the clock on the wall, she saw it was only 5 a.m. Leaning against the headboard, she tried to calm her breathing. Feeling sticky from a cold sweat, she decided to get up and take another shower since she couldn't fall back asleep anyway. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she heard the sound of the door unlocking. Seeing Qin Lang return, Lin Yu hurriedly ran to him, throwing her arms around him and pressing her cheek against his chest to feel his heartbeat. Qin Lang gently patted her back and softly asked, "Why are you up so early?" In his embrace, Lin Yu replied, "I dreamt that you disappeared." Qin Lang's heart sank, wondering if she had truly sensed something. Lowering his head, he kissed her hair and comforted her. "How could I disappear? I'm right here in front of you, aren't I? Was it because I didn't come back last night, and you got too worried?" Lin Yu nodded in his arms. Qin Lang continued explaining, "There were some issues at the base last night, but they've been resolved now. Everything's fine." He gently lifted Lin Yu's face, only to find her cheeks stained with tears. His heart clenched and his words became flustered. It's okay. Why are you crying?" "I'm back now." But Lin Yu's tears wouldn't stop, no matter how much Qin Lang tried to console her. Finally, he resorted to saying, "Honey, I'm starving. Do we have any food at home?" Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly held back her sobs, wiped away her tears, and said, "Yes, I'll go heat it up for you. You should go wash up first. You reek of sweat." Qin Lang leaned close to her ear and teased, "Oh, now you're complaining? Weren't you the one holding on to me so tightly earlier?" "I was just worried about you," she replied. "All right, then. Thank you, honey. I'll go take a quick shower." When Qin Lang came out, Lin Yu had just finished reheating the food. Seeing that she had composed herself, he took her hand and said, You'll be taking on fewer missions recently, so I'll have more time to spend with you. While I'm here, you don't need to be strong. Cry if you want to, laugh if you want to, just be yourself." Lin Yu nodded, and Qin Lang continued, "When I'm away, find something you enjoy doing. You can chat with Sister Zhou, Mom, or Luli, keep yourself distracted." Lin Yu nodded again. Before coming to the base, she had always been strong, but now, with someone to care about, she found herself worrying more. Watching Qin Lang eat heartily, Lin Yu also ate quite a bit. After the meal, Lin Yu sat at the dining table, her gaze lowered. She softly asked Qin Lang, "Am I too fragile?" Qin Lang got up, walked over to her, and wrapped her tightly in his arms. In a gentle voice, he reassured her, "Of course not. To me, you've always been amazing. It's just that Mom and I have been protecting you too well. It's not your fault." He sighed softly and continued, "We've always wanted to shield you, but we overlooked the fact that when we're not around, you still have to face everything on your own. You've been strong when I'm not here. It's my job that prevents me from sharing everything with you, and it's my fault for making you worry." Lin Yu lifted her head slightly, her eyes flashing with determination. With a resolute tone, she said, "Don't say that, darling. I understand. This is your mission. I've never expected you to put me first in everything, nor have I ever resented your job. I just want you to come back safely every time." Qin Lang nodded with relief, gently stroking her hair. "All right, I promise." After a while, Lin Yu softly asked, "Do you want to rest for a bit?" Qin Lang nodded, his voice tinged with exhaustion. "Yeah, I'm a little tired. Will you nap with me?" "No, I have work to do. You rest on your own. You didn't sleep well last night either. Sleep a bit longer. I'll call Captain Song and ask for time off for you." "That's not right. I'll just swap shifts." "All right." With each other's company, they both slept soundly. Though Lin Yu didn't work during the day, she had to return to the medical unit for her night shift. Meanwhile, Qin Lang still had tasks to handle. Yet, to Lin Yu's surprise, Qin Lang insisted on escorting her to the medical unit. "Don't you have things to take care of? Why are you insisting on taking me?" she asked, puzzled. Qin Lang smiled faintly. "I can handle it later. It's the same." Lin Yu hesitated. "But?" "No buts. Let's go," Qin Lang interrupted, taking her hand and walking toward the medical unit. All the way, Qin Lang held her hand tightly, as if afraid she might vanish suddenly. Lin Yu felt the sweat in his palm and stopped to face him, asking softly, "Qin Lang, are you nervous or scared?" "No, it's just hot," he replied, his gaze steady and his tone firm. Looking into his calm eyes, Lin Yu started to wonder if she was overthinking. At the entrance of the medical unit, Qin Lang stopped and gave her a tight hug, kissing her cheek. "Go on, work hard. You should get busy too," she replied. "Yu, I love you." "I know." Seeing him still standing there, she stepped forward to hug him again. "I love you too." "All right, go on." Qin Lang remained at the door, watching until she disappeared from view. Only then did he turn around and walk away with heavy, reluctant steps. Inside the clinic, Dr. Liu handed over her shift to Lin Yu and then left. Alone in the room, Lin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with Qin Lang, as if something was about to happen. Her thoughts were chaotic, and she stood up, sat down, then stood up again. Finally, she walked to the nurse's station to chat with Xiao Nan and Xiao Bei to distract herself. The two were busy reviewing medical orders. Seeing Lin Yu approach, Xiao Bei quickly fetched a chair for her. Lin Yu waved her hand, signaling them to continue their work and not mind her. Once they finished, Xiao Nan pulled out a watermelon, and the three of them went to the break room to eat and chat. Dr. Lin, is the watermelon sweet? Xiao Nan asked. Sweet, Lin Yu replied. Xiao Nan and Xiao Bei exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Lin Yu looked at them puzzled. What's so funny? Clearing her throat, Xiao Nan teased. Not as sweet as you and Colonel Qin, I bet? Huh. Lin Yu still didn't catch on. Xiao Bei wiped her hands, leaned in, and whispered in her ear. We saw Colonel Qin visit you this afternoon. You even shared a sweet hug. She then pretended to shiver dramatically. So sweet, sweeter than watermelon, right? This time, Lin Yu didn't blush like before. Instead, she looked at the two of them and said, sweeter than watermelon. Xiao Nan and Xiao Bei simultaneously dragged out an oath, grinning mischievously. Lin Yu shook her head helplessly and countered, how about I introduce you two to someone? They immediately shook their heads. No thanks. Why not? We like how things are now, just taking care of ourselves and not worrying about anyone else. Lin Yu was about to say more when an urgent assembly call rang out outside. The three of them quickly set aside their watermelon and rushed out of the medical unit. Sure enough, a military helicopter was parked on the training ground. The team members swiftly geared up and began boarding the aircraft. Lin Yu's heart leapt into her throat as she instantly understood Qin Lang's unusual behavior that afternoon. Silently, she prayed for his safe return. Without realizing it, Qin Lang had been gone for over a month. During this time, Lin Yu received an interview notice from the Third City Hospital, and just yesterday she was informed that she had passed the interview. They even asked when she could start working. Since Qin Lang hadn't returned yet, all she could do was ask them to wait a little longer, though she had no idea how long that might be. Over the past month, she occasionally thought about what Lu Li had said that day. It made some sense. Lately, her heart felt empty, like something was about to happen. Even the idea of starting work at the hospital didn't seem so urgent anymore. All she could think about was hoping for Qin Lang to come back soon. After finishing lunch at noon, she heard the sound of a helicopter overhead. Her heart skipped a beat, and she rushed outside. Sure enough, she saw Dan Yi, Lu Li, and Liang descending one by one from the helicopter. It was clear from their expressions that something was wrong. They all looked somber and upset. What puzzled Lin Yu even more was the absence of Qin Lang and Yang Pan. Her heart leapt into her throat, and her pulse became erratic. She stood frozen in place, watching as the helicopter disappeared into the distance without any sign of the two. Fear gripped her, and her legs felt weak. The head nurse came over, steadied her trembling body, and comforted her, saying they probably had other matters to attend to and couldn't come back yet. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Lin Yu nodded, but her heart continued to race uncontrollably. Barely managing to calm herself down after sitting for a moment, Lin Yu saw Liang and Lu Li walking quickly toward her. They hadn't even changed out of their dusty combat uniforms, which were stained with patches of blood, sending a chill through anyone who saw them. Lin Yu's eyes fixed on them, and her unease grew stronger. She stood up, but before she could say a word, they had already reached her. Dr. Lin, Liang said in a low, serious tone, the captain wants to see you. There's something important he needs to discuss with you. A wave of dread surged through Lin Yu's heart. She instinctively bit her lip, her eyes welling up with tears as her breath caught in her throat. Still, she nodded firmly and followed them out of the infirmary. The head nurse and Captain Song, who stood watching from behind, felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They silently observed Lin Yu's forced composure, her back radiating a kind of fragile strength that filled them with sympathy and sorrow. As they walked, Lin Yu's steps faltered, her body trembling slightly. Lu Li held her steady, wanting to say something to comfort her, but no words came. He knew that at this moment, anything he said would be meaningless. All he could do was stay by her side, offering silent support. When they arrived at the captain's office, Captain Zhou took a deep breath, trying to steady himself before looking at Lin Yu. His voice was gentle but heavy. Dr. Lin, Qin Lang has often spoken of how strong you are. Over the past year here, I've seen how close you two have become. That's why I know this will be very difficult for you to hear. Lin Yu listened quietly, her heart already sinking as she began to piece together what he might say. Yet, she still clung to a shred of hope, desperate to hear the truth from his lips. Her voice trembled as she asked, what happened to Qin Lang? Please just tell me. Captain Zhou let out a long sigh, his expression grave. Qin Lang is missing. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. This was the last thing she had expected. She immediately pressed for answers. What do you mean missing? He was on a mission with his team, how could he just disappear? What does missing even mean? Is he simply unaccounted for, or is his life in danger? Captain Zhou exchanged a glance with Liang and Lu Li before instructing Liang, you can leave for now. Lu Li will stay. Liang nodded and stepped out. Lu Li gently guided Lin You to sit down, his voice low and steady as he began to recount what had happened. This mission was exceptionally challenging. The enemies we faced were more ruthless than anything we've encountered before. They were desperate and fought us with no regard for their own lives. His eyes grew intense as he relived the moment. The battle was fierce. We were surrounded, but we managed to break through their blockade. However, due to the terrain, severe signal interference, and a lack of equipment, our team was forced to split up. He paused for a moment, his tone growing heavier. Qin Lang and Yang Pan formed a smaller group. They were cornered by the enemy near the edge of a cliff. Both of them were wounded by gunfire. To avoid being captured alive, they had no choice but to jump off the cliff. Below was a raging sea. Lu Li stopped briefly, took a deep breath, and continued. After we secured victory, we immediately launched a search. But even after 3 full days of searching, we found no trace of them. Lu Li's voice cracked slightly as he shook his head. Sis, I know this is hard to accept, but it's very likely that Qin Lang has sacrificed himself. Lin You sat motionless, as if her soul had been drained from her body. Her face was pale, her eyes blank, staring into the void. She couldn't process the words. Her mind echoed with a single thought. Qin Lang is gone, he's not coming back. The weight of reality crushed her, and even in the sweltering summer heat, she felt an icy chill seep into her bones. Lu Li watched her with deep concern. He cautiously reached out to touch her hand, startled by how cold it was. He shivered and said in a trembling voice, Sis, please don't be like this. Maybe he'll come back after some time. Lin Yu slowly turned her empty gaze toward him, her lips trembling as she whispered, Do you really think so? Lu Li nodded quickly, but no words of reassurance came. He quietly urged her, Sis, I know you're hurting. It's okay to cry. Crying might help you feel a little better. But Lin Yu didn't respond. She stood up slowly and began walking toward the door. Captain Zhou and Lu Li rushed to stop her. Lu Li asked anxiously, Sis, where are you going? I'm going home to wait for Qin Lang, she said softly. He promised me he would come back safely. He wouldn't leave me behind. Lu Li held her unsteady body and gently offered, I'll take you home. Captain Zhou followed them out, his expression grim. He knew he had to notify Qin Lang's parents immediately. Lin Yu's current state was deeply concerning. She hadn't cried, but her spirit and body seemed as fragile as a drifting leaf, directionless and vulnerable. At this moment, only Qin Lang's mother might be able to comfort her. As she stepped into the house and looked around, Lin Yu could feel Qin Lang's presence everywhere. The bowls and chopsticks he used were neatly arranged on the dining table, and his favorite mug sat quietly on the coffee table, as if waiting for its owner to return. On the balcony, the lounge chair he had carefully chosen for her still stood, exuding the thoughtfulness he had put into selecting it. She sat down slowly, closed her eyes, and let the memories of their happy times together flood her mind. It was impossible to believe that Qin Lang was gone. In the bathroom, his razor, toothpaste, and toothbrush remained in their usual spots. Back in the bedroom, as she opened the wardrobe, his clothes hung neatly inside. Lin Yu gently touched them, tears blurring her vision. The reality was unbearable. Qin Lang was gone, and he might never come back. The air still carried his scent, impossible to ignore. She walked to the bed, picked up his pajamas, and felt the soft fabric, as though his gentle voice was whispering in her ear. Lying on the bed, she hugged his pillow tightly, closing her eyes to pretend he was right there beside her. Lu Li watched her wander silently from room to room, saying nothing, before curling up on the bed in despair. Feeling helpless, he sat on the couch, lighting a cigarette. As he stared at the dining table, memories of the 3 of them laughing and sharing a meal before parting ways flashed through his mind. How had a mere month turned everything into life and death? Where was his brother-in-law's body? Were they not going to search for it? Suddenly, Lu Li's thoughts shifted. Something wasn't right. If Qin Lang had truly sacrificed himself, the team would have held a memorial service for him. Yet, the captain hadn't made any moves, despite already knowing about it before they returned. Why hadn't he informed Lin Yu earlier but waited until Lu Li came back? And when he was first told that Qin Lang was missing, the captain didn't seem panicked. In fact, he appeared oddly calm, even relieved. Qin Lang had always been paired with him on missions. Why had he been grouped with Yang Pan this time? And why hadn't anyone been sent to inform Yang Pan's family? Over the past month, their only orders had been to remain on standby, as if waiting for the right moment. It was all too suspicious. Could it be? Realizing something, Lu Li stubbed out his cigarette and stood up abruptly, heading for the door. Thinking of Lin Yu, he paused at the bedroom door and said softly, Sis, I think something's not right. You should rest. I'll figure everything out and let you know. He locked the door with his key before striding toward the office building. Without knocking, Luli pushed open the door to the captain's office. Captain Joe, seeing him enter, showed no surprise, seemed to have been expecting him. Luli knew his suspicions were correct. Striding over, he leaned on the desk with both hands and angrily demanded, "How could you do this? How could you leave her to face this alone? Because of this, Qin Lang is no longer welcome in the Liu family. He'll never earn our forgiveness." With that, he turned to leave. Captain Joe quickly stood up, shouting, "Stop." He closed the door and forcibly sat Luli down in a chair. Looking at him with a mix of admiration and exasperation, he said, "No wonder Qin Lang called you the smartest person in the unit. Nothing gets past you." Luli scoffed, turning his head to look out the window. Seeing this, Captain Joe sighed deeply and said, "Originally, you were supposed to go. But Qin Lang was worried about Dr. Lin and insisted on taking Yongpan instead." Luli stared at him, shocked. The captain patted his shoulder and motioned for him to stay quiet. "This mission was meant for you to stay at the base, but Qin Lang wanted you to know the truth. He planned this, knowing you'd figure it out and stay behind to support Dr. Lin." Luli nodded, understanding now that Qin Lang had anticipated his discovery. But that didn't justify leaving his sister to bear this alone. Standing up, he asked, "Can I tell her everything?" The captain replied with a question of his own. "What do you think?" Luli lowered his gaze, defeated. "This is something only you and I know, not even Qin Lang's parents are aware. You know who his father is, don't you?" Luli nodded. "From now on, they'll only contact you and me. Do you understand?" Reluctantly, Luli nodded again. "Your job now is to keep Dr. Lin steady until Qin Lang's family arrives." Frustrated, Luli stood up. "Do you really think she'll stay calm? What if she doesn't? What if she does something drastic, like my aunt did back then? Have you even considered that? Why don't you care about her feelings?" Captain Joe explained, "In the entire unit, besides Qin Lang, who else is suitable? Shan Yi? Me? Liang? Or you?" Luli shook his head, knowing none of them were right. "This is a soldier's duty. There's no other way. As for your concerns, I don't think Dr. Lin will do anything rash." Luli wanted to argue but ultimately stayed silent. The captain's voice broke the quiet again. "Luli, be rational. Go back and take care of Dr. Lin. I trust you'll know what to do." "I don't know," Luli muttered before storming out. At the door, he kicked it hard in frustration. Captain Joe could only shake his head, letting him vent his anger. Qin Lang was right, Luli was the toughest to deal with. But his fierce loyalty meant that with him by Dr. Lin's side, things would be much better. Carrying some food, Luli stood at the bedroom door and saw her still in the same position, as if she hadn't moved at all. He knocked and said, "Sis, get up and eat something." But Lin Yu remained motionless. Left with no choice, Luli entered the room and approached her. She wasn't asleep, just staring helplessly into the distance. Squatting down to meet her eyes, he said, "Sis, it's not as bad as you think. There's still hope. Trust me." A faint glimmer appeared in her eyes as she softly asked, "Did you figure it all out?" Luli nodded, then shook his head, finally giving a vague answer, "It's classified. I can't say much, but I can tell you this: anything is possible." Lin Yu sat up and walked to the dining table. She looked at the food but had no appetite and put down her chopsticks. Turning to Luli, she said, "Luli, I want to go out for a drive. Can you take me?" "Of course," he replied. Luli had no idea where to take Lin Yu. He just drove aimlessly forward. Lin Yu, ever since getting into the car, hadn't spoken a word. She curled up in the passenger seat, her head turned to stare into the darkness outside. Whenever Luli tried to say something, she stayed silent, unresponsive. No one could tell what was on her mind. Luli wanted several times to tell her the truth about everything, but the words just wouldn't come out. Lin Yu, meanwhile, watched the speeding cars outside, her mind in a fog. From Luli's words and what Qin Lang had said before he left, she had already pieced together the rough truth. If Qin Lang was still alive, where was he now? When would he return? She understood his profession, his duty, and the fact that many things were beyond his control. Everything he did prioritized his mission as a soldier. But why? Why couldn't he be just a little selfish? Even just a tiny bit. No country, no home. Her father had always put the nation first, and Qin Lang was the same. The intertwining of family and country had always been so since ancient times. Her mother had chosen love. But what about her? What should she choose? The more she thought, the more suffocated she felt, as if something heavy was pressing against her chest, making it hard to breathe. Her breaths became rapid, and Luli, noticing her distress, quickly pulled the car over to the side of the road. He got out and helped her out of the car. Lin Yu suddenly vomited, and after that, she felt a bit better, as though a weight had been lifted. Watching the sky gradually brighten, she wiped the corner of her mouth and said hoarsely, "Let's go back." Hearing this, Luli quickly helped her back into the car. When they arrived, Lin Yu got out, her steps unsteady. She kept her head down, slowly walking toward the apartment building. Luli didn't dare ask any questions and simply followed behind her silently. Once they were home, Luli gently closed the door and walked into the living room, where he stood quietly, watching Lin Yu sit on the couch. He didn't know how to comfort her and instead chose to just sit there with her. After a while, he spoke softly, "Sis, do you want something to eat? I can make you something." Lin Yu lifted her head, her eyes vacant and weary. She shook her head and replied in a low voice, "Luli, I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat." Luli sighed, looking at her pale face with concern. "You can't go on like this. You'll make yourself sick. How about some congee? It's easy to digest." Lin Yu remained silent for a moment before finally nodding slightly. Luli immediately got up and went to the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of congee wafted through the air. He brought a steaming bowl to Lin Yu and gently said, "Sis, have some." Lin Yu took the bowl and stirred it with a spoon, but she had no appetite. She only managed a few small sips before putting the bowl down. "I'm tired. I want to sleep. Can you get me a leave from the clinic?" she said. Without waiting for a response, she stood up and walked straight to her bedroom. Luli watched her retreating figure until she disappeared behind the door. With a sigh, he quietly cleaned up the dishes and prepared to head to the clinic to request leave on her behalf. Lin Yu lay on her familiar bed, eyes closed, but her mind wouldn't stop. Memories of Qin Lang, his words, his actions, the good times and the bad played on an endless loop in her head like a movie. She felt completely drained, as though her entire being had been hollowed out. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fall asleep. She wanted to stop thinking about Qin Lang, to convince herself that he would come back, that he was just on another mission as usual. But the intense unease and the harsh reality were like wild horses, impossible to control. Meanwhile, Luli arrived at the clinic. Xiao Nan, Xiao Bei, Dr. Liu, the head nurse, and Captain Song all gathered around, asking anxiously, "How's Dr. Lin? Is she okay?" Luli shook his head helplessly. "She can't eat or sleep." Xiao Nan frowned with concern. "This can't go on. She's already so frail." Everyone suggested visiting Lin Yu together to comfort her. Captain Song sighed and said, "In a situation like this, no amount of persuasion will help. No one can truly reach her right now. She has to work through it herself. Let's just give her some time. She doesn't need to come to the clinic for now. Well, all understand." Back at home, Lin Yu lay on her bed, her exhaustion and anxiety overwhelming her to the point that tears began to stream down her face. Suddenly, there was a frantic knock at the door. She got up and walked to the door. When she opened it, she saw Qin Lang's parents standing there, their faces filled with worry. It was clear they had rushed over, and their eyes were red and swollen. Qin Lang's mother, in particular, looked like she had just finished crying. Still, Qin's mother mustered her strength to comfort Lin Yu. "You, don't be afraid. Mom is here." Those words broke the dam in Lin Yu's heart. All the fear, grief, and helplessness she had been holding back came rushing out. The tears she had been suppressing finally flowed freely as she stood in front of Qin Lang's mother, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Lin Yu burst into tears, clinging tightly to Qin's mother. Hearing Lin Yu's sobs, Qin's mother couldn't hold back her own tears either and began crying again. But she steadied her voice and gently said, "You, don't cry, don't cry. Mom's here. It's okay, everything will be fine. You have your dad and me." Qin's father gestured for Qin's mother to take Lin Yu inside and then closed the door behind them. Watching the two women, Qin's father's eyes grew moist. This seasoned general, who had faced life and death countless times, now let his sorrowful tears fall. When Luli returned, he immediately heard the sound of crying. Rushing inside, he was met with the sight of the mother and daughter weeping in each other's arms. Qin's father, seeing Luli, wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and motioned for him to take a seat. The two strong men, hearing the heart-wrenching cries, felt as if their hearts were being torn apart. Gradually, under Qin's mother's comforting words, Lin Yu's sobbing began to subside, though she still sniffled. Qin's mother wiped her own tears away, gently patted Lin Yu's back like she used to when she was a child, and then handed her a tissue to wipe her face. Softly, she said, "You, let's go home with Mom. I'll take care of you at home." Lin Yu shook her head, her eyes welling up with tears again. Between sobs, she said, No, I want to stay here and wait for Qin Lang to come back. He will come back." Seeing her determination, Qin's mother, worried she might lose control again, gently said, "All right, don't cry. Mom will stay here with you and wait for Qin Lang to come back." "Mom, I miss Qin Lang so much," Lin Yu said, her voice trembling. I know," Qin's mother replied, her voice full of pain. "My poor Yu has suffered so much." Hearing from Luli that Lin Yu hadn't eaten in 2 days, Qin's father frowned deeply and let out a soft sigh. He went to the kitchen and prepared Lin Yu's favorite desserts, now fungus and lotus seed soup. Qin's mother sat beside Lin Yu, gently stroking her hand, and softly said, "You, eat a little, okay? No matter what happens, you have to take care of yourself." Lin Yu nodded faintly in agreement, picked up the bowl, and took a few sips. Seeing her eat, the three adults all breathed a sigh of relief. However, not long after, Lin You suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Covering her mouth, she rushed to the bathroom and vomited everything she had just eaten. Qin's mother quickly handed her a glass of water to rinse her mouth. After rinsing, Lin Yu's face was as pale as a sheet, her body swaying as if she could collapse at any moment. She tried to stand, but her vision blurred, the world around her spinning. Her legs gave out, and she started to fall backward. Thankfully, Qin's mother, who had been standing behind her, reacted quickly and caught her just in time. You. What's wrong? Wake up, don't scare Mom. Qin's mother cried, holding Lin Yu tightly as tears streamed down her face. She couldn't bear the thought of losing her daughter too, especially after already losing her son. If something happened to Lin Yu, how could she go on? Lu Li and Qin's father were equally alarmed by the sudden situation. Without hesitation, Lu Li scooped Lin Yu up in his arms and hurried downstairs. Qin's father quickly ran to arrange for a vehicle to take her to the medical station. Yang Pan stood by the bedside, changing Qin Lang's dressing. The scars on Qin Lang's chest made it evident he had just undergone surgery, with fresh blood occasionally seeping from the wound. A thin layer of sweat covered his forehead, and his tightly pressed lips revealed the immense pain he was enduring. After finishing the dressing change, Qin Lang reached for a cigarette on the bedside table, intending to smoke to ease the pain. Seeing this, Yang Pan immediately shouted anxiously, "Captain, you can't smoke. It will hinder the wound's healing." However, Qin Lang's eyes flashed with anger as he glared at Yang Pan. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Yang Pan quickly lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Qin Lang let out a deep sigh, put on his jacket, and firmly instructed Yang Pan, "From this moment on, we must forget everything from the past." Yang Pan nodded resolutely. "Understood." He then walked slowly to the window, gazing quietly at the bright moon outside. His heart was filled with endless longing. She must have received the news by now, he thought. With her intelligence and sensitivity, she has probably figured out the truth. Have Mom and the others arrived? Will she be angry at me for this? Will she feel wronged or helpless? Or perhaps she'll even resent me. A soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Qin Lang quickly composed himself, masking his emotions with an extraordinary calmness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin's mother tightly held Lin Yu's hand, her face full of worry as she looked at Lin Yu lying on the hospital bed. At that moment, Captain Song entered with a medical report and handed it to Qin's mother. She took the report, her eyes fixed on the numbers, and her hands trembled as she held the paper. She was momentarily at a loss, her emotions a complex mix of unease. She wondered whether this result was good or bad for Lin Yu at this time. Seeing her reaction, Qin's father walked over, puzzled, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Captain Song's expression was serious as he explained, "Dr. Lin is pregnant about 1 month along." He then added, "Once she wakes up, she'll need a thorough examination." Pregnant women during this period often experience nausea and emotional fluctuations. Given Dr. Lin's current condition, being pregnant now will be incredibly challenging. Hearing this, Qin's father's heart ached. He understood that being pregnant at this time would only add to her burden. Not only would she endure immense emotional pain, but her body would also have to cope with early pregnancy symptoms. He struggled to accept the situation. Head nurse Deng entered the room, trying to offer comfort. Perhaps this child will give Dr. Lin hope for the future and help her recover from her current emotional state more quickly. But was this truly the best solution? Qin's father let out a long sigh, deeply conflicted. Lu Li meanwhile said nothing. He walked out of the room, cursing Qin Lang in his heart. That bastard. He knew he was leaving, knew my sister would be heartbroken, so why did he let this happen? Why couldn't he think more about her? Qin Lang must have had ulterior motives. Standing beneath a tree outside, Lu Li punched the trunk hard twice, causing the leaves to scatter. Qin's mother, too, silently cursed Qin Lang. Why did he let her get pregnant at a time like this? She's in no condition to have a baby. But as she thought about Qin Lang, her heart grew heavy. From the day he was selected for the Special Forces, she had opposed it, always hoping he could stay home more and be there for Lin Yu. But neither Qin Lang nor his father ever listened to her. No country, no home, they said. But isn't the country made up of countless homes? She had worried from the start that this day might come, but she never imagined it would arrive so suddenly. Just then, Lin Yu stirred awake on the hospital bed. Qin's mother immediately wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked softly, "You, how are you feeling? Do you feel any better?" Lin Yu nodded faintly. As her mind cleared, Qin Lang's image instantly appeared in her thoughts. Her eyes welled up with tears again, the droplets trembling at the edge of her lashes. Professor Song quickly tried to comfort her. "You, don't be sad. Things will get better, little by little." Lin Yu struggled to control her emotions, letting out soft sobs. Qin's mother gently stroked her hand and said warmly, "Be strong. You're pregnant." Lin Yu was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. She struggled to sit up, her gaze urgently seeking confirmation from Qin's mother. Qin's mother handed her the medical report. When Lin You saw the results, her heart grew even heavier. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. Seeing this, Qin's mother was at a loss, clumsily wiping away her tears. But Lin Yu's tears continued to flow uncontrollably, like pearls falling from a broken string. Qin's mother could only pull her into her arms, gently comforting her. You, isn't this good news? With a child, you'll have something to look forward to. Everything will get better. Lin Yu's heart was a chaotic mess, but she knew deep down that Qin's mother was right. When Qin Lang was around, they had always hoped for a child. Now, with Qin Lang's whereabouts uncertain, the child has arrived at this very moment, offering some comfort amidst the uncertainty. No wonder Qin Lang had been so clingy before he left. It was clearly intentional. Thinking back, it had been over 40 days since her last period. She had assumed it was due to the stress caused by Qin Lang's prolonged absence, but it turned out she was pregnant. Everything seemed to align with his wishes. But how was she supposed to face it all? When would he return? Her hands instinctively rested on her abdomen, as if she could feel the faint pulse of the little life growing inside her. Qin Lang's parents, watching Lin Yu's actions, were at a loss for words or actions. Qin's mother could only shed silent tears. Once Lin Yu had regained a bit of strength, Qin Lang's parents took her home. Qin's mother helped her settle into bed, then gently asked, You, I understand how much pain you're feeling right now. But nothing is more important than your health. Let your father make you some porridge. Called you try to eat a little. Okay, Lin Yu replied softly. She managed to drink a bowl of porridge, but not long after, she threw it all up again. Watching her struggle like this, Qin's mother grew increasingly worried. It was clear her condition wasn't improving. Qin's father, standing nearby, suggested, You listen to me. Let's go back to Sea City together. The medical facilities there are much better. Qin's mother helped Lin Yu back to bed and thoughtfully placed a cushion behind her. After resting for a moment, Lin Yu shook her head and replied, I want to stay here and wait for Qin Lang. From Lu Li's words, Qin's father had already pieced together a rough idea of the situation, though no one dared to voice it openly. Hearing Lin Yu's response, he could only sigh in resignation. Qin's mother, however, shot him a glare and snapped, You don't know anything, so stop saying random things. You needs peace and rest right now. Turning to Lin Yu, she said gently, If you want to stay here, then Mom will stay with you. But in a few days, we'll need to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Just listen to Mom and don't overthink, all right? Lin Yu nodded silently. Early in the morning, the Qin family parents took Lin Yu to the city for a prenatal checkup. After having her blood drawn, Lin Yu waited in the ultrasound area. Qin's mother handed her a water bottle and said, You drink some. I added glucose to it. You can't eat much now, so this will help you regain a bit of energy. Lin Yu nodded. Just as she took a sip, a voice called out, Number 20 Lin Yu, please proceed to ultrasound room 2. Qin's mother quickly helped her up. Not long after, Lin Yu came out of the room. Seeing tears streaming down her face again, the Qin parents anxiously asked, What's wrong, Yu? Lin Yu handed them the report. Qin's mother took it and saw the words clearly written on the paper. Intrauterine dichorionic diamniotic twin pregnancy, early gestation of 6 weeks, both embryos viable. She covered her mouth, trying to stifle her sobs. Twins. It was completely unexpected, and it explained why Lin Yu's early pregnancy symptoms were so severe. If Qin Lang were here, it would undoubtedly be the happiest news for their family. But now, twins would increase the risks of childbirth and weren't ideal for Lin Yu's current health. Handing the report to Qin's father, Qin's mother sat beside Lin Yu, letting her lean on her shoulder to rest for a while. On the way back, no one said a word, not even Lu Li, who was driving in the front. Back home, Lin Yu lay on the bed with her eyes closed, resting. Though her eyes were shut, her mind was a tangled mess. All the test results were fine, yet she couldn't stop worrying. Now, with 2 little lives growing inside her, they were all deeply connected. When she first heard about Qin Lang's accident, she immediately understood her mother's actions years ago, losing all hope for the future and making a decision driven by the fear of a life without purpose. She had once wanted to follow Qin Lang, just like her mother had done. But then Lu Li said there was still hope, and combined with Qin Lang's parting words, she began to believe that things might turn around. When her mother left, Lin Yu was 13 years old and couldn't accept her departure. Her own children hadn't even been born yet. Could she really deprive them of the chance to live just because their father's fate was uncertain and her own body was struggling? No, she couldn't. These children were now her anchor and her hope for the future. She would never let them experience the helplessness and pain she once endured. Qin Lang had always said he wanted a son and a daughter. Though she wasn't sure if it would happen, a voice inside her whispered, Yes, it will be a boy and a girl. When Qin Lang returned, seeing the 3 of them safe and healthy would surely bring him comfort. At that moment, Lin Yu made up her mind. Regardless of whether Qin Lang came back or when he would return, she would raise their children and wait for him with strength and resilience. With this resolution, her heart became steady, and she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. In her dream, Qin Lang held her tightly in his arms, so firmly that she could hardly breathe. Yet, she clung to his warmth and embrace, unwilling to push him away. He lowered his head, gently kissed her forehead, and whispered, "My love, if one day I'm truly gone, it's only my body that will disappear. My soul will always find its way back to you." His voice was low and full of conviction, as if he was making her an eternal promise. "Even if I'm in a faraway land, even if I have to cross mountains and seas, I'll find you. And I'll tell you I've always been here." Lin You lay there, tears streaming down her face as she listened to his resolute words. She kept calling his name, "Qin Lang, Qin Lang." His voice came again, "Don't cry, don't cry." But she couldn't stop crying, as if she was releasing all her fears. Qin Lang's comforting voice echoed, "My love, do you know? Every time I go on a mission during night shifts, I look up at the stars and the moon because I know you're looking at them too. It feels like we're still together. I never used to believe in reincarnation or the existence of souls, but now I do. I believe there's a connection between souls. So when I'm on a mission, just thinking about you waiting for me at home gives me the strength to carry on. Even if I'm not by your side, my heart will always be with you." Lin You nodded, replying, "Qin Lang, I know. I know. But tell me, are you okay now? Where are you? When will you come back?" Yet Qin Lang didn't answer her questions. He simply continued, saying what he wanted to say. "My love, I love you so very much. But I also have my duties, and I can't always be with you. Please forgive me. But my soul will stay with you for the rest of your life. Wait for me. I'm fine now. Just wait for me." With that, Qin Lang turned and walked away without looking back, no matter how much Lin You called after him. He kept walking straight into the darkness. "Qin Lang! Qin Lang!" she cried. Outside the room, Qin's mother heard her cries and rushed in. Realizing Lin You was having a nightmare, she gently shook her awake, calling, "You, wake up. Wake up." Lin You opened her eyes to see the familiar surroundings and Qin's mother by her side. Qin's mother immediately pulled her into a comforting embrace. "You, it's okay. It was just a nightmare. I'm here." Lin You lifted her head and said, "Mom, I dreamed of Qin Lang." It's okay. I understand," Qin's mother reassured her. "He told me he's fine and asked me to wait for him to come back." Qin's mother looked at her, puzzled, so Lin You explained everything to her. After hearing it all, Qin's mother said firmly, "You, no matter what decision you make, I'll support you and stay by your side." "Thank you, Mom." Lin You then noticed the weariness on Qin's mother's face and the dark circles under her eyes. Over the past few days, she had been taking care of Lin Yu's emotions and health, hiding her own pain. But Qin Lang was her son too, and her grief and worry were no less than Lin Yu's. Yet, she stayed strong for Lin Yu's sake. Qin's father was the same. Not seeing Qin's father around, Lin You asked, "Mom, where's Dad?" "He's outside." "I want to go out and talk to him," Lin You said. When Qin's father saw her come out, he quickly stood up and asked, "What's wrong, you?" Lin You sat down and shared her decision with them. "Dad, Mom, once my pregnancy stabilizes, let's go back to Sea City." The two of them exchanged a glance and nodded. Lin You continued, "Dad, can you talk to Captain Zhou and ask to keep this room for us? When the children are older, I want to bring them here to see it." "Of course. We'll take care of it." "Mom, tomorrow, can you and Luli go to the city to buy some gifts for the medical staff? I want to thank them for taking care of me this past year. Also, please go to the city hospital and sign the papers for me. I've decided to voluntarily give up my job offer. Time is the fairest thing in this world. It neither slows down for joy nor speeds up for sorrow." Lin You and Qin's mother endured the pain of Qin Lang's departure for over 2 months. During this time, Lin Yu's pregnancy nausea came and went unpredictably. Some days, she couldn't eat at all, while on others, she could manage 3 or 4 meals. Qin's mother often advised her, "You eat as much as you can when you feel like eating, and don't force it when you can't." The babies growing inside her were strong, both developing steadily. This was undoubtedly the best news for the Qin family. However, in the quiet of the night, the longing for Qin Lang became unbearable. Lin You would stand on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky, imagining Qin Lang doing the same from afar. In recent days, Lin Yu's nausea had significantly subsided. She hadn't thrown up for several days, and even regained her appetite. Qin's mother decided it was time to take her back to Sea City. If it weren't for Qin Lang's situation, the medical team would have thrown Lin You a farewell party. But under the current circumstances, such a celebration felt inappropriate. Instead, they could only offer their blessings and hopes. "Dr. Lin, make sure to come back and visit us often. We'll miss you so much," they said. Lin You nodded with a smile. "I will. I'll miss all of you too." Nurse Deng handed her a box. "This is a little gift from a few of us for the babies." Lin You accepted it gratefully. "Thank you." Captain Song spoke earnestly to Lin You, "Dr. Lin, Take good care of yourself when you're back. Do visit us whenever you can. We want come to see you off. Thank you, Captain, Lin Yu replied. Noticing that Xiao Nan and the others were on the verge of tears, someone quickly intervened. Let's not make Dr. Lin cry. She'll visit us often, and you can always see her during your time off. Lin Yu bid them all a heartfelt goodbye before leaving. When they arrived home, Qin's mother had already packed most of their belongings. You, I've packed some clothes and essentials for you. Let me know if there's anything else you need to bring, she said. All right, Lin Yu replied. She opened the bedside drawer and took out the pair of rings Qin Lang had given her for her birthday. She put one on her finger and placed the other in her bag. Looking at Qin Lang's clothes in the wardrobe, she picked a few to take with her. Just as she was about to put them in the suitcase, Qin's mother stopped her hurriedly. Don't move. Let me do it. Lin Yu chuckled at her overreaction. Mom, you don't have to be so nervous. I can still do small things like this. Qin's mother gently helped her sit on the bed and continued packing. It's better to be cautious, she said. After finishing, she asked, is there anything else you want to pack? Why do you still have so many clothes here? Lin Yu replied, I just packed the unopened ones. In a few months, when your body grows heavier, you'll need new clothes. I'll pack these for now, and when Luli comes back, he can bring them over. Lin Yu nodded. Sounds good, Mom. Walking to the balcony, she said, I'd like to take this lounge chair with me. All right, Qin's mother agreed. Once everything was packed, the three of them prepared to leave. Standing at the doorway, Lin Yu took a long, deep look at the house that held all her and Qin Lang's precious memories. The thought of leaving filled her with sadness and nostalgia. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back. Seeing her expression, Luli felt a pang of heartache. Sis, I'll come back often to clean the house. When I'm free, I'll stay in the guest room so the place still feels lively, he promised. Qin's mother, worried about Lin Yu's emotions, gently placed her arm around her shoulder and comforted her. Let's go, you. It's time to leave, she said, leading Lin Yu out. Outside the base, Luli and Dan Yi drove them to the city. After unloading the luggage into the RV Qin's mother had arranged, Lin Yu handed the house and car keys to Luli in a small bag. Luli, please take care of everything. Be careful in all matters, she urged. Luli hugged her tightly, his voice low but firm. I'll visit you during my time off. If there's any news about Qin Lang, you'll know right away. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. After saying their goodbyes, the three of them boarded the RV, waving to Luli and Dan Yi. They watched as the vehicle slowly drove away from the city, heading into the distance. As Lin Yu gazed out the window, her thoughts drifted. When she arrived here a year ago, she was filled with worry and uncertainty. Now, her heart still carried uncertainty, but Qin Lang had taken root in it. She also carried two small lives with her. From now on, they would rely on each other and wait for Qin Lang's return. Qin's mother looked at Lin Yu and asked softly, You, it's a long way home. Why don't you rest for a while? Lin Yu turned to her and asked, Mom, Qin Lang will come back, won't he? Qin's mother sighed and replied, Yes, he will. She continued, I've hired a housekeeper for us, and am planning to take a long leave to stay with you until after the babies are born. Then we can all go back to work together. What do you think? Lin Yu lowered her eyes and shook her head gently. Mom, since we already have a housekeeper, there's no need for you to stay with me. I can manage on my own. Qin's mother refused firmly. No, you. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving you alone at home. Qin's father chimed in, You listen to your mom. I'll try to work fewer overtime hours too. Lin Yu nodded gratefully. Thank you, Mom and Dad. The three of them arrived in Sea City the following evening. After dinner, Lin Yu went upstairs to her old bedroom. She noticed that the room had been refreshed with a new carpet, bedding, and skincare products. Turning to Qin's mother, she said, Thank you, Mom. Still, Qin's mother asked worriedly, Are you sure you'll be all right on your own? You'll be fine, Mom. You've been exhausted these past few days. Get some rest, Lin Yu reassured her. All right, but call me if you need anything. I will, Mom. After Qin's mother left, Lin Yu walked into the bathroom and found that it had been stocked with new mats and various pregnancy-friendly toiletries. Touched by all the care Qin's mother had shown her, Lin Yu resolved to take good care of herself so her mother wouldn't have to worry anymore. After her shower, Lin Yu opened the wardrobe and ignored the maternity clothes Qin's mother had prepared. Instead, she took out a photo of Qin Lang she had stored there and placed it on the bedside table. She retrieved Qin Lang's ring and put it in the drawer. Holding the photo, she kissed it gently and whispered, Qin Lang, I promise to live well, to safely bring our children into this world and watch them grow healthy and strong. I'll take good care of our parents too. I'll wait for you to come back. The Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived, and the Qin family villa was bustling with activity. Luli and his parents had also come to Sea City, bringing along a variety of baby supplies, as well as gifts for the expectant mother. Lin Yu, now over 5 months pregnant, had a noticeably large belly for her stage, yet the rest of her figure remained unchanged. Lu's mother looked at her with a mix of heartache and helplessness. Carrying twins without her husband's presence was undoubtedly difficult. However, she could only force a smile and say, Yu, Pregnancy seems to have made you even more beautiful. Look at you, apart from the belly. Nothing else has changed. Sheen's mother joined in, agreeing exactly. Most people look worse during pregnancy, but our Yu is just getting prettier. The two women exchanged a knowing glance, each understanding the other's unspoken thoughts. Lu's mother continued, Yu, carrying twins is no easy task. It's even harder than a single pregnancy. So remember, nothing is more important than taking care of yourself. Don't overthink things, and take good care of your health. Lin Yu nodded obediently. I understand, Aunt. Don't worry. At this moment, Lu's father walked over, expressing his concern. Yu, after the holiday, why don't you come to the capital with your aunt and me for a few days? It'll give your mother-in-law at the Qin family some time to rest, and we can help take care of you. Lin Yu smiled and gently shook her head. Thank you, uncle and aunt, but it's too much trouble. After the babies are born, we'll visit you as a family. Lu's father nodded with a smile. All right, Yu, it's a deal then. Then turning to Lu Li, he said earnestly, Lu Li, you're not getting any younger. It's about time you started thinking about finding a girlfriend. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in the conversation, Lu Li said nothing and busied himself unloading items from the car. Seeing this, Lu's mother quickly chimed in, exactly, Lu Li, look at your sister, she's about to become a mother, and you're still single. As she spoke, she exchanged a glance with Qin's mother, who immediately caught on. That's right, Lu Li. You should really make an effort now, Qin's mother added. Lu's mother turned to her and said, Sister-in-law, if you know any suitable girls, please keep Lu Li in mind. Qin's mother readily agreed, of course I will. The group moved inside, where laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone gathered for a meal. Lu's mother and Qin's mother frequently added food to Lin Yu's plate. You eat more? They urged. Lin Yu, who no longer experienced morning sickness and generally had a good appetite, found herself unable to eat much today. Perhaps it was because Qin Lang wasn't there. The saying holidays make you miss your loved ones even more resonated deeply with her now. Though no one mentioned Qin Lang, Lin Yu couldn't help but think of him. Over the past few months, as the babies grew, she often felt envious during hospital checkups, seeing other mothers accompanied by their husbands. Although Qin's mother was attentive and caring, sometimes even more so than Qin Lang, she wasn't him. After the meal, the elders sat in the living room chatting, while Lu Li gently helped Lin Yu to a lounge chair in the courtyard, thoughtfully handing her a shawl. Lin Yu broke the silence first. Lu Li, have you heard anything about him recently? Lu Li glanced at her, then shook his head helplessly. No, not a single word. Lin Yu's gaze dropped, hiding the disappointment in her eyes. Where was Qin Lang now? Why did no one have any news of him? Had he vanished from the world? The thought brought tears to her eyes, which she quickly wiped away. Lu Li, unsure how to comfort her, could only sigh softly. Lin Yu looked up at the bright moon in the sky and murmured, as if speaking to herself or to Lu Li, before he left, Qin Lang told me that if anything happened to him, his soul would come to find me. But I only dreamt of him once, right at the beginning. I haven't dreamt of him since. She turned to Lu Li and voiced her belief. That must mean he's still alive. If something had happened to him, I would have felt it. Lu Li nodded and softly reassured her, Sister, I believe he's still alive too, just somewhere we don't know about. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, then asked, Lu Li, I know there are things you can't tell me, but you once mentioned he was shot in the chest before he left. Was it serious? Caught off guard by the question, Lu Li shared what little he knew. It wasn't too serious. It didn't hit any vital organs. Lin Yu let out a breath of relief and said, That's good. Then he must still be alive. He's always been a strong swimmer. Just then, Qin's mother appeared with a tray, handing them mooncakes. The warm light of the mid-autumn moon bathed the courtyard as the siblings sat in quiet companionship, their thoughts lingering on the one who was missing. Lin Yu lowered her head and took a bite, then looked up at the starry sky again, voicing her thoughts. It's mid-autumn festival. I wonder if Qin Lang, wherever he is, can see the same moon as us. I also wonder if he's eating mooncakes. Qin's mother squatted beside Lin Yu, holding her hand to comfort her. Yu, he will take good care of himself. Right now, you are the most important. Don't overthink it, okay? Looking at Qin's mother, who had grown visibly thinner over the past few months, Lin Yu held her hand tightly and reassured her, Don't worry, Mom. I understand. She added gently, You too need to take care of yourself. Let's both stay strong, okay? Lu's father, observing how much care and support the Qin family had shown Lin Yu, gradually let go of his resentment over Qin Lang's absence and felt more at ease. Lu's mother approached Lin Yu and reminded her, It's getting late and the night air is damp. Let's head inside. All right, Lin Yu nodded. To lighten the mood, Lu Li grinned at Lin Yu and teased, Sis, I bet you're carrying twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Yu smiled and nodded but said nothing more, leaving Lu Li momentarily puzzled. Had they secretly found out the baby's genders? But that's illegal. Qin's mother chuckled and explained to Lu Li, Oh Lu Li, you don't understand. We haven't checked the baby's genders. But with dizygotic twins, The chances of having one boy and one girl are quite high. Oh, I see. Luli exclaimed excitedly. That means I'll have both a nephew and a niece. Just imagining them calling me uncle makes me so happy. His enthusiasm made everyone laugh. Lu's mother turned to Chin's mother and asked, have you thought of names for the babies yet? Chin's mother shook her head and looked at Lin You. Have you thought about their names? Not yet, Lin Yu admitted. Luli eagerly chimed in with his opinion. I think names should be simple and easy to remember, no need to make them too complicated. Lin Yu agreed and shared her thoughts. Dad, Qin Lang, and Luli are all in the military. If it's a boy, we can call him Jun, inspired by the word Jun for soldier. If it's a girl, we can take the U from Qin Lang's name and call her Yi. As for their formal names, let's decide after they're born. Dad and Uncle can choose them then. Everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a man dressed in a meticulously tailored suit stood by a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing up at the night sky. His face was partially concealed by a pair of dark sunglasses, obscuring any trace of emotion in his eyes. His once tan skin had grown noticeably paler. One hand rested casually in the pocket of his tailored trousers, while the other held a burning cigarette. His entire demeanor exuded a cold, detached aura, as if the very air around him had frozen. It was impossible to discern his thoughts or feelings behind his icy exterior. At that moment, the door to the room opened softly. Another man entered, glanced at the figure by the window, and let out a quiet sigh before turning and leaving without a word. As the door clicked shut, the room returned to its previous silence. The man by the window remained in the same position, continuing to stare at the night sky, lost in his own world. As the seasons changed, winter giving way to summer and back again, Lin Yu found herself pregnant during the peak of July's summer heat. Now, as early spring blossoms, her due date is just around the corner. Despite carrying twins, Lin Yu's body hasn't become unusually cumbersome. She remains nimble and active, with only occasional swelling at night. Her pregnancy has been smooth overall, apart from severe morning sickness in the early stages and an increasing longing for Qin Lang as the babies grew more active. Before the Lunar New Year, the Lu family purchased a home in City C, conveniently close to the Qin family's residence. Together, they visited Lin Yu's parents' graves to pay their respects. Standing before her mother's tombstone, Lin Yu no longer felt the resentment she once harbored. Instead, she was filled with deep empathy. She reflected that if her mother had had in-laws as supportive as Qin Lang's parents, perhaps her life would have been different. But life offers no rewind, everyone has their own fate. After the new year, the Lu family settled permanently in City C. Mr. Lu handed over the company's operations to the shareholders and stepped away from the business entirely. When Lin Yu asked if he regretted this decision or felt it dishonored the hard work of her grandmother, he simply replied, life is about perspective. Money is just a worldly possession. There are no perpetual victors, and the business world has no unshakable giants. Knowing when to step back is key. It's better to enjoy life while you can. True contentment comes from within, not from external pursuits. Besides, our family has enough wealth to live comfortably for 3 generations. He also reassured Lin Yu about Qin Lang, saying, his work is for the nation. Every child of China would answer the call if needed. And with Qin Lang's intellect, he wouldn't let himself fall into obvious danger. Trust that he will come back. Lin Yu found solace in his words. Instead of dwelling on past pain or future fears, she resolved to focus on living in the present. The sunny spring day brought life to the garden, where years-old forsythia bloomed in golden abundance. Lin Yu lounged on a deck chair, soaking up the warmth of the sun and nibbling on fruit. Her face had grown slightly rounder, giving her a more youthful appearance. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Qin, who now got along like sisters, were busy hanging baby clothes in the yard. The clothesline was adorned with tiny outfits, swaddling blankets, and an assortment of toys. Mrs. Qin, ever prepared, had even purchased toys for when the children turned 3. Shaking her head in amusement, Lin Yu got up and walked over. Mom, Auntie, isn't this a bit much? She asked. Mrs. Qin gently guided her back to the deck chair, replying, babies grow fast, and they go through several changes of clothes in a day. Plus, we're not sure if it's a boy and a girl, so it's better to be prepared. Mrs. Lu chimed in, it's really not too much. We're even planning to buy more soon. Mrs. Qin nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Lin Yu could only smile helplessly, thinking to herself how extravagant the 2 women were being. In the study upstairs, Mr. Lu and Mr. Qin sat by the window, enjoying tea and a game of chess while occasionally glancing at the women below. Watching Lin Yu relax in her chair, Mr. Lu commented, Yu's been in great spirits these past months. Mr. Qin nodded in agreement, saying, yes, I'm just hoping for a safe delivery. Mr. Lu reassured him, don't worry, old Qin. Professor Song has everything arranged. Yu is young and healthy, not a high-risk pregnancy. She'll be fine. As he spoke, Mr. Qin set up the chessboard for another round. So far, Everything looks good, he said, inviting Mr. Liu to play again. However, Mr. Liu waved him off, standing up. No more. Winning or losing, it's all the same, it's getting boring, he said, heading to the desk to practice calligraphy. Mr. Qin followed him, watching as he wrote. Shaking his head, he teased. Old Liu, your calligraphy isn't great, it's not even as good as Yu Yu's. Hearing this, Mr. Liu immediately set down the brush in mock defeat. But Mr. Qin wasn't done teasing. You need to work harder. If you teach my grandchildren with this attitude, they'll end up just like you. How will that work? Mr. Liu shot back. You leaders love lecturing, don't you? First, your son scolds my son, and now you're scolding me. Mr. Qin chuckled, trying to smooth things over. Alright, I'll tone it down. Maybe you'll learn a bit of your contentment is happiness philosophy. Suddenly, Mr. Liu looked at him intently and asked, when Luli came back last time, you talked to him for a long while. Did he bring news about Qin Lang? Mr. Qin hesitated before replying, there's a bit of news, but I can't say more. Mr. Liu nodded in understanding. I get it. You have your protocols. But if there's ever a need for money, just say the word. As the day gave way to a beautiful moonlit night, Lin You lay on the balcony, gazing at the sky. Mrs. Qin walked in, saw her, and sighed softly. You, the weather's nice and it's not too cold. You've eaten a lot tonight, how about a walk to help with digestion? Lin You agreed, and the two strolled slowly along the neighborhood paths. Looking up at the large, round moon, Lin You asked, Mom, do you ever dream about Qin Lang? Mrs. Qin shook her head. Not once, she replied. Surprised, Lin You lowered her gaze, feeling a tinge of sadness. She stopped walking, lost in thought. Mrs. Qin quickly supported her, asking you, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Lin You shook her head. Since we came back, I haven't dreamt of him either. I wonder if being at the base would make a difference. Mrs. Qin gently comforted her. You're probably just nervous with the due date so close. If you'd like, once the babies are older, we can visit the base together, all right? Seeing Mrs. Qin's worried expression, Lin You smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. I was just thinking out loud. Let's go back. That night, whether it was the mention of Qin Lang or the anxiety of impending childbirth, Lin You found herself unable to sleep. When she finally drifted off, she would wake up again shortly after. Frustrated, she eventually sat up and felt a sudden gush. Mrs. Qin, sleeping on another bed in the same room, sensed something and immediately woke up. Seeing Lin You sitting upright, she rushed over. Yu, what's wrong? She asked anxiously. Mom, I think my water just broke, Lin You said. Mrs. Qin quickly helped her get dressed before rushing downstairs, shouting, Old Qin, wake up. Yu's water broke, we need to get to the hospital right away. The night in City C was still brightly lit. Outside the hospital's delivery room, Qin's father and Lu's parents anxiously awaited the results from inside. Before long, Qin's mother emerged. The three of them hurriedly stood up and asked, How is it? What did the doctor say? Everything's fine. The baby is doing well, and so is Yu, Qin's mother reassured them. Lu's mother patted her chest with a sigh of relief and exclaimed, That scared me to death. As long as they're fine, that's all that matters. Qin's father urged Qin's mother to head back into the delivery room to accompany Lin You. Inside, Lin You was already experiencing noticeable contractions. At first, they were bearable, but the pain gradually intensified, and the intervals between contractions grew shorter. Gripping Qin's mother's hand, her strength increased with each wave of pain. Qin's mother, who had weathered countless surgeries with composure, now found herself unusually tense. Seeing Lin You breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain made her heart race with anxiety. She hurriedly ran to find the doctor. When she located the doctor, they motioned for her to sit down and gently reassured her, Professor Song, you're overly worried. We've been closely monitoring everything. Look, all the indicators are excellent. There's no need to panic. Still, Qin's mother responded emotionally, but my heart keeps pounding uncontrollably. The department head stepped in with a warm explanation. We understand it's because you're emotionally involved. That's why people often avoid performing surgeries on their own relatives. Emotions can cloud judgment and composure. Qin's mother nodded in agreement, but when Lin You cried out in pain again, she couldn't stop trembling. Holding Lin Yu's hand tightly, her eyes were filled with pain and worry. Watching Lin You suffer, she wished she could take on the pain herself. Lin Yu's forehead was drenched with sweat as she gripped Qin's mother's hand tightly. Her once beautiful face looked disheveled from the agony. Qin's mother's clothes were soaked with sweat, but she paid no attention to it. Sitting nervously by the bed, she gently wiped Lin Yu's forehead and comforted her, It's okay. Hang in there. Meanwhile, the doctors worked busily, guiding Lin You on how to breathe and push. Lin You, overwhelmed by the pain, couldn't even think about Qin Lang. All her focus was on following the doctor's instructions, though each contraction brought unbearable pain that made her cry out. At moments, She longed for Qin Lang to be by her side, but the relentless pain quickly pulled her back to reality. Everyone had always said that pregnancy was hard, but Lin Yu felt nothing compared to the torment she was enduring now. Each wave of pain felt like she was being torn apart. Outside the delivery room, the three family members couldn't sit still. They paced back and forth near the door, anxiously waiting. Whenever the door opened, they would rush over to ask for news. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, it was over. The baby was delivered safely. The doctors busied themselves assessing the newborns. Inside the room, Qin's mother stayed by Lin Yu's side, comforting her. "It's over, you. You did so well. It's all okay now." Lin Yu, exhausted beyond words, tried to stay awake to catch a glimpse of the babies. The doctors soon brought them over, announcing, "This is the boy, 2.8 kilograms, and this is the girl, 2.9 kilograms. They're both doing great." Lin Yu forced herself to take a look at the babies but couldn't even tell who they resembled before passing out from exhaustion. Qin's mother panicked and called out, "You. What's wrong? Don't scare me." The doctor came over to check and reassured her, "Professor Song, she's just very tired and fell asleep. Don't worry so much. Here, sit down and take a look at your grandchildren." Relieved, Qin's mother held the babies but couldn't tell who they resembled either. They just looked wrinkled and tiny. Despite her physical exhaustion, her heart was filled with immense joy. From this moment on, Yu's life would revolve around these two adorable little ones, bringing her a new kind of busyness and happiness. Her life would no longer be about waiting endlessly for Qin Lang's return. The arrival of the babies brought excitement and hope to both the Qin and Lu families. Though the future would undoubtedly be more hectic, the children would fill the void left by Qin Lang's absence. They were the future and the hope. Outside the delivery room, the three family members anxiously waited until they heard the nurse call out, "Relatives of Lin Yu, come and take the babies." They rushed to the door, carefully taking the two newborns into their arms. However, holding such fragile little beings left them nervous and unsure of what to do, fearful of accidentally hurting them. The nurse patiently taught them how to hold the babies properly. When Lin Yu woke up, she found herself in a private hospital room. She moved slightly and noticed the pain and fatigue had subsided. Looking around, she saw no one and called out, "Auntie." The two women quickly walked in, asking with concern, "Yu, how are you feeling? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Lin Yu shook her head. Qin's mother explained, "I just went to buy you some food. I heard you calling as soon as I got back." She asked again, "Do you want to eat something?" Lin Yu didn't answer but instead asked, "Where are the babies?" Lu's mother gently brushed Lin Yu's hair aside and replied, "The babies are outside. Your uncle and the nanny took them for a bath." Qin's mother asked again, "Do you want to eat something?" Lin Yu nodded. When Lin Yu finally saw the babies, a wave of complex emotions overwhelmed her. Her longing for Qin Lang reached its peak at that moment. If only he were here by her side. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Qin's mother quickly wiped her tears, saying, "Don't cry. I know what you're feeling, but crying isn't good for your eyes during postpartum recovery." Lin Yu tried to hold back her tears, but the deep yearning in her heart was impossible to suppress. "You, who do you think the babies look like?" Qin's mother asked. Lin Yu shook her head, unable to see any resemblance, only thinking they didn't look particularly good. The nanny chimed in, "Newborns always look like this. Give it some time, and they'll grow into their features." Just then, the baby boy started crying loudly, and soon the baby girl followed suit. The room turned chaotic as the adults scrambled to calm the babies, unsure of what to do. Thankfully, the nanny was there to help. Meanwhile, in a dark room somewhere, no lights were on, and the curtains were tightly drawn, allowing no light to seep through. The only glow came from the faint ember of a cigarette in a man's hand. He sat there silently, exuding a strange mix of calm and restlessness. The cigarette burned slowly in his hand, yet he never took a single drag,